Chapter 161 The Truth Bell Shows Its Power. Chun-Ji? Yun-Ji was slightly surprised. If she remembered correctly, Chun-Ji should be single. Why was he filming this? Besides Chun-Ji, several friends also knew about his situation and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Aren't you single? Why are you filming this?" "Ha! Because I want to give it to the person I like." Chun-Ji laughed and cast his eyes frequently in the direction of Ling Yi and others. Everyone followed his gaze and looked this way, curious about what the man this man liked looked like. When they saw Yun-Ji and Yun-Zijin, everyone couldn't help but start discussing. "Wow! It's Yun-Ji and the eldest lady of the Imperial Star Consortium. Both of them are rare beauties. I know that man. His name is Chun-Ji, and he is from the Chen family in Shandu. I heard that he and Lu Sheng, who is currently the #1 among the younger generation, are close friends." "Oh, it's him. I remembered it. She does have a good background, and she is a good match for the rich man and daughter of the consortium. Ha ha! It's really affectionate to give away combs to others. I'm addicted to these too." While everyone was gossiping and discussing, suddenly, a special piece of information that no one had ever seen appeared in front of everyone. Chun-Ji originally wanted to give it to Yun-Ji, but when he saw the eldest lady of the Imperial Star Financial Group on the side, he immediately changed his attention. He felt that pursuing the eldest lady could bring him more benefits than Yun-Ji, who he could not touch. "This? What is this? Did you see it too?" "Yes. A message appeared in front of me, saying what happened to Chun-Ji." Yes, I saw it too. What on earth is this?" The players who were still watching the show couldn't sit still when they saw the information in front of them. They looked around hurriedly, trying to see who was causing the mischief. Even Li Yun on the stage was stunned. He looked at Yun-Hee in the audience and saw the latter shaking his head slightly, indicating that he would stop the auction temporarily and wait and see what happens. 5 seconds later, the information in front of everyone disappeared, and everyone was still looking at each other. "Oh my god! Chun-Ji is a scumbag!" someone shouted deliberately, trying to stimulate Chun-Ji to react so that the mysterious message would appear again. Seeing that everyone stopped bidding and looked at him, Chun-Ji recovered from his shock, stood up and defended loudly. "I am not a scumbag. Don't be fooled by this information. Anyone who knows me should know that I have never dated any girlfriend so far. I have always only liked Yun-Ji." Chun-Ji was panicking, fearing that this mysterious message would expose his ambiguous relationship with his mother. He actually has no feelings for Yun-Ji. He has always been courteous to Yun-Ji before, just to maintain an affectionate and dedicated persona. After all, everyone knows that pursuing her is impossible to succeed. This mysterious message appears again. Looks like a voice from the heart. While everyone was excitedly discussing this mysterious message, some people were more concerned about the content of the message itself. These people looked at Chun-Ji in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my god! Chun-Ji is actually with his mother. I remember his father is the garrison of Xanadu. This time, he is really going to cause a stir in the whole country. The governor of Xanadu was cheated on by his own son. TSK. The other side, seeing that the information that emerged for the second time was still related to Chun-Ji, Ling Yi couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. It seems that the listener of this truth bell is related to my true thoughts, or my subconscious mind. Can my subconscious desire to hear someone's voice be revealed? There are a lot of people here, so he can try it out later." At this time, in front of him, the speed of absorbing emotional value was unprecedentedly fast, and every value is very large. You absorbed 95 points of Yun-Zijin's surprise value. You absorbed 99 of Yun-Hee's excitement points. Dot! While he was enjoying himself, Yun-Ji beside him looked back at Chun-Ji with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. She turned her head back with a sigh and turned her gaze to Ling Yi beside her. Although she didn't know why he smiled so happily, her heartbeat speeded up unconsciously as she stared deeply at this smile. Ling Yi's personality and appearance really appealed to her. At the same time, Chun-Ji, who felt that he was being targeted, realized something was wrong and quickly shut up and stopped talking. However, the mysterious message still appeared. Chun-Ji was afraid that this information would lead him to go whoring with brother Lu Sheng, and even lead him to lead the God group, which would lead to the fall of Qin Mingya, the first genius of the original Xinxia, and others, so he decided not to speak anymore. What? As soon as everyone saw who could still sit still, dozens of people stepped forward and quickly subdued Chun-Ji. It turns out that Qin Mingya, our #1 genius in Xinxia, was indirectly killed by you. The leader? The God Group? What kind of organization is this? Are you afraid of being beaten to death if you dare to take this name? Among the people present, there were many people from the League of Gods. When these people saw the content revealed in this mysterious message, they did not dare to hide it and reported it directly. Judging from Chen Ji's reaction just now, everything in this information should be true, said a member of the Divine Alliance who was holding Chen Ji down. Several people around him also agreed with his words and nodded repeatedly. Chen Ji, who was pinned to the ground, could never have imagined that in just 1 minute, he would transform from a high-spirited tycoon with the highest bid to a suspect suppressed by the Shin League combatants. He couldn't help but be afraid when he thought about the upcoming trial. I say! I tell everything and ask for a lighter punishment, Chen Ji shouted. His face was being pressed on the stone tiles, and his hands were tied by the Divine Alliance personnel with a spiritual rope. This prop could make the tied person fall silent and unable to activate skills. Hearing this, everyone around him was in an uproar again. It turns out that the content revealed in this information is true. This is a big fish. Maybe it will involve more dark inside stories. After Chen Ji was escorted aside, everyone under the auction stage gradually turned their attention back. Rather than the auction, now everyone is more concerned about the origin of this mysterious voice. This must be a certain player's ability or item. Someone said this, which attracted repeated agreement from others. Not many people paid attention to the subsequent auction. Many people present boarded the forum one after another, eager to share this magical thing with the world. And at this time, the other side of the secret realm, Nandongli, who was fighting fiercely with the leader of the holy sect, Sheng Futian, also received a message from the team members. Captain, there is a mysterious power of voice in the temple square, which can reveal all the inner thoughts of people. Nandong, who was locked in a tough fight, was slightly startled, and then narrowly avoided the opponent's attack again. This time, they came in to prevent the holy sect from obtaining the holy water in the forest in this great secret realm. They thought it was a foolproof move. But who would have thought that the boss of the holy sect organization would also sneak in secretly? From the opening of the secret realm to now, the main forces of both sides have been fighting in the mountains and forests far away from the temple for nearly 3 hours. Kung! After another battle between soldiers and iron, Nandongli, who was slightly exhausted, lost his mind for a moment. But Sheng Futian found a flaw and knocked him away in one breath. Bang! Her body fell towards the mountain like a meteor, making a violent bang sound that shook the earth. The mountain shattered and collapsed, burying it. Team leader! The members of the Phoenix team were shocked. The captain had lost, so they were even less of a match. Several people looked at each other and began to think of retreating temporarily. But at this moment, the buried mountain exploded with a burst of vermilion flames. Amidst the raging flames, Nandongli walked out tall and tall. At this time, a phoenix mark appeared on her forehead, and a pair of bright and gorgeous phoenix flame wings grew from her back. Her whole body was wrapped in bright golden flames that burned the space and distorted it. The emperor, who was as majestic as all living things, caused a sudden silence between heaven and earth. She stepped lightly on the lotus steps and rose into the sky again, with a strong fighting spirit emerging in her beautiful red eyes like flames. I'm not defeated yet. Hearing this, the dark-skinned, silver-haired, muscular Saint Futian crossed his arms and smiled disdainfully. You? An 11th rank person. Can't even beat a 10th rank person. And now you still want to beat me? A 3rd rank person? What a big joke. Sheng Yushan, male, 30 years old, leader of the holy sect of the Dark Organization. Level 89. Rank 3rd on the list between level 80 and 89. Chapter 162, the extremely rare Hezhong skill. When the members of the Phoenix team saw the mark on Nandong Li's forehead, they all became as excited as if they had been on steroids. The true soul has awakened. The captain has cultivated the true soul to the awakening stage. Others usually take 3 or 4 years, but it's been less than half a year since the captain got his true soul. Captain, she is indeed a genius. True soul is a new power that can only be unlocked when players reach level 80. An awakening is a more advanced stage of true soul. As far as the team members know, the main reason why Nandongli has not been able to surpass the players in front of her is that she has only obtained the true soul for a short time and has not yet awakened. Now that she is awakened, her combat power has greatly increased. If she challenges the arena again, she will definitely be able to improve a few more. Maybe there is some hope of defeating Saint Futian. Although Saint Fujian smiled, he did not dare to be careless in his heart, and also entered the awakening state. Immediately afterwards, the two sides fought fiercely again. However, not long after the fight, Nan Dongli received another message from the team members. It is the most convenient and practical way to send messages through the chat function of the forum. It can be received whether in the Divine Road scene or in the deep mountains and old forests of the real world. Phoenix team member, by the way, Yunhee, the leader of Emperor Star, is here too. He has the extremely rare Hejong skill. And there are tens of thousands of people in the square now. Upon seeing the news, Nan Dongli was stunned for a moment. And then his face lit up with joy. There was another village full of flowers. And she originally planned to spend the next 3 hours fighting each other to death here. But she didn't expect that the head of the Emperor Star Financial Group happened to be here too. If you use Hejong's skills, it will be easy to catch Saint Fujian. Although she is willing to fight, she also depends on the occasion. When facing the most evil enemy, she still prioritizes capturing the opponent as her first task. Thinking of this, Nan Dongli immediately sent a message to the team members. Suzaka Messenger, you inform Yunhe to prepare. I will go there now. After sending the message, Nan Dongli turned around and flew towards the temple. Saint Fujian did not hesitate and quickly caught up. He must chase before he is sure there is a trap that can put him in crisis. Otherwise, if a random person comes to attack him and just says something like, "There is an ambush ahead. Don't chase me," will he really stop chasing? Soon, he followed Nan Dongli and flew to the sky above the temple square. Seeing a large number of players below, Sheng Fujian looked surprised and said, "You are actually in a place with so many people. Are you giving me a chance to massacre?" As long as he randomly throws 1 or 2 skills, a large area will fall down. So he really doesn't understand the Phoenix Sword Master's actions. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, he didn't say anything. Instead, he sneered, rolled out an energy ball composed of dark elements, and threw it towards the crowd on the ground. Unexpectedly, while he was rubbing the ball, Yunhee on the ground also secretly selected him as a target, and took advantage of the golden opportunity of the dark energy ball blocking Saint Fujian's sight to activate the Hejong skill. Demon Binding Crystal Ball! Yunhee raised his hands high, and a soft blue light emitted from his palms. Demon Binding Crystal Ball, 8 stars union, trap a target in a crystal ball. The crystal ball isolates the space, and can only be left when the crystal ball is broken. Each time the opponent attacks the crystal ball, the user's energy will be consumed. Physical strength, within a radius of 100 meters. Other players can also transfer physical strength to the crystal ball to strengthen or repair the crystal ball. Nan Dongli swung his sword and released the flaming sword energy, splitting the dark element energy ball with one strike. In the blink of an eye, a crystal ball from nowhere suddenly appeared around him, trapping him inside. By the time he reacted and attacked, it was already too late. What? This? He quickly attacked with the energy ball in his hand for a while, and his eyes lit up when he saw that the crystal ball dimmed a little. Quickly speed up the attack. Underneath, Yunhee and a group of Divine Alliance personnel hurriedly shouted to everyone. Quick! Everyone gather over to Yunhee. As long as we all contribute some energy to the crystal ball, the Holy Sect boss will never be able to get out. Come! One person absolutely cannot compete with thousands of people for physical strength, nor can he compete with them for physical recovery. Therefore, in theory, it is indeed possible to trap the other party inside forever. Everyone responded and came closer one after another, and soon they saw a little bright green firefly-like light droplets flying from everyone's body. They soared quickly in the sky, and soon reached the edge of the crystal ball. Integrate quickly. The crystal ball brightens visibly to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Saint Fujian's expression suddenly dropped. Hejong skills! Gone! Knowing that resisting was useless, he gave up the attack, sat down on the same spot, and coldly snorted at the Phoenix Sword Master. What's the use of trapping me here? I can't go out, and you can't attack me. Hee hee. Nan Dongli slowly floated over and said with a faint smile. Who said it's useless? I can defeat all your men during this period. Then you will be the bear commander. I can't defeat you alone. Can't our team work together? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Saint Fujian burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think we are not prepared? What preparation? Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm stupid? Before Saint Fujian finished speaking, a message suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. When he saw the content of the message, His laughing face suddenly froze. When entering the secret realm, Saint Futian fed his men the life pill. As long as they died, they would be reborn next to the life tablet contracted by the life pill. Each life pill lasts for 10 hours. Which is enough for this. A trip to the secret realm, okay. Upon seeing this, Nandongli, who was extremely alert, quickly realized that this must be the mysterious voice the team members just said. She quickly contacted the team members, who were fighting the members of the holy sect on the other side, and asked them not to kill them. Immediately afterwards, Nandongli stared at the stunned Saint Futian in the crystal ball, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled. "Where is the headquarters of your organization?" she asked tentatively. She didn't know whether this mysterious voice message could continue to have an effect. But if it could. Headquarters location? The old headquarters located under the Maple Leaf Church in Malon Town, White Eagle Kingdom. And the new headquarters located in a cave on a small island in the northeast of the Pan-Ancient Archipelago flashed through Saint Futian's mind. He didn't know which one the other party was talking about. As soon as this information came out, Saint Futian, who was already stunned, was even more confused. He didn't say anything. The headquarters of their third largest dark organization in the world has now been exposed. Next, Nandongli asked him a dozen questions in succession. Although Saint Futian always remained silent, this mysterious voice actively helped him answer the question. Finally, 10 minutes later, Nandongli successfully received a satisfactory answer sheet. "I don't know why this mysterious voice appeared. It is simply the nemesis of all evil." With this complete answer sheet, this organization has existed for several years. Even the entire alliance will be unable to destroy the dark organization. I believe it will soon be destroyed. Maybe this organization will no longer exist from tomorrow. And all this comes from this mysterious voice. Chapter 163, Rumored Artifact, and Leaving the Secret Realm. What exactly is this? Nandongli frowned slightly. Only then did she realize that this mysterious voice was more important than getting all the information about the holy sect. At this moment, Saint Futian in the crystal ball also gave up his struggle. He raised his head and glared at Nandongli, snorting coldly. "Humph! You got all the information this time. Without it, you are nothing." Shang Futian thought that except Nandongli, everyone else in the secret realm was just a mob. But he didn't know that there was a real boss among the crowd below. Even if Saint Futian uses all his strength to defend, he will still be killed by the opponent with one blow. "How can this be?" Saint Futian's face was filled with disbelief. He lowered his head and glanced at the slightly crowded crowd below, his expression gradually turning into fear. Until now, everyone believes that the content of this mysterious voice is true. If you say you can kill him with one blow, then you can really kill him with one blow. So, this crystal ball is actually protecting me. He stared blankly at the wall of the crystal ball, his eyes distracted. And below, the players looked at each other with wide eyes and said in shock, "There is such a powerful person among us. You can kill Saint Futian with one strike. This is only possible for people at the invincible level. To be honest, without extremely terrifying output skills and attributes, even the invincible level would be difficult to achieve. Oh my god! Who would have thought that a real boss would hang out with us? This is too low-key. Who is it? Could it be Yunhee?" Many people speculate that this mysterious boss is Yunhee, the head of Emperor Star. But in fact the boss is not that old and is much more handsome than him. Lingyi. He always had the feeling that the truth bell was flattering him. As for killing Saint Futian with one blow mentioned above, it must be an effect that can only be achieved by releasing all the long-lasting factors at once and releasing dozens or even hundreds of times the attack. Level 49 has 1300 mana and 100 times the attack. It is more than enough to kill an ordinary level 89 player in one hit. Of course, the premise is to hit the target. Some people also speculated that this mysterious boss might be the owner of this mysterious voice. They guessed correctly. Of course, it is impossible to find the owner through the voice. Upon seeing this information, the crowd was in uproar again. "Oh my god! This mysterious voice actually has an owner. He is even among us. So this mysterious voice is the effect of a certain prop? TSK. 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 A big boss who can instantly kill the leader of the holy sect with one blow is indeed qualified to possess such an awesome item. This can be called an artifact. Is there a possibility that this is indeed some kind of artifact that we have never seen before? It is because of this artifact that the boss can kill Saint Futian with one blow?" Everyone was talking and gradually talking in the direction of the artifact. As we all know, Artifacts can increase a certain attribute by 1,000 points. If there are these 1,000 points, killing Saint Futian with one blow will make it easier for them to accept. An artifact? Nandongli in the sky also heard the conversation of the players below, and these people's ideas coincided with hers. There was no need to pay attention to the battlefield on the other side. She lowered her head and scanned the tens of thousands of people below. In the past, I never believed that there would be strong people among the people. Now it seems that I still underestimate the people of the world. Nandongli sighed softly in his heart, and immediately fell into the square like a flaming meteor. And in an instant, they had arrived beside the members of the Divine Alliance, who were escorting Chenji. "Captain!" everyone shouted in unison. Nandongli nodded slightly, and said very quickly, "While the mysterious powerful man is using the artifact, let's interrogate him quickly." "Good." When the 6 hours of time in the secret realm ended, everyone was excluded from the secret realm. The crystal ball trapped on Saint Fudian also disappeared at this time. Originally, he planned to take revenge on everyone present when he came out. But now that he knew there was a mysterious boss underneath who could kill him with one blow, how could he dare to wait any longer? With a whistle sound, it quickly disappeared. Humph! Looking at his back, Nandongli snorted softly. She turned her head and looked at the other players who were scattering around her, a look of thought appearing in her beautiful red eyes. Originally, after solving the threat of the Holy Gate organization this time, she was going to leave Qianjiang City and return to the Xanadu headquarters. But the sudden appearance of the mysterious artifact and powerful man made her change her mind. "The mysterious boss with a magical weapon. Looks like we need to pay more attention to it." She contacted Tong Wei, the leader of the headquarters action team, after informing the latter about the incident and expressing her thoughts. The other party responded quickly. "Tong Wei, yes. I have also received reports from your team members. The effect of this unknown artifact is really great. An organization that has been active around the world for several years and has been difficult for the entire alliance to solve can be solved in a few minutes with an artifact. It is the nemesis of all evil. In the next month, you will stay in Qianjiang City to continue the investigation. Remember to proceed with caution. Suzaku Messenger, don't worry. You can kill me instantly with one strike. But I don't dare to act recklessly. Tong Wei, well, even if you can't win over, don't become an enemy. With this artifact, it will be very troublesome once you become an enemy. You know it." Suzaku, got it. After turning off the call, Nandongli breathed a long sigh of relief. She understood the effect of this unknown artifact very well. It was in front of him that Saint Husband exposed all his secrets. After sighing again, she turned around and said to the members of the Phoenix team, "You go back first. I still want to stay here." The other side. After returning home, Lingy closed his eyes for a moment and then began to summarize. During this trip to the secret realm, his main gains were A-level material holy water in the forest, 10-star skill eternal divine body, B-level prop insight crystal ball, and A-level prop wide area flag. In addition, some other small harvests that are not worth mentioning have been recycled by him. The biggest gain this time is undoubtedly the Jiuyuan divine body, which not only gives him a 200-point improvement in all attributes under normal conditions, but also allows him to unleash 100 times attack in one go at critical moments. In Ingwa Town, you can usually see the sunset after 6 o'clock on a summer night. But due to the special event, dark night falls. It is now dark outside the house. Lying on the sofa and looking at the night outside the window, Lingy began to think about his next move. Qualification Review number 13 and Great Secret Realm number 15. Now that these two are completed, the next step is the level 50 Demon King King Kong Giant Ape in the big world. The next step is the Devil of Intermediate Pictures. During the event, the intermediate map Devil in Nightmare difficulty is level 80. With 3x the reward, you can get 60 high-level Night Stones by killing it. Hey, I have 100 times the attack and the Ice King's percentage damage. Is it possible to kill the Demon King? If I can kill it with double the gold coins, it will be 120 high-grade Night Stones. Lingy rubbed his chin, thinking about the possibility of doing it. And if he can really do it, then maybe even the second artifact belongs to him. Chapter 164. Defeat the intermediate map Demon King during the event period? Thinking of this, even though he was always calm, he couldn't help but feel excited. You must know that even the divine pillars of the protector of the country can only apply to the country for the temporary use of artifacts at critical moments. And he had 2 of them by himself, which felt luxurious no matter how much he thought about it. Of course, this is only possible if you successfully defeat the Demon King during the event mission period. If you don't defeat the Demon King during the event mission, you will basically have no chance of getting the second artifact. Lingy touched his chin and thought. The activity task is to start at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 12th, and it will last for 10 days. If I really want to get a second artifact, I must defeat the intermediate map devil in nightmare difficulty before the 22nd. Today is the 15th. There is still nearly a week left. While he was thinking, Yunji, who had returned from using the bathroom, walked over gracefully step by step and sat on the small sofa on the right. She turned her head and scanned the hall and the second floor, wondering, where is Shuro? Why didn't you see her? Still killing monsters in the divine path. I remember that both she and Wanqing were transferred to your area. Right. Yes. Lingy nodded and said with a smile. Not only them. Many newcomers have used player qualification cards to come to our district. There seem to be more than 9 million people in our district now. With that said, he opened his district server information and took a look. Current server, June 20th, 66. Self number, 00033. Current number of people, 2631208/9821472. Regional server level, intermediate. Yunji pursed her lips, thinking that it was a pity. If she were not in the high-end area, she would also want to transfer to their area. More than 9 million. Then the map of your district must be very big. Right. No. Our resource challenge never came for some reason. When the entire alliance proposed merging District 66, Lingy had some idea of the resource challenge. This is a challenge that rechanges the resources of the entire region and is aimed at players in the entire region. It often appears in the form of monsters attacking the city. Now that the number of people in Area 66 has increased suddenly, but the resources are still the same. The players have spontaneously changed the entry period. Some people enter in the early morning, some in the morning, and some in the afternoon. But even if they are staggered, monster resources are always in a state of short supply. People are coming and going on the entire map, and the appearance of a monster will immediately attract attacks from dozens of surrounding players. If the resource challenge doesn't come again, the camp will be almost too crowded to walk. Well, maybe we have to wait until your number reaches a certain level, and then we can give you a big wave. Maybe 10 million will come. I hope so. Lingy thought in his mind that according to this increase, it might reach 10 million in a few hours. The two of them didn't talk much after that, and got up together to go outside to kill monsters and do some activities. Lingy didn't know that when he went outside to kill the monsters, more than a dozen versions of what happened in the secret realm of the Forest Temple had been uploaded on the Shinlu forum. The mysterious boss came to the great secret realm of Xinjiang City, and his identity turned out to be, poster, Super God Shock Department. Kill Saint Futian instantly with one blow. The mysterious boss in the Forest Temple. Posted by Lord of the Navy. The 11th artifact unknown to the world is actually it. Poster, Cube Mengbao. Kill the Phoenix Sword Master in one blow. And discuss the grudges between the mysterious strongman and the Phoenix Sword Master, posted by Dream Lover. The information on the forum becomes more and more exaggerated, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. Fortunately, many people recorded the video. Although the picture in the video did not show the mysterious voice that everyone said, it can still be judged by the changes in the expressions of the players in the video and their words. Something did appear. Under the explanation of Yunhee, the head of the Emperor Star Financial Group, the entire detailed process was revealed. So that's how it is. While everyone was excitedly discussing this, dark organizations around the world quickly responded. Send the order to keep all core members away from Xinjiang. What a terrifying ability. All information will be exposed at a glance. Oh, let's turn Xinjiang City into a restricted area. Xinjiang. It is really a dangerous city. It is best not to get close to it in the near future. The destruction of the Holy Gate has made the dark organizations in danger. Everyone is afraid that one of the core members will go to Xinjiang and meet the mysterious man and expose all the information about their organization. Of course, not all of them retreated. Some crazy organizations even made the opposite decision. An artifact that can directly reveal other people's thoughts? Ha! Our Galaxy Gate is about to be finalized. If we can get this artifact, then we can uncover all the undercover agents in the organization. At the same time, in the divine Xiaohai city, in a certain mountain villa, on a long wooden table, 10 people were sitting opposite each other, 5 on each side. There was also a young man with short white hair and a handsome face at the main seat. He leaned on the armrest of the wooden chair with his elbow and supported his cheek with the back of his hand. He glanced lazily at the people present and said, "Our god group has been exposed." "What are you doing?" "Look. The white-haired boy is named Lu Chongbai. His real age is 50 years old, and he is level 85. He is a player who entered the divine path 18 years ago. After taking the precious medicine, rejuvenation pill, that can rejuvenate his youth, he returned to his 20-year-old appearance and increased his lifespan by 30 years. What do you think?" "Oh, of course I am sitting and watching." The yellow-haired man ranked first on the right crossed his arms and deliberately placed his legs on the table in front of Lu Chongbai, saying with a provocative look, "The yellow-haired man's name is Sunway, and his behavior is no different from the afternoon letter." When the others saw this, they all sneered as if they were watching a show. "You two should fight first. There can only be one boss in the group. Sunway has just replaced a strong supporter. Chongbai, you may not be his opponent. Let's discuss things after the candidates for the new and old bosses are decided." Under the crowd's support, Lu Chongbai and Sunway soon entered the arena for a duel. In the end, after 2 hours of fierce fighting, Sunway won with great difficulty. After returning to the present world, Sunway stood up with a smile, walked to Lu Chongbai, and kicked him away. "Go away. This position belongs to me. Why can you increase so much power in a short period of time?" Lu Chongbai pointed at Sunway, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sunway sat down, crossed his arms, and said with a smile, "Because I have an excellent support partner." After that, he opened the chat interface that only he could see. "Sunway, Captain. After 1 year of undercover service, I finally became the leader of the organization." After a while, a message came from there. "Suzaku, very good. The members of this organization are strong and always act as a team. Only by becoming their boss can you separate them. You will take them to Qianjiang City tomorrow." After listening to the captain's arrangements, Sunway replied, "Received," and slowly closed the chat interface. Immediately afterwards, he stood up, glanced at the members of the God team, one by one, and said, "Qinji has exposed the characteristics of most of our team members. We cannot bear this tone. So tomorrow, we will all go to Qianjiang City to break into the Shenmen League branch and kill Qinji." Chapter 165 Conversations with Old Friends and the Use of the Crystal Ball. Everyone present was crazy. Not only were they not afraid after hearing this, but they became excited. Yes, the new boss is very courageous. Not timid and cautious like Lu Chongbai. I like it. Yes. Every time, 10 of us who are over 80 levels are asked to ambush and siege a person who is over 60 or 70 levels. Hearing this, Lu Chongbai, who was sitting in Sunway's original position, curled his lips and said, "I was being cautious, not timid. During the time I was the boss. When did I not successfully kill the opponent and escape safely? Ha ha. Isn't Yunji still alive and well now? Humph. Someone must have saved her." Bang bang. Sunway patted the table and asked everyone to calm down. Then said, "In order to improve our success rate, we have to work in groups. The 10 of you will work in pairs, and each group will have its own tasks." "What? You want us to separate?" When Lu Chongbai heard this, he immediately became anxious. "If we separate, once we meet a strong person, we may not be able to escape." Before Sunway could speak, someone laughed first. "Ha ha. What kind of masters can there be in this small Xinjiang city? There is a Phoenix Sword Master and a Yunji. At most, including the Guardian Envoy, there are only 3 people. And there is also a mysterious strongman. If you're afraid, just go home and drink milk. Everything you do is risky. Don't you even understand this? Shut up. You are no longer the boss." Being ridiculed by everyone, Lu Chongbai could only shut his mouth tightly. Although he was still listening to Sunway's plan, he was already thinking about his escape plan when he met the strongman. There were only 2 monsters that appeared in small towns around the world at night. One was killed by the God League players headed by Phoenix Sword Master, and the other was killed by Lingyi and Yunji. Seeing that the high-level Night Stone did not appear in the place after the boss dissipated, Yunji opened her eyes and was slightly shocked. "Why didn't anything fall?" "Impossible." Seeing that her face was a little panicked, Lingyi immediately explained, "It fell, and it went into my backpack. The dropped items from the monsters I killed will automatically go into my backpack." "Oh, so that's it. Yunji breathed a sigh of relief. After speaking out in one breath, she looked astonished and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have this kind of prop. No wonder I didn't drop anything when I saw you kill monsters before. Ling Yi then closed the shining field and returned with Yunji. When the two came back, Lin Shuru, Xiao Wanqing and Linger were chatting and watching a drama in the hall. And Yunji soon joined them. Ling Yi went upstairs alone and took a leisurely dip in the spring water. While enjoying the spring water massage that was like countless uvulas, he suddenly received a message from an old friend. Lin Qingyu, you are famous. 01, huh? Lin Qingyu, you discovered the function of the Great Secret Realm statue. Now many foreigners are envious of our Xinxia for having 2 secret temples. 01, oh? Lucky. Lucky. Hee. Lin Qingyu was the first friend he made after arriving here. The other person is very ordinary and ordinary. Every time he talks to her, he feels very relaxed. Lin Qingyu, the rewards that the Divine Alliance will give you will be very generous in the future. You will be prosperous this time. And this big secret realm is in our Yunhua town. When I become stronger in the future, I can go in. Asterisk. 01. Don't you think it's weird for me to go in? Lin Qingyu, huh? Isn't it because Yunji is protecting you? Speaking of which, have you forgotten our city's genius plan? When I went there yesterday, people said that I was the first person in this city to reach level 10 this month. Now I am also a foreign aide from the League of Gods. 01. Congratulations. After sending this message, Ling Yi suddenly smiled. Although she is a foreign aide belonging to the Yunhua branch, the scope of foreign aide's work also covers the entire city. In other words, as long as the other party carries out foreign aid operations, it is actually within his range of perception. Even at this moment, he could find her in Yunhua town through Feng'er. Even before the previous newcomer trial, Feng'er had remembered her personal aura. By the way, I got the insight crystal ball before. Through the cooperation of perception and crystal ball, can't I directly see Lin Qingyu's current situation? Perception determines the coordinates of the target, and the crystal ball observes those coordinates. A very perfect match. Just when Ling Yi was about to take action, the other party sent another message. Lin Qingyu, okay. I'm going to take a shower, so I won't talk anymore. 01, okay. After closing the chat window, Ling Yi sighed quietly. But if you can't see Lin Qingyu, you can see other things. He also remembered the aura of Wei Fancheng. With curious thoughts, he took out the crystal ball and quickly determined the opponent's position with his perception. Then, the picture in the crystal ball was projected onto the wall. At this moment, Fang Cheng was on the first floor of the Divine Alliance Yunhua branch. The branch had a third floor, but the scene in front of him was that of the first floor. It seems you can see through the building, whether it can penetrate the building or not. The effect is completely different. In the picture, Fang Cheng is sitting on a long wooden chair chatting with several people around him. The picture is very clear, and you can clearly see the freckles on Fang Cheng's face and the mole on his neck. Their voices are also transmitted from the projection screen. Last time, during the newcomer trial, I was caught destroying the All-League control room on the floating island Atlanta, burning down the All-League headquarters building, and taking away the protective barrier. It turned out to be a player from Area 66. Ha! When the Alliance proposed merging areas, most of the players in Area 66 were offended. I guessed it as soon as I saw the news. So what is the Alliance going to do with them now? How else can we deal with it? All 3 of them are Xinxia people, and the entire Alliance is unable to reach out. We can only discuss with the Xinxia League and let them handle it. What about the Divine Alliance? What do they plan to do? I heard that the other end is also very confused. The main reason is that I don't know the attitude of Mr. Ling. Now, it seems that there are rumors that we should handle them lightly. Just think about it. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with us, and it is not a big deal. It would be stupid to offend the boss over this. Yes, that's right. The next few people chatted about other personal matters. But Ling Yi stopped paying attention and casually stopped the effect of the crystal ball. TSK. It's like watching a movie. Not only the picture quality is high definition, but the sound quality is also very high. Okay. Ling Yi was very satisfied with this first experience of using a crystal ball. As long as there is this thing, people who remember the breath within the sensing range can immediately see their situation and hear what they say at any time. It is impossible to accurately locate outside the sensing range. I do not know how long it has been, when Ling Yi was so comfortable that he leaned against the wall of the hot spring with his eyes closed to relax. There was a sudden beep sound, and a subtle sound of information about the divine path sounded in his ears. He subconsciously opened his eyes, and what he saw was information about the resource challenges in the region. Sure enough, as Yunji said, it will come when the number of people is 10 million. In fact, he almost felt that it would appear during this period. The number of people in this area has reached 10 million. And the large-scale resource challenge will officially start in 5 minutes. Chapter 166 Entering the Resource Challenge. This challenge will use the new special scene, Sleepless City. After this challenge is over, Sleepless City will be open to all players as a permanent map. Players in this area only need to protect the crystal located in the center of the city under the attack of monsters to successfully complete the challenge. All players in Area 66. Please get ready. Countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The city that never sleeps? There was nothing else worth noting. It was the permanent map, Sleepless City, that confused Ling Yi. He had never heard of the term, permanent map, before. And even after searching the forum, he didn't see any relevant information. Obviously, this city that never sleeps will be the first permanent map. Ling Yi didn't think much about it. After leaving the spring to rest for a while, he went downstairs unhurriedly. Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing are both players in Area 66 now. Seeing him coming down, the former stood up quickly and said, "You don't have to worry about us when you get in later. Just go and do it by yourself." She was afraid that Ling Yi's current identity would be exposed because of their relationship. "Yes." Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Good." Ling Yi nodded. At present, the two of them are still not strong enough. It is definitely best for him to act alone. "You all have to go in, so I'll go back first." Yunji secretly sighed in her heart, wishing that Ling Yi would defeat the intermediate figure Demon King as soon as possible so that the regional server level could be upgraded to a high level. That way, she could also transfer to their area. There are only 10 million zone transfer cards in the event store. And now, they have been snatched up by players. Some people bought dozens of them at once to sell them to others at a high price or use them as power resources. Yunji herself also bought 5 of them, with the purpose of leaving a way out for the future. "Okay." The three said goodbye to Yunji. The 5 minutes of preparation time passed quickly, and the 3 of them were teleported into the Sleepless City. A new map of the Divine Road. The city that never sleeps is better said to be a city than a fortress. It has 3 huge circular walls. Inner, middle and outer. The inner ring radius is 10 kilometers. The middle ring radius is 20 kilometers. And the outer ring radius is 30 kilometers. A total area of approximately 2,826 square kilometers. Converted into square meters, is 2.8 billion square meters. Even if the area occupied by the city wall and surrounding houses is deducted. If the 10 million people are spread out, each person can still occupy at least 200 square meters of land. Even if 10 million people come in, there will still be a lot of open space left. Now, perceiving the entire city that never sleeps, Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh at its majesty. "This one is smaller than our Xinjiang city." Tip: you have entered a speed-limited scene. In this scene, the upper limit of player/monster traveling speed is 100 meters per second. Sure enough, there is a speed limit. In all, defending the city. Gameplay on Shenlu. There is a speed limit. The purpose is to allow the monsters to travel for a longer period of time, so that the players have enough defensive opportunities. Previous resource challenges also had speed limits. So Ling Yi and surrounding players were not surprised. At this time, the players were looking around curiously, exclaiming in surprise. "Is this the city that never sleeps? It looks so empty. That huge blue crystal over there is what we want to protect. Is it just exposed to the air? Wow! There are too many people. I can't hear what you are saying." 10 million people gathered together, and the surroundings were chaotic and extremely noisy. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't be able to hear clearly even what other people said a few meters away. "Huh? The person next to you can't be the rumored Big Brother Zero. Right. His figure and appearance are all blurry. I don't know. I'm also a new player in this area." Before coming in, Ling Yi activated the shadowless mask effect, so others now see him completely blurry. He ignored the gazes of others. At this time, in front of him and everyone, the details of the resource challenge had appeared. Detection area server level, intermediate. Number of people challenging, 10 million. Challenge content, in the next hour. 1 million monsters will appear around the city that never sleeps every minute. The initial level of the monster is level 1. And the level automatically increases by 1 every minute. 10 boss monsters will appear every minute. And their levels are the same as ordinary monsters. Both monsters and boss monsters will move toward the crystal. Challenge reward. Persist for 10 minutes. The wild area is expanded 100 times. And 100 new portals are added for free at suitable locations. Persist for 30 minutes. Expand 500 times. Add 500 new portals. Persist for 60 minutes. Expand 1,000 times. Add 1,000 new portals. In addition, the first 100 people who kill monsters will receive generous rewards. Tip: in 5 minutes, the monster will officially launch an attack. Please prepare for defense quickly. Tip: click here for additional details. Ling Yi slowly read line by line and quickly understood the entire challenge process. To put it simply, the monsters will automatically level up by 1 level every minute. And then the number of reward levels will be divided according to how long the players persist. The best reward is to expand the wild 1,000 times. For example, if there is 1 monster per square meter, and there are originally 10 square meters in total, then 10 monsters will appear at one time. Now there is still 1 monster per square meter, but the area has become 10,000 square meters. So 10,000 monsters will appear at a time. The same is true not only for monsters, but also for other resources such as treasure chests. The reward is definitely getting better. Looking at this level of reward, Ling Yi couldn't help but frown and said, but it has no impact on the main road at all. He originally hoped that there would be more monsters on the main road, so that he could give more night stones. Now it seems that the divine path will not provide any opportunities. It's over. Although our district server is at the intermediate level, many people have not reached level 10 yet. There is no other way. We will only have to look at the new strong men who have transferred to our area. Fortunately, Mr. Zero has the most destructive meteorite in the world. Counting those strong people, it should be no problem to last for half an hour. An hour is a bit difficult. He could sense that many players had begun to run towards the outside of the wall, and they were still discussing this while running. Realizing that this is a challenge that corresponds to mid-level graphics makes many people feel pessimistic. While the players were running outside, Ling Yi opened the last prompt to check for further details. 1. All players are temporarily in the same camp, unable to harm others, and players cannot destroy crystals. 2. There is no reward for killing monsters in the challenge. 3. Once a player dies during the challenge, he will be resurrected after 1 minute with full crystals. These 3 details perfectly answered Ling Yi's doubts. Just now, he was still worried about whether his use of Starfall would harm the crystal. Now it seems that he can use his strength unscrupulously without any worries. Soon, the 5 minutes of preparation time passed quickly as the players ran at the speed limit. Among them, the leading player has arrived outside the outer wall and is here to prepare for the challenge. During this period, a temporary minimap will be open for each player. The minimap has the outline of the entire city that never sleeps. The green dots are the players, and the red dots are the players. Dots are monsters. This thing not only allows players to know their location, but also allows them to quickly determine where the monsters are most so they can rush to support. Chapter 167. Hello, Boss. Ling Yi expected that this challenge would only last for an hour at most, so he could use the Endurance God dice just in time. With luck, I rolled a 5. Endurance plus 1,000. He only stood next to the crystal, and his huge perception was enough to spread beyond the outer city wall. Seeing that level 1 monsters had appeared around the city wall, he was not in a hurry to take action. Let the low-level players deal with it first. Otherwise, if I take action, they won't have any share at all. He currently has 1,300 mana, level 49, and 63,700 mana. A normal flame star has a diameter of more than 6,000 meters, and a 10-fold flame star has a diameter of more than 60 kilometers. It's almost exactly bigger than the city that never sleeps. As long as he stays around the crystal, he can attack any enemy who enters the nightless city. When he flew in front of the crystal, bursts of cheers quickly broke out among the players. It's coming! It's coming! Mr. Zero is coming! Big Brother Zero once wiped out an entire monster in the assessment area. With him here, there will be no problem. The most destructive power in the world. How long we can hold on depends on the boss. The veteran players cheered excitedly, their faces full of excitement and joy, and their eyes looking at Ling Yi were full of hope and trust. The new players who had just entered this area were startled by the actions of the experienced players, and they all looked at him in surprise. Is that the legendary Zero boss? The prestige is so high. Is that the person known as the Star Summoner and the Humanoid Demon King? This is the first time I've seen him since I came to this area. Damn it. I entered this area just to see this world-famous Zero boss. And now I finally see it. I'm so excited. Ling Yi hasn't interacted with players from the same region for a while. Now that everyone is looking at him like this, I feel a little surprised in my heart. What I did has been known to everyone for a long time. But why hasn't the popularity gone away? It stands to reason that as time goes by, everyone's enthusiasm should gradually decrease. Just when Ling Yi was confused, Lining, who was discussing countermeasures with other level 50 or 60 experts, also noticed her because of the cheers of the crowd, and immediately left the others behind and rushed to his side. Hey, boss, we meet again. Ling Yi looked at her such a beautiful appearance and knew that she had fused with Xiao Wanqing, so he couldn't help but nod affectionately to her. Those players who were level 50 or 60 saw that Mr. Ling had a gentle attitude and did not refuse others to approach. So they came over shamelessly. Hello, boss. Boss as well. As you wish, boss. Seeing these people approaching Zero one by one, Lining glanced at her mouth and got down to business. The monsters increase by 1 level every minute. Although we can deal with them even if they reach level 50, they will be destroyed every minute. 1 million new ones have been added. If each wave is not cleared in time, there may be tens of millions of level 50 or 60 monsters behind. So I just plan to divide us strong men into 4 teams and kill the monsters outside the 4 outer ring walls of the southeast, northwest and northwest. You guard the center to protect the crystal. What do you think? Lining thought her plan was good, and she looked at him expectantly, hoping to receive praise from him. But all he saw was that the other party shook his head and replied, "It's too troublesome. Instead of that, it's better to let all the monsters in." Ah? Lining and the people around her were all stunned. Ling Yi crossed his arms and said seriously, "The monsters appeared outside the outer wall, and the outer wall is 30 kilometers away from here. The maximum speed is 100 per second, so it will take them 5 minutes at the fastest to arrive. After my upgrade this time, my attack range can now cover the entire city that never sleeps. As long as I pull a flame star every 5 minutes, I can completely clear them out." Hearing this, everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. It turns out that the meteorite is called Flame Star. They finally knew the formal name of that energy meteorite. Lining pursed her lips and quickly raised a question. If you put it this way, there is really no problem in the first few dozen minutes. But after the monsters level up later, they won't be able to drop a flame star for a second. Right? If 1 shot doesn't work, use 2. If 2 shots don't work, then use 3. Are you strong enough? That's enough. If it doesn't work, don't you still have the physical strength pill? When Lining and others heard this, they felt unbelievable. But when they thought that the guy opposite was a fierce man who had single-handedly destroyed an entire assessment area of monsters, they were not so surprised. Okay, I'll just follow your arrangements. But we still have to go out later. After all, there is a personal ranking reward based on the number of monsters killed, and we have to fight for it. Go ahead. Seeing Ling Yi waving, the few of them stopped staying any longer and quickly dispersed in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and northwest. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye. Lining also waved goodbye to him, and immediately turned into a ball of light and swept towards the east at an extremely fast speed as before. After a few people left, a circle of open space formed around Ling Yi. The players closest to him are 3 or 4 meters away. There are a total of 10 million players coming in this time, and it is impossible for everyone to run out. Even if only 10% of the people stay here to protect the crystal, there are still 1 million people. These people surrounded Ling Yi and Jing Jing in the center. When the former glanced in all directions with his eyes, he felt exactly the same as before, sweeping through the sea of people at one glance and unable to see the end. The noise was the same as before. The resource challenge is targeted at the entire region, so it is not difficult for a strong person like me who is far stronger than others. Ling Yi rubbed his chin and opened the information on past resource challenges to see what rewards the people who killed the most monsters in resource challenges received. A look at the results. D-level Legion Scroll. C-level Legion Scroll. D-level Legion Scroll. All Legion Scrolls. This kind of scroll is disposable and can summon dozens of summoned beasts for a short period of time at the same time to assist in the battle. It is generally used to help fight bosses. And when Ling Yi took an in-depth look at the effects of each Legion Scroll obtained by his predecessors, Time was also passing by in a hurry. The challenge lasted for 20 minutes. And a large number of monsters had broken through the outer and middle rings and entered the inner ring. At this time, he used Starfall for the first time on the field. When a flaming star with a diameter of more than 60,000 meters appeared out of thin air in the endless night sky. The veteran players, who had seen it many times, were relatively calm, while the new players were a little surprised. I've seen it on forums before, but when I'm standing underneath it, it feels too big. It seems to be more than 40,000 meters. If it is a solid object and its falling speed is many times faster, then the entire surface of Blue Star will be destroyed. After a while, the flame star fell to the ground. The players inside were indeed not harmed at all, and the light of the flame star, which was originally so dazzling that it would damage their eyesight, became softer in their eyes. The earth-shattering sound that could shatter eardrums was also weakened countless times, and people could only hear a subtle, rumbling sound, if not for destroying all the monsters present in one fell swoop. Many people may think that it is just a show of force. Then, in the next few dozen minutes, Lingy pulled out the flame star more and more frequently. 1 pill every 5 minutes. 2 pills every 5 minutes. Soon, the challenge time comes to 50 minutes. All monsters in the field have reached level 50. Chapter 168 Intermediate Picture Demon King's Information and the Gate to Heaven. The low-level players are no longer a match for the monsters. And the 50 and 60 level masters, who came to this area, have also withdrawn one by one. The rest is all up to you. Take these physical strength pills and use them, Linning said, taking out a large handful of physical strength pills to give to him. Seeing this, several people around him also sent him physical strength pills. Lingy wanted to refuse, but someone outside was already shouting. It takes a lot of physical strength for Master Zero to release his skills. If you have stamina pills, you can donate them as a contribution. Brother Zero is here for us. After the man finished speaking, someone shouted, I'm not strong enough to make much contribution, but it's okay to buy a few stamina pills and donate them. Me too. More and more people around him responded, and the news was quickly spread among tens of millions of people. Seeing this, Lingy could only accept it. It's okay to let people think that my skill requires a lot of physical strength. In fact, it does require a lot of physical strength. There are 10 million people present. If each person contributes 1, there will be 10 million. Although he won't be able to use it all in his lifetime. At least, he won't have to buy it again in the future. Right? Soon, with a steady supply of physical strength pills, Lingy released Xingluo without any worries. 10-fold flame stars covering the entire Evernight city fell from the sky, causing extremely intensive damage to all the monsters in the city. It is worth mentioning that there is only one kind of monster to challenge, and that is the monster soldier covered in cold black armor with dark red eyes. They have no fire resistance, nor do they have the ability of the blazing butterflies to resurrect when exposed to fire. No one can be spared from several flame stars. Speaking of which, do I need the blazing butterflies bathing flames to revive me? If there was such a skill, I wouldn't have to dodge when the flame star was released. While releasing Xinglu at high frequency, Lingy couldn't help but think of this, but he quickly dismissed the thoughts from his mind. Now my star position can't even learn the deification skill. I also have the goal of Invincible Holy Shield. I'll talk about the rest later. The players watched blankly as 01 released flame stars one after another until the 1-hour challenge time was over. Congratulations. You successfully protected the crystal for an hour and successfully completed the challenge. Area 2006 to 66. The wild area has been successfully expanded 1,000 times. After seeing these two pieces of news, millions of people still felt a little unbelievable. Is it over like this? No big boss coming out? The previous resource challenges were quite easy, and there were no big bosses. The main reason is that the attack range of Zero's meteorite attack is too large. He is not afraid of the opponent's number at all. If that's not a meteorite, it's a flame star. During the conversation, everyone was transported back to the present world. Player announcement: the resident map, Sleepless City, is now open. Congratulations to you for killing the largest number of monsters in this resource challenge. You obtained Legion Scroll Lottery Ticket ×1. It was already early morning on the 16th when I came back. Xiao Wanqing said goodbye and went back, while Lin Shuru went upstairs to take a shower after kissing him. He was the only one left in the hall. Well, looking at the calendar on the wall and turning another page, Lingy sighed subconsciously. Including today, there are only 6 days left. In these 6 days, How can I increase my combat power to be able to deal with the level 80 Demon King? To what extent? TSK. It's a bit stressful. Although the Ice King's percentage damage and his 100 times attack gave him some confidence, it was only a little. If they faced each other now, he estimated that the chance of winning would be less than 20%. He had already known about the intermediate picture Demon King before. The intermediate level Demon King is named Wushuang Sword Demon, a 3-meter-tall humanoid boss. He has profound swordsmanship in melee combat, and powerful sword energy in long range. Troublesome point 1, it has a clone skill, which can create 2 clones. Except that these 2 clones cannot use skills. Their panels are exactly the same as the main body. Troublesome point 2, it has control resistance and immunity buff effects for up to 10 seconds. And it can also make the body virtual to avoid attacks, making it difficult to hit. This is the best part of the summary of the Demon King's information that he had seen on the forum before. For the current Ling Yi, the most difficult point is that the opponent's level is too high and his attributes are too high. The panel is much taller than him, and the Ice King in his second form. Before you fight the intermediate map devil, try to raise your level as much as possible. He still remembered that he had to wait until the 18th to pass the qualification review between 40 and 49 before he could upgrade. Besides, maybe sure it can also help if her level and attributes are higher. After thinking about it for a while, he slowly recovered his mind. Take out the reward you just received and check it out. Legion Scroll Lottery Ticket. After using it, you can randomly get an E level Legion Scroll. Mutation. I checked again after a few seconds and found that the upper limit had been raised to S level. Use immediately. You obtain the S level Legion Scroll, Gate to the Underworld. He has a chance of reversal, and it is normal for him to draw S level. Gate to the Underworld, S, one-time scroll. After use, 100 Underworld Warriors, elite monsters, of the same level as the user can be summoned immediately for the user to control. Each Underworld Warrior exists for a maximum of 1 hour. It turns out that the S-Class Legion Scroll is this strong. It's not bad. Elite monsters are between monsters and leader monsters. If 100 of them are sent together, they can even suppress a leader monster of the same level. Ling Yi quickly mutated it, and then opened it again to check. Gate to Heaven S after use. For battle angels, leader monsters, of the same level as the user can be summoned immediately for the user to control. Each battle angel lasts up to 1 hour. Available once a day. Consumable items become permanent. 100 elite monsters turn into 4 boss monsters. Compared to before, it is undoubtedly much better. In front of the Demon King, no matter how many elite monsters there are, they are still useless. Only the leader monster can help. Okay. Ling Yi is very satisfied with this mutation. This is tantamount to giving him 4 more boss level thugs. Whether you want to fight the devil in the future or on other occasions, it can play a significant role. Turning his attention away from the Heaven's Gate, his eyes swept back and forth in front of the items in his backpack. Immediately afterwards, he habitually opened the mystery shop through the mystery shop pass. Since he got this item, he has opened the secret shop once a day, but no S-Class item has appeared again. Ling Yi didn't have much expectations this time, but when he opened it, a bright S made his eyes light up. Ancestral Gem S, White Cloud Bracers C, Moonflower Blade A. Oh! S finally appears! He opened it quickly. Ancestral Gem S, after binding the owner, place this object between the palms of 2 people before it can be used. The owner can transfer his experience and gold coins to the other party. After the transfer is completed, the owner will get 50% of the money back. The experience and gold coins transferred and returned can only be used by the beneficiary himself, and no other operations can be performed. The owner can only use it with up to 4 other people. Once the other 4 people are confirmed, they cannot be changed. Chapter 169 Ancestral Gem and Invincibility Level. Ling Yi read the effect twice in detail before finally understanding this prop. Simply put, it is a resource item. When a 5-person team leaves all the benefits to one of them, and that person allocates experience and gold coins, the benefits will be maximized. That is, the entire team will gain half more experience and gold coins. And if it is used to train one person, it is equivalent to saving half of the experience and gold coins. It's a very good thing. As long as I increase the return ratio, it will be equivalent to a golden finger. With that said, Ling Yi lowered his eyes to check its price. As expected, it was still 10 million gold coins. He then checked the current value of gold coins and the number of night stones. After careful calculation, He found that if all the night stones were exchanged for gold coins, it would be just over 10 million. Yisher currently has no other items he wants to exchange for. Then exchange them all for gold coins. After the exchange was completed, he gritted his teeth and bought this S-class item. This is a resource item. It can definitely bring me more than 10 million gold coins in return. Ling Yi believed so firmly. After buying it, he quickly checked the gem's mutation potential. The mutation potential of the ancestral gem, medium. Forget it. As long as the return coefficient is increased, I will be satisfied with the system. Let's mutate it. Are you sure to mutate the ancestor gem? 16 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. The ancestral gem in front of him quickly became clear again after a period of blur. And Ling Yi quickly opened it to check. There is only one change. 50% return and 200% return. Not bad. But it's a pity that there are only 4 places. Ling Yi nodded, with a clear smile on his face. Even if it is only 100%, it is an absolute qualitative change, let alone 200%. He hurried upstairs to the small cubicle, wanting to quickly experience the effect of the ancestor gem with Lin Shuru. The latter was currently playing in the spring with Linger. When he saw him coming, he didn't shyly cover his body. Instead, he looked at him curiously and said, "What's wrong? You're in a hurry." Hey. Ling Yi chuckled twice and briefly explained the effects of the ancestor gems. There is such a thing in this divine road? A look of surprise appeared on Lin Shuru's snow-white jade face. Bring it on! He took out the ancestral gem, which was a smooth aqua gemstone like a pebble, with a restrained and extremely bright light. Seeing this, Lin Shuru put her tender white jade hand on Ling Yi's palm and interlocked her fingers with his. Linger on the side stared at all this with surprise. When the two people's palms were tightly attached, a mysterious power surged into Ling Yi's heart. He feels that he can transfer experience and gold coins to the other party. He did what he thought of and began to try to transfer experience. In the next second, he saw a stream of blue light flowing from his palm to Lin Shuru's palm. Hey! Lin Shuru seemed to have seen something. Her little mouth suddenly opened wide, and she exclaimed in shock, "I've been upgraded! I keep getting upgraded! How much experience did you give me here?" 100,000. He only has 100,000 left in his experience pool now. If he had known that he could get this thing in the future, he would definitely save more. Soon, all the experience in his experience pool was used on the opponent. The next second, the information he was expecting finally appeared. Ancestor Gem, you have gained 202,468 experience. Seeing this scene, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile. Exchanging 101234 experience for 202,468 experience is undoubtedly a hugely profitable deal. If it weren't for the fact that the returned experience could only be used by himself and could not be used for other operations, he would have wanted to give it to Lin Shuru again to double it again. What level are you at? Ling Yi asked curiously. It just scared me to death that I got promoted to level 39. I also want to play in the range of level 30 to level 39. Lin Shuru has already tried it. After merging with Linger, she can enter the arena to fight with others as usual. Ranking in the range? How compatible are you? Hee. It has risen to 60%. So fast. It's doubled in just a few days. Hearing what Ling Yi said, Linger on the side finally found a chance to interrupt and said, now we are still in the stage of deepening our understanding of each other, and the degree of compatibility is indeed rising quickly. After this stage, the further we go, the more the harder it is to upgrade. You may even be stuck at 99% for the rest of your life. Oh, I see. Ling Yi did a simple calculation in his mind. A 60% fit can increase Linger's all attributes by 60%. Linger's all attributes are 500. After Linger enters Lin Shuru's body, Lin Shuru's all attributes will increase by 300. With such high attributes and her own water-type combat skills, she has hope of making it to the regional rankings. Seeing Ling Yi deep in thought, Lin Shuru explained, with Linger's help, I think I can give it a try. If I can reach the invincible level, then when you face invincible level enemies in the future, I won't be defeated so quickly. Second, I don't think it matters. You are the assistant anyway. It doesn't matter anymore. Lin Shuru rolled her eyes and said seriously, the damage caused by the invincible level to ordinary players is 10 times, while the damage caused by ordinary players to the invincible level is only 1/10 of the original. After this, the difference is huge. Big. I know. It's just because the gap is so big that it's called the invincible level. Forget it. It's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingy said again, "Oh, by the way, since your strength has improved to this level, then when dawn comes, come and fight the main boss with me." "Ah, no problem." Lin Shuru readily agreed. At dawn, while the two of them were still having breakfast, the doorbell outside the yard rang again. Lingy walked out of the house and came to the yard. Through the gap in the big iron gate, he saw Phoenix Sword Saint Nandongli standing outside. When the other party saw him, he said directly outside the big iron gate, "You discovered the function of the secret statue, and I'm here to give you a reward." "Oh." Upon hearing that he was here to deliver a reward, Lingy immediately quickened his pace and stepped forward to open the door. Seeing this, Nandongli smiled slightly and continued, "After discussion, the superiors decided to reward you with a full 1 million gold coins. With these, you can be considered as having no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a space bag appeared on his palm. "Here." She handed the space bag to Lingy and said, "There is 1 million gold coins in it, so I'll give the space bag to you." "Ah? This? Go on. I still have questions to ask you." Hearing this, Lingy twitched the corner of his mouth. He just said that sending rewards can be done directly in the forum chat interface. Why does the headquarters general need to come in person? "What's the matter?" he asked as he took the space bag. "It's not a big deal. Just some personal issues. That's all." Her red eyes quickly glanced around a few times. A hint of gossip appeared on her delicate face, and she asked in a low voice, "What is your relationship with Yunji?" "Ah? She's not always with you in the secret realm? You won't say that you don't know each other, right?" "Oh, he's a good friend and neighbor." "Huh? You're not sure? The future is uncertain." "That's it." Nandongli nodded thoughtfully, then waved goodbye and left. Chapter 170, the 9th level of the main road, Crescent Beach. "Who is it?" Lin Shura asked after Ling Yi returned to the house. "Oh, it's the Phoenix Sword Master, here to give me a reward for discovering the function of the statue." He weighed the space bag in his hand, suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Speaking of which, do Phoenix Sword Master and Yunji know each other? She just asked me about our relationship." "Ah, right." After finishing breakfast, Lin Shura sat on the sofa, raised her head and recalled, "If I remember correctly, they are from the same district, and they were friends who fought side by side in the beginner and intermediate maps. Later, when she was promoted to a high-level figure, Nandongli was found by her biological parents. It was only then that she learned that her biological father was the violent swordsman Nangong Han. And with her biological father's generous teachings, her swordsmanship level improved day by day, and was later introduced to the Divine Alliance Genius Camp. Having said this, Lin Shura picked up the cup of warm tea in front of her and took a sip, then continued, "It was also after that Nandongli quickly distanced herself from Yunji and other peers, and grew up step by step to where she is today, the Phoenix Sword Master. So that's it." Ling Yi finally understood why Nandongli asked him this just now. After finishing his breakfast unhurriedly, he put the space bag in his hand into his backpack. Then take out all the gold coins in the space bag. "You got 1 million gold coins. Double gold coins. You get an additional 1 million gold coins." Looking at the message of double gold coins, Ling Yi wanted to see if the gold coins returned would also be double. So he rushed to Lin Shuru, took out the ancestral gem, and clasped hands with her again. "Send all the 2 million gold coins you have to the other party." After a while, "Ancestral gem, you have obtained 4 million gold coins. Double gold coins, you received an additional 4 million gold coins in return." "Damn, that's really good." Ling Yi glared and smiled subconsciously. In an instant, he realized the advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that due to the effect of the ancestor gems, this 8 million gold coins can no longer be used for other operations. They can only be used to buy things in the store or to pay for skill fusion, treasure upgrading, and other functions. The advantage is that when he gets gold coins in the future, he can multiply them by 8 times through this operation. Seeing that Lin Shura was ready, he immediately entered the divine path with her without any further delay. After completing the resource challenge, the wild area of Area 66 has expanded 1,000 times. In addition, the 1,000 portals in the reward are also placed evenly across the entire map. And when Ling Yi and the two passed through the portal and teleported directly from the camp entrance to the 5th level of the main road in one step, Lining, who had been waiting for them here for a long time, immediately walked over with a smile. The 9th level will be played soon. Do you have any plans? She asked Ling Yi. She received a message from the latter before going to bed last night, saying that she would try to clear the 9th and 10th levels today. Although Lin Ying felt that it was very difficult, she felt a little more confident when she thought of Ling Yi's previous unfaithful behavior. I don't have any plans. I'll use the Flame Star to clear out the mobs first. After the mobs are cleared, we'll focus on beating the boss. Okay. Lin Ying nodded. The three of them got up and flew towards the 8th level. During the flight, Lin Ying saw a woman wearing a mask next to Boss Ling. She was curious and asked, Boss, who is this woman? Before Ling Yi could say anything, Lin Shura rushed to answer. I am his first girlfriend. Just call me Sister Ro. This was the most appropriate answer that she had already thought about before coming in. After all, the two parties were not married yet. Girlfriend! Lin Ying was slightly startled, and then her eyes flashed up and down, wanting to take a good look at how beautiful this woman, who was Ling Yi's girlfriend, was. However, to her disappointment, the other person was wearing a gray sportswear, and his whole body was tightly wrapped. It can only be judged from the tender white jade hands exposed in the sleeves that she is probably a beautiful woman with smooth and fair skin. When the three of them arrived at their destination, Lin Yingkai reluctantly looked away. Current area, Crescent Beach, level 9 of the main road. Monster information, Rampant Crab, LV65 LV70. Water Snake, LV65 LV75. Offshore Yikshaw, LV75. Leader, Crescent Beach, as its name suggests, is a crescent-shaped beach. The total length of the beach coastline is 10 kilometers, and the beach and shallow water area each have an average width of 500 meters. It is considered a larger area among the main road checkpoints. The bright sunlight shone on the three of them. At the starting point of this beach, Lin Ying let out a melancholy sound. There are many beautiful and perfect scenes in the Divine Road. If time were not precious on the Divine Road, this kind of beach would definitely become an excellent leisure place for players in each area. While she was talking, the nearby crabs and water snakes also noticed them and rushed towards them one by one. Before Lin Ying could take action, the sky suddenly lit up, and flaming stars tens of thousands of meters fell towards the beach. The entire 9th level map is not as big as your flame star. No matter how many times she saw this flame star, Lin Ying felt that it was extremely outrageous. Like many outside skill research experts, she couldn't figure out why the attack range of this skill was so large. Is it possible that this is actually a skill with more than 10 stars? While she was thinking, Lin Shura slowly opened her hands. Immediately in the next second, a light golden mask appeared out of thin air around the three of them. It was like a huge translucent golden bowl, covering the three people inside. Under the eyes of truth, the effects of skills appear. Holy Shield can release an invincible shield that blocks any attacks and effects. While the shield is released, you cannot move, attack, or use other skills. Other units within the shield cannot attack enemies outside the shield. Entry or exit is prohibited inside and outside the shield. This is Linger's skill. The main reason why Ling Yi has been wanting Lin Shuru to be his assistant recently is because Linger has extremely excellent support skills. After all, it was an indirect mutation from him, so it would be a shame if it didn't come in handy. This cover. Lin Ying didn't think that a single skill could block Big Brother Ling's flame star. It could be seen that the two of them were so calm, and they couldn't help but put it down. Soon, the flame star fell, and while emitting a dazzling light, it also made a loud, rumbling sound. But neither the light, sound nor flames could cause any harm to the three people inside the cover. The dazzling light became gentle, the deafening sound became peaceful, and the sea of fire filled the sky. But the three of them could not feel a trace of heat. Yes, with you by my side, it seems that La Yinqing won't have to run away in the future. Ling Yi was originally thinking about getting a bathing flame rejuvenation skill, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Hearing this, Lin Shura smiled sweetly under the little rabbit mask, and felt a strong sense of satisfaction and joy in her heart. It is obviously impossible to kill a monster with an average level of about 70 with one flame star. Therefore, when Lin Shura removed the sacred shield, Ling Yi pulled 2 more flame stars in succession. If he hadn't seen the boss, Offshore Shura, rushing towards here, he would actually have wanted to pull a few more. Quick! Open the shield! Before she finished speaking, Lin Shuru, who had been prepared for a long time, quickly opened the sacred shield again. Chapter 171 Harvest of the Three Flame Stars and Offshore Yiksha. The divine path seems to have instilled the concept of invincibility into the monsters. So when Shura offshore rushed to the sacred shield, he did not attack the shield, but stood outside the shield and watched a few people. It is also a rare humanoid boss. It is about 2 meters tall. Its skin is covered with forest green fish scales, and its eyes are large and round. When staring at a few people outside the mask, they felt a strange sense of terror. But just a few seconds later, the flame stars falling to the ground one after another immediately turned everything outside the cover into a dazzling sea of fire. For a few people, the weird feeling of terror was dissipated hard. Hey! If you keep firing these few times, the little monsters will all die. Lin Ying's beautiful eyes showed a look of envy. If she could spawn monsters at such a fast speed, her level would surely rise rapidly. Right? The horizontal crab is resistant and will not die for the time being. But the water snake is bound to die. Ling Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in affirmation. He did a little calculation in his mind and found that an ordinary flame star could probably cause nearly 5% damage to these monsters in their 70s. 10 times is nearly 50%. Even taking into account the natural recovery of the monsters, they will basically die after 3 hits. Unless these monsters themselves have some resistance skills or life-saving skills, such as temporarily increasing defense and resistance, or immediately restoring vitality when receiving fatal damage, rebirth and so on. The horizontal crab has a skill called Stone Armor, which temporarily sacrifices movement and attack in exchange for a large amount of defense. In the face of delayed attacks like Starfall, Stone Armor is simply the most perfect defensive skill. You kill the water snake, LV 70. Experience plus 22. Nightstone plus 3. You kill the water snake, LV 66. Experience plus 18. Nightstone plus 3. You obtain the 3-star skill, Venom Spray. You have obtained the 4-star skill, Leap and Quick Attack. Your backpack space is full, and the remaining items have been placed in your temporary mailbox. Please collect them as soon as possible. A long list of information flashed in front of Ling Yi so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly with his current agility. He planned to sort out and recycle all the skills he had obtained now. But before that he still asked Lin Shuru, "How long can you hold on to this shield? If you keep it on, there will be no problem for half an hour." Lin Shuru had already guessed that he would ask this, so she answered very quickly. "Good." Ling Yi nodded, immediately opened his backpack and mailbox, and recycled all the low-star skills inside with one click. "Are you sure you want to recycle them all?" "Sure." You have obtained 5,663,200 gold coins. Double gold coins. You get an additional 5,663,200 gold coins. A total of more than 10 million gold coins. He immediately opened the experience pool and looked at the experience. 200,248. As expected of the main road. Even though Ling Yi was used to big harvests, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised now. Just using Starfall 3 times brought him rich rewards of more than 10 million gold coins, 200,000 experience points, and 30,000 night stones. This would require someone else to use the skill 3 times, and I'm afraid even an ordinary monster wouldn't be able to kill it, with such a terrifying ability to spawn monsters. Coupled with the ancestor gems and double gold coins, I shouldn't have to worry about lack of experience and gold coins in the future. When the player's level reaches level 90, the function of exchanging experience for free attribute points will be enabled. Therefore, experience is the same as gold coins. The more the merrier. While his level is still low, he should accumulate as much experience as he can. Otherwise, when his level is high in the future, he won't be able to kill as many monsters. When the flames outside dissipated, the 3 of them saw at a glance that the boss of this level, Yasha Minami, was still standing outside the shield, glaring at the 3 of them with his dead fish eyes the size of an adult's fist, with dense bloodshot eyes appearing. The flames burned its forest green scales much blacker, making it look much scarier than before. Lin Ying felt embarrassed and didn't want to fight with the opponent, but she was embarrassed to say this to Ling Yi. While she was struggling, she suddenly saw the latter taking out a scroll and using it. Immediately afterwards, in her astonished gaze, 4 sacred and bright light pillars appeared from the void and quickly fell to the ground. After a moment, the light dissipated, revealing 4 identical humanoid angels. They were about 3 meters tall, with a pair of white wings with a wingspan of 3 meters on their backs, and their entire bodies were shrouded in a white robe with gold trim. wearing golden combat boots and golden gloves on his hands. He held a giant sword with a golden handle nearly 3 meters long in his hands. The white and gold-edged clothes covered the upper half of the angel's cheeks. But even the exposed lower half of their cheeks was covered by a layer of pale golden light, making it difficult to see clearly. "This is this? My battle angel." Seeing that Ling Yi was ready to fight, Lin Shura no longer hesitated and quickly removed the sacred shield. Almost at the same time that the shield disappeared, Omiyasha, who had been keeping a close eye on the 3 people outside, rushed towards the 3 people without waiting. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Lin Ying in an instant. And the black iron trident covered with seaweed in his hand was stabbing towards the latter. Lin Ying's eyes narrowed, and she dodged sideways to avoid the opponent's first stab. However, Yasha did not pursue him, but thrust the trident in his hand into the ground. Suddenly, a circle of green sea currents appeared out of thin air, and exploded in all directions with the trident as the center at extremely fast speeds. The opponent's speed was so fast that when the sea current flowed over Ling Yi's body, the latter's consciousness still stayed at the moment when the opponent's blow did not hit Lin Ying. This is a weakening skill. Lin Ying could barely keep up with Yasha's actions. When the sea current flowed over her body, she immediately realized that it was Yasha's 7-star skill, Devil Sea Fubo, which can weaken the speed and physical resistance of surrounding enemies. At this time, Yasha had rushed in front of Ling Yi, and the big halberd in his hand was directed towards the latter's face, as fast as a green light. Oops. That's too late. Lin Ying's pupils shrank. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yi. She held a long ice needle with only one hand, and easily blocked Yucha's attack. Lin Ying's eyes widened in shock for a moment, and then her heart suddenly relaxed. Yes. I have forgotten that there is an extremely powerful ice master inside him. Seeing that his attack was blocked so easily, Minami Yasha didn't know whether he was in a stalemate with the Ice King or was in shock. He obviously paused for more than a second, when it retracted its trident and wanted to stab the woman in front of it again. It unexpectedly found that the opponent was faster than it, and the cold ice thorn had already stabbed towards it. Yiksha's neck strangely bent 90 degrees to successfully avoid the blow. But even so, a layer of frost formed on its neck. Next, Ice King did not stop, but continued to pursue. Under her intentional repelling, the two sides quickly fought from the vicinity of Ling Yi and others to the beach thousands of meters away. Ocean Yasha is an agile boss, and this type is really difficult to deal with. Although Ling Yi has an agility of 430, which is already very high compared to players at the same level, it is still not good enough in front of a level 75 agility boss. The difference in agility between the two sides was between 2 and 3 times. He could barely see the opponent's movements, but he had no time to respond, as if his vision and perception were 1 second behind. He couldn't help but think of the Demon King Wushuang Sword Demon in the intermediate map. And then he suddenly realized a problem. The Peerless Sword Demon is a melee-type Demon King known for his strength and agility. His strength and agility must be far higher than that of Yasha. Now that he can't even react to Yiksha's actions, how can he fight the devil then? Even if you want to copy attributes, the level is not enough. Ling Yi frowned slightly, feeling confused for a moment. Chapter 172, Barbarian Dominance at the 10th level of the main road. The 4 summoned battle angels, like the offshore Yasha, are both melee bosses. When the Ice King in his second form suppresses Yasha near the sea, it is impossible to intervene. He can only use long-range skills to protect the Ice King. Now, looking at the fierce battle ahead, Ling Yi and the other two looked at each other. To be honest, I can't beat a level 75 agile boss now. Lin Ying scratched her cheek, looking slightly embarrassed. Ling Yi shook his head and smiled, and said, "It doesn't matter. If we fight it at this level, we will indeed suffer a loss. Well, although it's a bit abrupt, I still want to ask, are you?" Lin Ying pursed her lower lips slightly and asked in an uncertain tone, "Do you want to fight the Demon King during the event mission?" "Yes, I want to try my best." Ling Yi nodded. "Are you sure? That's a level 80 Demon King." She wanted to say that this was impossible, but she couldn't say it. She didn't want to dampen his confidence. On the Crescent Beach, there were still a large number of horizontal crabs that had survived the 3-shot flame star. After the nearby flames were extinguished, they finally saw Ling Yi and the others, and they rushed towards her quickly. Seeing this, Ling Yi stretched out his hand, and a small tornado condensed in his palm, saying, "The Ice Emperor has gone to deal with the boss. So let's leave these little monsters to us." Right. Ah, good. Lin Xiru and Lin Ning nodded one after another, and immediately joined in the operation to eliminate the horizontal crabs. 5 minutes later, as the last horizontal crab was beaten to death by Lin Xiru's waterspout, there were no more monsters on the entire crescent beach. Only on the distant sea, the Ice King was still fighting with the nearby Yiksha. The sea has been frozen into ice, and Yiksha is completely at a disadvantage. The 4 battle angels are still releasing the long-range attack skill, Holy Glow, in the distance, which is a 7-star skill that can heal friendly units in the area and attack enemies in the area. The boss is almost finished. In the Eye of Truth, the opponent only has less than 2% of his vitality left. Lin Ning flashed to Ling Yi's side and said, "Are you going to play the 10th level later? The boss in the 10th level is also a melee type. Beat. The Ice Queen will fall into a state of ice sleep after using Queen's true form. He wants to clear 2 levels at once." "Okay. If you want to hit me, I'll accompany you." Lin Ning was also willing to fight. After a while, as a series of violent ice explosions appeared in the distance again, the level 75 boss, Offshore Yasha, was completely dead. You killed Offshore Yiksha, LV 75. Leader. Experience plus 2,700. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. Double gold coins. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. Announcement for the entire region. The 9th level of the main road has been cleared, and players in the entire region have received 1,500 Night Stones and 3 Advanced Night Stones. Double gold coins. Night Stone plus 1,500. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. You have gained a 5-star skill. When a series of information appeared in front of him, Ling Yi subconsciously opened the event store and looked at the event currencies he currently owned. Night Stone, 80,242. Advanced Night Stone, 49. Since he got double gold coins, the Advanced Night Stone creator brought him high-grade Night Stones from 1 per day to 2 per day. After accumulating so far, the number of high-grade Night Stones on his body has almost reached half of the price of the artifact. Okay. Ling Yi nodded and smiled unconsciously. After closing the activity store panel, he looked at the Ice King, who returned to his side, pondered for a long time, and said, "You will control the boss later, and I will deal with it." The Ice King blinked. Although he didn't quite understand his master's words, he still nodded obediently. Then a few people didn't hesitate and hurriedly moved towards the 10th level. The reason why Ling Yi made this decision was firstly to test the actual power of Zhou Yuan Divine Body's 100-fold attack, and secondly because the Yiksha just relied on the Ice Emperor alone to fight. But as the master, he could only clear out the minions on the side, so that he felt a little uncomfortable. "I promised to catch up with the Ice King, but I haven't seen the distance getting closer yet." He felt a little melancholy in his heart. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the 10th level of the main road. Current area, Barbarian Overlord. Monster information, Brute Force Warrior, LV 70 LV 80. Brute Force Projectionist, LV 70 LV 80. Brute Force Overlord, LV 80. Leader. This is a relatively flat rocky land, so vast that no edge can be seen. On a huge rock on the other side, Ling Yi once again saw the golden altar for summoning the Demon King. There was also a golden bell on the altar. Ringing it would summon the intermediate level Demon King, the unparalleled sword demon. Of course, now is not the time to ring it. As soon as he came over, the Ice King rushed directly towards the boss of this level, the Brute Overlord. Ling Yi immediately followed after seeing this. "Holy Shield!" Lin Xiru and Lin Ning, who stayed where they were, looked at each other, and the former quickly opened the invincible shield. The shield envelopes both of them inside, and neither of them can get out unless the shield is released. "Well, I'll just stay here for now." Lin Ning glanced at the battlefield in the distance and temporarily released the fusion, allowing Xiao Wanqing and the other woman to separate from her. Then, she took out the space bag, took out 4 chairs from it, placed one of them behind Lin Xiru, and said, "Although you can't move, you can still sit." "Right. Okay, thanks." The 4 of them sat down and chatted inside this invincible shield. The other side, Ice King held the Zero Ice Spike and used the weapon skill, Meteor Throw, successfully hitting the Brute Overlord. This is a leader monster with high strength, endurance and physique. Agility is its weakness. The Ice Thorn penetrated into its belly, but due to the opponent's high resistance, it did not immediately freeze in its body. The Brute Force Overlord successfully pulled it out with just one pull. It was holding this 0-degree ice spike. Seeing that the ice on the weapon had spread to its palms, it couldn't help but growl and use it as a weapon to shoot at the two of them. Seeing this, the Ice King immediately reached out and took the ice spike back into his hand. Roar! After the ice spike was taken away, the brute force overlord covered in gray hair spread his hands and roared to the sky. Just when he was about to stride towards Lingy and the others, the Ice King's eyes became solemn, and his whole body suddenly burst into blue light. The next moment, there seemed to be an invisible momentum coming from all directions, and the entire time and space between heaven and earth suddenly stopped. Time and space freeze. This skill can only be used once a day, and she uses it here for the sake of her master. Of course, she can also use the single target control skill, Han Jing Tian Laoyin, that has no control time limit. But that way she cannot move. If the monsters on the ground attack her master, she will not be able to protect her in time. Call. Seeing that Ice King had set up a testing ground for him, Lingy took a deep breath, and after slowly exhaling it, his eyes quickly became serious. He stretched out his hands, condensed the wind ball between his palms, and provided it with more wind energy. Under the extremely high density, a substantial energy body was quickly formed. Half a minute later, a high-energy wind ball with a diameter of about 10 meters was raised above his head with both hands. There is only one chance of hitting, so it is not suitable to use a pneumatic drill with continuous output. But this throwing type will be better. Looking up at the high-energy body he had condensed, Lingy couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. When he has nothing to do, he also tries more open wind operations. The wind ball in front of him now is the most satisfying work among them. Go! He threw the wind ball in the direction of Brute Force Overlord. Chapter 173, past the 10th level of the main road. At the same time, he immediately activated the second effect of Zhou Yuan, Divine Body. 100 times stronger. Consume all 1,000 points of long-lasting factors to increase the power of this attack 100 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind ball flying out in front of him became brighter visibly to the naked eye. It was originally a translucent sphere, but now it is like a huge spherical light bulb, so dazzling that it is difficult to look straight at it. It shouldn't be a problem to kill the brute overlord with 100 times the damage. The flying speed of the wind ball was not very fast. When Lingy finished speaking this sentence, it could barely fly to the brute overlord. Then I saw in the eye of truth, the vitality of the brutal overlord was rapidly reduced, and the energy in the wind ball was also rapidly lost. When the brute force overlord completely died and turned into countless light balls dissipating in the air, the 10-meter wind ball was already less than 2 meters long. As expected, it uses energy to consume the opponent's life force. After all, the wind ball is not a formal skill. Even after the enemy dies, it does not dissipate automatically, but stays in place and continues to rotate at high speed. If he doesn't care, it will still spin here for a long time until all the energy dissipates. Lingy casually waved his hand to disperse the wind ball. You killed the brutal overlord, LV80. Leader. Experience plus 3,200. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. Double gold coins. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. You got it. And because the original long-lasting factors were all consumed, he can now accumulate a new wave of long-lasting factors. Nifem said that you are the best person to help her. And the long-term factor plus 1. Arhan praises you as a hidden dragon. Long-lasting factor plus 1. Lin Ming said he hopes to have a son-in-law as great as you. Long-lasting factor plus 1. Nangongli holds a meeting and hopes that everyone can learn from you and find more functions of statues or other items. And the longevity factor plus 1. Chin Dajia praised you for your strength, which expanded the area's wild areas 1,000 times. And the longevity factor plus 1. The long-term factor quickly rose to double digits again. I believe it won't take long to accumulate 1,000 points again. Seeing the death of the leader monster, the Ice King also restored the frozen time and space. There were no strong enemies to deal with next. After obtaining Lingyi's consent, she quickly returned to his body and entered a state of ice sleep. The earlier you go to bed, the sooner you wake up. After the Ice Queen returned, Lingyi felt empty in her heart and felt nervous again for the first time in a long time. It turned out that with the Ice King by his side, he was not nervous no matter what enemy he encountered, because he knew that the Ice King would come out to save him in time. Now that she couldn't come out, the caution in his heart rose again. Speaking of which, I don't even have a single defensive skill until now. Lingyi frowned, and before he could think about it, a spear came out from below. He quickly gathered a storm in the air, sucked all the spears into it, and then pressed down with both hands. The storm carrying countless spears rushed towards the monsters on the ground. Some monsters dodge quickly and miss. And some monsters dodge slowly, and are pierced into hedgehogs by several spears in the wind in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hands and looked up to the sky and shouted, "Starfall!" At the same time, the other side of the Area 66 map, Luo Yao was following Qin Mingya's clues in her mind, looking around for something at the bottom of a certain lake. I remember. About these days in the middle of every month, Alpha auspicious goldfish will appear in this area. Look carefully. Are you sure? I've been looking here for almost an hour. Luo Yao used the water avoidance talisman and walked around the bottom of the lake, a layer of anxiety already covering her beautiful brows. Time is precious in Shenlu. She is only level 16 now, and is still in the stage where she needs to upgrade quickly. After spending almost an hour here, everyone would be anxious. Look for another 5 minutes. If you don't find it in 5 minutes, just leave. Qin Mingya frowned slightly. In fact, she herself was not sure. Just because she met this elf twice in the middle of the moon when she was practicing soft water boxing at the bottom of this lake. In order to soothe Luo Yao's anxious mood, she added, I was gifted the skill Auspicious Blessing by the auspicious goldfish. And then I gradually turned danger into safety, got opportunities, and grew up rapidly. If you are lucky enough to get this skill upgrade, whether it is searching for artifact fragments or in many other aspects, you will definitely have smooth sailing like divine hell. I know all this. Luo Yao sighed heavily, then frowned and said, But why should the elf give me skills? I can't give it anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a flash of golden light not far away. Immediately afterwards, a palm-sized little goldfish with a golden glow all over its body slowly shook its tail and swam out of the golden light leisurely. Luo Yao was stunned for a moment. Then she was overjoyed when she realized what she was doing. She quickly walked up to the goldfish and called out, Auspicious and auspicious goldfish. The auspicious goldfish turned its body and looked at her. Can you give me a skill that can increase my luck? Luo Yao blushed. She felt very embarrassed to ask for things from others for no reason. The auspicious goldfish didn't have as many thoughts as she did. It looked at her up and down, and then spun around her a few times, as if it was judging whether she met the conditions for the gift. After spinning around for 5 full times, it threw a skill crystal in front of her, then turned around and swam away slowly. Thank you. Luo Yao took the crystal and thanked him happily towards the back of the auspicious goldfish. She quickly put this skill into her backpack and checked it. Auspicious Blessing, 7 stars passive, increased luck by 14 points. Very good! After obtaining Rui's skills, all the anxiety Luo Yao had accumulated over the past hour was drained away. With this skill, I will soon get the opportunity to start my counterattack. Ha ha ha. Luo Yao laughed with her hands on her hips. As she laughed, an announcement suddenly appeared in front of her. Region-wide announcement. The 10th level of the main road has been cleared. Players in the region have received 1,500 Ninth Stones and 3 Advanced Ninth Stones. Looking at this announcement, Luo Yao's happy face gradually turned into surprise. I just cleared the 9th level a few minutes ago, and now I've actually cleared the 10th level. 01 is getting stronger and stronger. After the words fell, Qin Mingya said quietly in the depths of his soul, The task for this event in your area is nightmare difficulty. All the monsters on the main road will be leveled up by 20, and the boss in the 10th level will be level 80. I can already defeat the level 80 boss. And you still wait. The level 80 boss? Qin Mingya's expression suddenly froze. Luo Yao was surprised by her tone and couldn't help but laugh. This is a level 80 boss. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to defeat it. After finishing speaking, both of them were silent. Not only them, but the players in District 66 who saw this district-wide announcement. Especially the group of players who came in with 01 on the 1st of this month. All opened their mouths in confusion and surprise. How long has it been since this? 01 has defeated the level 80 boss now. It should be those high-level players who came to our area to join forces to eliminate it. Right. I know 01 is very strong, but the level 80 boss needs to be eliminated. Actually, it's understandable. After all, the level 80 boss is not necessarily as strong as the level 30 Demon King. People were able to defeat the level 30 Demon King before, but now that their strength has improved a little, it's really no problem to defeat the level 80 boss. Yes, it's just that the level is too high and too bluffing. Chapter 170 for the Demon King in the Black Sky. Noon on the 16th. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Ling Yi and Lin Shu rested in the hall. After, Truth Bell found out Xiao Wanqing's true thoughts last time. Lin Shu talked to her about moving in. Ling Yi didn't know what they discussed. But in the end Xiao Wanqing decided not to move in. Instead, she demolished the wall between the two families and merged them into one family. After returning from the Divine Road in the morning, Yunji started doing this very diligently. Now, there are two houses in their big yard. He and Lin Shu live in the one on the right, and Yunji Xiao Wanqing lives in the one on the left. Summer afternoons are quite hot. The bright sunshine shines on the bright green lawn in the yard, and brightly colored butterflies are flying in the garden. The chirping of cicadas penetrated the wall easily, as if ringing in everyone's ears. The butterflies in the yard. Oh, it's because I bought a butterfly nest for butterflies to live in. What about the little bird? Bird's nest? You can see beautiful birds at any time. You just use the gold coins in these places? Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and was speechless. No. Lin Shu smiled softly. I also use it for beauty and health care. Ling Yi, because of the hot weather, she only wore a round-neck loose pure white short-sleeved shirt and a white miniskirt in the hall. A large area of watery and snow-white skin was exposed. The alluring fragrance emanated from her body. Ling Yi grabbed her waist and let her lie in his arms. Lin Shu smiled sweetly and hugged him, looking at her increasingly mature and beautiful cheeks. He couldn't help but kiss her gently and said, "You are becoming more and more beautiful." Lin Shu did not blush with shame like before, but raised her head and smiled sweetly at him, her bright eyes full of deep attachment. Ling Yi gently stroked her silky hair and looked up at the clock and calendar. But her mind was gradually wandering. The main road has been opened, and the next enemies in the near future are only two demon kings. Before challenging the peerless sword demon, let's defeat the King Kong giant ape of the big world first. Well, let's take a day off today and go again tomorrow. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt warmth coming from his lower abdomen. Looking down, he saw that Lin Shu had squatted between his legs at some point, while eagerly unbuckling his belt. She dug her head into his short-sleeved shirt and licked greedily. The high-stretched shirt blocked his sight, but the other party's rapid movements and disordered breathing still made him notice something abnormal. It's strange. She didn't seem to look like this before. I'll ask more details later. When Ling Yi came back from killing the 2-liter monsters at 11:30 that night, he had time to call Lin Shu over. What happened to you at noon? Still on this sofa, the two of them sat side by side. Lin Shu stretched out her tender red tongue and licked her red lips without finishing it. Then she asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? Are you taking the initiative to attack you?" "No. I mean, why were you so anxious then?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi saw Lin Shu's snow-white face visibly rosy. It seems to be some unspeakable reason. As soon as he saw her like this, he had a strong suspicion in his mind. Can I not say it? Oh, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I'm just surprised. Ling Yi waved his hands and smiled. At this time, Yunji and Xiao Wanqing walked in talking and laughing. As soon as he saw Ling Yi, the former rushed to his side, with excitement on his face, and said with a smile, "Someone wanted to imitate you in challenging the Demon King. But in the end, he made a fool of himself in front of the whole country." What? Ling Yi was confused. Yunji smiled and didn't say much, but turned on the TV to play back today's evening news, and quickly jumped to the 4.5-minute mark. Host, at 1:35 this afternoon in Yuhai City, a level 3 black sky appeared, and 12 minutes after the black sky began, the level 30 Demon King, the blazing tyrant, arrived. In the picture on the TV, a sea of fire suddenly ignited in the dark sky, and then a giant flaming eagle with a wingspan of more than 200 meters flew out of the sea of fire, soared in the sky for a moment, and then headed towards gliding to the ground. The video shooter was frightened when he got here and dropped his phone, and the scene behind him turned into darkness. All I heard was an extremely loud eagle call. After the Demon King appeared, the Yunhai City Divine Alliance quickly called on all players and ordinary people within the black sky to search for the magic crystal. It only took 5 minutes to discover the magic crystal and destroy it in an art room of Unkai Elementary School. The discoverers were a group of students from Unkai Elementary School. It is worth mentioning that during this period, a group of players tried to challenge the Demon King, but unfortunately failed. One of them was Lu Sheng, a level 69 player who is currently the strongest player of the younger generation. The battle between the two sides not only directly led to the destruction of cities within several kilometers, but also directly aroused the anger of the Demon King. After Lu Sheng and others escaped, the blazing tyrant began to wreak havoc on surrounding cities. When the host on the screen said this, the screen switched again. This time, it was taken by another person from a farther angle. I saw the 50 to 60 meter tall flaming eagle standing on a skyscraper with its wings spread upwards. Then it lowered its head and scanned this beautiful building. In the night city, the eagle opened its beak and sprayed out an extremely intense flame beam. As the eagle's beak moved, the flame beam also swept across the city, and each building exploded with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area turned into a sea of fire. Moderator, let's look at the next news. At this point, the news about this black sky ends. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and subconsciously asked Yunji, "If we don't find the magic crystal so quickly, the protector of the nation Divine Pillar and the others will be here soon." Yunji shook her head and smiled, and replied, "If the magic crystal is not found so quickly, the blazing tyrant will not live long. The schedules of our 6 national guardian pillars are deliberately staggered. It seems that at least 3 of them must be idle at the same time to prevent various emergencies. So 4 minutes after this Demon King appeared, Lin Ning and Lin Shinju had already led the team to Yunhai City." Having said this, Yunji shook her head with regret and said, "If the magic crystal was found later, this level 30 Demon King would probably die under Lin Shinju's team." In order to minimize the losses in the current world's crusade against the Demon King, everyone always goes together and strives for a quick victory. No one will sacrifice more people in exchange for a false reputation of single-handedly challenging the Demon King. Especially people like the Protectorate Divine Pillars, who are watched by countless pairs of eyes. Ling Yi nodded to express understanding. At this time, Lin Shiru asked Yunji, "The strongest young person in Xinxia mentioned in the news just now. Shouldn't that be Ling Yi? How could it be Lu Sheng?" Everyone present now knew Ling Yi's true identity, so Lin Shiru dared to ask directly. Yunji glanced at Ling Yi and smiled. "The younger generation refers to those who are no more than 25 years old. The outside world doesn't know Ling Yi's age now, so he is not included for the time being." Chapter 175: The Effect of the Second Artifact and Global Weekly Report. "That's it." Lin Shiru nodded, secretly thinking that it was no wonder. "So that guy is now the strongest among all the players under 25 years old in Xinxia except me, right?" Ling Yi asked. "Absolutely. He has always been ranked at the top of the list between 60 and 69. Yunji nodded. After finishing her words, she changed the topic to the news just now and said, "Don't read what is said in the news. In fact, according to the exact news of a friend of mine, it was Lu Sheng who asked his friends to take photos and videos while he himself I'm going to challenge the Demon King alone. Want to replicate the myth you created. As a result, Lu Sheng was beaten throughout the whole process, and the skills he threw were almost empty. Not only did he fail to hit the Demon King, but he also destroyed the city. I heard that he was taken to investigate by the God League personnel in the afternoon." Yunji's face was full of gloating. "Speaking of which, Lu Xinghui's arrest has something to do with you. Ling Yi." Ling Yi, who had an attitude of taking melons, didn't expect that the topic would be brought to him, and he twitched his lips at the moment. "I killed the Demon King alone in the divine way. It would be too stupid to imitate it in this world. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the one who exposed his prostitution in the secret realm last time. It is because of this incident that the reputation of Lu Sheng has deteriorated. Although the Lu family has been doing public relations, it is difficult to restore Lu Sheng's image in everyone's mind. So this time, he met the Demon King and went straight to it with eagerness for success." Ling Yi, if Yunji hadn't said anything, he would have really forgotten about it. After all, in the secret realm at that time, the effect of turning on the truth bell was purely to gain more emotional value and have some fun. The next few people stopped discussing this topic and turned to other trivial matters. Time passed quickly in a cheerful atmosphere. Soon, midnight on the 17th arrived. In front of Ling Yi, several messages appeared as usual. New day. You get 3 hours of advent time. Advanced Nightstone Creator. Advanced Nightstone +1. Double gold coins. Advanced Nightstone +1. The effect of the artifact, Ultimate Crystal, has been revealed. There are 4 lines on Ling Yi's side, but there are only 2 lines on other side. Therefore, before he saw the 4th line, Yunji became excited. "The effect of the second artifact has been revealed. Come to the activity store and have a look." Upon hearing this, several people quickly opened the activity store one by one and glanced at the second artifact hanging high on the top of the activity store. Ultimate Crystal, Artifact Unique, increases the holder's power by 1000. An indestructible potential crystal can be placed at a designated location in the world. Everyone can go to it to activate their own potential. All attributes will be increased by 1 to 5 points according to each person's potential. Each Divine Path Crystal and Living Ancient Monument can be strengthened once. Looking at the effect of this artifact, Ling Yi couldn't help but show surprise even though he had been mentally prepared. Except for its attributes, this ultimate crystal has almost no help for individuals. Yunji nodded, crossed her arms and muttered, "Yes, compared to other artifacts, this artifact is obviously more inclined to help everyone. If other artifacts are personal artifacts, this artifact is a group artifact." A group artifact. Not only Yunji, almost everyone in the world who saw the effect of this artifact felt this way. Potential crystal? Enhancement to the 5th dimension? Doesn't it specifically refer to players? Holy shit! If ordinary people can improve this, then wouldn't it be easy to get the top 1 million results in the player selection? If any country gets it, the proportion of people who pass the player selection will greatly increase. When all the people from that country have unleashed their potential in the future, the players in the future selection may all be selected by those people from that country. Players on the forum quickly associated player selection with the effect of the artifact. Although this event provides 100 million player qualification cards, it is still far from enough compared to the more than 7 billion ordinary people in the world. Therefore, when seeing the effect of this artifact, ordinary people are more excited than players. This is an artifact worthy of being called a national treasure. In the student dormitory, countless students were too excited to sleep and discuss the ownership of this artifact. It would be great if our Xinxia got this. Then we can strengthen the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument and maybe get another chance to be resurrected. Hey, don't be too optimistic. We Xinxia may not be able to get this artifact yet. It would be troublesome if it was obtained by other countries. It will be more difficult to select players in the future. The world is debating this. In the hall, after talking about the artifact, Yunji turned her gaze to Ling Yi's face. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but curiously asked, "Speaking of which, Ling Yi, do you have any ideas about the artifact?" Yes. Oh. So is your target the energy core or the ultimate crystal? Well, the energy core should be prioritized for now. This will improve me even more. Yunji and the others nodded in understanding. If it were them, they would choose the one that would increase their combat power even more. Early morning. The Global Weekly Report, which is published every Monday, once again increased the popularity caused by the effect of the artifact in the early morning. Global Weekly. 1. The ultimate crystal effect of the artifact is announced. 2. The mysterious voice known as the Sin Buster. 3. The Holy Gate organization is destroyed. 4. Xinxia players discovered the function of the Great Secret Realm statue. 5. Is there a legendary difficulty level in the qualification review? 6. The permanent public map, City That Never Sleeps, is now open. 7. The Demon King appears in the 3rd level Black Sky of Xinxia Yuhai City. 8. Past the 10th level of the main road in Area 66 in June. 9. The number of global players exceeds 300 million. 10. The 40,000-meter meteorite is the most destructive in the world. End of weekly report. Each weekly report content is a topic post. After clicking on it, you can view a number of related posts compiled by the Global Weekly Report organization. Now, looking at the 10 contents in the weekly report, players around the world clearly feel a vague general trend. Why do you feel like the 10 weekly reports are all related to Xinxia? There are 4 related to 01, 3 related to the secret realm of Xinxia, and 1 showing the appearance of the Demon King. The total number of Xinxia accounts for 8. Since June. No. Since the rise of 01, Xinxia has become more and more like the center of the world. Last week's weekly report was about the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument, single killing the Demon King, etc. Most of them were caused by 01. He has single-handedly made Xinxia the center of the world on the forum. Global Weekly. The scope of information collection is naturally global. Now that the Xinxia Kingdom monopolizes so many entries, players from other countries feel uncomfortable. It would be great if 01 belonged to our country. Many people sighed sincerely. Not to mention anything else. The Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument contributed by him is still coveted by countless foreigners. The place where the soul-protecting steel is stored has long been protected by various barriers and countless powerful people. Officials from various countries have also been working hard to communicate with Xinxia officials, hoping that Xinxia can open some places. However, the reason given by Xinxia is, until all the people in the country have shed their blood to protect the souls, they will not consider opening it to the outside world for the time being. The two sides just dragged it out. Chapter 176 Player List. In the bedroom. After reading the contents of the weekly newspaper, Ling Yi closed the forum. It was still early, and the sun was just emerging from the eastern horizon. He sat at the desk and raised his eyebrows when he saw that his bed was already occupied by Ling Er. Without saying anything, he turned and walked out of the room. In the hall, Yuanji and Xiao Wanqing regarded this place as their own home and were chatting there. Seeing Ling Yi coming down alone, Yuanji asked curiously, "Where is Shu-Ro?" "Still resting." "Huh?" Yuanji looked up and down at Ling Yi with a surprised look on her face, and said boldly, "Shouldn't it be you who laid down to relax? Why did she lie down instead?" "Because I'm stronger." "What about Ling Er?" Xiao Wanqing asked aloud. Now she was wearing a thin black skirt, and her hazy snow-white body was looming under the skirt. Ling Yi shrugged and said, "In order to improve the compatibility, the two of them are together all day long, sleep on the same bed with the same toothbrush, and are never separated 24 hours a day." Hearing this, Yuanji and Xiao Wanqing looked at each other, with a hint of blush appearing on their cheeks. "Then I'll make breakfast for you," Xiao Wanqing said, got up and walked into the kitchen. After she left, Yuanji grinned at Ling Yi. She glanced in the direction of the kitchen, then stood up and walked to sit next to him, put her arm on his shoulders, and whispered in a sweet tone, "Little brother, are you coming?" As she spoke, she bumped against the other party with her proud upper body. Ling Yi was a little dazzled and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, I want to take a rest." Yuanji pursed her red lips and looked slightly disappointed. But she quickly calmed down, breathed out the orchid fragrance to him, and said, "You can come to me anytime you have my permanent summoning card." "Hiss. You keep teasing me like this, then I will really summon you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanji covered her mouth and giggled, her whole body filled with joy. "Correct." Ling Yi looked solemn and got down to business. "I'm going to the big world to defeat a demon king in the next few days. Do you want to go with me?" "Of course I do. You are the only man Wanqing, and I have designated. What will we do if you die?" Yuanji glared at him with her beautiful golden eyes. When she thought of going to a big world full of crises, she couldn't help but look serious and said, "Which demon king? I'll go and make preparations first." "Yes. It's a pity that one ran away." In the Yinghua branch of the Divine Alliance, Phoenix Sword Saint Nandongli sat in his temporary office and sighed helplessly at yesterday's battle report. The day before yesterday, Sun Wei, the undercover agent in the Shinming group, finally became the boss of the organization. So she began to close the net one by one. Everyone was caught except Lu Choubai, the former boss of the organization, who ran away. "Hey, how can there be an organization boss who is so afraid of death?" Nandongli frowned, with deep confusion in her red eyes. Sun Wei and other members of the Phoenix team were sitting on wooden chairs nearby. Seeing the captain talking about this, they suddenly felt funny. "Then Lu Chongbai is really afraid of death. He immediately used something as soon as we appeared. I am very skilled at using smoke bombs, jamming balls, avatars, and other things. It feels like he is not ready to fight, but ready to escape." While several people shook their heads helplessly, Nandongli thought of the task that Tong Wei had given him: investigate the owner of the mysterious voice. They thought it was a very simple matter, but 2 days later, they still didn't get a clue. This made her, who was always fiery and fast-moving, feel particularly uncomfortable. "Forget it. Let's let the city's boy and girl groups come out to perform these days, and see if that mysterious voice appears again." Nandongli sighed softly, and sent out all the team members, when she was the only one left in the entire office. Looking at the branch computer in front of her, she was bored and planned to look through the player list. Maybe you can find some clues from the list. As the captain of the League of Gods headquarters, she has extremely high authority, including the ability to view the player list. When she logged in with her own account and opened the player list in Qianjiang City, she was stunned by the dense number of names at a glance. She was stunned for a while. Then she regained her energy, put on a smile, and entered the word Yuanji in the search box and searched. No user matching the name. "Ah, yes, Yuanji is not a player from Qianjiang City." She was a little regretful that she couldn't read the information about this old rival. She pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Correct. There seems to be some unclear relationship between Ling Yi and Yun Ji. Let's check him out. As she spoke, she quickly entered the word, Ling Yi, into the search box with her fingers. There is only one result. Number 12638 Ling Yi. Last registration, May 31st. Last registration level, 1. Player number, 200666-00033. ID number, dot. Level 10 gift pack, not yet received. Nandong was stunned for a moment. Then blinked and looked again. What? This. Ling Yi is the new player in June. This time she looked at his player number in detail. 200666 means that this is the player from District 66 in Shinlu 20. June. 00033 means that his number in this area is 33. 20666. He is actually a player in June 66 District. Nandong was really surprised now. In an instant, a flash of inspiration seemed to flash through her mind. She seemed to be close to catching something, but she still felt a little bit behind it. Wait a minute. Let me check it carefully. She quickly tore off a page from the notebook on the side and wrote the words, Ling Yi, June 66 area. Function of statue found in the Great Secret Realm. Dual attribute elemental blade. And Yunji, write it down. After frowning for a long time, she gradually remembered the woman she saw next to Yunji before. Then he wrote the name, Xiao Wanqing, on it. As soon as she finished writing Xiao Wanqing, she could not help but think of the man Ling Yi, who could only meet Xiao Wanqing. He simply wrote 01 next to the 3 characters Xiao Wanqing. When she finished writing these names and looked at them again, her eyes suddenly widened. Is it possible? The red eyes kept turning back and forth on the words, Ling Yi and Ling Yi. Ling Yi! Ling Yi! Ling Yi! Ling Yi! Ling Yi! Ling Yi! This, as he kept chanting these 2 names, layers of sweat broke out on Nandong Li's forehead. 2 names with the same pinyin. Xiao Wanqing, who lives next door to him, a player from Area 66. Having the support skill proves that he is over level 10. But he has yet to come to the League of Gods to receive his level reward. The more Nandong thought about it, the more fragrant sweat oozed from his body. If he is really 01, then many of the anomalies can be explained. How did Ling Yi know the function of the statue? How did he know last time that the Holy Sect would plant a bomb in Building 15 of Chunjiang Garden? Since the event opened, 1 or 2 bosses have been killed by others every time the event came. However, except for her team, there should be no other players in the city who can kill the boss in such a short period of time. Where did the mysterious strongman come from? Chapter 177 Nandong Li's visit. If he is really 01, then the strongman in the Great Secret Realm who can kill Saint Fuqian with 1 blow may also be him. That mysterious hard voice artifact also belongs to him. When she saw Ling Yi as the mysterious 01, she discovered that all these anomalies had a very reasonable explanation. Nandong couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to fly to Ling Yi immediately to verify this fact with him. However, she forced herself to calm down. Anyway, let's go to Ling Yi's house first. She closed the player list and burned the piece of paper she had written on. He immediately opened the window and jumped out. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell outside the yard rang 3 times in a row. It was past 11 o'clock in the morning, and Ling Yi and others were chatting in the hall. As soon as he heard the bell, he jumped out. Huh? As soon as he saw the Phoenix Sword Master standing outside the courtyard, Ling Yi was surprised and immediately opened the courtyard door. He looked at her, waiting for her to speak. She looked at him, and all she could think about was, is this guy 01? The two looked at each other for a long time. And then Ling Yi asked in confusion, is something wrong? Captain Suzaku? Nandong opened his mouth silently, then laughed and said, it's nothing. Just don't you have backup? We haven't seen you coming to receive the level reward, so I sent it over. When she came, she was unprepared because she was excited. But fortunately, she thought of an excuse in time. There aren't many gold coins for level rewards, so it doesn't matter if she pays for them out of her own pocket. Oh, that's how it is. Ling Yi frowned, secretly wondering, it's strange. The Divine Alliance will also send rewards to your door? Don't you have to collect it yourself? Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Nandong asked. Well, come in. He stepped aside to let Nandong walk in. The two walked one behind the other on the flower path between the courtyards. The latter looked left and right as if he had entered a new world, his eyes full of curiosity. Huh? Isn't that house next door owned by Yunji? You too? Oh. The wall was torn down for better traffic. Nandonli nodded, his red eyes flashing darkly. After a while, the two walked into the hall. As soon as he came in, Nandonli quickly glanced at the people present. Yunji, Xiao Wanqing, and an unknown woman. When she saw the first two, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise, and the guess in her mind became more likely. After a few people briefly greeted each other, Nandonli casually pulled up a wooden chair and sat on it. He took out another interdimensional bag from his backpack and temporarily stuffed 2,000 gold coins in it before throwing it to Ling Yi. This is your level reward for reaching level 10. The space bag is also given to you. When you reach level 20, you have to come to the branch to receive the reward. He said so, but Nandonli didn't think that the other party was only a dozen levels. If he is really 01, he would be at least level 40. Ling Yi didn't show any pretense and accepted it. Nandonli desperately needed a reason to delay temporarily, so she asked the only woman she didn't recognize in the room. Who are you? Lin Shuru did not expect that the rumored Phoenix Sword Master would take the initiative to ask her name one day. She felt excited and replied happily, My name is Lin Shuru. I am the hostess here. Nice to meet you. As soon as she heard that the other party was the mistress, Nandonli's eyes lit up, and she instantly realized how important this woman was to her at the moment. He quickly stood up, smiled and extended his hand of friendship to her, shook it with her, and said politely, You are so beautiful. When I see your face, I think of the queen who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Nandonli suddenly paused at this point. When she saw Lin Shuru's face stiffening quickly, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. But she secretly thought that she must have been right. She would be happy to regard her as the most beautiful woman in the world. Right? What's wrong? Ling Yi asked slightly strangely, when he saw Lin Shuru's expression was slightly stiff. Nothing. Hearing Ling Yi's concerned words, Lin Shuru softened and immediately turned back to give him a bright smile. Then he ignored Nandonli in front of him, turned around and flew into his arms. Ling Yi is not that easy to fool. He has already guessed the relationship between the two. A bit like? Could it be that they are relatives? But aren't her parents dead? Stroking her smooth jade back through the thin silk, he planned to ask her in private. On the opposite side, Nandonli sat back with a natural expression. She looked around at the people present and had the idea of integrating into them. As mentioned above, once 01 is discovered, you must not make any announcement, and must protect it in a focused and low-key manner. Nandonli's brain was spinning rapidly, and he was trying his best to think of a way to protect Ling Yi as much as possible while not making outsiders suspicious. But before that, you still need to confirm whether the other party is 01. Don't spend a long time protecting the wrong person. That would be too embarrassing. If you want to judge whether the other party is real or not, it is actually very simple to see if Xiao Wanqing can touch the other party. But in order not to offend Ling Yi, Nandonli really didn't dare to catch Xiao Wanqing and touch him. She could only try her best to create an opportunity for the two of them to come into contact. While her thoughts were wandering, Yunji, who knew her well, looked puzzled and said, Why are you still here? Aren't you usually resolute? Nandonli secretly complained about Yunji's talkativeness, but an idea flashed in her mind and she smiled. Oh, I think your house is quite beautiful. I also want to buy one like this. I wonder if I can take a tour. Lin Shuru looked at Ling Yi, who nodded. Our house isn't big, so I'll show you around. Lin Shuru smiled and led Nandonli to the kitchen first. Looking at her back, Ling Yi frowned slightly and thought to himself, This Suzaku envoy seems to be behaving a little strangely. He wants to come in and visit. So let's use Destiny to spy on him. He launched a Destiny spying on Nandonli. June 17th, because I found out from the player list that Ling Yi was a June player. I guessed through a related person that Ling Yi might be 01 and came to visit his home. June 18th, planned to move into Yunji's house, but was rejected by the latter. June 19th, joined forces with Yunji and other high-level players to challenge the level 90 Demon King in their area for the 5th time. He was defeated again, and was severely injured by the Demon King. Player Aslan made a sneak attack, died, and was downgraded. His true soul was taken away, and his strength plummeted. Crying at home at night. June 20th, arena ranking dropped to outside 100. Applied to headquarters to retire as captain. June 21st, the position of captain is removed. June 22nd, when I was spawning monsters in the wild. I was ambushed by a player from Sunset Cherry Country. I destroyed all the opponents. When I was about to return, I was interrupted by the North Bear player Jareth. Jareth confessed his love to him. After being rejected, I immediately joined forces with White. Aslan, the Eagle player, kills it. Downgrade again. This time the downgrade was because the number of star positions was less than the total skill star positions, resulting in the loss of the 8-star skill Phoenix Sky Phoenix. And the strength dropped sharply again. Chapter 178. Check out Yunji and Xiao Wanqing. This. Nandongli was already guessing his true identity. Although this surprised him, he didn't take it to heart. He is perfectly safe at home. When he goes out, he also has a halo of wisdom. An Ice King whose second form is equivalent to a Demon King of the same level. And an ultra-wide area perception, monitoring and teleportation ability to ensure his safety. After redeeming the artifact, Cosmic Energy Core, a few days later, I had the confidence to completely expose my identity. Compared to this, he was more concerned about Nandongli's future tragic experience. Both declines were almost always due to Aslan. He opened the 80-89 range list to see if this person was on the list. But as soon as he opened it, he saw his name. 80-89 interval list. 1. Aslan LV89. 2. Care Month LV89. 3. Saint Husband Day LV89. 4. Li Chongming LV89. 5. Earth Kusiki LV89. 6. Nandongli LV89. End of interval list. It's still number 1 on the list. The foreign nicknames of well-known players have basically been changed to their real names. There is a high probability that the Aslan on Nandongli's fate and the Aslan at the top of the list are the same person. Ling Yi frowned and searched for information about this person on the forum. Aslan. Male. 32 years old. One of the 5 teams in the White Eagle Country Players Alliance. The captain of Team Huiyao. For proofs of invincibility have been collected. Having an outstanding record of defeating another captain head-on. He is known as the first person in the 5-party battle against the Emperor. Oh! It turns out to be Captain White Eagle. Then I understand the reason. As early as the establishment of the Alliance, there was a rule that fighting on the divine path did not involve the human world. Whether it's ordinary people fighting against rich people, or generals fighting against presidents, it's all regarded as a battle between individual players by the entire Alliance and other countries around the world. Of course, this is the rule. But when we actually meet someone on the divine path, many people will turn against them because of their status in this world. The reason why Aslan targets Nandongli in this way is because he definitely does not regard her as an individual player, but as the Suzaku envoy of the Divine Alliance. Killing the captain of the League of Gods will definitely be rewarded privately. Right? Thinking of this, Ling Yi crossed his arms, planning to remind Nandongli when she came back from shopping. His eyes swept over Yunji beside him, and he suddenly had the idea of watching her fate. Nandongli was killed in a sneak attack. What about her? Destiny's spying starts immediately. June 17th, playing with Linger in the spring, and the two sides communicated intimately. June 19th, joined forces with Nandongli and others to defeat the level 90 Demon King. He was killed by the Demon King in the battle. His level was reduced. His true soul was lost. And his skills were lost. Because the lost true soul and skills are not very good. I don't feel sad. And my strength has dropped slightly. June 20th. A detailed strategy for defeating the unparalleled sword demon was compiled for her boyfriend. Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. It's all downgrading and losing skills and true soul. The Phoenix Sword Master's strength has plummeted. But in her case, it's only a small drop. It seems that her lost skills and true soul are really not that good. Not long after, Lin Shura came back after a brief tour of the house. When Lin Shura sat back next to him, Nandongli stood in front of a few people and said to them, "Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, etc." Ling Yi stopped her, and when she looked at her with wide red eyes in surprise, he said, "You can't defeat the Demon King in your area now, so don't fight the Demon King the day after tomorrow." Oh? This? Nandongli was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at Yunji, thinking that she had informed Ling Yi. But he saw Yunji looking at him in surprise. "If you really want to fight, don't go up alone stupidly. If you are seriously injured, other hostile players like Aslan may sneak up on you," Ling Yi added. "Well, it's possible." Nandongli simulated the scene in his mind, and found that such a thing could really happen. "It is very possible. If you are killed, you will be in trouble. If you are downgraded and lose your true soul, your strength will be reduced. If you are killed again, you will lose your skills, and you will fall into a vicious cycle. Seeing Ling Yi speaking with a serious look, Nandongli suddenly thought of the last time he knew that the holy sect would plant a bomb in Chunjiang Garden 2 days in advance. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it possible that you, like the goddess Qinglian Palace, have the ability to predict the future?" Ling Yi shook his head and smiled, and said, "Don't worry about me or not. Just remember what I said." "Yeah. Thank you." Because it was most likely 01, and the last prediction was correct. Nandongli really heard what he just said. She thanked him sincerely, then turned and left. After she left, Yunji immediately sat on the other side of Ling Yi, widened her eyes, and asked curiously, "Can you really predict?" "At most, I can see some information about the future. It means that you will be beaten to death by the Demon King the day after tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yunji's face froze immediately. After being stiff for a while, she crossed her arms and said, "TCH, I won't go the day after tomorrow." Ling Yi smiled, turned to look at Xiao Wanqing, and said, "Let me also take a look at part of your future." "Okay." The latter nodded happily. Destiny spying starts again. June 17th, in the evening. I learned from my friend Luo Yao that my sister had also left the Xia family. June 18th, in order to obtain the rumored 8-star skill, Celestial Transformation, I went to the intermediate secret realm, Moon Sky Realm, in Fenghe Town to search, but failed. June 20th, I felt anxious because everyone around me was upgrading very quickly, and I couldn't sleep all night. June 23rd, go to the Moon Sky Realm again, but returned without success. June 24th, upgraded to level 35, feeling inferior due to low level and slow upgrade. June 25th, Lin Ying, who was fused with her, noticed her inner emotions. After questioning, she learned the situation and quickly told Ling Yi the information. 10 minutes later, the level was upgraded to 15 levels in a row, and A-level treasures and weapons were obtained. Ling Yi also received support and care, and regained hope and confidence. Well, after seeing this fateful trajectory, Ling Yi realized that he didn't care enough for Xiao Wanqing. Wanqing and Shu regained their status as players at the same time. If one upgrades slowly, the other will inevitably have a little emotion. Now that Shura has Linger's help, she is strong enough to help me. No wonder she feels anxious. It is also very simple to solve Xiao Wanqing's problem. Use the ancestral gem to give her experience and gold coins, and then just take care of her more. Thinking of this, Ling Yi took out the ancestral gem and stretched out his hand to call Xiao Wanqing over. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips, walked elegantly and sat next to him, and asked softly, "My future? Nothing is abnormal. Everything is developing for the better." Ling Yi smiled and briefly explained the functions of the ancestor gem to her, then grabbed her crystal jade hand and transferred experience and gold coins one after another. After a while, "Ancestor gem, you have gained 402,420 experience. Ancestral gem, you have obtained 20204200 gold coins. Double gold coins, you got 20204200 gold coins." He gave all the 200,000 experience and 10 million gold coins he got from beating the 9th and 10th levels of the main road to Xiao Wanqing. Therefore, under the effect of the ancestor gems and double gold coins, he received a total of 400,000 experience and 40 million gold coins in return. Chapter 179, Qingtian Martial Arts School. "Oh my god! This. I've been upgraded from level 33 to level 44. Xiao Wanqing looked at the level on her panel in surprise, the shock in her deep, beautiful eyes almost overflowing. Opposite Yunji also opened her rosy mouth wide, with a look of disbelief on her beautiful face. "How is it possible? If you upgrade to level 11, you will have at least 200,000 experience points. But the experience pool can only store 10,000 at most. This is a more advanced experience pool." Ling Yi smiled. "Then can you really get a larger proportion of the return?" Xiao Wanqing frowned and asked anxiously. She was afraid that Ling Yi would just tell her a white lie, and she wouldn't be happy even if she got these experiences. "I won't do anything bad to me. Don't worry." Ling Yi reached out and patted her shoulder, telling her not to think too much. Xiao Wanqing was half convinced, but Lin Shure's words completely reassured her. "Don't worry, Wanqing. He is the fastest man in the world to level up. Even if you give him 1,000 experience points every day, you still can't catch up with him." Right. In the blink of an eye it was late at night. 11 o'clock. As countless people around the world waited patiently, the boss monster finally appeared. To the great surprise of many players, 5 boss monsters actually appeared this time. They are the level 25 boss Aquatic Mantis, the level 45 boss Shadow of Nothingness, the level 55 boss Nightmare Thorns, the level 70 boss Thunder Giant, and the level 85 boss Venomous Spider. Some people are happy and some are worried. Weaker players and ordinary people will inevitably feel a little panicked when 5 bosses appear at once. Yunhua Town is a small town located in the northeast corner of Xinjiang City. There are 3 hills in the northeast of the town. The hills are full of wild animals such as jackals, tigers and leopards. At the foot of the 3 mountains is an extremely vast flat land, which is the most densely populated area in Yunhua Town. Whether it is the Shenming Yunhua branch, Yunhua Primary School or Yunhua Library, they are all built here. At this time, in one of the rooms called Xinjiang Martial Arts Hall, 2 girls with slim figures and beautiful looks were lying on the same big bed, listening to the bang-bang sounds coming from outside the room. In the darkness whisper, "There should be a large monster outside, and it sounds like its footsteps are heavy. Would you like to open the curtains and take a look?" "No, it's too dangerous." "Don't you have surveillance cameras at your home?" "We use surveillance cameras to monitor safety." These 2 girls were lynching you, a level 10 player who had just become a foreign aide in the League of Gods, and her best friend Wu Qingtian, who had just become a player with a player qualification card a few days ago. This Xinjiang Martial Arts School was opened by Wu Qingtian's father, because he had just given birth to his daughter at that time. He named it after her daughter. Wu Qingtian opened the monitoring software on his mobile phone and entered the monitoring interface. He pulled up the screen of his mobile phone, which made the monitoring outside also pull up, allowing him to see the area further away. About 50 meters away from the martial arts hall, there was a giant whose body was filled with blue electric current through part of its body. It could be visually estimated that it was about 30 meters tall. The 2 looked at each other and immediately knew that this was the level 70 boss Thunder Giant that other players had mentioned. "What's wrong? Such a high-level boss actually appears nearby. If any players come over to fight later, our place will definitely suffer." Lin Qingyu frowned tightly, worry appearing on her pretty face. Although event bosses will not actively attack buildings, this does not mean that their attacks are ineffective against buildings. As long as they are willing to release a large-scale skill at will, buildings in a large area will fall down. It would be fine if no players came to fight it. Once a player comes and lets it release its skills to attack, this area will surely suffer, regardless of the players. Although Wu Qingtian's face was relatively calm, the tension in his eyes was no less than that of Lin Qingyu. After all, this is her home. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. At a certain moment, the 2 of them suddenly heard a sharp whistle sound coming from outside. And then, they saw a huge bullet burning with blue flames fly in from outside the surveillance screen and hit the person on the Thunder Giant. As if being bitten by a mosquito, the Thunder Giant slowly turned its head and looked at the enemy who attacked it. "Don't fight here! Let's lure it away!" A mature and rough male voice sounded in the air outside. "Okay," several people responded. Immediately afterwards, the Thunder Giant in the surveillance screen crouched down and jumping out of the surveillance field of view in an instant. Bang! 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 The heavy crashing sound of jumping became more and more distant. "It's your dad!" Lin Qingyu looked at Wu Qingtian. She recognized that the owner of the male voice was Wu Zhen, the master of Xinjiang Martial Arts School and a level 72 player. Seeing the worried look on her best friend's face, Lin Qingyu comforted her. "It's okay. Although your dad is no match for the level 70 boss, it's still okay if he wants to run away. Besides, he still has a chance to be resurrected from the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument. If he dies, he will be resurrected directly next to the Soul Guardian Monument. So don't worry." Lin Qingyu's comfort was very effective, and Wu Qingtian breathed a subtle sigh of relief. But the roars coming from the distance continued to attract their attention. Boom! 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 Suddenly at a certain moment, the sound of fighting suddenly stopped. No more noises can be heard in the distance. In the darkness, Lin Qingyu and the 2 looked at each other. And then in the faint light of their mobile phones, both parties saw the surprise on each other's faces. They waited quietly for a few seconds, but still didn't hear any sound. "Why is it suddenly quiet?" Wu Qingtian looked a little uneasy. Lin Qingyu shook her head and pondered for a while, then suggested, "How about we go upstairs and have a look?" "Good." After a while, the 2 came to the rooftop of the martial arts hall. As soon as they came up, they saw a golden light shield hundreds of meters high at the foot of the mountain 1,000 meters away. The mask is not too big. From the perspective of the two of them, the diameter is only about 500 or 600 meters. That's... Wu Qingtian didn't see it for a moment. It's the shining field! Lin Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she said happily, there must be other strong people coming. Your dad's group of people don't have such an extremely rare skill in the field. The battle within the realm will not affect the outside world, so they suddenly cannot hear the sound of the battle. Wu Qingtian was a little surprised when his best friend said the name of the field. Is that the world's most recognized field? Yes. That kind of golden and dazzling light. There is no other field like this. I didn't expect that we actually have such a strong person in Xinjiang City. While the two were talking, they didn't notice a group of black mist slowly drifting out of a small forest several hundred meters behind them. The black mist hovered in the air for a moment as if looking for enemies. When it found the two people, it immediately flew towards them. It is the Shadow of Nothingness, the level 45 boss. And at this time, Wu Qingtian, who had a relatively keen sixth sense, felt a little uneasy. She turned her head and glanced quickly to the left and right, then turned back and looked behind her. It looked like there was nothing in it. But when they took a closer look, they immediately saw a 10-meter-high black mist approaching them quickly under the night sky. Whisper softly and run. She took Lin Qingyu's hand and planned to run away. But unexpectedly, the other person was too fast and was already in front of her. Chapter 180, How Difficult is Resurrection. At the critical moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew from the side, blowing the black mist in the sky dozens of meters away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Qingyu and the two saw a beautiful woman with a holy light like an angel appearing in the air not far away. So beautiful. Wu Qingtian slowly widened his eyes. It was like a fairy coming out of the land of ice and snow. Her skin as white as snow and glowing. She was wearing a short white dress embroidered with snowflakes, revealing her flawless and white jade-like legs. She was wearing a pair of silver-edged stiletto high-heeled sandals. You could clearly see the delicate toes on her white jade feet. Her eyes are as clear and pure as the blue sky, as if she is a goddess without any emotion. Absolutely fair and rational. But under the tall, crystal-clear nose, the two full, tender red lips exude an extremely alluring luster, as if they are inviting people to kiss her all the time. Compared to Wu Qingtian, who was stunned, Lin Qingyu was only slightly distracted. She quickly reacted and pulled the former to run away. But at this moment, the woman in the air suddenly said, no need to run. The battle over there is about to end. The voice was clean and soft, like a clear stream of spring, flowing into their hearts without any resistance. Lin Qingyu turned her head and happened to see the scene of the field dispersing in the distance. What? The level 70 Thunder Giant was eliminated so quickly. Could it be that the Phoenix Sword Master is here? While she was surprised, her best friend quietly pulled her over and whispered in her ear. Goddess. That woman is a real goddess. Lin Qingyu rolled her eyes. If the two hadn't grown up together, she would have thought there was something wrong with Wu Qingtian's sexual orientation. She turned around and quickly glanced at the boss, the Shadow of Nothingness, and was relieved to see that other players had appeared to fight it. Then he turned around and thanked the beautiful woman in front of him seriously. Thank you for saving us just now. The woman opposite them was none other than Lin Qiru. She landed on the ground to dissipate the light on her body, and smiled at the extremely polite woman in front of her. You're welcome. But it was my lover who was blown by the wind just now. Not me. Oh. Lin Qingyu nodded in understanding. Wu Qingtian's face was full of surprise, as if he found it difficult to accept that the goddess in front of him already had a lover. Lin Qiru ignored her. At this moment, her attention was entirely on Lin Qingyu. She looked at the latter carefully up and down, lowered her eyelids and asked softly, Are you screaming? The other side, Lingyi sat on a wooden chair on the side of the road, watching with interest the drama of two men competing for one woman being staged at the intersection. Both of you are resurrection masters of the Divine Alliance. There are so many dead birds right now. So why don't you use your resurrection skills? A pretty woman stood in the middle of the road with her arms folded, and said to the two men pursuing her, Whoever pleases me more, I will date him for a week first. Hearing this, both the yellow-haired man and the green mushroom-headed man nodded excitedly in agreement. Good. Immediately afterwards, they began to use various resurrection skills on the group of dead birds on the ground. Lingyi watched from the side with his eyes of truth. Speaking of which, I still don't understand the various resurrection skills of players at all. So I'll take a look now. Under the eyes of reality and the showy explanations of these two people, his eyes were opened. The 5-star skill, Emergency Resurrection, can temporarily resurrect the corpse for a period of time without any combat effectiveness. It retains the memory before death and is generally used to interrogate and punish dark players. The 6-star skill, Group Resurrection, can temporarily resurrect a large number of corpses. During this period, the attributes are only half of the original ones. It retains the memory before death and part of the combat power, and is generally used for fighting. The 6-star skill, Resurrection, can be used once a day, and can completely resurrect a person for 1 day. As long as it is used on the deceased once a day, it is equivalent to a permanent resurrection. An 8-star skill, Great Resurrection, that can be used once a week and allows people to be permanently resurrected. The number of players with this skill is rare, and each one is a guest of the major forces. Neither of the two men in front of them had Great Resurrection. This skill was revealed during their conversation. In the end, the woman chose the green mushroom head. But before leaving, she even winked at the yellow-haired man. Seeing a few people leaving in the middle of the road, the onlookers also dispersed. Ling Yi was still sitting on the wooden chair, and in his mind, he had a clearer understanding of the powerful effects of the Eternal Soul Protector Monument and the Holy Angel Fountain. Originally, I was wondering why there were so many resurrection skills. After a long time, it was just a weak resurrection. Let me tell you, the S-level Holy Angel Fountain was mutated by me, and the effect should be ridiculously strong. Now when he looked back at the power of his Holy Angel Fountain, he felt clearly powerful. Just 1 drop can permanently resurrect a person and dispel all abnormalities. After the mutation, his spring water is endless. From now on, Shu Ro and I will each bring a bottle of spring water. If she dies, I will resurrect her. If I die, she will resurrect me. Aren't we forever invincible? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Shiru flying back. How's it going? He asked. We'll see the results tomorrow. Lin Shiru was holding a piece of hair in her hand, with a complex expression on her face. Are you going to meet your old friend? She suddenly raised her head and asked. Yeah, you're right. Let's go and have a look. New day. You get 3 hours of Advent time. Advanced Nightstone Creator. Advanced Nightstone +1. Double gold coins. Advanced Nightstone +1. When Ling Yi and the two returned from Lin Qingyi's place, the time happened to be 0 o'clock. He opens the activity store to see the activity currency he currently has. Nightstone, 106,252. Advanced Nightstone, 73. You have to keep all the high-grade Nightstones to buy artifacts. Nightstones can be exchanged for experience or gold coins. In short, there will be no shortage of experience and gold coins in the future. As of today, he has been in the first place on the 40 to 49 range list for 5 days, and can go through the qualification review again. Ling Yi didn't hesitate too much and quickly applied for qualification review from Xunlu and quickly entered it. Current difficulty, Legend. Enemy, level 49 Demon King. Tip, after 10 seconds, the battle is about to begin. Please be ready. Here is an endless green grassland. The warm wind blows the grass, and the white clouds float in the blue sky. Ling Yi summoned the Ice Queen. First squeezed her soft, boneless white jade hand out of habit, and then took out the Endurance God dice and used it. With average luck, a 3 is rolled. Stamina plus 600. After a while, as a huge beam of green light shot from the grass into the sky, a huge ash tree rose from the ground. The opponent for this qualification review has officially appeared. Chapter 181, the second legendary proof of invincibility. Ling Yi quickly activated the Eye of Truth to check. Thorn Disaster Tree, LV 49. Type, Demon King. Attributes, Strength 980. Mana 490. Agility 980. Endurance 980. Constitution 1470. Skills, Thorn Vine 8 stars. Super Enhanced Rooted Growth, 9 stars. Super Enhanced Defense Bark 8 stars. Passive, Disaster Tree Seed 10 stars. Disaster Poison Mist, 9 stars. Current status, 100%. Huh? Tree-shaped devil? In front of the two of them was a giant gray-white tree more than 50 meters high, with a trunk about 5 meters thick. The entire body of the giant tree was shrouded in a cloud of turbid green mist. Ling Yi, who opened the Eye of Reality, could see at a glance that it was its Poisonous Mist of Disaster. Poisonous Mist of Disaster, 9 stars, releases poisonous mist of disaster around the body, causing the person who inhales it to continuously receive damage and reduce all attributes, up to 50%. It's okay, but the melee magic skills are ineffective on me. He is immune to debuffs. But speaking of it, if it's in the shape of a tree, I don't know if it can be moved. While Lingy was speaking, the Demon King had already conjured huge vines out of thin air and stabbed him. He led the Ice King back one after another, and retreated 1,000 meters away. Standing here, Lingy activated Xing Luo. Come on! Let me see if you can move! He controlled his strength and only pulled out a 1,000-meter flame star as a first step to test. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised gazes of him and the Ice King, the Thorn Calamity Tree actually used the vines as arms and legs and rushed towards the two of them like a big spider. Hack! Lingy was really shocked by the strange behavior of this Demon King. I expected not to move. And I also expected to pull up the roots of the tree and start running. But I never expected to turn into a tree spider, which is really a bit scary. Shopping! Upon hearing this, the Ice King entered the second form at the speed of light and activated the skill time and space freeze. The Demon King's thorn tree had already rushed in front of the two of them, and dozens of huge vines covered with sharp thorns were swinging towards them. At this critical moment, the time and space freeze came first, freezing it without control resistance at this moment. The two looked at each other and launched their respective killing moves in perfect agreement. Ice King, 1,000 Deaths of Bingyu. Lingy, Triple Seal. 100 times Wind Ball. In order to ensure that he could kill the Demon King in one go, Lingy accumulated his energy for more than 10 seconds and formed a huge wind ball with a diameter of 50 or 60 meters above his head. Go! 100 times Wind Ball! After receiving the blessing of the second effect of Eternal Divine Body, the translucent wind ball instantly lit up, like a huge incandescent light bulb, illuminating hundreds of meters in radius. When this hundredfold wind ball hit the huge tree body of the thorn tree, the opponent's vitality was reduced even faster. 56.2%, 42.1%, 25.6%, 17.1%, 10.2%, 3.2%. The energy in the hundredfold wind ball was flowing away rapidly, and the vitality of the Demon King's thorn tree was also rapidly decreasing. However, just when Lingy thought he could kill the Demon King now, the weakened vitality stopped falling after it dropped to 1%. Huh? The energy of the wind ball is obviously still decreasing. Why doesn't its vitality drop? Is the defensive bark protecting it? He looked at its bark with his true eye. Super strengthened defensive bark, 8 stars passive. Reduce your own speed by 30%. And reduce the damage received by 30%. When the vitality drops to 1%, it automatically enters the absolute defense state, immune to damage and unable to take any actions, and restores 1% of the vitality every second for 60 seconds. This status can be triggered once per day. Really? Lingy looked at the effect and thought to himself, isn't this a golden body? Fortunately, he has already sealed the opponent's blood recovery. Even if he waits for 1 minute, the opponent will only have 1% life force, making it easy to kill. After a while, the energy of the wind ball was completely dissipated. After a while, the Ice King's time and space freezing time ends. The two of them watched quietly for a while, and also had a short conversation during the period. Lingy, Xiao Bing, can you get new skills when you level up? Ice King, probably. Lingy, you don't know? Ice King, shaking his head, I don't know. Lingy, speaking of which, why aren't you at the invincible level? I checked and found that your predecessor, the level 95 boss Ice Spirit, was at the invincible level. Ice King, blinking, maybe it's because I'm not level enough. Maybe after level 90? Lingy, probably. After previously knowing the concept of the invincible level, he was curious about why the top experts in the invincible level had not yet conquered the boss of the first level of the ultimate map. After checking, I found out that the boss was also invincible. Lingy thought for a moment and then said, Bingling is the invincible level, and you are a new individual that is mutated to a higher level. Is it possible that you will directly enter a higher level of legendary invincibility in the future? Ice Queen is a living being with self-awareness. Usually when Lingy is at home, she will sneak out and go to a corner to read quietly by herself. She stays in her body every day to pay attention to her master's condition. She still knows that her master has the ability to mutate, and that she has been mutated. Maybe the Ice Queen also hopes that this is the case, so that she can continue to protect her master in the future as she does now. Just a few seconds after the words fell, The time for the absolute defense state of the thorn tree on the opposite side finally arrived. Almost at the same moment when it resumed action, the thorn tree, which was on the verge of life and death, spat out a large amount of black seeds towards the land in all directions. Lingy and the others had no time to care about what skills it used, so they directly launched an intensive attack of ice and wind dual elements on it. It wasn't until 2 seconds after the intensive attack that the opponent's vitality had not been lost at all. Lingy had to use his true eyes to look at the black charcoal tree trunks that had grown to 2 or 3 meters high. Disaster tree seed, 10 stars, throw out 10 disaster tree seeds, and store the damage you receive in the next 10 seconds. When the tree species fully grows into the disaster tree after 10 seconds, it will be used as an extra. The vitality is added to each disaster tree. The level of the disaster tree is the same as its own level. This skill can only be used twice a day. I'm sorry. Lingy immediately told Ice King to stop attacking and quickly retreated. The Demon King would not waste his sucking time, turning the vines into hands and feet, and then turning into a spider tree and running towards the two of them. The two sides chased and retreated. And when the injury absorbing time expired after 10 seconds, the two immediately counterattacked. However, the attack at this moment still did not make it lose its vitality. Instead, the disaster trees in the distance fell one after another. When Lingy looked at it with his true eyes, he discovered that this summoned beast called the disaster tree actually had the effect of taking damage for the summoner. This skill is a bit disgusting. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Truth, so I can see what effect it has. Otherwise, if it were another player, they would be disgusted to the point of vomiting. Lingy secretly rejoiced. Triple Seal sealed the opponent's reply, and Eye of Truth saw through the effect of the opponent's skills. Without these two skills, the challenge would have been far more difficult than it is now. Now that we know ourselves and our enemies, victory is only a matter of time. 2 minutes later, when the last disaster tree fell, the thorn disaster tree finally met its end and died under the combined skill of Lingy and Ice King. Ice Cone Storm. Congratulations on passing the qualification review. You have obtained the Legendary Invincibility Certificate ×1. Chapter 182 Level 50. Pass the aid test. Player announcement. Player 01 has passed the Level 4049 Legendary Difficulty Qualification Review and obtained the Certificate of Legendary Invincibility. Huh? Every time you clear the Legendary Difficulty level, a player notification will be triggered? Lingy, who returned to the hall, twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that he was forced to speak loudly. Now everyone around the world knows that he already has 2 Legendary Invincibility certificates. He checked the forum briefly and found that no one was too surprised by this incident, so he couldn't help but smile. The world has gradually accepted the shock he brought. Comments such as, "I'm a big boss anyway. I won't be surprised by anything they do. Anyway, they are the ones who really play Shenlue, and we are being played by Shenlue," and other comments abound. After leisurely browsing the forum for a while, Lingy opened his own panel without any haste. After watching with satisfaction for a while, he took out the experience required for upgrading from the experience pool. Congratulations. You have enough experience. Now you will be automatically upgraded to level 50. You gained 5 free attribute points. You want a support trial challenge. The trial of aid. This time I must get the melee support skill. He wanted melee skills from a long time ago. Otherwise, every time a strong enemy approaches, he will have no choice but to run away. There was nothing else to do after reaching level 50. He simply logged onto the forum and opened the list of skills and effects dropped in aid scenarios, posts summarized by other players to check it out. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Shuru walked downstairs and jumped into his arms like a cheerful rabbit. Her body is white and soft, fragrant and tender, wearing only a pair of pink translucent suspender pajamas. Her exquisite and graceful snow-white jade body was once again displayed in front of him. Lingy originally planned to try it out as soon as he found a satisfactory support skill. As soon as this charming girl sat on her, he had no choice but to raise his eyebrows. "You are getting more and more beautiful." He touched Lin Shuru's cheek and said, "It turns out that when I first met her, she was just good-looking. It was pleasing to the eye, but you would forget it if you turned around." And with the help of spring water and one heart prayer, her skin, face, and body are changing in a more charming and perfect direction every day. Now, even a straight man like Lingy can take the initiative to say, "beautiful," when he sees her. Lin Shuru smiled with her eyes narrowed and rubbed his palm affectionately with her cheek. After Ling Yi took back her hand, she put her crystal white jade hand around Ling Yi's neck and said softly, "This is not enough. I want more. I've become even more beautiful and obsessed with you. Do you have anything to do now?" "Originally, there is. But if you come now, it won't be too late for me to do it tomorrow," Ling Yi replied. Lin Shuru chuckled like she was eating honey, then turned around and stood barefoot on the big wooden table between the 3 sofas. "This table is just the right height." She slowly sat down, holding the hem of her skirt in her hands and straightening up. Her little white feet stepped on the edge of the wooden table, and her arched knees fell to both sides. She held the table with both hands behind her back, and her beautiful eyes winked provocatively at the man in front of her. After being dragged away by Lin Shuru, Ling Yi didn't go downstairs to the hall until almost noon. As soon as he came down, Yunji smiled and said, "Is Shuro becoming more and more charming?" "Yes." Ling Yi nodded and sighed. She is self-taught in this area and has made rapid progress. He was afraid that if the other party continued to make such progress, one day in the future if he lacked concentration, he might be immersed in the gentle land she weaved and unable to extricate himself. "It's not because she wants to please you." Yunji covered her mouth and smiled softly. Ling Yi did not continue talking to Yunji on this topic, but changed the topic and said, "Speaking of which, is there a support skill that can not only improve strength and agility, but also improve melee skills?" "That shouldn't be the case." Yunji pondered for a while, then shook her head and gave a negative answer. Seeing Ling Yi's disappointed expression, she pursed her lower lip and thought seriously for a moment, then said, "Actually, I'm not sure, because some support skills, A level and S level, are almost 2 different skills." "Oh." "For example, the support skill Sky Wings. A level Sky Wings can only fly and teleport, but S level ones can teleport directly. So the kind of skill you want may be able to improve your melee skills. Look for skills. If you don't have enough S level skills, you can increase your attributes." When Ling Yi heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. But the support trial was only a one-time opportunity, and he did not dare to try out unknown skills at will. While frowning and thinking hard, I suddenly remembered the existence of the prompt. Correct. I have prompts. Just use it directly. There are only 3 opportunities for prompts each week. Last week's 3 have been used up, and there are 3 more opportunities this week. Ling Yi quickly took out the prompt and used it. After a while, the flames burned out 4 big characters in front of him. Heroic Soul borrows strength. He looked at Yunji, who shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of it." He went to the forum to search and quickly found the corresponding content. You can use the Heroic Soul to borrow part of another player's strength and agility to save it. After entering the Heroic Soul possessed state, you will improve the corresponding level. This is an excellent support skill that can quickly become a melee master without having to practice hard every day and night. Oh, so it's this kind of support skill. This was the first time for Ling Yi to see this borrowing skill, and he was surprised. Yunji also saw the flame text and searched on the forum. Seeing that Ling Yi was a little moved, she couldn't help but remind her, "But if you really want to use this support skill, who should you ask for help?" Well, the Phoenix Sword Master might agree, because he knew that the other party was guessing his true identity. He felt extremely confident. Next, Ling Yi stopped dawdling and quickly entered the trial scene where the Heroic Soul borrowed its power. Ancient Tomb. Trial requirement: kill all monsters in the field in the shortest possible time. Possible to obtain support skills: joint combat, fighting soul burning, coordinated combat, united thoughts, heroic soul borrowing. Ling Yi enters the scene. Star falls. Star falls. 5 seconds later, the flame star landed. Then he was teleported out. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial scene, Ancient Tomb. In this trial, you only spent 6 seconds to destroy all the monsters and received an S level rating. Congratulations on obtaining the support skill, Heroic Soul Borrowing S. The trial, which could only be completed by clearing monsters, was not difficult at all for Ling Yi at the moment. After coming back, Yunji looked confused. "Are you going for the rescue trial?" She frowned and looked confused. "Just sipping tea, and he came back?" "Yeah. It's easy to do." Ignoring the incredulous look on the woman's side, he opened his personal panel and checked out the support skills he had just obtained. Heroic Soul Borrowing S. Copy the specified player's strength and agility attributes and store them. You can then enter the borrowed state to temporarily increase the corresponding values of strength and agility. During the borrowing period, 5% of physical strength and vitality are consumed every second. Chapter 183 Borrowing the Help of the Phoenix Sword Master. It's almost as expected. The S-Class is 100% borrowable. Ling smiled, looking forward to another visit from the Phoenix Sword Master. And at this time, Nandongli, who was missed by Ling, was killing monsters in the high-level picture where she was. Huge flaming sword energy crisscrossed the forest, and each sword swing could damage some monsters. You killed the magic fairy, LV89. Experience +1. A few seconds later, you killed the ancient forest tree, LV89. Experience +1. A few more seconds passed. You killed the magic fairy, LV90. Experience +2. Huh? Nandongli took a long breath. The long period of uninterrupted attacks made her mentally exhausted. She flew to the side and sat down on a rock. She opened the panel to check the experience bar while resting. Level 89, 80168/81,000. Oh! I'm almost full of experience. Nandongli frowned slightly and sighed. You can't spawn any more monsters next. Otherwise you'll accidentally reach level 90, and you'll be doomed. She still needs to get the invincible certificate in the 80-89 range. If she goes up, she will have to get the invincible certificate in the 90-99 range to make up 5. And the invincible certificate in that range list, it's impossible to get it, because the top few on the list between 90 and 99 are all invincible players. She is a levelless player, and there is no way she can defeat them. So just in case, she must strictly control her experience now. And she must not get up to 81,000 points. Fortunately, the time on the divine path can be accumulated infinitely. Even if she does not enter the divine path for a month, she can still catch up with other people in the same district in the future. Oh! Let's go back! With these thoughts in mind, Nandongli sighed helplessly again. After a while, she returned to her temporary rented house in Yinghua town. Although there is an apartment in the Yinghua branch, she doesn't like living with a large group of people and prefers to move out by herself. After taking a simple shower, she sat in front of the mirror, blowing her wet blonde hair while thinking about her next schedule. Let's go to the branch first, and then go to Ling Yi's house for a walk. Whether Ling Yi is Ling Yi or not is very important. Once confirmed, it was very necessary for her to stay here and protect him secretly. After returning yesterday, she did not report her findings because she still lacked strong evidence. Well, I remember there is a truth bell at Fong Cheng's place. Why don't you take that thing with him to play truth or dare? Nandongli thought for a while, then shook his head and smiled. This idea is unrealistic. After blow-drying her hair, she looked at herself in the mirror and said to herself, it's possible to have a big adventure after getting to know each other better. Otherwise, we can only get drunk. Right. Get drunk? Her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. As long as I get Ling Yi or the people next to him drunk, I can get information out of it. Using skills to extract information is completely different from telling the other party drunkenly. The former may offend people, but the latter is much gentler. Nandongli didn't know whether Ling Yi drank or not, but she wanted to give it a try first. Ding dong. Ding dong. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Ling Yi was setting up a solar absorber outside and immediately opened the door when she heard the doorbell ring. When he saw it was the Phoenix Sword Master. He immediately opened the door and welcomed her in with a smile. Nandongli was a little confused. She was still hesitating about what excuse to use to come in, but she didn't expect the other party to be so enthusiastic. As she followed Ling Yi, she saw a small wooden table in the shade under a big tree in the distance. There were 4 wooden stools on the wooden table. Her eyes lit up. She pointed at it and said, let's go over there. That's fine. The two of them sat opposite each other in front of and behind the wooden table. After sitting down, Ling Yi did not exchange greetings, but directly stated his purpose. I have a support skill that the hero soul can use, and I want to use your strength. Nandongli is the captain of the Divine Alliance. Their Divine Alliance has professional examinations on the knowledge of the Divine Path, such as, which support skills can be borrowed, which of the following monsters can drop healing skills, and so on. Therefore, as soon as Ling Yi said, heroic soul borrowing power, she immediately remembered the effect of this skill. Lend me your strength. No problem. It's just a copy anyway. It has no effect on me. Nandongli grinned. Since Ling Yi wanted something from her, it would be easy to handle. But I have a condition. But it doesn't matter. You just need to answer me one. No. 2 questions and that's it. Although his tone was calm, Nandongli was already nervous inside. Asked, Ling was very talkative. With his current strength, even if the other party asked him about his true identity, he would probably answer. Seeing his agreement, Nan Gongli pursed her lips and her brain started to spin rapidly. It would be too direct to just ask the other party if he is 01. If he accidentally makes him angry, it would be more than worth the loss. It's better to be safe and ask other questions first. She pondered in her heart for a moment, and a smile soon appeared on her face. Then I asked, the first question is, I want to know if the mysterious voice that appeared in the Great Secret Realm Forest Temple that day has anything to do with you. The reason why she continued to stay in Xinjiang City was to find the owner of the mysterious voice. If it can be determined directly now, then there will be no need to spend manpower and material resources to search the whole city later. Have. Ling Yi nodded and smiled. Good. Nan Gongli's spirit was shaken. A smile appeared on his face, and he pursued the victory. Then the owner of this mysterious voice is you? Yes. Can't your two questions be directly classified into one? You are asking too cautiously. Seeing Ling Yi complaining, Nan Gongli felt happy. The other party was easier to talk to than she imagined. In the pocket of her coat was a truth-telling bell temporarily borrowed from Fang Cheng. Just now, Ling Yi answered twice, but the bell did not ring, proving that he did not lie to her. Since he is the owner of the voice, it means that he is indeed the mysterious boss who can kill Saint Futian with one blow. In other words, even if he is not 01, he is still a super strong person that our League of Gods needs to deal with. And he is a new player in June. After some thinking, Nan Gongli was basically 100% sure that the other party was Ling Yi. Apart from 01, which new player in June has the ability to kill a level 89 expert? After asking the two questions, Nan Gongli also asked Ling Yi to use Heroic Soul Borrowing Power, as promised to store her strength and agility attributes. When using this skill, Ling Yi glanced in her panel. Nan Gongli, LV89. Gender, female. Age, 28, single. Talent, strong will. Attributes, strength 620. Mana 3. Agility 500. Endurance 212. Constitution 288. Wearing treasure, red lotus ring, a ring. Bonded soul weapon, phoenix sword, a long sword. Imprinted true soul, blazing phoenix. Current status, healthy. Current mood, happy. Chuckling. Okay. It's pretty much what I guessed. Strength and agility are indeed her main improved attributes. Ling Yi is very satisfied with Nan Gongli's attributes. After a while, Heroic Soul Borrowing Strength successfully copied 100% of Nan Gongli's strength and agility from Nan Gongli. When Ling Yi uses this skill again in the future, he will get a temporary increase of 620 strength and 500 agility. It just consumes 5% of his physical strength and vitality every second, which is a bit expensive even for him. It can be regarded as a serious life-saving explosive skill. Chapter 184 Shadow Realm and Entering the Big World. After Heroic Soul Borrowing Power was stored, the two sides looked at each other in silence. For a while, the only sounds left in their ears were the chirping of cicadas. In the end, it was Nan Gongli who was the first to break the calm. She flipped her golden hair around her ears and said, Is your piece of equipment that can elicit mysterious voices really the rumored artifact? No. It's just a prop. Oh, that must be an S-level prop. Nan Gongli nodded in understanding. Ling Yi blinked and thought to himself, actually, it's only C-level. Of course, after mutation, it is indeed at least S-level. The two were silent for a moment, and the situation felt awkward for a while. Neither party likes to gossip, and when the business is done, neither of them has any ink in their hearts. Then, if there is a major situation in the future, can you help us? For example, if we need to find the undercover agents in the headquarters, I don't really want to run that far. Oh, don't worry. Then we can find an excuse to organize everyone to come here to play. Also, seeing Ling Yi agree, Nan Gongli immediately had a bold idea in his heart. She plans to rent the other party's time to use this prop. Thinking of this, she jumped up excitedly and said, Are there any restrictions on the use of that prop? How big is the range? Can I rent it? 10 minutes later, after detailed discussions between the two, a renting method that was limited to verbal agreement between both parties was settled. Nan Gongli turned back happily, and Ling Yi also grinned. I can have fun watching it when I'm bored in the future. 01 once again topped the list in the 50-59 range. Fire. The Ice Master in 01's body can actually come out to fight in the arena. Hut. Collecting 2 legendary proofs of invincibility. 01's road to invincibility is almost halfway through. Fire. There hasn't been any big news happening in the world these days. As a result, Ling Yi was once again on the forum hot search list. The entire alliance and other countries around the world are focusing on the collection progress of the legendary proof of invincibility. But what the players are paying attention to is the Ice Master inside him. In a certain popular post, a discussion by several world-renowned players attracted a large number of passers-by to watch. Yes, LV93, the world's top player. If the Ice Master hadn't spoken, I would have thought it was a summoned beast. Shadow King, LV90, leader of the Shadow World of the Dark Organization. Yes, I don't know how it is done. If everyone can have such a master enter the body, wouldn't everyone be able to copy his miracle? Saint Futian, LV89, former leader of the Holy Sect. It's actually very easy to find out 01. Isn't there an artifact in Xinjiang City that can reveal one's true feelings? As long as someone grabs that and brings it to Area 660 in front of one, wouldn't the whole world know about 01's identity and all his secrets? Obviously. Regarding the fact that his holy gate was destroyed by this mysterious voice, Saint Futian was still full of resentment. Saint Futian. When the time comes, whether you want to know how he let the master enter his body or something else, as long as you stand in front of him and ask him, no matter whether he tells it or not, all the information will definitely be exposed. Shadow King. What you said makes sense. And I'm moved too. Saint Futian. Ha! Go ahead. Go ahead. Although I don't want to admit it, your Shadow Realm is indeed more terrifying than my holy sect. Shadow King. My Shadow World only recruits strong people. How can you compare with me if you don't care about rotten fish or shrimps? Shadow Realm is the second largest dark organization in the world. The ranking of these dark organizations is a comprehensive result of the entire alliance based on their strength and degree of harm. The Holy Gate organization ranks third due to its large number of members and its ability to cause chaos all over the world. The Shadow Realm ranks second for its repeated assassinations and hijackings of important personnel across the alliance and major forces. Now, seeing the leaders of the 2 dark organizations openly discussing their intention to enter Xinjiang to snatch the rumored artifact known as the Sin Nemesis, countless players commented on their remarks. Speaking without thinking, do you in the Shadow World dare to enter Xinjiang? Give it a try? I'm afraid if I entered it on the same day, I would be buried on the same day. Although I am a White Eagle, I also know that Xinjiang has the largest number of invincible powerhouses in the world. Even sending just 2 of them is enough to wipe out your Shadow Realm. Which of the 6 divine pillars of Xinjiang can your Shadow King defeat? Who can't do it just for oral pleasure? If you have the guts, just go in. Comments are coming one after another. And many people simply don't think that the Shadow Realm will actually enter Xinjiang. The Shadow King also seemed to disappear and did not respond to the players. And at this time, Ling Yi, who had just finished killing the current boss and came back from outside, also saw this post on the forum. And he just laughed it off. He cares more about tomorrow's trip to the big world than this. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. In order to obtain the Vidra Aegis and fuse it with the Invincible Aegis, Ling Yi, Yunji, and Lin Shura entered the big world together. This was something he had already learned about before. It was full of monsters and demon kings of all levels. And it was a super large map that every player who had left the primary map could enter. Until now, we players have still not discovered the boundaries of the big world, as if it will continue to expand infinitely as we explore. The 3 of them were running in a forest. Yunji was like a tour guide, happily introducing relevant information to the 2 people who were new to the big world. The forest we are in is named the Forest of Demonic Insects because there are many insect monsters here, including level 15 poisonous insects, level 35 red lotus insects, level 75 heart-eating insects, etc. After this forest is Takagi Ridge. There are giant trees 40 to 50 meters high there, and there are also a large number of monkey monsters living there. The King Kong giant ape you want to deal with is the Demon King of Jaemuling. Having said this, Yunji picked up the green gourd tied around her waist, turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. This is the exorcism gourd. As long as you carry it, it will continue to emit a smell that is disgusting to monsters, and it will exorcise demons, monsters within 100 meters of the surrounding area. I got it with great difficulty in a secret realm. Seeing this, Lin Shura suddenly smiled. Oh, it turns out that your gourd is working. I wonder why you didn't encounter any monsters all the way here. Ling Yi looked at the gourd and subconsciously activated his eyes of truth. Exorcism gourd. B. Exposing it to the air will continuously release an unpleasant smell to drive away monsters within 100 meters. Actively attacking a monster will cause the dispelling effect to become ineffective against the monster. This prop can only be used and it can be used in this world and the big world, and is ineffective against the devil. If there is exorcism, is it also possible to attract demons? He suddenly asked. Yunji was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Yes, there is indeed a magic gourd, which attracts monsters within 100 meters. It's just that no one uses it, because if you want to attract monsters, there is a one-time item called demon incense, which is not only cheap and easy to get, but also has a wider range of effects. Ling Yi nodded, thinking in his mind that if he used this kind of thing in this world, wouldn't there be a steady stream of monsters running up to him to die? Chapter 185 Mountaintop. Although the exorcism gourd's dispersal range is only 100 meters, its greatest role is to avoid fighting when several people encounter monsters and ensure that the monsters will not chase them. Therefore, the traveling speed of the three people is more than 100 meters per second. While traveling, a huge flying creature suddenly broke into his perception. The flying creature was extremely fast, flying from southeast to northwest. If they continue to move at this speed, they might bump into it in 10 seconds. Ling Yi frowned slightly and asked Yunji, is there also a demon king in the demonic insect forest? Ah? Yunji paused for a moment, then continued to move forward, turning back and smiling. Not only that, there are two demon kings in the demonic insect forest. One is the Lord of the Crypt hidden deep underground, and the other is the Lord of the Sky flying in the sky. Monsters in the big world will also be refreshed after they are killed, but the refresh interval is longer, usually about a day. The refresh interval of the Demon King is about a week. What level is the Lord of the Sky? 70. What's wrong? The corner of Ling Yi's mouth twitched, and he said quickly, I sensed a big moth flying over. Let's stop here first. When Yunji and Lin Shura heard this, they immediately stopped. The two of them turned their heads left and right, and soon found a small space where several large trees were intertwined. They quickly pulled Ling Yi and flew over, whispering, this is a good bunker. Let's hide here first. Ling Yi. It was inevitable for the three of them to come into physical contact while hiding in this small place. Yunji and the other two could not touch each other, but Ling Yi and Lin Shura were stuck together. The two parties have already had skin-to-skin intimacy, so they don't care much about these details. There was a whisking sound in my ears getting closer and closer, as if something huge was flying from the sky. The three of them raised their heads while holding their breath, looking outside through the 1-meter-wide gap. The sound got louder and closer, and finally, a few seconds later, a beautiful big moth with a wingspan of 100 meters and green fireworks all over its body flew over the heads of the three people. Countless glowing green dust was spread on its flight path, weaving a green flame light belt in the sky like a brilliant galaxy. In the next few seconds, some of the dust drifted away with the wind, while others slowly fell to the ground. That is the flame dust of the Lord of the Sky. It will ignite or even explode as long as it is impacted. Yunji saw the two of them staring at the beautiful flame dust in a daze, so she popularized this for them. Then he took the lead to walk out of this small space surrounded by trees and said, let's go. It's only a few minutes away from Jaomyuling. After the two came out, the three set off again. A few minutes later, they finally safely passed through the forest of demonic insects and arrived at Takagi Ridge. Jaomyuling, as the name suggests, is a mountain range with tall trees. What you can see at a glance is the endless mountains, covered with green vegetation, with clouds and mist floating on the top of the mountain. There is no sun in this area, but it is in an environment where it may rain at any time. The sky is covered with clouds, and there are scattered thunders from time to time. The terrain between the mountains is open, and at a glance you can see many players fighting in groups of 3 and 2 against various monkey monsters. There is a tallest mountain 3 kilometers away. Clouds and mist fill the mountainside and cut off the mountain. The top part is like a mountain floating in the sky abruptly, which is shocking. The Demon King of Jaomyuling is on that mountain. Let's go! Yunji pointed at the heavenly mountain and said to the two of them, the terrain here is open and easy to fly, and the speed of the three of them has increased a lot. In order to arrive quickly, Ling Yi even directly blew up the strong wind to speed up the three of them. Soon they flew to the top of the mountain. But when they came up, They saw hundreds of players on the top of the mountain fighting against the King Kong giant ape. Judging from the extent of damage to the surrounding environment, it seems that the crusade has been going on for some time. The three of them looked at each other and landed on the edge of the mountaintop in tacit agreement. There are still a lot of big trees 30 to 40 meters high here, which are difficult to find even if you don't deliberately avoid them. Let me see. Lingy activated his true eyes at the Vidra giant ape thousands of meters away. Seeing that it still had 62% of its vitality, he felt slightly relieved. Don't worry. The Demon King still has more than half of its vitality. Lin Shura frowned and asked anxiously. There are so many people on the other side. What should we do? Hee. Lingy smiled and said, It doesn't matter. It's better if someone helps you fight. I'll just grab it later. Hearing this, Yunji widened her beautiful eyes and said in shock, There are at least 500 or 600 people over there. Are you sure you can beat them? Except for a damage reduction skill. The King Kong giant ape has no other life-saving skills. As long as its health is less than half. It will die if I hit it with an attack. Yunji and Lin Shuru. Sigma. Although I know you are awesome. You are too exaggerated. Yunji looked at Lingy like a monster. And she cursed because she was so surprised. This attack must be conditional. Right. Lin Shuru was much more rational. Ah, yes. Yes. There are stricter conditions. That is. Wait. You're not allowed to say that. Yunji shouted softly. Leave us some room for imagination. So we can feel better. Lingy, _ While he was speechless, Yunji and Lin Shuru hypnotized themselves in their hearts. This must be a skill with extremely harsh conditions for use. And the price must be extremely huge. He didn't care about the two of them, but looked at the vitality of the devil in the distance again. 62.9%. I'm sorry. This is too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingy suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked again and saw that his vitality was indeed 62.9%. A series of question marks immediately appeared on his forehead. He looked at the battlefield in the distance with a confused expression and asked in surprise, How come this giant ape's vitality has increased instead? I remember it doesn't have the ability to restore blood. He had seen the King Kong giant ape's skills in detail before he came in. A team of strong men had already attacked it, and its skills had also been posted on the forum by players. If it has the ability to restore blood, it should have been displayed in previous battles, and it cannot be left unused, unless someone else didn't add it on purpose. With doubts in his mind, he began to listen to the voices of players in that area. Soon, one of the players whispered to himself in his ears. Humph. We clearly agreed that each person would have 10,000 gold. But when we gathered, we made excuses and lowered it to 6,000. You are withholding payment. So don't blame me for secretly treating the Demon King. It just so happens that my healing technique has no special effects when activated, so it can't be seen at all. The player's damage skills can be effective on monsters or other players. And the same is true for healing skills. It's just that almost no one would treat monsters. After all, even if the monsters are treated, their hostility towards the player will not change, and they will still kill the player without mercy. Now that he knew the reason, Lingy couldn't help but look weird. None of the other players had the ability to check the Demon King's vitality, so they didn't notice that guy's little moves. But Lingy still planned to let these people grind blood. How could he agree to this guy continue to add blood to the Demon King, just as he was about to quietly kill the guy? Yunji, who was standing beside him at some point, suddenly said in surprise, Huh? Aren't those people the main force of our younger generation in Xinxiao? Chapter 186 Information about Major Forces. What? Lingy turned to look at Yunji. The main force of the younger generation? You mean there are many strong men of the younger generation there? Yunji had told several people before that the younger generation refers to players who are no more than 25 years old. Yes. Yunji stretched out her jade hand and pointed at a few people in the middle of the crowd, and said simply, Look, the red-haired one in the middle is He Tian, the heir to the He family consortium. He entered the path of the gods when he came of age. He is now 25 years old, 69 class. Looking in the direction she pointed, I saw only a fat man in red. He wore a pair of round eyes, and his delicate and tender flesh seemed to be well maintained. He was shouting in the crowd and seemed to be directing other players to fight. Although his family is rich, this person is very stingy. It seems like his family paid other players to help him defeat the devil. Speaking of this, Yunji was afraid that the two of them would misunderstand, and quickly pointed to others. But there are some people who are definitely not invited with money, such as the big guy who exerted gravity suppression in front of the King Kong giant ape. That is the first-class player in the country. Zhou Dan, the main controller of the guild Sword and Tiger Wings, is 25 years old and level 65. This guild has always cooperated with the Hearst Consortium. It should be a friendly assistance. Also, the man who flies in the sky and attacks with lightning is named Wang Lei. He is Hitian's good brother. He is 24 years old and level 69. He is a member of the Genius Camp of the Divine Alliance. It is said that his strength is second only to Lu Sheng. Seeing that Yunji wanted to say something else, Ling Yi quickly interrupted her. No, 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 no. I won't interact with them anyway, so there's no need to say anything. Seeing this, Yunji pursed her lower lip, with an unfinished look on her face. It seemed that as long as she was given time, she would introduce everyone she knew to Ling Yi. At this time, Lin Shure pointed to the beautiful woman in white, who was protected by everyone in the center, as if she was being held in the moonlight by all the stars, and said, "Who is that? Her auxiliary skills seem to be very powerful." Yunji looked from a distance and saw that the woman was very beautiful. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but froze, and she suddenly said, "Oh, that is the assistant of the goddess of Qinglian Palace, named Xingya." On the outside, she was called an assistant, a follower, a best friend, etc. But Yunji had heard some uncertain news, saying that this woman was actually a maid with a much lower status. In front of people, the two people seemed to be equal, but behind them, they are a master and a servant. "She is actually here?" Yunji frowned, a trace of doubt appearing in her golden eyes. "Oh, it turns out to be from Qinglian Palace. No wonder." Lin Shure nodded, no more doubts in her heart. Turning around, he saw Ling Yi was a little confused, and immediately explained with a chuckle. "Qinglian Palace is a force that specializes in cultivating female support players. They will collect excellent support skills from various channels, and then arrange them appropriately for their members. So every member inside has excellent auxiliary skills. Similar forces include Sword Gate, which is based on swords, Wuzong, which is based on physical skills, Ice Realm, which is based on ice skills, Yinqing, which is based on fire skills, and Summoning, which is based on summoning skills. Division Alliance. Not only do they cultivate talents in this area, but they also have a large number of experts in the corresponding field. Qinglian Palace, Sword Gate, Wuzong, Ice Realm, Yinqing, Summoner Alliance, major player guilds, and major financial groups. These are the major forces that the world often calls them. Player alliances from various countries such as the Divine Alliance and the White Alliance are directly affiliated with the official National Alliance and are usually not counted among them. Although Ling Yi has no plans to contact these big forces, the future is hard to say. Therefore, I listened carefully to Lin Shure's words. Come to your senses. Just when Ling Yi was about to secretly kill the person who secretly treated the Demon King, the wind suddenly transmitted Xingya's voice from 1,000 meters away. "I can feel that the Demon King's vitality has recovered slightly. Is someone treating the Demon King?" Hearing this voice, Ling Yi's eyes lit up, as expected of the assistants of Qinglian Palace. Although they don't know the specific vitality of the Demon King, they still have a way to know the general rise and fall. Because of Xingya's words, the crowd hundreds of meters away started to commotion. Ling Yi told the two girls about this, and Yunji immediately covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Turn on the truth bell! I want to see blood flowing like a river!" This, seeing Ling Yi's hesitation, Yunji raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes, then suddenly rushed to his side, crossed her arms and said with a smile, "Strictly speaking, He-Tian and you are competitors." The goddess of Qinglian Palace has been trained for a long time. Who do you think they most want to marry the goddess to? How do I know? Me? Nonsense! You are the most terrifying newcomer in the past 20 years, known as the humanoid Demon King. Is there anyone in the world who has more potential than you? But don't they know my age? Is this important? Aren't there still young girls marrying old men in their 50s and 60s? What's important is that you have potential and hope. You have now collected 2 legendary invincible certificates, and the whole world is saying that you are the future the strongest person in the world. Everyone understands the truth of investing now, while you are not invincible yet. But what does this have to do with that guy? Is he pursuing the goddess of Qinglian Palace? Yes. Yunji blinked her big eyes. The more Ling Yi thought about it, the more wrong he became. He asked, "That's not right. I'm not pursuing the goddess. What kind of competitor is this? He has been pursuing the goddess, and his background is excellent. What if one day the goddess sees his persistence and is impressed by him? Oh, leave it alone and drive away." Having said all that, Yunji still wants to see chaos? She likes to eat melon the most. I'll take some covert measures first. Ling Yi bought the shading rope from the store and mutated it. Shielding ring, see, as long as you hold it, you can temporarily enter the invisible state. Eliminate the breath and become untouchable. You cannot attack while holding the rope. Here, hold it. He handed the translucent ring to the two of them, and they reached out to hold it. The figures of the three people quickly faded away here, in the field. Hearing the people from Qinglian Palace say this, the surrounding players were shocked. Someone is treating the Demon King. How is that possible? Is it true or false? That's what the people from Qinglian Palace said. It should be true. He Tian, a rich and fat man in red clothes and red hair, couldn't help but frown when he saw the whole team getting restless. He quickly walked up to Xingya, who was wearing a white dress, and asked, "Miss Sheng, can you find out that bastard?" Xingya turned her head and glanced at him, and said in a cold tone, "No." Hearing this, He Tian secretly gritted his teeth and his narrowed eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. But there was a lot of anger on his face. And he said with an open-minded smile, "Uh-huh. That's right." The words just fell. A message suddenly appeared in front of him, which made his expression change with shock. Etienne was very dissatisfied and secretly cursed Xingya for being just a maid for a reason. Since you don't know who it is, don't say it. Now that you say it, no one can be found, which will inevitably seriously affect the team's performance. Is this the mysterious voice in the rumors? Etienne's eyes widened. He had been paying attention to the forum's current affairs, and he immediately remembered the mysterious voice that had appeared in the secret territory of Xinjiang City. Chapter 187 successfully captured the Demon King. Everyone around him exclaimed and looked at each other in shock. What? This is? What is this? Why did a line of information appear in front of me? Could it be the mysterious voice that went viral on the forum a few days ago? If so, doesn't that mean that the mysterious boss who can kill Saint Fuqian with one strike is near us? Affected by this, the team that was fighting the King Kong giant ape made obvious mistakes. Fortunately, when the war started, they had already used the A-level Hezhong prop, Shadow Giant Hand, to grab the legs of the King Kong giant ape, making it difficult to move. Otherwise, once the giant ape got out of trouble, most of the people would be killed or injured. Giant Hands of Shadow, a union, summon a pair of giant hands from the Shadow Gate to grab the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the greater the cost of Shadow Gate. Players can contribute energy to the Shadow Gate to maintain its existence. It is precisely because there are 400 high-level players who continue to provide physical strength to the Shadow Gate that they can firmly trap the King Kong giant ape in place. Of course, this method is only useful for demon kings like the King Kong giant ape who have no long-range attacks. Otherwise, even if their feet are bound, they can still blast these players into the sky with one long-range attack. Xingya, who was dressed in white, saw the information in front of her, and her face suddenly turned cold. See this? Etienne frowned fiercely and snorted coldly. So what if my inner voice is exposed? I'm doing the right thing, and that's what I think in my heart. Why? Isn't this wrong? Etienne believed that he was in the same status as the goddess of Qinglian Palace. But the servant of this goddess actually pretended to be noble in front of him. This made him so angry that he wanted to drag her into a dark secret room to vent his anger. As soon as she saw this information, Xingyan narrowed her eyes, and a flash of overwhelming anger flashed deep in her delicate silver pupils. She turned her body into a silver light and flew hundreds of meters away in an instant. Apparently he no longer wanted to help him conquer the Demon King. Seeing this message, everyone present was stunned, and then everyone smiled in surprise. Damn it! Are you playing this big? Ha! He Tian is finished. I have long disliked him. Not far away, the other powerful players, who were invited to help by the Hearst Consortium, also paused in their actions. One by one, you looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing whether to continue the fight. After all, this is just an idea in my mind. It has not been implemented yet. You can't be convicted just because of an idea. Let's continue to deal with the Demon King. A Jianmen player said. It's so disgusting. We won't help people like this. Several female Ice Realm players withdrew from the battlefield. In addition to them, female players from other forces also expressed that they could not accept it. And one by one, they ceased fighting and withdrew. But they didn't go very far, but watched from a few hundred meters away, obviously wanting to see what would happen next. Etienne looked around and saw everyone around him looking at him like a monkey. But he had no time to get angry in his heart. Now he doesn't have the arrogance he had just now, when he thinks that what happened today may spread to the whole world after he returns. His heart is filled with anxiety and uneasiness. At this critical moment, his good brother Wang Lei stepped forward. "Everyone, be quiet! Listen to me!" He stood in front of Etienne and shouted to everyone. Not only is he the strongest among the younger generation present, he is also a member of the Divine Alliance's genius camp, and everyone is willing to give him face. Except for those who were still dealing with the giant ape. Everyone else quickly quieted down and turned to look at him. Wang Lei took a deep breath, stepped back and stood next to Etienne, pointed at him, and said to everyone, "Etienne and I have been friends for many years. I can guarantee that after I got to know him, he did something outrageous. If you don't believe it, we can swear it in front of this heartfelt voice." With that said, Wang Lei grabbed Etienne's hand and gestured with his eyes to make him swear. Etienne's face turned a little dark, but he still nodded heavily. Etienne, swear to everyone that I have never done anything harmful to nature. In order to get the position of heir, he has really behaved himself over the years, and dare not leave any clues to his brothers of the same clan. There's just one thing I'm sorry for, good brother." After seeing the first half of the message, Etienne breathed a sigh of relief, as his restraint for so many years was not in vain. But when he saw the second half, his smile that had just appeared stiffened again. Wang Lei's expression on the side also changed. Etienne is only a good brother, and he knows very well. "I'm sorry for what happened to him." He stared blankly at the good brother next to him, thinking of many possibilities at once, and his face gradually turned ugly. "It's actually not a big deal." Etienne knew that he couldn't hide it, so instead of letting everyone know what he was feeling, he might as well whisper it to his friends. He quickly whispered in Wang Lei's ear. Everyone saw that the latter's face turned completely dark, as if he had received a huge blow and was out of his mind. Yes, just as Wang Lei thought. Etienne said what he least wanted to hear. "That night you and your sister-in-law came to my house as guests, drank too much and fell asleep, and then we had sex. What needs to be done?" Etienne didn't dare to say that the two of them had sex right next to Wang Lei, let alone that after he asked his private driver to take Wang Lei home, he and his wife continued to have sex all night long. After seeing the second message, Wang Lei's heart felt as if someone was strangling him hard, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He opened his mouth wide and breathed hard, then raised his head and glared at Etienne with ferocious eyes. "Aren't you premature?" he asked with a pale face. "Is this all fake?" He did have premature ejaculation, so he took a lot of medicine that night. Etienne felt that the situation was completely beyond his control. At that moment, he no longer cared about the devil, turned around and ran away. How could Wang Lei let it go? He roared and released tens of thousands of thunderbolts from his body, and immediately turned into a thunderbird and chased after Etienne like a fleeing man. Whether those present were those who were not fighting the Demon King or those who were fighting the Demon King, their attention was also attracted at this moment. "Wow! I'm chasing him! I'm chasing him! This is so exciting! Our Xinxia is going to have big news again today! Will Wang Lei kill Etienne? Follow him and see!" Players from various major forces, who were still dealing with the Demon King, stopped fighting one after another, and looked at each other in confusion. "Etienne ran away. Should we still fight?" All the players from Jianmen, Wuzong and other forces present were invited by the Hashir Consortium to help Etienne kill the Demon King. Now that the organizers have escaped, do those who came to help continue to fight? While everyone was hesitating, a highly concentrated hurricane suddenly appeared like a wind dragon, spiraling down from the sky and accurately hitting the head of the Vidra ape. Although they were surprised by this sudden attack, everyone was not panicked. The Demon King still has a lot of vitality, and it is impossible to kill him with such an attack. However, just when everyone was thinking this, the Demon King King Kong giant ape just fell down. Its eyes lost their luster in just an instant. The 50-meter-tall body collapsed and hit the ground with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised and shocked eyes of hundreds of people, the Vidra giant ape turned into countless light spots and disappeared. Chapter 18801 appears. Am I fancying this? The Demon King is dead? It's really dead. Impossible. The Demon King should still have 30 to 40% of his vitality. Players cannot see the specific vitality, but it is not difficult to estimate it based on experience. For example, it normally takes 6 hours to defeat a level 50 Demon King. For a team of the same strength, after 3 hours of fighting, the Demon King should only have about half of his vitality left. Based on these experiences, these players who had been dealing with the Demon King were extremely surprised by what happened in front of them. Look! There's someone in the sky! Someone looked up to see who had sent this attack, and actually saw a figure suspended 100 meters in the air. Hearing this, all the powerful players and others present quickly raised their heads. That person's figure is completely blurry and can't be seen clearly at all. Yeah, completely blurry? It seems that this kind of ability has only appeared in the world in Zero. Right. After saying this, everyone below immediately fell silent. They opened their eyes hard to see clearly the appearance of the man in the sky, but found that it was just as others said. His figure and appearance were completely blurred. After realizing this, 2 words came to everyone's mind. 01. The one who killed the Demon King with just 1 blow was none other than Zero, the man who shocked the world. Thinking of this, everyone was either frightened or surprised, but without exception, they all felt deeply surprised. They never thought that one day they would suddenly bump into this world-famous player. They didn't even expect that this player, known as the scariest newcomer in history, would be so powerful. You actually knocked out so much of the Demon King's life force with 1 blow. The players from all the major forces, who were still fighting fiercely with the King Kong giant ape just now, were all shocked by the waves in their hearts. 01, who looked down on them in the sky, was like a real god, impacting everyone's hearts with his overwhelming invincibility. No one dared to show off their anger, nor did they dare to move. They only dared to quietly maintain their current posture. It wasn't until 01 disappeared for a few seconds that everyone quickly relaxed physically and mentally. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. And after they calmed down, they started discussing enthusiastically. Oh my god! I didn't expect to meet the world-famous Zero here. How lucky! I have always regarded 01 as a new player in June, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. The King Kong giant ape had at least 30% to 40% of its vitality, but it was killed by 01's strike. It's unbelievable. I'm really afraid that if he hits him with 1 blow, everyone present will be stunned. It turns out that this is how it feels when facing 01 in District 66. It feels like if you are a teammate, you will feel extremely safe. Next to Xingya, someone asked her curiously, Miss Sheng, how much vitality does the Demon King have just now? They were eager to know how much Zero had knocked out with just that blow. Seeing that Xingya was still in a daze, several people waved in front of her. Miss Sheng? Oh! Xingya quickly came to her senses, stretched out 4 fingers towards the people in front of her, and said, 40%. The few people who got the approximate value immediately excitedly spread the news to others around them. But Xingya, who has special skills and is sensitive to sight, fell into confusion again. The feeling just now should be right. 01 did look at me with a hint of apology. If my skills are correct, then what's going on? He and I obviously have no intersection, etc. Could it be possible that the voice in his heart was his? The voice in her heart revealed that Tion thought she was a maid, which really made her a little angry. But that's all. If she had been upset because of the rumors, she would not have been able to achieve what she has achieved today. I heard that the Dark World has plans to enter Xinjiang to find the mysterious voice. If I tell my guest that the owner of the voice may be 01, wouldn't that indirectly reveal his location? Thinking of this, Xingya's silver eyes narrowed slightly. The Demon King is dead, and everyone has no idea of staying here anymore. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly saw Hetian's figure flying back again. Huh? That's Hetian. Why did he come back again? Wang Lei is also chasing us. Seeing these 2 people coming back, everyone immediately stopped returning and looked at them with expectant eyes. Many people also started recording directly. The reason why Hetian ran back was because he suddenly thought that the safest place was just now. With so many people watching, Wang Lei didn't dare to go too far with him, unless he has no future. Therefore, after landing, Tion immediately shouted at Wang Lei, who was chasing him. You are a member of the Divine Alliance's Genius Camp. Don't ruin your future because of impulse. The Thunderbird transformed by Wang Lei hit the ground in front of him with a boom, and blue lightning flashed all over its body as it walked out of the dust and smoke. He stared at the good brother in front of him with electric eyes, and sneered. Good brother. Good brother. You are really my good brother. And now you are still thinking about my future. Tian backed away towards the crowd of onlookers, and said with a sincere face. What happened in the past is in the past. Don't let the situation escalate. Tomorrow I will come to the door with a generous gift to apologize. I hope you forgive me. Wang Lei is now in a difficult situation. He glanced at the people present and saw everyone watching like monkeys. And he also had the idea in his mind to resolve this matter privately after returning home. However, what surprised the two of them was that the mysterious voice actually appeared again. After Wang Lei calmed down, he felt that the one-night fling between his wife and his brother was over. He didn't know that Tian was hesitating whether to tell him what happened between them more than one night. His TSK, TSK, TSK. The onlookers took a deep breath, smacked their lips, and shook their heads. Wang Lei is not careful in making friends. All the Jinnin players shook their heads. If I had a friend like this, I would definitely give him a set of great wild blast punches. A strong Wuzong player said loudly. Seeing that this mysterious voice was still there, Tian was almost frightened out of his soul. He quickly said to Wang Lei, Good brother, let's go back first, and we'll talk in detail after we get back. You don't want other people to know about the scandal between us. Right. Wang Lei's face turned darker, and he snorted. Stop calling me good brother. You are no longer my brother. After that, the return countdown began. When Tian saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly started to return. I'm afraid that this voice will read more. Outside the crowd, Xingya pretended to be looking around naturally. This voice is still there. Is it possible that that person is still nearby? After looking around and seeing nothing, she gave up the idea of searching and planned to go back. However, just as she started to return, a breeze suddenly blew in her ears, bringing her a voice from far away. A few minutes later, in a small forest in the forest of demonic insects, Xingya saw the legendary figure. His blurry figure was floating in the air, and just one glance made her heart tremble. You called me here. Do you have something to explain? Her heartbeat was faster than ever. Chapter 189 Fusion Skill Invincible Holy Shield. It's not a big deal. Lingyi turned to look aside, and Xingya also turned to look. After seeing the small tree, a woman wearing a mask walked out. My friend wants to get to know you, and may want to learn some auxiliary skills from you. Lin Shiru was very excited when she saw the people from Qinglian Palace again, and said she wanted to get to know them. Lingyi had no choice but to call Shanya over. Oh, no problem. I'd love to. Getting acquainted with 01's friends was equivalent to being on the line with 01. Shanya's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately realized that this was a wonderful opportunity. When other major forces didn't know Lingyi's identity, they, Qinglian Palace, had already met Lingyi's friends, which was equivalent to occupying a nearby tower. After both parties added friends, Xingya stood there and watched several people leave. After several people completely disappeared from her sight, she returned with satisfaction. I originally thought that fighting the King Kong giant ape would be a bit frustrating, but I didn't expect that this time it went extremely smoothly. After coming back, Lingyi sat on the sofa and smiled softly. In the yard outside the house, the birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the sun is shining brightly. They had been away for less than 2 hours, and it was only around 11 o'clock in the morning when they came back. It's mainly because someone helps me fight. Lin Shiru kissed Lingyi on the face, then stood up and walked to the kitchen. Yunji opened the forum with excitement and laughed loudly. There is another big melon to eat today. Your enhanced version of the truth bell is really a good thing. Hearing what Yunji said, Lingyi suddenly thought of what he had told Nan Gongli before about renting props for use time. After thinking about it, he informed the other party about it. Use the bell to help Nan Gongli? Please let me do this. Yunji's eyes were shining, and she volunteered. I can leave it to you when I'm not around. Anyway, you just need to stay at home and use the bell. Huh? That's so boring. I want to go to the scene. I don't have any objection if you take it to the scene. I'm just worried that it will be stolen. You can use the binding talisman to bind this prop to you. Yunji blinked. As he said that, he went to the store and bought one and handed it to him. Lingyi took it and checked it. Binding talisman, A, can be used on an A-level or lower prop to bind it to yourself. After binding, the props will only take effect with your own consent. You can take back the backpack at any time no matter where you are. and it cannot be included in the backpack by other players. Although this prop is A-level, because it is a disposable talisman, the price is not too high, and Yunji can definitely afford it. Ling Yi simply mutated it, and turned the talisman into a permanent prop that can be used once a day, and can be used on up to S-level props. And it has the effect of, cannot be unbundled in any form. Then he took out the truth bell, and used the binding charm to bind the truth bell to himself. Okay, now this bell is not afraid of being stolen or robbed. Ling Yi put the bell on the table and said, if I'm not here when Nangongli comes to find it, you can just use it. Very good. Yunji ran to Ling Yi and gave him a fierce kiss. Then she quickly opened the chat window with Nangongli and asked if the other party needed some help. After getting a positive reply from the other party, Yunji picked up the bell on the table and put it in her pocket, and rushed out of the door excitedly. Seeing this, Ling Yi shrugged helplessly. Start the fusion. He turned on the skill fusion function of Shenlu, and threw in the skill, Vidra Aegis, he just got from the King Kong giant ape and the bubble shield he got from the super bubble monster a dozen days ago, and clicked fusion. Are you sure about integration? Requires consumption of 100 gold coins. Sure. After a few seconds. Congratulations on integrating the 10-star skill, Invincible Divine Shield. Ling Yi quickly opened it to check. Invincible Holy Shield, 10 stars. The Invincible Holy Shield can be turned on around the body to resist all effects and attacks. The Holy Shield cannot be turned on within 1 second after attacking or using damage skills. And it cannot attack or use damage skills while it is turned on. The Invincible Holy Shield lasts for up to 1 minute, and can be used up to 10 times per day. That's okay. But if you can't use damage skills, then for a summoner who relies on summoned beasts to fight, it's simply a magical skill. He quickly mutated this Invincible Holy Shield. When I opened it again a few seconds later, I found that the effect had not changed. Only the subsequent usage restrictions had changed. Invincible Holy Shield, 10 stars, : The cumulative time that the Invincible Holy Shield can be activated every day is up to 600 seconds. Originally it was 10 times a day, with a maximum of 1 minute each time. There is no limit on the number of times it can be used, but it is limited to 600 seconds per day. Although the maximum time that can be used every day has not changed. The second one is undoubtedly much freer, and the fault tolerance rate is far greater than the first one. Okay. In this way, you can freely release Xinglu even when you are alone. A smile appeared on Ling Yi's face. When he learns this skill, his survivability will definitely be greatly improved. He opened his personal panel and looked at his own panel. Lost in thought. It's okay to upgrade, but then Yun Zijin and Xiao Wanqing won't be able to protect her with me. And if you want to retain their support and learn this skill, you can only upgrade my star-increasing treasure again. After his treasure, Dream Holy Star, was originally upgraded to a level, it stopped rising because the whereabouts of the material, Cosmic Source Chi, was unknown, and he gradually forgot about it. If it weren't for the need for the star position, he probably wouldn't be thinking about it now. Ling Yi naturally took out the prompt and asked about the whereabouts of the Cosmic Source Chi. The flames burned 4 big characters in front of him. Temple of the Earth. Huh? The Great Secret Realm. Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Yes, the Forest Holy Water I got in the Forest Temple last time was an A-level material. It is natural for the Cosmic Source Energy, which is also an A-level material, to appear in another Great Secret Realm. Yes, the Forest Temple, the Earth Temple, the Sky Temple, and the Ocean Temple are the 4 Great Secret Realms with temples that have appeared around the world so far. Among them, the first 2 Great Secret Realms are both within the territory of Xinxia. The Forest Temple is on the 15th of every month, and the Earth Temple is on the 20th of every month. The 20th is tomorrow. Let me see where it is. Ling Yi logged on to the forum, and quickly found the exact location. Xinxia, Yunhai City, Yulong Town. Are you going to Yunhai City tomorrow? Is it because of the Great Secret Realm? Right. At 11:30 p.m. After several people came back from killing the boss outside, Ling Yi talked about tomorrow's trip. His Dream Holy Star will be promoted to S level sooner or later. If he doesn't go this time, he will have to wait another month. Yunji waved her hands excitedly and said happily, I'll go too. What are you going to do? I want to see other people fight. Yunji held the truth bell in her hand and rubbed it against her cheek, and said with a happy face, I love this little thing so much. Ling Yi and others. Chapter 190 Craze. What about you? Ling Yi turned to look at Lin Qiru and Xiao Wanqing. Then it depends on what your purpose is. If I can help, I will go, Lin Shuju said. I'm not going. I'm not strong enough now. I need to upgrade as soon as possible. Xiao Wanqing shook her head. My goal is to get a piece of material, but I don't know where that piece of material is in the secret realm. Now I don't know what I'm going to do after entering. Ling Yi replied to Lin Qiru. The prompt can only be accurate to this great secret realm. If it could be accurate to a certain part of the secret realm, it would have been displayed just now. Hearing this, Lin Qiru lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, If that's the case, then I won't follow. I'll accompany Wanqing and level up with her. That's fine. Ling Yi secretly thought that it would be easier to move if it was just him and Yunji. What materials do you want to get? Yunji suddenly asked. A-level cosmic source energy. Yunji frowned and pondered thoughtfully. I seem to have heard of this somewhere. Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at her expectantly. 3 minutes later, Yunji, who really didn't think about it, looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I really can't remember it for a while. It's okay, no problem. Ling Yi smiled openly. Maybe when I go in tomorrow and see the scenery inside, I will remember it soon. Yunji nodded heavily, hoping so in her heart. One blow will kill the Demon King who still has 40% of his vitality. Where is the upper limit of 01? Explosion. 01 appears in the big world. Fire. This video allows you to feel the godlike pressure from Big Brother Zero up close. Explosion. The mysterious voice appears again. Hot. Tonight's forum was full of news about 01 appearing in the big world and knocking out the level 50 Demon King who still had 40% of his vitality. Live videos from various perspectives are also posted in various posts and various forum groups. Many people present almost started recording when the mysterious voice appeared, although the expressed voice message was still not captured. The scene of 01 taking action to kill the King Kong giant ape was accidentally captured. Of course, it also includes the scene of 01 looking at everyone in the air. In the first-person perspective, most players feel as if they are immersed in the scene and have the same feeling as the players who were present at the time. Nervous, scared, worried, surprised, curious. A variety of emotions are mixed together, making people don't know whether to be happy or scared. Some experts have studied it and said that this attack must be a super move combined with multiple factors. It cannot be used all the time. That's for sure. If this was a level A or a small skill, he would have been defeated in a matter of seconds. The focus of discussion among players is still why 01 can launch such a strong attack. I used to think that 01 relied on the Ice Master in his body, but now it seems that he is also a cheating player. Could it be some kind of S-level attack scroll blessed by various factors? But even an S-class attack scroll isn't that powerful. And at this time, in the Genius Girls United Garden forum group, today's events are also being discussed heatedly. It's just that the focus of their discussion is completely different from the outside world. Sarasvati Gita. Good fellow. Good fellow. Sister Fairy. Your little follower has become famous all over the world today. The best immortal in the world. Gong Han Yuing. Is that your maid? If you don't come out to clarify, the outside world will think so. Peerless Witch. No way. Right? Are there still such things as maids these days? The #1 immortal in the world. Well, she is actually an assistant. It's just because Xiuya is too careful. She seems to have a low status when she is busy. She usually doesn't care about others and doesn't compete with others. She is taciturn. As a result, such rumors are being spread among private people. Our palace will issue an announcement later to clarify this rumor. Golden Fairy. I heard that your little follower has made friends with someone close to 01. The #1 immortal in the world. Yes. Yes. The nickname of the person opposite is Shiro. Do you know who it is? Golden Goblin. Hey. You guys in Qinglian Palace may be in luck. That may not be Ling Yi's friend, but his girlfriend. Anyway, when I first met his girlfriend, I called her Sister Ro. The Peerless Witch. Gong Han Yuing. Obviously, she wants to know your auxiliary skills to help 01. If you give her auxiliary skills, then maybe she can help 01 the next day. The #1 immortal in the world. I will report this matter to the palace right away. Please keep it quiet. Yuzuki Yankian. TSK TSK TSK. Goblin's sister is amazing. She is a direct friend of Ling Ling and has fought together with him. Tutu, who loves eating sticks, said, there is still an obvious difference. The goblin is a person, while the fairy's sister represents a force. In a luxurious villa in Mahai, Yun Zijin was slowly sipping black tea with a strange expression while watching the discussion among the group friends. Every time I see 01 being discussed in the outside world, I will think of my caregiver 01. She handed the finished black tea to the maid aside, immediately closed the group chat, and opened the chat window with 01 to start a conversation. Nightingale sings, "Brother Ling, are you free tomorrow? My dad wants to invite you to the secret realm of the Earth Temple." After a while, a message came from there. 01, huh? Nightingale's song, "Didn't you discover the function of the secret statue in the forest temple last time? My dad just wants you to try again. But of course I know this is impossible." 01, "I really want to go to that secret place tomorrow. But not for the statue." Nightingale sings, "What is that for? If you tell me, I'll ask my subordinates to keep an eye on it for you tomorrow and let you know if there's any news." 01, "There's no need to go to such trouble. If I really can't find it, I'll look for you again. You'll also hold an auction there, right?" Nightingale song, "Yes. Because there is a precious cultivation resource, red holy stone, in the secret realm of the earth. People from many forces will be present tomorrow. In terms of consortiums, in addition to our Emperor Star Consortium, the Hashur Consortium, and the Xianyu Consortium will also come. Don't go the wrong way and go to their auction house." 01, "Haha. Okay." After the chat ended, Yun Zijin sighed softly. Brother Ling still doesn't completely trust us. This is normal. After all, we have only met twice. But looking at it this way, what he wants is really important to him. Looking at the moonlight outside the window, Yun Zijin gradually fell into a trance. And in a small mountain manor in Xanadu, Xinxia, there was another woman who was also looking at the moonlight. I'm sorry. If I had known better, I wouldn't have said that I received an auspicious blessing. Now my dad treats me like a koi and will take me to the great secret realm no matter what. I'm only level 18. It's too dangerous for me there. Luo Yao looked at the moonlight and expressed helplessness. Deep in her soul, Qin Mingyao rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, "Come on. You are very lucky now. Maybe everyone present is dead and you are still safe." Chapter 191, Talent Enhancement and New Talents. Your father knew this, so he dared to take you there. Besides, he is a level 90 strongman. Isn't it easy for him to protect a scum like you? Besides, thanks to your father, the deputy leader of the Bao League, you have the most life-saving tools I have ever seen. At this point, Qin Mingyao crossed her arms and added with a sigh, as expected of the deputy leader of the Bao Alliance, I have never seen many props before. Luo Yao actually knew that she was relatively safe, so she sighed and didn't bother about this topic. She walked up to the pavilion, sat on the stone pier in the pavilion, held her chin in one hand and looked at the small lake under the pavilion, and said softly, "Now I hope that among those who will go to the secret realm tomorrow, some of them will have artifact fragments." Bar already collected 1 piece, and there are still 4 pieces left. During this period of time, she also visited the Qin family, letting the Qin family know that Qin Mingyao was with her and informed them of their plan. The Qin family was very generous. Not only did they directly give her the artifact fragment they unexpectedly obtained, but they also promised that when Luo Yao reaches level 72, with the help of the experience they gave her, the experience would be given to her. This means that once she gets 5 artifact fragments and successfully restores the artifact, she will be promoted to level 72 in one fell swoop. Not temporary, but permanent. Therefore, during this period of time, the 2 major families of Luo and Qin began to secretly collect artifact fragments. The former is to quickly upgrade Luo Yao, and the latter is to revive Qin Mingyao as soon as possible. It takes about 10 years for a normal person to reach level 72. It takes 8 or 9 years faster. With the support of resources, it may only take 6 or 7 years or even shorter. If you can collect 5 coins and upgrade to 7-2 in just 1 year, it will be a very quick and hard-earned profit. In order to strengthen Luo Yao's idea of gathering artifacts so that she can be resurrected as soon as possible, Qin Mingyao decided to set a goal for her. If you can resurrect me within a year, I will give you the 9-star rare skill that I finally obtained. The talisman making technique is for you. Okay, it's a deal. Luo Yao agreed with a look of surprise on her face. Talisman making is an extremely rare manufacturing skill. As long as you have the corresponding materials, you can create the corresponding talisman paper. This is a skill that Luo Yao likes very much, but he has never been able to obtain it because it is valuable and has no market. Number 20. 0 hour. When everyone around the world thought this was just an ordinary day, Shenlu actually made an update that was beyond everyone's expectations. In order to improve the functionality of talent attributes, a second talent slot will be added, and all talents will be iteratively enhanced. The talent library is being updated. Player panel is being updated. After these 3 pieces of news appeared, players around the world were stunned. What? The second talent? Talent enhancement? Has this thing that has had no sense of existence for 10,000 years finally been remembered by Shenlu? Countless people want to open their own panels to check the current situation, but are told that they cannot be opened. The current panel is being updated. Please try again later. Seeing this, players took to the forum one after another to discuss the matter with others excitedly. The original roll of talent was almost 0. And no matter what you choose, it will have no impact on future development. This situation may change from now on. We don't know how much it can be strengthened yet, so don't rush to conclusions yet. It seems that in the future, when discussing combat power, you can also play with talents. In the hall, Lingy touched his chin and frowned, thinking secretly, the talents of other players are normal, and there must be no problem in strengthening them. But my talent is mutated. Will the divine path also strengthen it? Talent library has been updated. All players' talents have been successfully enhanced. The second talent slot has been added. Players can select another talent from the talent library, and the effects of the same talent can be superimposed. Player panel updated. It's over! It's over! Open it and take a look! Yuanji and others were also in the hall. When they saw that the divine path had been updated, they quickly opened their own panels to check. Lingy also opened it slightly uneasily and looked at his probability reversal. Probability reversal talent. Original effect. For all probabilistic events that are unfavorable to you, if the trigger probability is higher than 50%, the probability of reversal will be reset to 100% original probability. Huh? Okay. The effect is more comprehensive. Lingy secretly pondered, wondering in which situation this new effect could be used. For example, the probability skills that other players use against themselves? Or is it some kind of mechanism triggered by probability? There don't seem to be many scenarios where it can be used. Although this new effect is a bit useless, it is still better than nothing. And Lingy is still content with it. He looked at Lin Shuru and the others. Seeing the weird expressions on the 3 of them's faces, they quickly asked, "How's it going? How much have you improved?" Lin Shuru pursed her lips and smiled, and said slightly speechlessly, "My talent is water-based expertise. The power of water-based skills originally increased by 2%, but now it has increased by 5%. It's okay. If the second talent is still the water specialty, it will be 10%, which is not bad." Lingy nodded. "My original mana was increased by 3 points, but now my mana is increased by 25 points. Yuanji sighed helplessly. "Oh, although it is true that there is an improvement, it is still too little. My talent is luck. It used to add 1 point of luck, but now it's 3 points. For new players who have entered the divine path, there will be a clear difference. And because you can choose another talent, the combination of dual talents in the future will become something that new players must seriously consider in the future." Several people nodded their heads and agreed very much with Xia Wanqing's words. Next, several people began to choose their second talents from the talent library. Last time, Lingy only awakened the super mutation system after choosing his talent. Now that he has a system, it is easy for him to pick talents. Fire specialty mutation potential, medium. Power enhancement mutation potential, high. Strong will mutation potential, medium. Sensitive body mutation potential, high. Most of them are talents with high mutation potential. A few are medium, and even fewer are extremely high. And there are only 2 others with perfect level mutation potential like Lucky. The mutation potential of the power of blessing, perfect. Summoning power mutation potential, perfect. The former is an auxiliary talent, and the latter is a summoning talent. You can only choose one of the 2, and Lingy chose the latter without much hesitation. He didn't have any auxiliary skills, and he didn't want to change to auxiliary skills in the future, so he passed the power of blessing directly. Choosing the latter can at least strengthen a wave of Ice King. Right. You have obtained the second talent of summoning power. As usual, let's check the effect of this talent first. Power of summoning, second talent, All attributes of the summoned beast are increased by 5 points. All attributes have only been increased by 5 points now. You can imagine how bad it was before the reinforcement. System. Mutate? Are you sure to mutate the summoning power talent? 100 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. After a few seconds, the second talent became clear again, and Lingy quickly clicked on it. Summoning divine power, second talent, summon beast summoned by yourself using skills, props, or other means will have all attributes increased by 100. And the following corresponding effects will be triggered based on the number of summons. There is only one summon at a time. This summoned beast is immune to death and instant death effects, and immune to all negative conditions. There is no cost for using skills, and it is exempt from skill side effects. Summon more than one beast at a time. The number of summoned beasts doubled. Chapter 192: The Secret of Summoning and the Doorway to the Secret Realm. Huh? Immune to death? This was the first time for Lingy to see this type of effect. He asked Yunji, who raised her head slightly, frowned and recalled. Immune to death. This is an extremely rare effect. It means that people can retain the last bit of vitality before death. During this period, no matter how the enemy attacks, you will not die. Oh. Lingy nodded. As expected, the effect of being immune to death within a few seconds is considered good. But this permanent immunity to death is enough to be called heaven-defying. It's just that the target of this effect is summoned beasts. Is it useful? Wouldn't it be nice to summon the summoned beast immediately after it dies? What is the use of being immune to death? He threw this doubt to Yunji, who put down the teacup in her hand, nodded and affirmed. It's useful. It's very useful. Summoning skills will not summon summoned beasts under 2 circumstances. Yunji smiled, stretched out 2 fingers one after another, and said, First, when the player's summoned beast has appeared. Second, within an hour after the summoned beast dies. No one is sure of the specific reasons, but experts have made speculations, and there are many conclusions. You can go to the forum to see for yourself. After finishing her words, Yunji picked up the warm tea in front of her again and took a sip. Death cannot be summoned for an hour. That's wrong. Lingy suddenly frowned and said, When we were in the Great Secret Realm 5 days ago, didn't you say that you can summon the shield spirit again if it is broken? It's an actinium. Oh, I almost forgot. There are different types of summoned beasts. 1 minute later, with Yunji's explanation, Lingy finally figured it out. Turn out to be. Summoned beasts are generally divided into 3 types: combat type, defensive type, and functional type. Combat type, summoned to fight. It takes 1 hour to recover after death. Defensive type, has no offensive ability, and can only be used for defense and injury resistance. It can be summoned immediately after death. Functional type, has no combat effectiveness, and is generally used for exploration, treatment, and carrying people on the road. It can also be summoned immediately after death. So, Yunji finally concluded, the effect of immunity to death is only effective for combat-type summoned beasts. So that's it. Lin Shuru, who had been listening silently, finally nodded at this moment and said with a smile, I only knew that there are these 3 types of summoned beasts, but I didn't expect that there is a difference in whether they can be summoned immediately after death. Summoners will not take the initiative to spread this information everywhere, but if you are willing to check it, you can easily find it. Xiao Wanqing secretly wondered if other skills had similar secrets. After summarizing, Ling Yi's understanding of summoning skills has completely reached a new level. It seems that the 2 effects of my talent have been greatly improved. There is no need to do more summoning skills for the time being, but I may be able to get more summoning props like the Gate of Heaven. Summoning skills will occupy star slots, but summoning props will not. Ling Yi immediately had the idea of looking for excellent summoning items. It's just that the night is already dark, so we'll talk about the rest later. After Yunji and the 2 returned, Ling Yi hugged Lin Shuru, who had completed the fusion with Ling, and turned back to the room. 11:50 p.m. Xinxia Yuhai City and Yulong Town. On the playground of a primary school called Yulong Primary School, a large number of players are gathering here, waiting for the opening of the Great Secret Realm, Earth Temple, in 10 minutes. Because of this Great Secret Realm, on this day of every month, Yulong Elementary School will have a morning off, and players from the Shinmen Yulong branch will temporarily take over. At this time, on the playground of the entire school, there are only players from various forces, and no other ordinary people. Yunji was on the rooftop of a teaching building, leaning on the slightly rusty iron railing, looking at Ling Yi, who was wandering among the crowd below. and said silently, "What is this guy doing?" After the two of them came together just now, Ling said he wanted to go down for a walk. Yunji thought he had something to do. But when she saw it, he really went for a walk. Below. You absorbed 73 of Rose's excitement points. You absorbed Lu Ning's 72 expectations. You absorbed 68 points of Zhao Kai's excitement points. Dot. Ling Yi walked among the crowd, absorbing other people's emotional values while checking their fate. Much like last time, Destiny is basically filled with irrelevant information. Occasionally there are small opportunities, such as getting D-level treasures and C-level weapons. He has no interest in these things anymore, so he turns around and forgets about them. I heard that someone discovered the function of the statue in the Forest Temple last time. I don't know what the function of the statue in the Earth Temple is. There are so many people here. Most of them are here for the Red Holy Stone. Wow! That's the Storm Sword Master. One of the two Sword Masters of the Sword Sect. A level 90 expert who ranks among the top 100 in the world. He's actually here too. Among the top 100 people in the world. Even Ling Yi couldn't help but look at him when he heard this name. It was a middle-aged man with black hair and white temples surrounded by many people. He was laughing and talking about something with others around him. He always maintained a wisp of hushy smile on his cold and resolute face. He seemed to be an uncle who was easy to get along with. I heard Yunji say before that Nangong Li's father is the Storm Sword Saint Nangong Han. Is he? Ling Yi was filled with curiosity. From a distance of more than 100 meters, he directly checked the other party's fate. On June 20th, enter the Great Secret Realm Earth Temple. Enter the mysterious cave under the cliff in the southeast corner of the Secret Realm. After passing several levels, you finally get your favorite treasure deep in the cave. After leaving the cave, I bumped into the original leader of the Holy Sect, Xingfu Tianzheng, fighting with the Xuanmu envoy, one of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance. He hurried to help, but was unexpectedly attacked by the Shadow King, the leader of the Shadow Realm, who was following behind him, and died. Resurrection next to the Eternal Soul Protector Monument. After seeing this fate, Ling Yi was confused. The top 100 people in the world were stolen to death so easily. Is the Shadow King too strong, or is he too fragile? He remembered the post he saw on the forum a few days ago, when Saint Fuqian encouraged the Shadow King to send someone over. Later it seemed to have settled down. Unexpectedly, they actually ran in now? Ling Yi went to the forum to search for information about Shadow King. And what he got was Shadow King, a level 90 assassin player. Invincible. Ranked 20th in global combat power. He is often called the invincible goalkeeper and the weakest invincible player. Good at pouring out a large amount of output on a single target in a short period of time. It turns out he is an invincible assassin. No wonder he can be killed in one sneak attack. Ling Yi frowned tightly at the thought of level 90 invincible players coming in. But soon, he felt a little relieved again. Now that I have a new talent to summon divine power. If the summoned Ice King turns on his second form, it will be equivalent to a level 50 Demon King who is immortal and immune to negative status. If we fight alone with this invincible Shadow King, I don't know who will be better. But at least the immortal Ice King will not lose. No matter how dangerous it is, there is still the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument to protect it. So Ling Yi decided to go in. Just to be cautious, he decided to notify the Divine Alliance first. Chapter 193, Entering the Secret Realm and Mysterious Cave. As Ling Yi walked towards the temporary stationing point of the Divine Alliance personnel, he secretly thought about how he would inform them. When he walked to the periphery, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a gentle face sitting and sleeping against a big tree. Xuanmu Envoy. The appearances of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance are all posted on the official website of the Divine Alliance. And Ling Yi recognized them. The handsome middle-aged man sleeping under the big tree is one of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance. Xuanwu Envoy Zhou Ziwen. It is said that he is a lazy person who loves to sleep. And the Suzaki user, who is always active in fighting, can be said to be 2 extremes. Ling Yi did not get close, but activated Destiny Snoop to check the opponent's fate. On June 20th, we entered the Great Secret Realm, Earth Temple, together in order to capture Saint Fuqian, and started a fierce battle with him in the center of the Secret Realm. After the Shadow King who followed the Storm Sword Master killed the former, he teamed up with Saint Fuqian to deal with him, and successfully held the 2 of them back, allowing Luo Yuan to arrive. Luo Yuan used the space domain to isolate the inner and outer spaces. Both parties worked together to fight the Shadow King and Saint Fuqian until the end of the Secret Realm time. Well, It seems I don't have to worry about it anymore. After reading the Xuanwu envoy's fate today, Lingy breathed a sigh of relief. If we let nature take its course and ignore it, these strong men will stalemate together on their own. As long as they don't get close. It means that these people are not present and nothing will happen. When 12 o'clock at noon arrived, the players immediately rushed into the secret realm entrance with shouts. There was a rush and no order at all. Lingy and Yunji did not break away from the crowd, but poured in with the crowd. After a while, standing on a rugged rocky ground, Yunji suddenly said happily as if she remembered something. Ah, that's right. I remembered it. She quickly glanced around and saw that everyone was rushing around frantically, and no one was paying attention to them. She leaned into Lingyi's ear and whispered, "A few years ago, someone obtained the A-level material universe source in this secret realm. It seemed that I was in a cave at that time." Cave? Yes. I heard that there are many mechanisms in this cave, and you can get a lot of good things after clearing the level. But I heard that this location information was sold to a certain force, and then there was no news about it. Lingy immediately remembered that when he checked the fate of the Storm Sword Master, there was a mysterious cave inside. The location is under the southeastern cliff. If there are no other caves in this secret realm, then I know where they are. Oh! Yunji opened her mouth wide with a look of surprise on her face. Although she didn't know where Lingy got the information, she didn't ask much, but said happily, "Then let's go!" The two of them flew towards the southeast together, one behind the other. With his huge sense of perception, Lingy quickly found a cliff and discovered a relatively hidden cave about the middle of the cliff. "Found it! Follow me!" After a few breaths, through a small hole that was only 2 people wide, the two entered the cave on the rock wall. This is a low and small space with an area of only about 20 square meters, and is only about 2 meters high. Yunji, who is tall and has slender legs, stands here, with her hair only a palm away from the top wall. There was a stone door in front of him, which was obviously the entrance to the cave. "Hey, there is actually a door here?" There was also a stone lock on the stone door, and the two of them were confused when they looked at the stone lock. "I haven't heard that a key is needed. Could it be that the key is somewhere else in the secret realm?" Yunji put forward a hypothesis. "Most likely. Then us. Maybe I can do something." In Lingyi's field of vision, there is also a line of system information. Indestructible stone lock mutation potential, low. All locks require a specific key to open. And if I mutate it and make the structure inside it simple enough, then I can poke it open with just a piece of wire. He has never tried to mutate items with low mutation potential, but he can try it now. The system mutates this stone lock. The stone locks in front of him gradually blurred. At this moment, Yunji, who had been looking at Shersuo, was stunned, then blinked suddenly and rubbed her eyes. Seeing this, Lingy was moved in his heart and thought to himself, "It seems that the blur of this item is acting on the item itself, and other people can also see it." This was the first time that he directly mutated something under the eyes of others. Did you see it? The stone lock seemed to have become blurry just now, and now it's restored." Yunji saw that the stone lock in her eyes became clear again, and she quickly pointed at it and said to Lingy, "This is the method I say." Lingy smiled, turned to her and asked, "Do you have any needles on your body?" "Oh, is that so? There seems to be a needle. Let me look for it." Yunji nodded without thinking much, opened her backpack and started looking for it. However, at this moment, in Lingyi's perception, several figures also flew down from the cliff, heading straight towards the entrance of the cave on the rock wall. It seems that the Storm Sword Master and the others are here. After a while, several people entered the space through the narrow entrance. The leader was not Nandong Han, but another middle-aged uncle that Lingyi had never seen before. The uncle was wearing a white summer sportswear, and there was a smile on his slightly resolute face, as if he was out for an outing. Lingyi didn't know him, but Yunji did. She took out a needle and handed it to Lingyi, then looked at the man and said in surprise, "Baoming Analysis Department. Director Luo Yuan? Are you Yunji and Lingyi who discovered the function of the statue last time?" Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment and quickly recognized the two of them. Behind him, Luo Yao blinked her cube big eyes, looking back and forth between the two of them, with a curious look in her eyes. Wow! It seems that these two people are really the rumored couple, coming here for a tryst. Also coming in with Luo Yuan and his daughter were Nandong Han, who had black hair and white temples and a strong build. Two handsome young men, and an ugly old man with a hunchback. To be cautious, Ling Yi opened his eyes of truth and scanned a few people first. Luo Yuan, LV 90. Luo Yao, LV 18. Nandong Han, LV 90. Lu Sheng, LV 69. Anzawa, LV 62. Lu Qian Yuan, LV 90. That blonde young man is Lu Sheng, who is known as the #1 young person in Xinxia. That's right. He lives in Yunhai City. And the Demon King appeared here just a few days ago. This old man named Lu Qian Yuan is actually level 90. Well, holy shit. It was okay not to look at it. Ling Yi was startled when he looked at Lu Qian Yuan's panel. Forget about the others. But this guy has one more rank attribute than anyone else here. Level, invincible level. Invincible level. Isn't this guy the Shadow King? Ling Yi hurriedly checked the other party's fate. On June 20th, he entered the great secret realm of the Earth Temple and disguised himself as an old man to follow Nandong Han in order to obtain the true soul pill in the cave. After leaving the cave, kill him and fight with the Xuanwu envoy and Luo Yuan who comes from behind. Truly the King of Shadows. Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling speechless in his heart. The 3 strongest people in the entire secret realm should be here. Chapter 194 Qin Mingya's Evaluation. Why are there others? Lu Sheng, who had fair complexion and flowing golden bangs, shook his head slightly dissatisfied when he saw Ling Yi and the other 2. This time Luo Yuan and Nandong Han came together to hunt for treasure in the cave. He got the news by chance and followed them, intending to hitch a ride and pick up things that these 2 big guys didn't want. Now that there are other people, he may get less, so he will naturally be unhappy. Next to him, his friend Lane stared blankly at Yunji's beautiful half of her face. Lost in thought, Yunji noticed his gaze, frowned and snorted. Lan Zhe flew backwards as if he had been hit hard, and hit the rock wall with a bang. Lanes! Lu Sheng hurriedly rushed to his friend's side and helped him up. Seeing that his friend already had a nosebleed, Lu Sheng frowned, raised his head, and said dissatisfiedly to Yunji, "Didn't I just look at you for a while? Is it necessary to be so harsh?" Thick black hair covered half of Yunji's face, and the only part of her face that was exposed was already as cold as ice. She didn't answer, but took a step forward to close the distance with Ling Yi, and the 2 of them almost touched each other. In front of the 2 bosses, Lu Sheng wanted to perform well. Therefore, after helping his friend to show his good character of attaching importance to friendship, he quickly took out a stone key from his pocket and smiled as he walked. "The sword master got the key and gave it to me. Let me open the door. I will open the door right now." Open. He walked to the stone door and used the stone key to insert it into the keyhole. To his surprise, the keyhole was too small and he couldn't insert it. Luo Yuan and others on the side also noticed the situation and came over one after another. It's weird. It shouldn't be. How could the keys not match? Luo Yuan reached out and took the key and tried it himself, and found that the key was indeed a bit bigger. Is it possible that there is a second key? Nandong Han crossed his arms and raised a hypothesis. But the information we got only has 1 key. What should we do now? I'll give it a try with my sword. When Luo Yuan and others looked embarrassed, Yunji blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Yi with amusement. When they saw Nandong Han summoning his spirit weapon and actually slashing at Shermin and Shursua several times, everyone present was a little surprised. This sword master seems to be a complete doer. Let's go. We can't open it. After a few blows, Nandong Han turned around and left. Seeing that he was acting differently from his original fate, Ling Yi became curious and checked his fate again, and found that it had indeed changed, because he could not open the door of the cave. He was deemed to have lost his use by the Shadow King. He was attacked and killed by the Shadow King on the cliff. Die faster! Etc. Ling Yi stopped him. Immediately, when everyone was watching, he took out the needle that Yunji handed to him just now, walked to the stone door, and said, "Maybe I can try it." He inserted the needle into the keyhole of the stone lock. Then there was only a click sound, and the lock popped out quickly. The speed was so fast that several people were stunned. Luo Yuan looked at Ling Yi's face and was speechless for a moment. People can get in, but they can't. I bet these people who come after them are the team members? Nandong Han was even more confused. He flew in front of Ling Yi like the wind, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed every word again when he reached his throat. In the end, I had to pat him on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Thank you. It's okay. It should be. We will enter the treasure room in the cave later. Luo Yuan, and I only want the true soul pill. You can take whatever else you want. Nandong Han said boldly. Although Luo Yuan did not expect Nandong Han to betray him so quickly, he quite agreed with this proposal. After the stone door was pushed open, several people entered quickly without any delay. Sister Qin, what do you think of Lu Sheng walking on the bridge leading to the 5th level? Luo Yao suddenly asked Qin Mengyao deep in her soul from her heart. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao was slightly surprised and asked, Strange. Why did you suddenly ask about him? I've always heard people say that he is perfect and an excellent marriage candidate. This time my dad agreed to let him come. Probably because he wanted to see his true level. Luo Yao glanced back at Lu Sheng, then turned her gaze to Ling Yi not far away, and continued, But I feel that he is not as good as Ling Yi, an ordinary player. Qin Mengyao was greatly relieved to hear Luo Yao's voice. Okay. You could even see this. It seems that you are not as easily deceived as before. She quickly became serious and said, Then let me use my performance in the previous 4 levels to talk about it. Getting the key on the flying rope at the 1st level. Seeing that you and Ling Yi both got a key safely. He also climbed on the flying rope to swing over, but was about to be shot to death by a hidden arrow in the middle of the swing. If your father hadn't taken action, then the guy was already dead by then. It was overestimating one's capabilities. In the 2nd level of the monster lair, he did not consider the surroundings during the battle, and almost accidentally injured others many times. A few days ago, he was educated by the League of Gods for this reason. At that time, he promised that he would pay attention to the surroundings in the future. What happened? This is carelessness. He breaks his word and is unrepentant. In the 3rd level of the illusion of murderous intent, although it took half a minute to pass through the illusion path, it was okay. But Ling Yi only took less than 10 seconds. It's okay to not be as good as others, but you still question others when you come out. This is a frog in the well. Speak without hesitation. The performance of the 4th level, Treasure Cave, is quite satisfactory. There is nothing to say. After listening quietly to Qin Mengyao in her soul, Luo Yao's eyes suddenly dawned. In fact, she didn't see that much at all just now. She just felt that there were some flaws in his behavior. Now that Sister Qin said it, her impression of him suddenly plummeted. What about Lan Zhe? He's just a villain with a head full of women. It's disgusting to look at him. Luo Yao nodded, then turned his gaze to Ling Yi not far away, and asked in his heart, Then what do you think of Ling Yi? Very nice. The soul villain Qin Mengyao crossed his arms, shook his head and smiled. I can only say that it makes sense to be liked by Yunji. If I can be resurrected, maybe I will also have a good impression of him. During this journey, he was the one I observed the most. This man has an easygoing personality, strong observation skills, and is considerate. Not only does he have a very good temper, he is also open-minded and has no pretensions. His eyes are clear and pure, but contain an unquestionable firm belief. He is a person with goals and bottom lines. If you pay attention, you will find that although he doesn't speak or act very much, every time he speaks or acts, he can give an impeccable solution to the current dilemma. Speaking of this, Qin Mengyao paused for a while, sorted it out in his mind and concluded. He is a man with a perfect and unfathomable character. Even Yunji, who has always been aloof and arrogant, will be tamed by him and stay with him obediently. He is definitely not as simple as he seems. Luo Yao didn't expect that Sister Qin, who was always strict and cautious, would give such a high evaluation. As a person in authority, she did not see it more clearly than Qin Mengyao, who was an onlooker. Now that she was so little aware of it, she gradually recalled various details from the experience of the 4th level just now. Speaking of which, Ling Yi seems to be from District 66 too. He should only be at level 10. What is he doing here? Chapter 195, Strategy. Luo Yao suddenly thought of this question. She was brought here by her father. But no matter how she looked at Ling Yi and Yunji, Ling Yi had the absolute dominant position. When she was confused, she suddenly remembered the disposable talisman that Yunji had given them just now. After crossing the bridge, the group stopped in front of a node with 10 forked roads. This is the last level now. After passing this level, you will reach the treasure room in the cave. Luo Yuan looked back at the few people and said, Each of these 10 forked roads is a small maze, and only one of them can lead to the treasure room. The Juggernaut and I will each go one way. If you want to follow the others, just follow. If you don't want to follow, you can try other ways. With that said, Luo Yuan led Luo Yao into the third dark cave and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Guangfeng Swordmaster and Ling Yunji also walked into the first and sixth dark caves respectively. Only Lu Lanes and Shadow King disguised as an old man were left. Little Saint, where are we going? Lan Zhe asked Xiang Lusheng. Lusheng pondered for a long time, then shook his head and said, wait here for now. The three groups of them took three paths. At least two of them are wrong. They will definitely come back. Just wait a while, and the right path will appear naturally. The cave was filled with black fog that blocked perception and sound, making it impossible for them to use sensory-type props. You can only find out the right path by going there in person. The Shadow King, who was disguised as an old man, thought so too. So he sat aside with his eyes half closed and began to rest. He was not anxious at all, because there were three locks in the treasure room, one of which was with him. If those people want to enter the treasure room, they have to come back to find him. However, what the three of them didn't know was that the people who walked into different forks in the road were all gathered together at this time. Ling Yunji, Luo Yuan, Luo Yao, and Nandong Han. The five of them are walking together in the ninth dark cave. Yunji, you just secretly gave us the talisman in the third level just to teleport us here and let us go through the same dark cave? Luo Yuan looked puzzled and asked, is this dark cave leading to the treasure room? Why did you abandon those three people? Nandong Han also looked at her with confusion. Yunji looked at the two of them, nodded seriously and said, this dark hole does lead to the treasure room. As for why those three people were abandoned, I don't like them coming. I can understand Lu Lanes. But what about the old man? The old man can't follow. He is none other than the leader of the world's second darkest organization, the Shadow Realm, the Shadow King. What? Luo Yuan and Nandong Han suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Their first reaction was that Yunji was joking. Are you talking about the Shadow King who threatened to enter our Xinxia Xinjiang to seize the mysterious voice of his heart? Luo Yuan asked uncertainly. That's right. How can you be sure? Nandong Han narrowed his eyes and quickly recalled the old man's actions just now. But because the old man always stood at the back of the crowd, he paid little attention to him, and there were almost no scenes related to him in the recalled scenes. Yunji shook her head and said, I judge this through my special skills. I can't prove it to you. In fact, she doesn't have any special skills at all. Ling told her these. After coming in just now, Ling knew the contents of these 5 levels through the conversations between several people, and immediately approached Yunji to formulate the plan to abandon the Shadow King. He secretly handed the teleportation talisman to Luo Yuan and several others, then split up and entered the dark cave, and finally passed it together. I won't say whether the old man is the Shadow King or not, but he still has a key. Without him, we can't get in. Luo Yuan frowned. The door to the treasure room has 3 locks, and 3 corresponding keys, red, blue, and yellow, are needed to open it. Do not worry. At this time, Ling on the side took out a yellow key from his pocket and said with a smile, I have this yellow key here. This, Luo Yuan and Nandong Han looked at each other, and both sides saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. These 3 keys are all in the 3 treasure boxes in the first level. Ling and Luo Yao each took one. The third yellow key was obviously taken away by the old man. Why are you here now? Facing the 2 people's surprised looks, Ling explained with a smile. Actually, in the first level, after I crossed to the flaming platform through the flying rope, not only did I find the blue key, but I also found the yellow key. After I went to take away the yellow key, I deliberately used the transformation charm to create an identical yellow key on the spot. Then I stepped aside and pretended not to find it, so that the yellow key could be taken away by the Shadow King. Why do you do this? Nandong Han asked. This way, after we enter the dark cave, the Shadow King will stay where he is with peace of mind. Hearing this, Luo Yuan and the others were slightly shocked. You saw the identity of the Shadow King in the first level and made this plan? Right. Ling nodded. There is likely to be the material, cosmic source chi, he wants in the treasure room. Luo Yuan and the other 2 people know that they only want the true soul pill. So as long as they exclude those 3 people, no one will compete with him. Even if Luo Yao accidentally picked it up, he was sure to get it from this innocent girl. 10 minutes later, the group finally exited the maze and came to a 3-meter-high steel gate. This dark hole is actually right, Luo Yuan murmured softly. looking at Yunji and Ling Yi with a hint of appreciation. Although he didn't know how these two people discovered it. It really saved him a lot of time. He had planned to spend an hour here. Ha. Actually, the secret passage was discovered by Ling Yi. Yunji quickly took the credit. And on the side, Ling Yi, who was looked at with admiration by Luo Yuan, twitched the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. Actually, the reason why I know this path is correct is because I saw your fate, uncle. Just now, when he was checking Luo Yuan's future fate, there was such a paragraph. It took an hour and a half to finally find the treasure room door at the end of the 9th fork in the road. Now that he was looking at him like this, Ling Yi felt as weird as he wanted. You opened the door to the cave, and you led the way to the treasure room. It feels like we took advantage. Ha. While Nandong Han laughed, he walked up to Ling Yi and patted his shoulder, saying, Not bad, young man. Sure enough, you are quite capable of discovering the function of the statue. Are you sure you can see the function of the statue this time? Probably. Ling Yi smiled and nodded. Oh! Seeing the young man's confident expression, Nandong Han couldn't help but turn around and look at Luo Yuan. Both of them saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. It seems that this young man does have some strange skills. It's a talent. The few people didn't say much, but quickly opened the lock with the key. No accident occurred, and the door to the treasure room was opened smoothly. Chapter 196 World Announcement S-Class Fantasy Star God. After opening the door, a group of 5 people walked into the treasure room smoothly. This is a small secret room about 5 meters high and about 50 square meters. The stone walls of the secret room are inlaid with colorful luminous crystals. The ground is overgrown with weeds, and treasures that emit colorful light are scattered on the ground as if they are abandoned. There are at least 50 or 60 pieces at a glance. This was the first time for Ling Yi to see such a scene. His eyes of truth quickly opened, and he searched for the A-level material cosmic source energy among the treasures. B-level weapon fire cloud sword. B-level treasure Fenghua necklace. B-level item moonstone. And A-level material earth core gem. Luo Yuan and Nandong Han flew to the other end of the secret room in a tacit understanding, raised their heads, and looked around on the wall. According to the information from his predecessors, when he discovered the true soul pill, it was embedded in the wall, and he could not find it if he didn't pay attention. Luo Yao and Yunji picked up the treasures at their feet while walking. The two of them don't have detection skills. Anyway, no matter what it is, they have to pick it up in the backpack before checking it. Yunji knew that what Ling Yi wanted was the source of the universe. So when she was looking for it, she also said to Luo Yao, who was standing aside, When you find the source of the universe, let me know. Ling Yi wants that. Yeah. Luo Yao nodded readily. Perhaps because she was extremely lucky. Just a few seconds after she responded, when she looked at the item she had just picked up again, she was pleasantly surprised to find that there was indeed a material called cosmic source energy inside. I found it. I found the origin of the universe. Luo Yao excitedly ran to Ling Yi, took out this A-grade material, and handed it to him, saying, Here it is. Okay, thank you. Ling Yi took the hand with a smile. He didn't intend to see its effect anymore, so he directly turned on the treasure synthesis function of Shenlu, and let this function select the Fantasy Star God bracelet-type treasure in his hand and the cosmic source energy in his backpack to synthesize it. He cannot take off this treasure, otherwise the star will fall immediately. This synthesis requires 100 gold coins. Do you want to continue? Continue. Luo Yao ran back and continued to pick treasures happily. Ling Yi was waiting for the completion of the synthesis, while secretly thinking, this is not an option. After all, it is not good to use treasures to increase the star level. Once I get this treasure in the future, the number of star levels will be less than the total number of skill stars. If so, the skill should be lost like the others. I'll have to think about it when I get back and see if there's anything I can do to solve this problem. A few seconds later, the colorful light on the wrist dissipated, and a bracelet that seemed to contain a bright starry sky appeared there. A few wisps of lavender light diffused around it, making it look like a dream. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level treasure Dream Star God. Okay. Finally succeeded. Ling Yi couldn't help but have a happy smile on his face. But before he could check the effect, several loud ding-dong sounds suddenly resounded between heaven and earth without warning. Jingle. Jingle. Ling Yi frowned subconsciously. This seems like world announcement. The exclaimed Luo Yao suddenly reminded him, and he immediately replied, Yes. This is a world announcement. Yunji turned her head and looked at him in surprise. That look seemed to say, "Are you surprised? Wasn't it triggered by you?" Others in this world or on the divine path also exclaimed after being stunned for a short time. I haven't seen this world announcement for a few days. I thought it wouldn't appear again in the next period of time. Did 01 trigger it again? Or was it someone else? I wonder what it will be like this time. It feels like since 01 has grown up, the whole world has become lively. People around the world were not kept waiting. After 3 ding-dongs, the world announcement appeared in the sky around the world on time. World announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for synthesizing an S-level treasure for the first time. Hereby rewards, rare item lottery ticket ×1 and prayer ticket ×1. When the sound of the grand neutral world resounded over the world, many people around the world felt extremely horrified. What? Combined to create an S-class treasure. Doesn't this mean that 01 knows a formula for synthesizing S-level treasures? As long as he collects the corresponding materials, he can mass-produce S-level treasures. No. 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 What's more important is, did he get it by luck or did he find some other method? But he discovered it by chance? I don't believe it. 01 may also know other formulas for synthesizing S-class treasures. In the 20 years since the advent of the Divine Road, no one has discovered the synthesis formula for S-level treasures. Now 01 has discovered one, which makes many people suspicious. He was the one who combined the 10-star skills before, and now he is the one who combined the S-level treasures. He must have some secret. Indeed, no one has been able to do it for so many years. But he has done it. I will never believe it without any special means. He has now collected 2 legendary certificates of invincibility. By the time 5 of them are gathered together and become invincible, it will be too late if the entire alliance does not take some countermeasures. There is no dominant family in Xinxia. I don't believe that other countries outside Xinxia just watch his rise. Ling Yi didn't check the forum, but it was obvious that this announcement would definitely make the world excited for a while. Facing Yunji's surprised gaze, he smiled softly, seeing that no one around him paid attention. He slightly shook the bracelet on his wrist. Yunji was stunned for a moment, then stared at his bracelet with wide eyes, thinking to herself, that bracelet is an S-class treasure. Luo Yao, who was picking treasures, straightened up and muttered in surprise. Big brother Ling has made big news again. I'm so envious. Shaking her head, she bent down and continued to collect the treasures on the ground. It's better to keep picking up treasures. Hee hee. Small money. Small money. In addition to the more than 50 A and B grade treasures, there are also many C, D and E grade items on the ground. Every one of them. Luo Yao would pick them up in his backpack. She planned to divide it up when she went back, keeping what might be useful and selling what was useless as pocket money. Yunji soon joined the team of picking up treasures. Only Ling Yi squatted down to check the effect of the treasures in his hand. Fantasy Star God. Quality, S. Type, bracelet. Effect, Constitution plus 380, plus 40. Treasure skill, improve the wearer's star level by 10, plus 40. Original Constitution plus 260. Star level plus 33. Now the Constitution is plus 420, and the star level is plus 50. There is a very obvious improvement. A rising test. It turns out that it is just a simple attribute improvement, and the effect is enhanced. It's right to think about it. Even other S-level treasures only have one effect. Ling Yi did not dwell on the attributes of this treasure, but quickly learned the 10-star skill, Invincible Holy Shield, in his backpack. You successfully learned the 10-star skill, Invincible Holy Shield. Star position minus 10. 9 remaining. Huh? With a breath of relief, Ling Yi picked up the Earth Core gem at his feet and put it into his backpack. He opened his eyes of truth and scanned the area again. A few minutes later, the few people who were satisfied with their respective gains smiled at each other and walked towards the cave exit together. Chapter 197 Ling Yi is 01? After coming out of the cave, several people appeared directly on the cliff. Ha! Thanks to little brother Ling Yi this time. If you hadn't opened the door and quickly found the correct one among the 10 forked roads, our journey would not have been so smooth. Luo Yuan opened his mouth and laughed, looking very happy. Nan Gonghan also smiled at him and said, You are a talented person. Do you need me to introduce you to the Divine Alliance Genius Camp? Ah? No. 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 Ling Yi waved her hands repeatedly. That's a pity. Nan Gonghan shook his head. But he didn't look too regretful. Luo Yao stood next to Luo Yuan, blinking at Ling Yi with her big bright eyes. We want to sit at the temple next. If little brother Ling Yi has nothing else to do, would you like to come with us? Luo Yuan invited politely. Good. Ling Yi's purpose of coming to this secret realm has been achieved, and he can then stroll around leisurely. So he readily agreed. Luo Yuan nodded, stretched out his hand to explore the sky, and whispered, Wanli Yun. In an instant, a stream of pure white light swept from the void and formed a small cloud about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide above several people. Everyone, come on up. This is the mount I used to travel. Wanli Yun. This was not the first time that Ling Yi had seen someone else's summoned beast, but he had never sat on one before. He flew up with a sense of novelty. When he stood on the cloud, he felt like he was stepping on a huge materialized marshmallow, and the part below his ankles was directly submerged into the cloud. So soft. Luo Yuan stood at the head of the cloud. When he saw Nandong Han and the other 2 people coming up, he looked left and right, not knowing whether to stand or sit. He couldn't help but smile. My Wanli Yun is very clean. If you guys are tired, it doesn't matter if you want to sit or lie down. Okay, let's set off. This small cloud, which was not too big, rose into the sky at high speed, and immediately flew towards the direction of the temple at a steady speed. Luo Yao sat cross-legged in the middle and rear part of the cloud. This was her favorite seat. It not only had a wide view, but also had a relatively private space. Just as she was carefully examining the item she had just picked up, Qin Mingyao's voice came slowly. Have you ever thought about a question? Huh? Luo Yao blinked and temporarily stopped checking. Ling Yi, a player who has just entered the divine path like you. What does he need A-level materials for? I don't know. Maybe it's given to others. Luo Yao raised her head and glanced at Ling Yi, who was not far away, and then replied with her heart. Then let me change the question. What can grade A materials be used for? A-level materials generally have effects. Maybe they are used by others, or they are synthesized into S-level treasures. After saying this, Luo Yao immediately understood what Qin Mingyao meant, and immediately became suspicious. Are you suspecting that Ling Yi is Ling Yi? This name. Deep in her soul, Qin Mingyao crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and said in deep thought, Actually, I had no idea about this at first. But after you handed the materials to Ling Yi just now, I noticed that he and Yun Ji's little actions. I clearly saw some changes in his bracelet just now. In her soul state, Qin Mingyao could see everything around Luo Yao. When the latter went back to pick up the treasure on the ground, her attention had still been on Ling Yi. From her perspective, no matter how you look at it, it looks like the bracelet on Ling Yi's hand has been upgraded. Hearing Sister Qin talk about the bracelet, Luo Yao pursed her lower lip lightly and glanced at Ling Yi's bracelet while holding back the nervousness in her heart. Huh? It has indeed changed. Just now, the stars on his bracelet were patterns, but now they looked like real ones, moving and flashing. Why is this guy not covering up such an obvious change at all? No, I have to remind him. Luo Yao stood up and hurriedly walked to Ling Yi's side and sat down. When the latter looked at it in confusion, she stared straight at the bracelet and whispered, This bracelet is so beautiful. Yes. Aren't you afraid of being remembered for such a high-end bracelet? Fine. Ling Yi shook his head and smiled. A halo of intelligence reduction. An invincible holy shield. 100-fold hit. A super-resistant Ice King. 8 boss-level battle angels. A solar energy absorber that instantly restores vitality and stamina. Teleportation, perception, and resurrection. Not to mention how strong he is now. But he should be able to protect himself to a certain extent even when facing an invincible powerhouse like the Shadow King. Ranked 20th in the world. Looking at the confident smile of the man in front of her, Luo Yao frowned slightly, feeling a little unsure in her heart. Is he really 01? Why didn't I look nervous at all after I discovered the change in my bracelet? Or is he ready to be exposed? When she thought of this, Qin Mingyao, who was floating around like a ghost in her soul, said leisurely, Don't you have a 01 friend? Can't you add Ling Yi to directly confirm the other party's identity? No. Luo Yao shook her head suddenly and replied in her heart. Now foreigners want to find him before 01 is invincible. But I can't expose him. She thought for a while, took out a bundle of gray polyester from the space bag, and after briefly cutting it, made a ring about the same size as a bracelet. Here, put this on and your bracelet won't be so noticeable. Luo Yao handed him the ring. This, Seeing Ling Yi's hesitation, Luo Yao patted her fair thigh and motioned for him to put his hand over. When the former stretched out his hand, she put his arm on her thigh and began to put the layer of gray ring on his bracelet. This kind of fabric has a certain degree of toughness, and it will automatically shrink back to its original size after being enlarged and put on. It was tightly tied around the bracelet like a rubber band, blocking the latter's eye-catching brilliance. Okay, that's all. Luo Yao grabbed Ling Yi's wrist and looked up and down, left and right, and was very satisfied with the effect of the gray cloth. Thanks! Ling Yi thanked him sincerely, although he didn't care much about the appearance of the bracelet. It would be nice to have this set to reduce some minor troubles. You're welcome. Luo Yao smiled heartily, got up and walked back. 3 minutes later, in the large square in front of the Earth Temple, under the surprised eyes of thousands of players, a few people played Luo Yuan's Only Cloud. When he came down, Ling Yi could still hear the whispers of the people around him. Space Archmage Luo Yuan and Storm Sword Master are here together. They are still as friendly as before. When did Yunji get together with them? Who is that young man? That seems to be Ling Yi, who discovered the function of the statue in the secret realm of the Forest Temple last time. Right. Could it be that he was invited by Luo Yuan this time to check the function of the statue in the Earth Temple? This is the only explanation. Since the last discovery of the statue's function, Ling Yi has become somewhat famous among the Xinxia players. A few players recognize him. Seeing him and Luo Yuan coming together, many people thought that Luo Yuan had been invited to help check the function of the statue. Some people even happily ran into the main hall and occupied a place here in advance. Chapter 198 Joint Auction and Ace Summoner. Several people should have gone their separate ways after landing. It can be seen that Ling Yi and the two went straight to the main hall. Luo Yuan and Nandong Han looked at each other and couldn't help but follow. Brother Ling Yi, are you going to see the statue? Yes. Ha. I hope I can successfully see the function of the statue this time. Luo Yuan laughed and followed him up the steps and entered the hall. At this time, hundreds of people were surrounding the giant bear statue in the Earth Temple. Some of them were whispering about the possible functions of the statue, while others were trying various postures, trying to use luck to unlock the function of the statue. When Ling Yi and others came over, the group of people who had just come in early became excited. Come on! Come on! Ling Yi is here! How did he discover the function of the statue last time? I don't know if he can discover it this time. TSK. Luo Yuan and Nandong Han seemed to be very optimistic about him. After hearing the discussion of these people, the hundreds of people who were originally surrounding here couldn't help but cast their eyes on Ling Yi and the others. The eyes are full of curiosity and expectation, whether it was because of the Luo Yuan people behind him or because of him. The players gathered in front of the statue actively gave way to an empty road. Facing everyone's gaze, Ling Yi walked to a stop 5 meters away from the giant bear statue, raised his head, and looked with his eyes of truth. The statue, known as the God of the Earth, it consumes 100 experience and can randomly select an EV level prop. Each person can only draw 10 times per month. It actually uses experience to extract props? Before checking it, Ling Yi really didn't expect such an effect. He withdrew his gaze and looked around at everyone, thinking for a moment. Now if I tell you the function of the statue, it means I have the corresponding special talent. But it doesn't matter. Ling Yi smiled. And under the gaze of everyone, he slowly said, this statue can use experience to extract props. The voice resounded steadily and powerfully throughout the hall. A few minutes later, outside the main hall, Luo Yuan smiled and patted Ling Yi on the shoulder and said, it's very good. You have a rare talent that no one else has. You are a very typical rare talent. The reason why he said talent was because he was still not sure whether Ling Yi's ability to see the function of the statue was the effect of a skill or a prop, or something else. The state provides rewards and subsidies for rare talents like you. I will help you apply for it after I get back. And I promise to arrive tomorrow. Thank you. Ling Yi smiled lightly and didn't pay much attention to rewards and subsidies for special talents. The purpose of coming to this secret realm has been achieved. And now we are waiting for the auction. Today is already the 20th. And there are only 2 days left before the event mission ends. He had to defeat the Demon King in their mid-level map within this period of time. Otherwise, he would not have enough high-level Night Stones to buy the second artifact. The artifact, Ultimate Crystal, can greatly improve a country. I hope there are good things in this auction. If we fight against the level 80 Peerless Sword Demon now, the chance of winning is less than 30%. Ling Yi felt a bit of pressure for the first time in a long time. Of course, It doesn't matter if he doesn't defeat the Demon King within this period of time. The result is that the artifact, Ultimate Crystal, will be redeemed by another player. Next, they went to hang out among the various street stalls in the square. The two elders Luo Yuan and Nandong Han walked together, and Ling Yi and the other two walked together. Vaguely, Ling Yi still had the feeling that Luo Yuan was bringing him and Luo Yao together. An hour after the secret realm started. After discussion, the news that the three major consortiums decided to jointly conduct an auction quickly spread throughout the secret realm. Ling Yi and others were invited to the VIP seats and sat down in the front row. Here, I got an auction list from an old friend. See if there's anything you want. I'll help you take pictures. As soon as he sat down, Luo Yuan took out a long list from nowhere and handed it to Ling Yi across Luo Yao between them. The latter took a cursory glance and couldn't help but be surprised. 180 lots. Ha ha. Yes. After all, many old friends are here. Luo Yuan glanced elsewhere and saw many familiar faces. Ling Yi didn't like receiving favors for nothing. So he said, "No need. I will take the photo myself if needed." "That's fine." Luo Yuan nodded lightly, his evaluation of the young man rising to a higher level. Players from various forces were seated nearby one by one. Ling Yi raised his head and took a few glances, but he didn't recognize many of them. Yun Zijin, the eldest lady of the Imperial Star Consortium and Ling Yi's current caregiver, was sitting on the other side of Yun Ji, chatting with her. Shengya, the assistant of the goddess of Qinglian Palace, was sitting with a group of beauties, and there were a lot of people over there. Among the crowd, Ling Yi suddenly saw two familiar figures. "Those two people seem to be from our area." "Right." He pointed to Luo Yao, the two people dozens of meters away. Luo Yao took a look and nodded suddenly. "Yes, they are the Chen brothers from our district. Elder brother Chen Dajia and younger brother Chen Xiao, both of whom are only level 15. The fat man next to them is their father Chen Dao. He is the ace summoner of the Summoner League." As soon as Luo Yao mentioned their names, Ling Yi immediately remembered them. When he first entered the Divine Path, he saw these two brothers killing fighting chickens there, killing them slowly. "Ace Summoner? Yes. That is the highest honorary title of the Summoner Alliance. Just like the Sword Master of the Sword Sect. Only the most powerful people in the force can obtain it." After saying this, Luo Yao turned her head and glanced at Ling Yi. Seeing his expression that seemed to understand, she couldn't help but add, "Simply put, he is one of the strongest summoners in the country." "Oh, so he is so strong." Ling Yi originally thought that he was just a top powerhouse in one force, but he didn't expect that he was a top powerhouse in the country. He was also a summoner, and he couldn't help but wonder how far behind he was compared to these top summoners. Then I logged into the forum and opened Chen Dao's information to check it out briefly. Chen Dao, male, 45 years old, level 90. After passing the highest level assessment of the Summoners League 5 years ago, he became the third ace summoner in the Summoners League. There are a total of 10 summoned beasts that are comparable to elite monsters of the same level. These 10 summoned beasts form two teams, forming a set of explosive soldiers burning blood flow and an undead sacrifice flow lineup to deal with groups. Single enemy. Have defeated 3 teams of level 90 elite players at the same time. It turns out that what high-end summoners play is the combination of summoned beasts. The summoned beasts of these summoners may be trash when taken alone, but when combined, they can produce amazing effects. The path they took as a summoned beast team was completely different from Ling Yi's, making it very difficult to compare. Next to her, Luo Yao crossed her arms and lowered her head slightly, her eyes flashing with memories, and said, "More than 20 days ago, the Xianyu Consortium obtained an unprecedented 8-star auxiliary summoning skill. It is said that it will auction in this secret realm. Chen Dao came here just for this skill this time." Auxiliary summoning skills are those used to assist summoned beasts in combat. Relatively rare and expensive. Ling Yi opened the auction list and searched from back to front, and he quickly found this item. Auction number 175, 8-star auxiliary summoning skill, Eternal Mark. Introduction to the lot. A skill that can share physical strength and vitality with a designated summoned beast. Shared life force. Ling Yi was shocked. His first reaction was that if he shared it with the Ice King, then when the Ice King activated his second form, wouldn't he also have the blood bar of the Demon King? The correct way to use this skill is to share it with a summoned beast with high recovery ability. But even in this case, it probably won't reach 8 stars. There should be other effects. Chapter 199 Yunji's request. Ling Yi didn't think much about it. The specific effect will be revealed later. But before the auction officially started, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Although I have more than 40 million gold coins, these can only be used in the Shinlu store and cannot be traded with other people. The gold coins returned from the ancestor gems have such restrictions. In addition to these immovable gold coins, he only has less than 10,000 gold coins left that can be used to trade with others. As he frowned and pondered, as a burst of passionate drumbeat sounded, the auction officially began. The person on stage who presided over the auction was the middle-aged Li Yun, the auctioneer arranged by the Emperor Star Consortium. He was wearing a clean and simple black dress. Although he was in his 40s or 50s, he was still full of vigor and had bright eyes. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yun. After the usual opening remarks, the first lot was brought up by a slim beauty wearing a red cheongsam. However, more people's eyes were focused on the beauty than on the auction item. Xian Yu Consortium. Master of Charm Skills. Charming girl Yuju. Someone frowned and said the woman's name with a serious face. Don't look at her too much, or you may be tempted. Someone reminded the people around her. But she's really beautiful. Knowing that there are so many people present, this crazy woman still ran out. On purpose. Ling Yi looked at the woman for a moment. She is about 1.75 meters tall, and the tight-fitting cheongsam perfectly highlights her figure. Her oval face is smooth and jade-like, and her moist and beautiful eyes under the distant willow eyebrows seem to be able to enchant the soul. It's okay. It's not as soft and attractive as it is now. Lin Shiru has now grown to the point where every move she makes can dazzle people, and a casual glance can easily arouse certain thoughts. In ancient times, this was a beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people. Fortunately, she wore a mask and thick clothes on the divine path, and she didn't go out in the real world for a long time. Otherwise, there may really be trouble coming to your door for beauty. Come to your senses. When many men present were attracted by him, Luo Yao turned to look at Ling Yi. Seeing his natural complexion and clear eyes, Luo Yao couldn't help but nod secretly. The charm of the crazy woman on the stage is the effect of passive skills. Even if Ling Yi is really 01, he is just a new player who has just entered the spiritual path. It is impossible for him to have special skills to prevent charm. Being able to perform like this all depends on a firm heart. Right? Yuju on the field seemed to be enjoying the obsessive gazes of thousands of people. After bringing the lot up, she deliberately slowed down her steps. The distance of more than 10 meters forced her to walk for more than 10 seconds. After she left everyone's sight, these people slowly came back to their senses. Li Yun was a little helpless on the stage and banged a few times with the hammer in his hand. When everyone looked at it, he finally introduced the first lot. This is. The auction on the stage was still going on, while Ling Yi below was still worrying about the gold coins. Yun Ji on the side quickly noticed something strange about the man next to her, and took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" Ling Yi told her the dilemma. When Yun Ji heard this, she covered her mouth and chuckled happily. I have 800,000 gold coins accumulated over the years. I can give them all to you, but I have a request. Just say it. After going back in the evening. Having said this, Yunji tightened her plump and tender lips. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Ling Yi subconsciously moved closer. Yunji leaned forward slightly and spoke the next words in his ear. The warm aroma of her mouth entered the latter's ear canal as she spoke, making him shiver all over. After hearing what she said, Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's it. No problem at all. Good." Yunji suppressed the anxiety and excitement in her heart and readily gave him all the 800,000 gold coins she had accumulated over the years. Although the gold coins he used were millions and tens of millions, to others, 800,000 was already a lot. After completely accepting the gold coins, Ling Yi couldn't help but turn his head and look at her. She has whiter and more translucent skin than before, a charming face, small ears with golden bells, red lips that reflect a moist luster, a super S-shaped figure, and long legs wrapped in tight black leather pants. Leg. Soon. An hour passed. The auction is almost a third of the way through. The 8-star auxiliary summoning skills that Ling Yi wanted were the last few, and he expected to wait another 2 hours. Thinking of this, he leaned back a little bored and leaned on the back of the chair to take a nap. But at this moment, boom! Suddenly there was an earth-shaking roar thousands of meters away in the west. Everyone was startled by the sound and looked up to the west. I saw a cloud of dark purple mist like gas overflowing from the distant ground, expanding rapidly at an extremely alarming speed. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, a huge horned demon, with wings on its back and dark red eyes glowed quickly formed. The horned demon only has its upper body, with a dark purple halo around its waist. It is suspended high in the sky, and the exposed upper body alone is nearly 200 meters high. Because of its appearance, the light in that area was much dimmed. That! What is that? This seems to be the arrival of the rumored 9-star transformation technique troll. It seems that only the Shadow King has it in the world right now. What? Shadow King? Tens of thousands of players were gathering in the square. They looked at the flying troll and jumped up in panic. They were about to run away with fear on their faces. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us here. Even if we face the Demon King, we can beat him. Let alone him alone. Someone in the crowd shouted so loudly that the panicked crowd quickly calmed down. Yes. Yes. There are many of us. The one who has to worry is the Shadow King. Right. If he dares to reveal his identity here, there will be a divine pillar waiting for him outside when the time in the secret realm ends. I'm afraid he will stay in our land of Xinxia. Ha ha. I have a feeling something big is going to happen again. Let's turn on the video first. Not only was this troll huge, it was also as fast as thunder. After everyone said a few words, it had already flown to the diagonal sky above the temple square, overlooking everyone. The troll bared his teeth and looked ferocious, as if he was irritated by something. What's going on? He looks angry? No matter what, I just took this opportunity to start a live broadcast. While the players were talking, the Storm Sword Master Nangong Han had already flown into the sky on a wind dragon, and sneered in a sinister manner. Oh, isn't this the Shadow King? Why does he look so angry? Luo Yuan asked Luo Yao to follow Yunji temporarily, and soon flew into the sky, saying with a serious face, This is not like you. Are you carried away by anger? Have you thought about the consequences of exposing your identity now? The Shadow King, who turned into a troll, ignored the two people's words, but opened his demonic giant hand and said loudly, Okay. I didn't expect that one day I would be tricked. Give me I wasted 2 hours there with a fake key. Who was the young man who was with you at that time? The troll's dark red eyes released a strong killing intent. If you dare to tease me, I will make him regret coming to this world. Chapter 200, Wisdom Halo plus Truth Bell. It seems that your IQ is not as high as usual. Haha. Do you think we will tell you? Nangong Han snorted disdainfully, and immediately summoned his spirit weapon, the Wind Dragon Sword. He pointed the tip of the sword directly at the opponent and shouted sternly, If you want to fight, then fight. Come on. The Shadow King also knew that his appearance would attract the arrival of Xinxia's protector pillar, but he was not too afraid. After snorting a few times, he stretched out his giant devil's hand and grabbed the two of them. And underneath, hearing what the Shadow King said, Ling Yi couldn't help but reveal a forced smile. Can you still laugh? Yunji looked at him in surprise, leaned over and whispered in his ear, I am an invincible level 90 expert, so I guess I can't beat the two big guys above. How about we run away quickly? Hear the words. Ling Yi shook his head and said with a smile, No, I'll turn on the bell. Yunji was slightly confused. The bell can't improve combat effectiveness, so it's useless to turn it on now. Right? Although she wanted to open it, she didn't think the bell would be of any use in this situation. It's useful. The bell can attack the heart and reveal all his trump cards. He took out the truth bell from his backpack, used the wide area flag to expand its range of effect tenfold, and then switched it into the second mode that could reveal his heart. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yi thought of his wisdom aura again. The Shadow King must have harbored ill will towards me after he realized that he was deceived by me. By now, his intelligence must have dropped a lot. I don't know how much it will affect his combat effectiveness. Wisdom Halo plus Truth Bell. Ling Yi is very much looking forward to what kind of effect the two can achieve when they work together. He looked up at the sky and clearly felt that even if Luo Yuan and Swordmaster cooperated in a tacit and coordinated fight, they were completely at a disadvantage. Luo Yuan and Swordmaster are no match for the Shadow King. Nonsense. He is an invincible powerhouse. Any scratch will cause 10 times the damage. Who can bear it? Look! Someone is coming to help again. It's the A summoner Chen Dao. There's also the Flame Witch from Yanqing. She's also on board. Among the crowd, 2 more people flew into the sky to join the battlefield. At this moment, a blue shield with a flowing light blue halo appeared from somewhere in the distance, and grew at a rapid speed, covering the entire temple square in the blink of an eye. Ling Yi looked in the direction where the shield appeared and saw it was Shengya, the assistant of the goddess Qinglian Palace. This is a more classic field protection technique. It is a shield that can resist attacks and absorb energy to a certain extent, Yunji said. While she was speaking, many players with shield skills were reminded of the shield opened by Shengya, and also opened their own large shields, each of which enveloped the entire square. Looking at these shields, Ling Yi inexplicably thought of Lin Shuru. There are so many shields present. None of them can match her one invincible shield. I should have known that I would have brought her with me. He looked up at the battlefield in the sky and saw the 4 people at a disadvantage. He secretly wondered why the message from his heart hadn't come out yet. Come whatever you want. At this time, the truth bell finally sounded its first sound in this secret realm. The real name of the Shadow King is Hu Jia, 46 years old. From Beijing, he is not worried about being captured by Xinxia Shinju after the secret realm ends, because he has enough escape props in his backpack. As long as the space cannot be blocked, he cannot be captured. The appearance of the mysterious voice naturally caused another uproar among the players. In the initial surprise, surrounding players began to discuss the content. So you dare to reveal your identity because you have someone to rely on, right? But I feel that the Shadow King is still carried away by anger. There are still nearly 4 hours in the secret realm, which is enough to transfer people with the ability to block space from other places. Does this still need to be adjusted? Space Master Luo Yuan is the person with the strongest ability to block space in our country. Ha. The Shadow King has really lost his mind this time. He dares to expose his identity directly here. It is really impossible for him to run away without killing Luo Yuan. In the sky, the 4 people fighting against the Shadow King also saw this voice and felt overjoyed. It turns out that as long as you lock the space before going out, you can catch him. Luo Yuan instantly realized his importance. But he was a little strange. The Shadow King himself must have known about his character. Why didn't he sneak attack him before? Forget it in the cave. After all, you still have to rely on him to pass the level. But what happens after you come out? Opposite them, the Shadow King, who had been subdued, had completely forgotten who was the most dangerous person to him now. And all he could think about was fighting. Regarding the information that appeared in front of him, he could even laugh out loud. Ha. Did you see it? Without the ability to seal the space, even if the divine pillar comes, it can't catch me. None of your 6 divine pillars have the ability to block space. If you don't have a divine pillar, you can't beat me. So it's impossible for me to be caught. Ha. The troll that the Shadow King turned into became larger, and his voice was also amplified proportionally. When he spoke, everyone below could hear him clearly. When the 4 people and Luo Yuan looked at each other, everyone was also confused. Didn't he think that Luo Yuan and Shenju could easily catch him by joining forces? Could it be that he doesn't know Luo Yuan at all? That's unlikely. While the players were in shock and confusion, Ling Yi was gritting on the spot. You absorbed Luo Yuan's 88 surprise points. You absorbed Zhang Feng's 85 surprise points. You absorbed 81 doubt points from Wang Rui. What are you laughing at? Seeing Ling Yi's rare smile, Luo Yao couldn't help but blinked and asked curiously. Oh, it's okay. I'm happy to be able to catch the leader of the world's 2nd largest dark organization. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi suddenly remembered something. Is only the Shadow King coming to Xinxia this time? Where are his men? Shadow King Hu Jia came here for the mysterious voice this time, and only brought 5 of the top 10 cadres with him. 3 of them were arranged by him to Xinjiang City, and the remaining 2 were brought to this secret realm. When he entered the cave, he had already asked these 2 cadres to help Saint Futian deal with the Shinli players and Xuanwu envoy Zhou Ziwen. Now they are fighting in the southwest corner of the secret realm 30 kilometers away from the Earth Temple. No wonder I didn't see the Xuanwu envoy after I came in. I remember when I was looking at fate before. Xuanwu Shi and Luo Yuan alone could hold off the Shadow King and Saint Futian. One can imagine the strength of this headquarters general. Although the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance are called captains, in terms of position breakdown, they are indeed the positions of generals. Not a mortal general, but a general of the Divine Alliance warriors. They represent the highest honor and combat power of the League of Gods, and are generally not allowed to be defeated, unless you are facing a demon king or an invincible powerhouse. Ling Yi raised his head and looked at the sky again. Seeing that the battle situation in the sky had not changed much, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It's almost impossible to kill him with them, as long as he is trapped and dragged until the end of the secret realm. Shanju and Luo Yuan will cooperate. He still remembered that the head of the Emperor Star Financial Group had a powerful united skill and extremely powerful single-target control capabilities. There were 10,000 to 20,000 people present, fully capable of trapping them. But before that, he had to confirm that the other party was not free from control. A certain boss in the crowd felt that Yunhe's Hezhong skills could solve this dilemma. It's just that the Shadow King in troll form has excellent control resistance. If you want to control him for a long time, you must get him out of this form. However, this transformation form can only be cancelled by him on his own initiative. Or it can only be done by draining all his physical strength. Okay. My heart confirmed it for me. Lingy chuckled. As long as he is trapped later, the auction can continue. At the same time, players who saw this news also turned their attention to Yunhe, the head of the Emperor Star Financial Group. It was this guy who trapped Saint Futian last time until the end of the Secret Realm time. Chapter 201 Surprise. A certain person, who was reduced to intelligence, was actually watched by tens of thousands of people. Seeing this, Yunhe smiled helplessly. I still need everyone's help with my Hezhong skill. But before that I have to get the other party to release their transformation state. Everyone around him agreed. Of course. And above the sky, after seeing his voice and having been subdued, the Shadow King dispersed the 4 people in front of him again, opened his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. My troll state can convert damage into physical strength, as long as these 4 people are still fighting with me. And there is even hope that the transformed state will last forever. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the troll Shadow King laughing loudly in front of him, the 4 people and Luo Yuan looked shocked. Is what he said true or false? Fatty Chen Dao asked Luo Yuan standing on the flying Mount Black Gang K. It's probably a lie. The Shadow King is so smart that he can't be so stupid as to tell us this. Luo Yuan replied. Yes. This should be a smoke bomb. Maybe the truth is exactly the opposite of what he said. Nandong Han frowned and speculated. Then what should we do? The flame which dressed in fiery red looked at Luo Yuan. As the minister of Baoming, Luo Yuan is a serious official and has great prestige and strength. The other 3 are willing to obey his arrangements. The combat method remains unchanged. Continue. Before Luo Yuan could say anything, the message from his heart appeared again. The 4 people in Luo Yuan felt that the Shadow King deliberately set off smoke bombs to confuse them. In fact, this is true. He can indeed convert the damage to the enemy into physical strength. Seeing this message, the 4 of them were stunned. The 20,000 people below were also confused. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. And they are all confused and puzzled. Why would the Shadow King reveal his weaknesses? Maybe he wanted to say it deliberately to prevent Luo Yuan and the others from guessing in this direction. But he didn't expect that his true feelings would be exposed. Right. It should be so. If this inner voice is not exposed, Luo Yuan and the others will indeed be confused. To be honest, from the beginning, I felt that this Shadow King was not very smart. How is that possible? He is the leader of the 2nd largest dark organization in the world. How can the people below be so obedient without any means? The 4 Luo Yuan people in the sky were silent for a moment, all feeling a little embarrassed. They did not question the authenticity of the information they expressed. Then we don't need to attack anymore. We can just consume him and try to dodge him at the same time. Okay. Nandong Han and others responded. But before they could take action, the Shadow King in front of them suddenly stopped attacking and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I ventured into Xinxia this time just for this mysterious voice. And now I see it's really amazing. Luo Yuan and the others twitched their mouths. Hey. You've been exposed by it, and you're still praising it. You can even tell that my troll form has such characteristics. Is it because it was exposed in the battle just now? The people below looked at each other in shock. Didn't you say this yourself? Ha ha ha. Since you are so powerful, after I get you, I will definitely use you to uncover the evil in people's hearts and turn the world upside down. Shouldn't you think about how to escape before doing this? After the Shadow King laughed loudly, he lowered his head and looked around. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Ha ha ha. The 4 people in Luo Yuan opposite were extremely confused. Why does the Shadow King look so happy today? Did he fall into some special state? He looks so weird. There were also bursts of chuckles from the crowd below. He kept laughing and never stopped. Did he think of something happy? At this time, the Shadow King stopped laughing, turned to look at the 4 people in front of him, and his expression became serious. I'm going to get serious. You guys, be careful. 7-star skills. Everyone saw the Shadow King shouting, "Shadow backstab." Immediately afterwards, his figure teleported behind the Storm Sword Master Nandong Han and launched an attack on him. Nandong Han, who was on guard because he heard the name of the skill, dodged it very smoothly. See this? The Shadow King was stunned for a moment, then nodded, with a hint of admiration in his dark red eyes. Not bad. Not bad. You can actually dodge my attack. As expected of the Storm Sword Master, I am a little impressed by you. Everyone, this was a sneak attack. Why did you still shout out? But can you still dodge the next attack? Humph! The magic killing array. The Shadow King waved his demonic giant hand towards the Storm Sword Master, and immediately a strange dark gray halo enveloped Nandong Han's figure. No matter how he moved left or right, he could not shake it away. Then under the eyes of everyone, Nandong Han slowly stopped, dangling in the air as if he had lost his soul. Luo Yuan and others shouted quickly, but to no avail. Ha ha ha! This is my troll form's unique skill, the magical illusion killing array. Once hit, unless attacked from outside, you will be trapped in the illusion until you die. Hearing this, the crazy flame witch who was closest to Nandong Han threw a small fireball at him after a brief hesitation. The fireball hit Nandong Han, and the flame spread out in all directions, driving him away like the nemesis of the gray halo. Nandong Han paused, and his eyes immediately regained clarity. Seeing this, Luo Yuan and the others' eyes widened, and they quickly gathered together and started talking quietly. The Shadow King must be in a special state now. He seems to have become stupid and a fool. He actually told me all the ways to crack the skills. That's no longer the case. He is just a fool now. If he is in this state now, if we just say a few words, he might be able to release his transformation state obediently. The three of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Luo Yuan flew forward a few meters and said loudly to the Shadow King in front of him, "As long as you release the transformation state yourself, how about I provide you with clues about that young man? Isn't the reason why you are here just to seek revenge on him?" The troll transformed by the Shadow King was obviously stunned for a moment. Everyone saw him patting his head and exclaiming in shock, "Yes, I almost forgot that I came to see him. Okay, since you want to take the initiative to provide clues, you can't go back on your word," said. The troll's form began to fade, until it finally disappeared. Seeing that the other party had really released his state, Luo Yuan was speechless. He raised his eyebrows, intending to confirm the other party's status first, and then asked, "I would like to ask, can you only use this transformation skill once a day?" Of course. The Shadow King was afraid that the other party would regret it. So after answering, he quickly asked, "Tell me clues about the young man." Luo Yuan glanced down in front of him and felt relieved when he saw that Yuan He from the Emperor's Star Consortium was already preparing the Hezhong skills. He raised his head again and said to the Shadow King in front of him, "The clue is that he is a young man under 30 years old." I thought that the other party would accept it happily, but I didn't expect that the Shadow King's eyes widened and he said angrily, "Is this the clue you mentioned? Do you think I am a fool? Is not it?" Luo Yuan's body tensed up subconsciously. He didn't know what the intelligence-reducing state imposed on the Shadow King was, and how long it could last. I secretly wondered if this guy was back to normal. "The so-called clues must at least include the location," shouted the Shadow King on the opposite side. "He's in a square? Ha! That's what works." The Shadow King laughed loudly. Chapter 202 Eternal Seal and Ice Emperor. After a while, the Shadow King, who was laughing loudly and completely unwary, was trapped by Yuan He's all-in-one skill, Demon Binding Crystal Ball. It was only then that everyone present breathed a long sigh of relief. I finally trapped the Shadow King. It feels so inexplicable. Has the Shadow King been hit by something? Speaking of which, who is he looking for? From his tone, it sounds like he was the young man who was with Luo Yuan at the time. Hey, a young man did come down from the Wanli Cloud in Luo Yuan just now. It seems like some people didn't think of Ling Yi until this moment, guessing that he was the Shadow King's target. But there is no point in guessing this now. Even if no one messes with the Shadow King, it is impossible for both parties to get along peacefully when he reveals his true identity. Next, the players who ran out of the auction house came back one after another, and the auction resumed its previous process and continued. The sun sets and night falls. Early 6 o'clock in the evening. After returning from the secret realm of the Earth Temple, Ling Yi first sorted out the main gains. Obtain the origin of the universe. Upgrade the treasure to S level. And learn Invincible Holy Shield. Successfully captured the 8-star auxiliary summoning skill, Eternal Mark. In addition to these two main gains, there are other small gains, which will not be mentioned for now. System. Mutate this skill. Whether. Sure. After a few seconds, Ling Yi quickly opened it. Eternal Marking, 8 stars, engraving with a designated summon beast will only take effect when the summon beast is present. The self will receive 50% damage reduction. The summon beast will gain 50% physical strength reduction. Both sides will recover their lives in any way. Physical recovery is stacked and shared. As expected, it has changed according to my expectations. Ling Yi was very satisfied with the effect of the mutated skill. He quickly learned this skill and summoned the Ice Queen to complete the engraving with her. After the engraving was completed, he smiled at the Ice King sitting in front of him with his legs together on the sofa. Great! I got the damage reduction. You got the stamina reduction. And the recovery of both of us is superimposed and shared. Originally, if the vitality was shared, if one party decreased, the other party would also have to decrease accordingly. Now, if one side decreases, the other side will not decrease. And if one side improves, the other side will also increase. It can be said that we have taken the essence and discarded the dross. The Ice King responded solemnly, and was very satisfied with his master's new skill. At this moment, her long hair that was originally loose has been tied into a ponytail by Lin Shuru, and the tail hangs down to her shoulders, showing off her youthful atmosphere. On the snow-white cheeks, the pure white pupils are as beautiful as ever. The summer night was extremely hot. Ling Yi held her little white jade hands tightly in her arms, and a feeling of coolness instantly filled her body. Ah, it's comfortable. He had just returned from the secret realm, and now he just wanted to take a good nap. He took off his shoes and climbed onto the sofa, resting his head on the Ice Emperor's snow-white smooth thighs, closing his eyes and starting to rest. The Ice King lowered his head and looked at his master's profile, then picked up an encyclopedia on the side and leafed through it silently. Cicadas are chirping outside the house, and the butterflies in the night are illuminated by colorful tree lights. The yard is picturesque. At this time, upstairs, Lin Shuru, Ling, Yunji and Xiao Wanqing, who were playing in the Holy Angel Spring, finally had enough. One by one, they wiped their clothes in the white mist. There are actually drying props. But among female players, there has been a rumor that natural wiping is better for the skin, which makes them not like to use drying props. Several people walked out of the room laughing happily, and just as they were about to go downstairs, they suddenly felt the biting cold. There is even a faint gray mist in the air. Yunji was stunned, thinking that someone was invading. Just when she was about to take action, Lin Shuru suddenly covered her mouth. Dadum! She looked at her with puzzled eyes. Lin Shuru pursed her lips and motioned for her to look down. Yunji cast her gaze down and saw Ling Yi lying on the lap of a strange blue-haired woman in the hall. Seems to be sleeping. If you take a closer look, isn't that woman the rumored Ice Master inside 01? Keep your voice down. He is sleeping, Lin Shuru said softly, looking at the man below with her blue eyes. His tone was soft, but his attitude was unquestionable. Yunji felt that she would turn against her immediately if she didn't listen to her words, so she nodded her head very seriously. When Lin Shuru let go, Yunji breathed a sigh of relief, and then leaned against the solid wood guardrail on the second floor. She looked at the people below and asked Lin Shuru softly, "Who is that woman below?" Xiao Wanqing was also very curious, and walked to the other side of Lin Shuru, her eyes frequently shifting back and forth between the blue-haired woman and Lin Shuru. I told you not to be surprised. That woman is actually none other than his summoned beast, the Ice Queen. Yunji and Xiao Wanqing opened their beautiful eyes and looked at each other naturally. Both of them saw the deep surprise in the other's eyes. They cast their gazes downward, and expressions of disbelief gradually appeared on the two beautiful jade faces. A true humanoid summoned beast. There are actually summoned beasts in the world that look exactly like humans. Lin Shuru knew that there was a huge storm in their hearts, so she didn't explain too much. Instead, while they were still surprised, she warned them in a serious tone. The Ice Emperor is the ultimate protector. It doesn't matter if Ling Yi is awake at ordinary times, but while he is sleeping, you'd better not do anything that could easily lead to misunderstanding or make Ling Yi uncomfortable. Otherwise she will really attack you. When she said this, Lin Shuru recalled one morning. Ling Yi hadn't woken up at that time, so she got under the quilt and worked hard for a while. Then she stood up and got down, which was crooked, and Ling Yi suffered from pain. At that moment, the Ice King appeared behind her. At that time, she only felt a chill behind her. When she looked back, she saw a woman with completely white eyes floating behind her. She mistakenly thought it was a female ghost. She was so frightened that she immediately woke up Ling Yi. With just one look from the ladder, the Ice King stopped attacking and turned into an obedient sheep sitting quietly on the bedside. But at that time, Lin Shuren no longer dared to take action. Seeing Lin Shuren sinking into memories, Yunji and the other two couldn't help but nodded cautiously. The four people quietly walked down and sat quietly in their respective seats. The gleaming blonde Linger was floating back and forth in the air, while Lin Shuren sat carefully at Ling Yi's feet, in front of the Ice King, an unreasonable summoned beast. She did not dare to move her hands or feet at will. A few hours passed like this amidst the whispers of several people. 11 o'clock at night. Ling Yi, who has a sensitive biological clock, wakes up automatically. He first sensed the leader monsters that appeared, and when he saw that there were only two of them, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 2 pieces, double the gold coins, are only 4 high-grade night stones. Plus these are 85 pieces. Even if 5 bosses appear tomorrow, I can't get 100 high-level night stones. Ling Yi was a little troubled. He had originally hoped that there would be more event bosses in the past 2 days, so that he could buy the artifact, Cosmic Energy Core, before fighting the Demon King, so that he could have a higher winning rate against the level 80 Peerless Sword Demon. Now it seems it's probably too late. The event mission ended at 8 a.m. on the 22nd, and it is now the evening of the 20th. While Ling Yi was deep in thought, Lin Shuren hugged him naturally, rested her head on his shoulder, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about? I still lack a few high-grade night stones. It's a pity that the ones given in event missions cannot be traded. However, the high-grade night stones obtained in this world can be traded. Maybe you can try it with Nangongli? The boss in our city was either killed by you or her, and she should have some on her hands." Yes. Ling Yi had never thought about this before, but now that she was reminded like this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He kissed her seductive lips hard and ran out excitedly. Chapter 203, Meeting Nangongli. After Ling Yi left, Yunji stood up and brought Lin Shuren into the room, saying that she wanted to discuss some private matters. Xiao Wanqing and Linger were left speechless. Nangongli had just taken a shower and was reading today's forum content in a temporarily rented room. The Shadow King is arrested. Explosion. The King of Shadows who reproduces his mysterious voice and exposes his own weaknesses? Hot. Xinxia player Ling Yi once again unlocked a statue function. Fire. Xinxia, the forbidden land of the Dark Organization. Hot. The arrest of the Shadow King in Xinxia caused a huge sensation around the world, because he is not just a strong man. He is also the leader of the second largest dark organization in the world and the 20th invincible player in the world. A strong man of this level can already dominate the world. Even if he faces other invincible strong men, he can easily run away if he cannot defeat them, and the possibility of catching him is almost zero. But for such a strong man to be arrested on the first day he entered Xinxia, this was really beyond everyone's expectations. According to reliable sources, after coming out of the secret realm, Luo Yuan sealed the space, and then Xinxia's 2 divine pillars Lin and Yun took action. It only took half an hour to capture this guy alive. It's too fierce. Xinxia really can't step in easily. Before, the boss of the Holy Sect went in, and the Holy Sect was gone. Now the boss of the Shadow Realm went in, and he was caught. Xinxia is indeed a dangerous place. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. The most important thing is that the Shadow King's behavior is too weird. I suspect that there is a powerful force secretly affecting his behavior, and that should be the culprit. Nangongli couldn't help but frown slightly when he looked at the big news on the forum that was making waves all over the world, and then looked at the comments of the players. Is our Xinxia really so awesome? In the past, the Holy Gate and the Shadow Realm also put their hands in. However, at that time, Xinxia, like other countries, had difficulty in attacking these rats, and could only catch some small characters every time. But in the past half-month, the 2 dark organizations had suffered heavy losses, which made her have the illusion that the Xinxia players had become stronger. No, it's not that our players have become stronger, but because Nangongli focused his attention on one of the messages that was not noticed much. He looked at the name, Ling Yi, and whispered softly, "It's just because I met him." But Is it really okay for him to be like this? I feel that he is high profile enough. Even if he is not suspected yet, he is still recognized as a special talent. The gentle breeze blew into the living room, blowing her golden hair in all directions. Nan Dongli, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, suddenly felt something. She turned her head suddenly and cast her red eyes, as beautiful and delicate as rubies, towards the balcony. When I saw the blurry figure on the balcony, my pupils suddenly shrank. This blurry figure slowly floated down, landed on the ground, and walked toward her step by step, gradually becoming clearer as he walked. When he arrived in front of her, he had already transformed into something familiar to her. Looking at the handsome smiling face in front of her, Nan Dongli closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. When she slowly exhaled it, she opened her red lips and said with a slight shock, "It is indeed you. Ling Yi!" Ling Yi smiled softly and sat down beside her unceremoniously. There wasn't even an extra chair in this small rental house, so this was the only place where she could sit. "I know you were already guessing about me, so I won't hide it in front of you. I came here to ask for your help." Hearing this, Nan Dongli covered her mouth with a smile and said cheerfully, "If you were okay, you wouldn't come to me for no reason and expose your identity. Tell me. As long as I can help, I will do my best to help you. It's not a big deal. I just want to borrow some high-grade night stones from you. I'll return them to you when I get them." "Oh, it's for the advanced night stone." Nan Dongli nodded suddenly, waved his hand, and said with a smile, No, I only have 3 high-grade night stones left. You don't have to pay them back." With that said, he took out 3 high-grade night stones and gave them to him. Ling Yi took it and put it in his backpack. Double gold coins, advanced night stone plus 3. Looking again, the number of high-grade night stones owned at this time has risen to 91. After 0 hour, I can get another 2 pieces and raise it to 93. Then as long as 4 boss monsters appear tomorrow night, it will be stable. However, it was relatively rare for 4 people to appear at once, and Ling Yi was a little worried, seeing that he had a sad look on his face after getting 3 pieces. Nan Dongli didn't want to disappoint him, so he immediately said, "If you need high-grade night stones, I will ask the branch to collect them tomorrow to see if there are any other players in the city. Our Divine League used some resources in exchange. After all, in addition to killing bosses, there is also a chance that high-grade night stones can be found in treasure chests, and other people may have them in their hands. But don't hold out too much hope. There are not many treasure chests containing high-grade night stones in the world for so many days." Ling Yi also knew that there was little hope, so he still said thank you. If it weren't for the fact that the items inside the treasure chest were fixed when it appeared, and there was no chance to trigger his probability reversal, he would have spent the whole night looking for the treasure chest. "Then I won't disturb you anymore, and let's go!" Ling Yi stood up and waved his hand to say goodbye to her. "Okay, I'll keep it a secret." Nan Dongli went all the way to the balcony and watched him fly into the dark night sky. The cool night breeze blew slowly, blowing the hair on her forehead. "It's really unexpected." She raised her head, staring at the stars covering the night sky with her red eyes, and couldn't help but murmur, "There are countless stars, but they still can't compete with the brightness of the bright moon." After returning, Ling Yi went to the small cubicle on the 2nd floor and started taking a daily bath in the hot spring. As expected, there was already someone in the hot spring. When the man saw him coming, he swam up with a blushing face. "I'll wash your hair." She half knelt in the spring, raised her head, and said to him, who had just come down, looking nervous and excited, "Well, before that." Ling Yi walked through the spring water and walked to her, looking down at her and stroking her thick hair. The latter nodded his head knowingly, with 2 blushes on his cheeks. She stretched out her red tongue and gently scraped it along her lips. Then she lifted up the hair hanging down by her ears, opened her mouth, and leaned forward. Jingle bell bell. At the same time, the lobby on the 1st floor, Xiao Wanqing and Linger were whispering with curiosity and excitement, and from time to time, they would cast their gaze upstairs. The light in the kitchen was on, and someone was cooking a late-night snack inside. Everything looked so peaceful and peaceful. After the 2 of them whispered for a while, Linger joked to Xiao Wanqing and asked, "Aren't you afraid of sleeping alone? What are you afraid of? Like ghosts or something like that? If Krishna suddenly appears, some ghost-type or ghost-type monsters might appear. TCH, I'm not afraid." Although Xiao Wanqing was scared to death, she still pretended to be brave. "That's right. She looked at Linger in front of her and suddenly said, "How about you stay with me for a day? We haven't slept together yet." Linger was stunned, lowered his head, and hesitated. "Oh, don't think about it. Let's go. I'll take you for a walk next door." Xiao Wanqing didn't want to stay alone in that big house. Okay. I'll go say H. Lo to Shu Ro." Linger finally relented and nodded in agreement. Chapter 204 The Last High-Grade Night Stone. Noon the next day. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is blue. Feeling slightly tired, Lingyi buried her face between Lin Shure's snow-white legs, enjoying her head massage and Yunji's back massage. The delicate fingers danced nimbly on his head and back, seeming to release all the fatigue hidden in his cells. He is more tired than before. Angel Linger, with blonde hair, gold eyes and fair skin, sat on his desk without any regard for appearance, swinging her smooth white legs happily, smiling at him with a mischievous face. "Didn't you take that S-level medicine? Dragon's mysterious blood? Why is it empty?" "I'm not weak." Lingyi stood up in a panic and retorted, "I can regain my yang energy in just one breath. And I still have a lot of physical strength. I'm just a little sleepy now." "He is still a human being and needs to eat, go to the toilet, and sleep. After a busy night and morning, it is normal to feel sleepy." "When I reach the legendary invincibility level in the future." "Huh?" Lingyi sneered inexplicably. Linger didn't respond, but Lin Shuru and Yunji trembled. The two looked at each other, both thinking of that terrible scene. Invincible level players have been separated from the food, water, and sleep that normal people need. And the same must be true for the legendary invincible level. As for a person who doesn't need sleep, has huge physical strength, and unlimited yang energy, just thinking about it makes the two of them tremble all over, and their hearts tremble. Lin Shuru bit her lower lip gently with her teeth and managed to calm down. Yunji seemed to have fallen into some kind of fantasy, with a dull smile appearing on her beautiful peach-like face, and increasingly intense lust in her absent-minded watery eyes. Ling ignored the emotions of the two people. She flew down from the desk, lightly stepped on the air, and then stepped on the white bed. Her white little feet walked up to Lingyi. She squatted down with a smile, stretched out her hands towards him, squinted her eyes, and said with a smile, "I made a contribution last night. It's time for the master to reward me." The shining blonde hair spread on the bed, and gradually slipped from the edge of the bed as the blonde owner lay down. Strands of blonde hair floated and swayed beside the bed. Late night on the 21st. On this night, the 11th day of the special event, dark night comes. While many people are still discussing the arrest of the Shadow King, a few people are still paying attention to the progress of people from all over the world in collecting high-grade night stones. The player in the White Eagle Kingdom who dominates the town by himself didn't buy anything. So far, he has collected 47 high-grade night stones. The Xinxiao Guild gathered together 49 yuan. Thanks to this event's mission, everyone's progress is much faster than previous major events. Maybe this major event will be over in less than a month. There are only 2 artifacts left. Be bold and only need 10 more days. The special event, Night Falls, requires players to purchase all limited items in the store before it can end. And because the event tasks promoted the progress of all players, there are only 2 artifacts left among the limited edition props in the entire event store that have not yet been redeemed. As long as these 2 items are redeemed, this special event will officially end. At this time, the entrance to the Divine League branch in Ingwa Town, after killing a level 45 boss that happened to appear at the door, Lingyi, who was standing on the rooftop, glanced at the player who was looking here, turned around and jumped into the night sky. Behind him, Yunji, wearing a light purple lace robe and a thin black lace skirt, followed closely. She wore a pair of black silk gloves so that she could touch the man next to her outside. Her dark hair was tied into a long ponytail, which hung down to her waist. The half of the cheek that was covered diagonally is still invisible. But Lingyi had seen it early this morning and was no longer curious. After a while, the two came to the last leader monster that appeared in the city. But when they arrived, the scene was far more chaotic than Lingyi had imagined. Under the moonlight, thousands of ordinary people fled in panic through the streets and alleys of the city, with 2-meter-tall red-eyed white rats chasing after them, biting everyone they saw, which was very cruel. There are already hundreds of players fighting these rats on the field, but the number of players is far less than the number of opponents. Almost everyone is surrounded by several white rats with red eyes. Shopping! The Ice King appeared upon hearing the sound. raised his hand to create countless ice cones in the air, and shot them like a torrential rain at all the white rats in the city below. Snap, 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 snap. Lots of rats. Yunji glanced at it and said, and immediately turned her gaze to the cataclysmic Rat King, the level 60 boss several hundred meters away. This is a boss monster with powerful summoning skills and powerful poison. You're only one high-grade Night Stone away from getting 100 yuan. Right. Yes. Lingyi nodded. Contrary to his expectations, he was lucky today, and 4 boss monsters actually appeared. With Nangong Li's intentional help, he successfully obtained the high-level Night Stones of the first 3 leader monsters. So far, I have accumulated 99 yuan. As long as I kill the Rat King in front of me, I can redeem the artifact. Lingyi suppressed the excitement in his heart, raised his head, and looked at the boss opposite with his eyes of truth. Catastrophic Rat King, LV60. Type, Boss Monster. Attributes, Strength 360. Mana 360. Agility 540. Endurance 180. Constitution 360. Skills, Rat Swarm Summoning, 8 stars. Poisonous Fang, 6 stars passive. Poisonous Breath, 6 stars passive. Current status, 100%. Summoning rats. Huh? Are you still summoning rats? Lingyi frowned, stepped forward and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Rat King. He swung a translucent pneumatic drill and hit the Rat King's belly quickly. But it is indeed a boss with high agility, and it dodges Lingyi's attack in a timely manner. Yunji flew to Lingyi's side, lowered her head and glanced around, frowning and said anxiously, Is it okay? You are in the air now, and someone might be watching in the dark. Let me do it. She was afraid that his identity would be revealed. Fine. Lingyi shook his head and said with a smile, Actually, I am not afraid of exposing my identity now. I will be even less afraid after waiting to kill the Rat King and get the artifact. That's it. That's good. Even though she said that, Yunji was still a little worried. To be honest, she didn't know what other trump cards Lingyi had. She only knew that he had teleportation, Ice King, and Flame Star. In her opinion, there are still many people in this world who can kill him. Lingyi guessed it as soon as he saw her face. But he didn't have time to say anything now. As soon as he stepped forward, he suddenly flashed over the head of the Rat King and swung a wind fist towards the rat's head. Recently, as Lingyi's attributes such as strength and agility have improved, he has also begun to study the combination of wind elements and physical skills. Among them, the attack that stimulates a large amount of strong wind to follow the fist is called Wind Fist by him. Not only is it simple and crude, it can be placed easily, but it has strong impact. And because of the effect of the support skill, Elemental Martial Body, this Wind Fist also has moderate physical output. It is a comprehensive and perfect attack technique. The fact was just as Lingyi expected. The strong wind spurting out from his fist was like a transparent giant hammer, hitting the huge rat head hard. He teleported over and attacked extremely quickly. Although the Rat King reacted, he had no time to dodge. The huge rat body was flattened by the attack in just an instant. In an instant, violent winds and waves erupted in all directions. The powerful impact shattered the ground hundreds of meters around, and bricks and rubble flew out with the wind and waves. With a loud rumbling sound, he knocked the Rat King into the earth. Then, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a golden light shield spread rapidly around him with him as the center, forming an area with a radius of only 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Okay, here you can fight to your heart's content. Lingyi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Ice King and Yunji flew to his side, one on the left and the other on the right. Chapter 205 successfully redeemed the artifact. The battle within the domain cannot be understood by outsiders without entering. It cannot be seen or felt. Everyone was shocked when they saw the field appearing not far away. That's the Shining Field! There is indeed someone in our city who has the world's best field skills. Wait a minute. Doesn't the woman who used ice in the air look a bit like the ice expert next to 01? I don't know. I was fighting just now and didn't have time to watch. The sky is dark. I can't see clearly. While the players were discussing, some people looked at the group of people queuing up for treatment in the distance and wondered, why are all those non-players running out if they don't just stay at home? I heard it was done by cadres from the Shadow Realm. They just attacked a residential area. After the information about the voice in the secret realm was released yesterday, the whole country knew that there were still 3 Shadow Realm cadres lurking in Xinjiang City. However, after a whole day of searching, the 3 mice still could not be found, mainly because there is too little information, not to mention the hair and blood on the bodies of these 3 cadres. Even the real names and true appearances of the Shinmen League are not certain, that these cadres all wear disguise masks and use code names. Now when they heard that they had attacked a residential area, everyone was shocked. What? What are they going to do? Obviously it's sabotage. No. What they are best at is kidnapping threats. I suspect their purpose is to take people as hostages. Yes. Yes. Come and ask. And at this time, within the domain, with the combined efforts of the 3 people, the cataclysmic Rat King was almost powerless to resist. After being severely beaten by the 3 people, he finally died on Ling Yi's elemental spirit blade. The moment the blazing flaming lightsaber penetrated the Rat King's belly, hot and bright fireworks quickly burned throughout its body, taking away its last bit of life force. Under the gazes of the 3 people, they turned into countless light spots and disappeared. Call. Ling Yi took a long breath and opened the activity store to take a look. Advanced Night Stone, 101. I've saved enough. I've saved enough. At this moment, even he, who had always been calm and steady, couldn't help but jump for joy. He hugged the Ice Emperor and jumped and kissed her excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Yunji on the side smiled slightly, seeing that the Ice Emperor, who had always been extremely aloof, not only did not show any shyness, but instead showed a loving and gentle look and hugged Ling Yi. A thought suddenly appeared in her heart. These 2 people can't do it. Already? She looked at the Ice Queen carefully. She had ice blue hair and a unique pair of pure white pupils. The 5 senses are exquisite, and the face is beautiful. Wearing only an ice crystal blue skirt, her fair and tender hands and legs were exposed. The bare white jade feet are cute and childish, and the little toes as small as cardamom are slightly bent naturally. Her temperament is pure and beautiful, just like a fairy in the ice and snow. Yuan-Ji secretly thought that it would be impossible for a man with a normal sexual orientation to be indifferent to such an absolutely obedient and loyal beauty-summoned beast. Maybe, just when Yunji was about to fall into fantasy, a player announcement stirred her back to reality. Player announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for successfully redeeming the artifact, Cosmic Energy Core. Artifact! Yunji looked at Ling Yi and saw that his energy and blood were rising, and he was still excited. She couldn't help but frown and said, Being excited for a long time is not good for your health. Let's go back first. I will calm you down. Ling Yi looked back at her and saw the look of distress on her pink jade face. He couldn't help but think of her behavior in the early morning, and nodded seriously. Okay. The Ice King returned to his body. After he casually cancelled the shining field, he returned with Yunji. At the same time, this announcement was like countless bombs, causing an uproar around the world. Exchange for an artifact? 01 exchange for an artifact. Impossible. There are only so many high-grade night stones. How could he open dozens of treasure chests with high-grade night stones? This is impossible. It doesn't matter what the process is like. The point is that he now has an artifact. He has truly risen. The advantage is that this artifact adds 1,000 physiques, which does not improve his output. The disadvantage is that this artifact adds 1,000 physiques, making him super fleshy. While countless players were discussing this issue heatedly, player alliances from various countries couldn't help but become agitated. What happened? An individual player got an artifact. 01? It's him again! Now that he has obtained the artifact, won't his qualification review be easier? No. We must take some measures at all costs. How can an artifact be possessed by an individual? We must let Xinxia recover this artifact, even if it is taken away by the Divine Alliance. It is better than being taken by him. Quick! 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 Invite the alliances of various countries to hold a meeting. Undercurrents surged rapidly. Less than 2 weeks later, the entire alliance initiated another emergency meeting because of 01. Xinxia Shandu and Luo Manor. After seeing the announcement, Luo Yao took a deep breath, barely suppressed the shock in her heart, and exclaimed, He got the artifact. Qin Mengya, who was deep in her soul, took a breath of cold air, frowned cautiously and said, It's troublesome. Forget it if it's someone else. The League of Gods will definitely take action in exchange for a certain price. But the people who got it now are all careless. Those 40 to 50 kilometer flaming stars may have fallen on our land of Xinxia. Hearing this, Luo Yao shook her head slightly. She walked to the window, looked up at the full moon in the sky, and said in a small but firm voice, "No. If Langy was really 01, I don't think he would do this. Likewise, I also believe in God. The Alliance will definitely take the best countermeasures." Qin Mengya originally thought that Luo Ya was just being blindly optimistic for no reason this time. Who would have thought that she would continue? After obtaining this artifact, 01's resistance will be greatly improved. Originally, he has the combat power to defeat the level 30 Demon King and the super wide Flame Star attack. Now with this resistance, even if the Divine Pillar of the Protector of the country comes, we have to weigh the losses of fighting him. Now that he has obtained the artifact, he has initially acquired a deterrent effect. Ling Yi was well aware that the world was hotly discussing the fact that he had redeemed the artifact. Before redeeming it, he had thought about it no less than 10 times that people would talk about it. He himself also had a rough inference about the various consequences that would result. He is now sitting in the lobby on the first floor with Xiao Wanqing. The latter was browsing the forum and chatting with other people in the Genius Girls United Park. He was checking the effects of the artifact. Just now, with the help of Yunji and others, he had calmed down the rising blood in his body. Now he has no distracting thoughts and is extremely calm, commonly known as the sage state. Although this artifact is strong enough now, I still want to continue mutating. Ling Yi lowered his gaze and saw the mutation potential of the Cosmic Energy Core. Cosmic Energy Core artifact, mutation potential, medium. Mutation. Weather. Sure. A few seconds later, Ling Yi opened it again. Cosmic Energy Core artifact improves the holder's physique by 1500. Can provide energy to all nearby energy-containing entities. Contains 20,000 energy and naturally recovers 1% per second. All aspects have been strengthened. Chapter 206 Preparing for the Battle Against the Demon King. Okay. Ling Yi nodded and smiled, quickly absorbing the artifact into his right hand. Artifacts are different from other props and treasures in that they can be absorbed into the player's body. In this way, players can not only get the bonus of the artifact, but also use the ability of the artifact as if they are using their own abilities, which is very easy and convenient. After the absorption was completed, a light-colored diamond pattern appeared on Ling Yi's right wrist. This is exactly what the Cosmic Energy Core looks like. Now look at his 5th dimension. Strength 338. Mana 1300. Agility 430. Endurance 253. Constitution 2123. Physique determines physical resistance, magic resistance and vitality. With a physique of level 50-21-23. The physical strength exceeds 100,000. Ling Yi didn't know how high the physical combat power of advanced players who specialized in physical fitness was, but he imagined that it was at most like this. It is said that a true soul can improve a lot of attributes, but it is impossible for an artifact to improve it much. Now my physical strength should be among the best in the world. If you want to reach the top level in the world in a certain aspect at level 50, it is really impossible to do it without artifacts. Xiao Wanqing on the side came over curiously, her dark eyes looking straight at his wrist. Is this an artifact? Yes. Oh. Many people in my group thought that if you had 100 high-grade night stones, you would give priority to redeeming them for ultimate crystals? Why? Because they have never seen you use energy or anything like that. Besides, if you exchange it for the ultimate crystal, you can also strengthen the Eternal Soul Protection Tablet and Camp Crystal. Ling Yi smiled lightly, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are they disappointed?" "A bit, but I still support your decision." Ha. Then they were disappointed too early. Huh? Xiao Wanqing blinked, with a puzzled look on her face. Ling Yi stood up and walked to the window step by step, looking at the beautiful night scene in the courtyard illuminated by various tree lights. He said solemnly, "I am also determined to get the second artifact, the ultimate crystal." Xiao Wanqing still knew that he wanted to fight the Demon King, and she looked shocked when she heard this, and said, "Do you really want to fight the level 80 intermediate Demon King during the event? But the event mission will end at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You are the only one left." At this point, she looked at the clock on the wall. 23:47. "You only have about 8 hours left. Is it too late?" Xiao Wanqing frowned, and a strong look of anxiety appeared on her beautiful face. "As long as I can beat it, 8 hours is enough. If I can't beat it, there's nothing I can do if you give me 80 hours. Even though he said that, Ling Yi quickly went up to the second floor and woke up Lin Shiru and Linger, who were sleeping. "Go and soak in the hot springs to replenish your strength. I'm going to fight the Demon King later." When the two heard this, They quickly got up and ran into the cubicle. After a while, he appeared in front of him, ready to go. Lin Shuru was wearing a snow-white silk dress. The hem of the skirt was a sea of golden flowers. In the sea of flowers, there were 2 golden butterflies flying there. When you smile, you are not only as graceful as a fairy, but also very beautiful and charming. Looking at her skin that was even whiter and more supple than her long skirt, Ling Yi raised her eyebrows slightly. When Lin Shuru saw this, she smiled happily and threw herself into his arms, with a sweet fragrance all over her body. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to melt into each other's bodies. I like the feeling of you occupying me. Lin Shuru breathed in the breath from Ling Yi's neck and said softly with intoxication on her face. Linger on the side didn't talk nonsense and quickly flew into Lin Shuru's body. So far, Ling Yi's combat preparations are all completed. After saying goodbye to Yunji, the two left the room and walked down the stairs. I told Xiaoying that we will continue to merge in later. Although we can't help you, we can block other players. Xiao Wanqing, who was standing at the top of the stairs, said to Ling Yi who was coming down. Xiaoying? Oh. Linning. Okay. Ling Yi was stunned for a moment before she remembered that this guy was the woman who became super beautiful after merging with Xiao Wanqing. And she helped him win many levels in succession. His first impression of her was indeed fusion and beautiful. After merging with Xiao Wanqing, she is even better than the current Lin Shuru in terms of appearance alone. It was to the point where he would lose consciousness just by looking at it. Speaking of which, I have met a lot of beauties recently. During the 5-second countdown before entering the divine path, thinking of Lin Ying's beauty and Ling Yi, he unconsciously compared them in his mind. In terms of beauty, Lin Ying after fusion with Wanqing is the most beautiful, followed by Ice King in the second form. Then Shuro Wanqing is tied for third. And finally Yunji Linger. In terms of body shape, Yunji is naturally far ahead, followed by the Ice King in the second form. And Shuro, who has grown again, is temporarily ranked third. Taking into account temperament and aura, the Ice King in his second form is indeed the most perfect so far, followed by Shuru. Certainly, that's what he thought. But in fact, the one that Ling Yi loved the most now was Lin Shuru. This woman seemed to be studying him specifically. She obviously didn't have the ability to read minds, but she really grasped his heart. She could instantly read his every look and movement and execute them brilliantly. She knew how to please him very well. It always surprises him unexpectedly. Soon, Ling Yi and his party came to the land of Barbarian Overlord, at the 10th level of the main road. The golden altar hundreds of meters away still looked like an ancient building, full of a strong sense of age. Looking at the golden bell on the altar, Ling Yi could not help but feel nervous at this moment. He looked at the Ice Emperor and Lin Shuru next to him, and then said, The Wushuang Sword Demon is a very comprehensive melee demon. He has sword skills at close range and sword energy at far range. He can both clone and blur. He still has 1 minute left. Strong control resistance for up to 10 seconds and immune to debuffs. When the fight starts later, Ice King, please control it first and let me put a seal on it. Then you can only adapt to circumstances. Yes. The Ice King nodded heavily and responded in a deep voice. At this time, Lin Ying, who had completed the integration with Xiao Wanqing and others, flew back from afar and said to Ling Yi as if she was on a mission to report back. Those people on the periphery are not leaving because they want to record 01's rise. Are you going to kill them? Ling Yi glanced at the growing audience in the distance, shook his head and said, No need. If one person knows it, it can be considered that the whole world knows it. Challenging the Demon King cannot be hidden. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle. This group of people dared to watch their battle with the level 80 Demon King. They were afraid that many people would be killed by the aftermath of the battle. Okay. Then I will maintain order outside so that these people will not interfere with your battle. Lin Ying nodded seriously. Watching Lin Ying leave, Ling Yi took another deep breath and exhaled slowly. I'm in peak condition now. I can definitely succeed. As he said that, he stepped forward and the figure flew hundreds of meters in an instant, shooting towards the golden bell of the altar like a high-speed bullet. When he approached, he whirled and kicked the golden bell hard with a bang. In an instant, the rope holding the golden bell broke instantly, and the entire golden bell was kicked out of the altar, falling to the ground in a free fall like a high-altitude object. Before the golden bell fell to the ground, the wind was strong, the dark clouds were rolling, and the color of the sky and the earth changed in just an instant. The sky changed into a cloudy skin, and the entire environment became gray. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a huge vortex gradually forming in the dark clouds. Countless red lotus fireworks appeared in the center of the vortex, as if there was a furnace there. Immediately afterwards, a red beam of light shot down from the vortex, shining directly on the golden altar. In the pillar of light, a humanoid figure about 3 meters high quickly descended from the clouds to the altar like a space elevator. Seeing this, the Ice King quickly flashed to his master's side, faced the devil a few meters away with him. Chapter 207 Level 59. Let's start the battle with the Demon King Wishwang Sword Demon. Coming! Coming! The devil is coming! When the onlookers saw the Demon King landing, they stepped back simultaneously with a tacit understanding. Even though the altar was thousands of meters away at this time, no one felt that this distance was safe enough. 01 is going to challenge the Demon King. Can you beat him this time? Everyone present knew that due to the nightmare difficulty chosen for the event mission, all the monsters on the main road had been raised by 20 levels. Therefore, the current intermediate level map devil is not level 60 as before, but level 80. 01 is still on the list between 50 and 59, which means that his highest level is 59. To be honest, it is impossible to defeat the Demon King after so many levels, let alone the single target combat power of this Demon King. Strong melee type, but he has a magical weapon. If he dares to fight, it means he is confident. Well, no matter what, the purpose of my coming here is to record the process, no matter what the result is. Among the onlookers, in addition to those who came specifically to record the process, there were also some who came here to start the live broadcast to earn popularity. There are even some people with evil intentions. They stood relatively far away with serious faces. Damn it! We must not let 01 succeed. Otherwise, he will get 60 high-grade Night Stones in one fell swoop after defeating the Demon King. Even if there is a slight possibility, we must resolutely put an end to it. Otherwise, he may get the second artifact. But what should we do? We can't interfere at all in the level 80 Demon King battle. On the golden altar, after the red light beam dissipated, the figure of the peerless sword demon was revealed. When he originally decided to attack it during the event, Ling Yi had already collected information about it in detail, and was not unfamiliar with its appearance. 3 meters tall, it wore a suit of steel and black armor burning with vermilion flames. The helmet covered its face, and only a pair of blazing flame eyes were exposed on its face. It held a pitch-black iron sword that looked like it could break at any moment. There were dense cracks on the sword, and hot magma was flowing in the cracks. Its black armor seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding light, and it dimmed an area of several meters around just by flying there quietly. Ling Yi immediately activated the Eye of Truth to view the opponent's detailed panel. Unparalleled Sword Demon, LV80. Type, Demon King. Attributes, Strength 2400, Mana 800, Agility 2400, Endurance 1600, Constitution 1600. Skills, Phantom Clone, 9 stars. Shadow Demonic Body, 9 stars passive. Flame Sword Technique 8 stars. Flowing Light Void, 9 stars. Flame Instant Shadow Slash, 10 stars. Flying Extreme Step, 8 stars. Extreme Explosion, 7 stars. Current status, 100%. Attributes and skills are almost as expected. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the Ice King on the side had entered the second form. He immediately used the Eye of Truth to check. Strength 1870. Mana 1870. Agility 2090. Endurance 1870. And Constitution 1870. Okay. The Demon King's level is too high, and I can't copy it. I'll be able to fight by copying Xiao Bing's agility later. Seeing that Ice King had such high attributes, Ling Yi felt relieved. Before she knew it, her mana in her second form had reached as high as 1870. Far more than what he copied before. Before that, I will copy Xubing's mana and have a wave of output with her. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ling Yi completed the duplication of mana. Looking at his 5th dimension now, it has become Strength 338, Mana 2220, Agility 430, Endurance 853, Constitution 2123. When he came here just now, he had already used Endurance God Dice to temporarily increase his endurance by 600. The die rolls 3. In addition, in order to improve his strength as much as possible, he also spent nearly 300,000 experience to continuously upgrade to level 59, counting the free attribute points that had not yet been allocated when he reached level 50. A total of 50 free attribute points were all added to his mana. If you get some special props in the future, you will still have the opportunity to reallocate free attribute points. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about the allocation of a few attribute points in the short term. Come to your senses. When the Demon King Wishwang Sword Demon raised his eyes and saw the two of them, the Ice King quickly activated Freeze Time and Space. In an instant, the time and space in the entire area paused. Even though the Wishwang Sword Demon has the control resistance of being controlled for a maximum of 10 seconds within a minute, the two of them still race against time to output quickly. Ling Yi, Triple Seal. 100 times Wind Ball. Ice King, 1000 Deaths of Bingyu. The Demon King's physical combat power is 128,000. And Ling Yi's magic combat power at this moment is just over 130,000. A blow that condenses the wind ball for several seconds can theoretically cause about 1% to 1.1% damage. If it goes down 100 times, if the Demon King does not have the ability to reduce damage, it will be enough to kill him instantly. It's a pity that Wishwang Sword Demon's Streaming Void has a passive effect of reducing damage by 30%. So whether it is his 100 times attack or the Ice King's percentage attack, they are all weakened. 10 seconds later, while the frozen state of space still continued, due to the effect of Shadow Demon Body, the Wishwang Sword Demon released its control. At this time, Ling Yi saw the effect of this skill. Shadow Demon Body, 9 stars passive, immune to debuff effects, and make yourself controlled for up to 10 seconds in the same minute. In addition, it absorbs nearby light, darkening the surrounding area. Not bad resistance skills. But I already have Absolute Guard, so it's useless to me. His current agility was too low, and he would not be able to see the Demon King during the fight. So Ling Yi quickly copied the Ice King's agility. Next moment, he only saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Holy Shield! Ling Yi shouted subconsciously. Before he finished speaking, a golden spherical mask appeared around him, covering him with him as the center of the sphere. From the outside, it looks like a light golden sphere of light. When the Peerless Sword Demon's black sword, wrapped in blazing flames, struck the golden ball of light, the latter did not show any fluctuations. Seeing this, the Wishwang Sword Demon cast his flaming eyes at the Ice Emperor, who was standing aside, raised his sword and turned around to charge towards her, while the Ice King released the frozen state of time and space. He took out the S-Class weapon Zero Ice Spike and slashed at it bravely. 1 ice, 1 fire, 1 stab, 1 sword. When the two sides fought, billowing white mist rose. In the blink of an eye, it spread over an area of several kilometers. Certainly, the current Ice King is no match for the Peerless Sword Demon. He can only withstand it, and cannot injure it at all. Ling Yi lifted the invincible Holy Shield, and quickly checked the Demon King's vitality. Current status, 14.77%. Very good. After the baptism of our 2 ultimate moves just now, the other party now only has more than 10% of his vitality left. Next, as long as the number of my long-lasting factors is accumulated again, and combined with the Ice King's single target control skill, Cold Hell Heavenly Laoyin, I can kill it! This is just Ling Yi's ideal situation. In fact, it is extremely difficult to control the Wishwang Sword Demon next. The reason, Freeze of Time and Space, can be controlled is because it is a range-based control skill, and the enemy will be controlled as long as it is within this range, including Hanjing Tian Laoyin. Most of the control techniques require selecting the target. This means that the prerequisite for controlling the opponent is that the skill must be able to hit. The Ice King's agility combat power is 59 times 2090 is equal to 123,310. And the Peerless Sword Demon's agility combat power is 80 times 2,400 is equal to 192,000. The difference is less than double. In this case, although it is difficult to hit the opponent, there is still hope. Chapter 208 The Flame Star comes again. Alice B said she hopes to marry someone like you in the future. Longevity factor +1. Linhor praises you for your courage. I hope you have a helper like you. The longevity factor +1. Zhang Chunyun was rescued by the Eternal Soul Protector Monument. She posted photos of you at home and paid homage to your photos. Long-lasting factor +1. Tong Wei received a message from the leader, held another meeting to praise your contribution, and decided to continue to believe in you. Long-lasting factor +1. When the long-lasting factors are used up, the information about collecting long-lasting factors will appear again. Ling Yi didn't have time to look at these now, so he hid them all. At this rate, We can collect another 1,000 points in less than 5 minutes. He was grateful that he was a global celebrity, and became famous again for exchanging the artifact a few dozen minutes ago. Otherwise, the accumulation speed of the long-term factor must not be so fast. Turning to look at the battlefield in the distance, the Ice King, who was suppressed by the peerless sword demon, fought and retreated. Although he was occasionally slashed by the opponent, due to his strong natural recovery power, he could heal in a short time. Ling Yi quickly mobilized the wind elements in the fighting area to attack the sword demon. Unexpectedly, the sword demon used Phantom Clone and split his wind elements into 2 identical clones. Immediately afterwards, a clone flew towards him, and another clone ran towards Lin Shiru below. Seeing this, Ling Yi quickly teleported in front of Lin Shiru and hugged her. He turned his back on the rushing sword demon clone and activated the invincible holy shield. The golden ball of light immediately enveloped him. Lin Shiru, who was wrapped in his arms, was naturally located in the ball of light. As soon as the 2 outside saw Invincible, they immediately changed their attack targets and turned back to attack the Ice King. Did you use the 4 divine winds to blow it? Ling Yi asked the person in his arms in the ball of light. Yes. Isn't that what I came here for? Lin Shiru said with a playful smile. For ultimate divine winds is Linger's skill. This divine wind has the effect of healing allies and dispelling bad statuses on allies, damaging enemies, and dispelling beneficial statuses on enemies. Well, actually, you just need to stand here. Linger has a passive skill, Holy Jade Body, in addition to cleansing oneself and dispelling negative states. This skill is also equivalent to a recovery aura. It can continuously restore the vitality and physical strength of surrounding friendly troops. To put it simply, even if Lin Shiru does nothing now, as long as she stands here, she is like a weakened version of spring water to Ling Yi and Bing Wang. Lin Shiru pouted, twisted her body coquettishly in his arms, and immediately jumped out of his arms. The face under the mask smiled and said, Well, actually it's because you haven't given up yet. I added bus and just went on my own. So I'm a little moody. Now I've added bus for you. Come on! You have received the blessing of angel power, and all attributes are increased by 20%. You actually have this kind of skill. Ling Yi looked surprised. Don't you know? I thought you knew. Lin Shiru also looked surprised. How long does it last? Can it be used again? As long as I have stamina, I can continue. It consumes my stamina. It can be used once a minute, but it cannot be superimposed. Okay, then I will carry you over to Invincible later, and you can bless the Ice King. Because the current Ice King is immune to death, he has long ignored his vitality. Even when facing 3 unparalleled sword demons, he dared to attack with his own life. Although her attacks basically failed every time, Ling Yi flew into the sky, manipulating the strong wind to form a vortex wind field with a diameter of several kilometers. If it was really formed, unless the Demon King left this area, he would continue to be attacked. However, as soon as the wind field gained some momentum, one of the clones of the peerless sword demon rushed towards him again. This kind of clone is almost identical to the original body in other aspects except that it cannot use skills. Heroic Soul borrows strength. This time, Ling Yi did not activate the invincible holy shield, but used the support skill, Heroic Soul borrowing power. Temporarily increased his strength by 620 and agility by 500. The original consumption of 5% of his vitality and physical strength per second was no longer painful for him after he obtained the artifact. Facing the rushing clone, he took out the battle flag and attached Elemental Spirit Blade with one hand, and Condensed Wind Bullets with the other hand, and threw it towards the clone. The Sword Demon's clone skill can only be used once an hour, and its vitality is how long it can exist. If you don't kill the clone, it will be very difficult to fight in the next hour. The clone does not use skills, which means that the virtualization ability it possesses will not be used. As long as the injury is exchanged for injury, it can be killed quickly. Facing the wind bullets coming towards the right, the sword demon clone subconsciously dodged to the left. But what it didn't expect was that Ling Yi was sure that it would dodge to the left. When the wind bomb was thrown, he teleported to its left and waved the battle flag in his hand. The clone reacted in time and raised the black sword in his hand to resist. Boom! This blow was blocked by the sword demon's clone. Ling Yi immediately gave up the idea of close combat and teleported away again with a thought. The sword demon clone rushed forward very quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the latter's holy shield opened, it could only stop the attack helplessly. And just when the sword demon clone turned around and wanted to leave, Lingy immediately cancelled the holy shield and called out the overwhelming gust of wind at the clone's back. If you hadn't been unable to attack during the holy shield period, I would have been chasing you now. Facing the large-scale attack from behind, the sword demon clone was still able to react quickly and fly away in time, causing Lingy to miss again. TSK. The panel is too high. He looked up at the dark cloud-covered sky and thought about releasing the flame star. The Ice King can't die. I have invincibility. And Shuro also has an invincible shield. Then pull the flame star. While sending Lin the evacuation news, he stretched one hand to the sky and shouted, "The stars are falling!" In an instant, a burst of bright light emerged from the gray sky. The onlookers looked up and seemed to see a sun appearing above the dark clouds. That is, maybe it had been a while since Yinqing was seen again, and a few people didn't react for a while. But most people can never forget the power of the flame star, and exclaimed in surprise, "This is Zero's signature killing technique. It can pull out an energy meteorite called Flame Star. It's the skill with the most destructive power in the world." The huge flaming star burned away all the dark clouds in the sky in just an instant, and fell to the earth with an astonishing momentum. From the perspective of everyone below, this falling flame star has occupied the entire sky. This is too big. Fortunately, when I came to watch the battle, I was already prepared to be affected by the battle. The onlookers displayed their various methods. Some entered a temporary alien space. Some used golden bodies that could only last for a few seconds. And some used teleportation props to escape temporarily. And in the field, Linning, unable to dodge the flame star's attack, dodged to Lin Shuru's side. Upon seeing this, the latter didn't wait any longer and immediately opened the sacred shield. The Wushuang sword demon relied on its own virtualization ability to ignore the falling flame star, and was still attacking the Ice King in front of him. The two clones continued their previous actions, as if they hadn't seen the flame star at all. Seeing this, Lingy looked overjoyed. "The clone doesn't hide? That's great." He raised his head to face the flame star that was getting closer and activated the second effect of Eternal Divine Body, consume all the current eternal factors and increase the attack power. This second effect can't be activated until you collect 1,000 points. Currently, 202 points have been accumulated, so the power of this flaming star will be increased by 20%. That is 20.2 times. The flame star was visibly brighter and hotter to the naked eye. Before it hit the ground, the combustibles on the ground spontaneously ignited, and the space seemed to be burned and distorted in an instant. Although the Ice Queen was immune to death, before the flame star fell to the ground, Lingy flashed to the Ice Queen, hugged her and activated the invincible holy shield. Chapter 209, the second form, and the flame instant shadow slash. The unparalleled sword demon in front of him didn't dare to push himself any further, and decisively used flowing light void to enter a state of virtualization. Lingy took this opportunity to glance at this skill. Streaming void, 9 stars, passively obtains 30% damage reduction. It can be used actively to put oneself into a virtual state, which consumes a lot of physical energy every second during the maintenance period. Virtual state ignores physical and energy damage, and cannot perform any operations except movement during this period. Oh, not a bad skill. The virtual state is a relatively rare state, and not only this skill has it. This state can only ignore damage and cannot resist the effects of skills. If you are hit by a transformation spell during this period, you will still be transformed. Turn your attention back. The second form of the Ice King is about 1.9 meters tall. He wears a white dress with gold rims and a slit skirt, revealing his snow-white slender right leg. She wore gold stiletto high-heeled sandals on her feet, revealing her smooth insteps, and toes painted with vermilion nail polish. 3 circles of exquisite gold rings enclosed her slender white calves, making these beautiful legs look noble and elegant. Lingy, who was hugging her at this time, could only smell the fragrance that filled his nose. He looked up and saw the Ice Emperor's shiny and white oval face, staring at him with a pair of peach-shaped pure white pupils. The 2 tender and bright red lips squirmed slightly, as if they wanted to say something. Huh? Lingy was confused. She shook her head and said nothing, but raised one corner of her mouth, stretched out her flawless snow-white jade hands, and gently hugged Lingy. Next moment, the flame star fell to the ground, releasing endless energy. Lingy, who was in the invincible holy shield, only saw endless fire and heard loud rumbling noises. These were weakened by the holy shield to a level that normal people could accept. Otherwise, if you were outside, the high-intensity light and loud noise may cause permanent damage to the human body's vision and hearing. 10 seconds later, when Yanqing's remaining power faded rapidly, Ling Yi released his hands holding the Ice Emperor's thin waist and jade back, turned around and looked into the distance. In the firelight, the illusory Wushuang sword demon stood steadily in the air like an illusory projection. After a little sensing, the other two clones had indeed disappeared. Very good. You can only use it once an hour, but you won't be able to use it in the next 50 minutes. Without the clone, the only tricky points for the peerless sword demon are the virtual blur that can dodge attacks, the ultra-terrifying output of the flame instant shadow slash, and the second form. Seeing that the attack dispersed, the sword demon in front of him finally cancelled his virtual state and walked in the air with his flaming black boots. Shadow demonic body, wherever it flies. The ambient light in that area will dim, as if it has a dark background. This caused the vermilion flames on the pitch-black armor to become brighter. Its flaming eyes rarely shifted from the Ice Emperor to Ling Yi, and it seemed that it was only at this time that it began to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Ling Yi felt secretly vigilant. The unparalleled sword demon raised the black sword high, and the flames on the sword were blazing. In an instant, a strong heat wave rushed towards us, and the temperature in the air rose rapidly. The Ice King waved his hand fiercely, creating an ice mist around the two of them. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Ling Yi's wrist, sending soft cold air over, making him feel much better. It's the sword demon's fiery sword technique. It adds high-temperature flames to the weapon. As long as you are near it, you will receive continuous fire damage. Holding the flaming black sword, the sword demon rushed towards the two of them. Like a speeding black stream of light, it rushed in front of the two of them in an instant, and the flaming black sword in its hand swept towards Ling Yi's waist. Ling Yi and the two of them stepped aside in perfect agreement, and immediately launched an attack with two elements of wind and ice against the sword demon. Soon, Ling Yi, who felt that time was almost up, teleported away from the battlefield, came to the bottom, picked up Lin Shuru, and took her to give the Ice King the blessing of angelic power. After receiving this 20% increase in all attributes, the Ice King's pressure was significantly reduced when facing the sword demon's attack. 20 minutes later, under Ling Yi's almost ubiquitous wind element attack, even the unparalleled sword demon with virtualization was blown away due to the failure of virtualization many times. Vitality finally dropped below 10%. Almost at the next moment, the sword demon suddenly stopped his attack, and a burst of azure flash erupted from his body. Ling Yi and the other two were stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. The Demon King is about to enter his second form. Extreme Explosion, 7 stars. It can only be used when the vitality is lower than 10%. Choose one of the following states to enter. Can only be used twice per hour. Extreme State. Clear the current negative state and temporarily increase agility by 100 points, lasting 15 minutes. Explosion State. Each attack will cause an additional 10% explosion damage and temporarily increase strength by 100 points for 15 minutes. Usually the Demon King enters the explosive state. This time, because of my triple seal, he entered the ultimate state. Ling Yi frowned, secretly thinking it was a pity. Now comes the real difficulty. So far, all developments have been as expected by Ling Yi, except for Lin Shuru adding status to the two of them. Now that the triple seal imposed on the Demon King has been removed, it will be even more difficult to deal with, as it can restore its vitality. When the sword demon enters its second form, there is a high probability that it will release its ultimate move that will kill people instantly. Please summon the battle angel now. Thinking of this, he took out the Heaven's Gate from his backpack and used it as expected. A total of 8 battle angels appeared in front of him uniformly. They wear white robes with wings on their backs and hold huge swords in their hands. Each one is as tall as the unparalleled sword demon. Angels, just use your sacred light to attack the Demon King, Ling Yi said to them. The battle angels did not respond. They just raised the giant swords in their hands neatly like an army and activated Holy Glow at the sword demon. This is a skill that can both attack enemies in the area and heal friendly forces in the area. It can be regarded as a weakened version of Lingers for ultimate divine winds. The Wushuang sword demon glanced at these battle angels, and then turned his attention to Ling Yi and Ice Emperor. While dodging the angels' attack, it rushed towards the two of them, obviously not paying attention to these angels. The Ice King held ice spikes in both hands and stepped forward to resist. Ling Yi once again summoned the strong wind and launched a super white covering attack. I don't know how long the fighting continued. At a certain moment, The figure of the sword demon in the distance suddenly disappeared. Coming! Just as Ling Yi was about to activate the invincible holy shield, several flaming sword lights appeared out of thin air from above his head and slashed down at the speed of light before the holy shield appeared. It doesn't matter that I'm resurrected. Before losing consciousness, Ling Yi only had this thought in his mind. The Peerless Sword Demon's Absolute Flame Instant Shadow Slash is one of the representative skills known around the world with extremely terrifying output. Flame Instant Shadow Slash, 10 stars, randomly generates a varying number of flaming sword lights on the heads of surrounding enemies, and cuts them down instantly. Each sword ray can cause damage equal to 10% of one's own upper limit of life to the enemy. There are 100 sword rays in total. And the same enemy can be damaged by up to 15 sword rays. This skill can be used once a day. Chapter 210 Spray containing the Holy Angel Fountain. I do not know how long it has been. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was lying on Lin Shure's lap. And what he saw was the latter's worried face. You woke up! Did I just die? Ling Yi asked. You're not dead. After you were killed by the Demon King, you fell directly from the air and woke up within 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Shure detailed. That's good. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, due to the auxiliary summoning skill, Eternal Mark, as long as Ice King is present, he has 50% damage reduction. Otherwise, I probably won't be able to survive this time. After using the Peerless Sword Demon's Absolute Flame Instant Shadow Slash, he will no longer be able to kill him who possesses the divine weapon. Brother Zero, you are too tough, aren't you? The level 80 Sword Demon's Flame Instant Shadow Slash can't even be struck within seconds. Linning on the side exclaimed in shock. Although she knew that Mr. Zero had just obtained an artifact that increased his physique. But with his level of 1,000 points of physique, it was theoretically impossible to block that blow. Fine. Ling Yi smiled modestly and said, the main reason is that there are 8 battle angels sharing the damage. And there is not much sword light above my head. Yes, those 8 battle angels were all killed. Linning nodded. When she finished speaking, she turned to look at the ice woman in the sky who was still resisting the Peerless Sword Demon, and was greatly shocked. That guy is so awesome. I have been exposed to so many sword rays. And now I am still fighting against the devil like a normal person. More powerful than Zero. Ling Yi stood up. Due to the combined effect of the solar absorber and the artifact, he was still in full strength. He raised his head and looked at the Ice King and Sword Demon in the sky with his true eyes. Ice King, 1%. Peerless Sword Demon, 10.23%. Fortunately, Xiaoping is immune to death. Otherwise she would have been killed instantly just now. As for the Demon King's vitality increasing instead of decreasing, it was not beyond his expectation. Ling Yi didn't stay here long, and let Lin Shure open the shield and jump into the air. The virtual state requires a lot of physical strength, and the Sword Demon can no longer kill us. So as long as we persist, we will win. He hadn't entered the divine path for several days before, so he had enough time to spend with the Sword Demon here. Flying over to the Ice King again, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a little distressed when he saw layers of sweat oozing out from the latter's cheeks. And there were many more wounds of various sizes on his body than before. Feel sorry. Hearing this, the Ice King smiled happily and said, I am very happy to fight for my master. And this is just a minor injury. It doesn't bother you at all. Despite this, Ling Yi took out the spray containing the Holy Angel Spring Water and sprayed it on the Ice Emperor. When the mist-like spring water sprayed onto the Ice Emperor's cheek, the latter felt refreshed. Immediately afterwards, powerful life force was injected into her body crazily, and streams of shining green light emerged from her crystal skin. All the wounds on her body disappeared instantly under the reflection of this green light. Even his physical strength was completely restored in an instant. I've recovered! The Ice King looked at his hands, with a look of deep joy on his face. Even though she is immortal, she actually cares more about her physical strength. It doesn't matter how much she is injured. But having her watch her master being injured and unable to fight anymore is more painful than killing her. One drop of the Holy Angel Spring water can bring people back to life and restore them to full health. In order to make it more convenient to use in battle, Ling Yi put it directly into a spray bottle. In this way, as long as you spray it on the injured person, you can make him fully recover immediately. Both convenient and powerful. And at this time, Su, the Peerless Sword Demon on the opposite side, realized that these two guys couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. So he didn't step forward to continue attacking for a moment. Instead, They hovered in place and looked around, as if looking for their teammates to attack. But except for Lin Shiru, who was using the sacred shield, everyone else below was just a passerby watching. The sword demon looked left and right, and finally turned his gaze back to the two men who had returned to their full glory. The eyes burning with flames floated for a moment, as if he felt helpless that he would have to continue fighting with these two invincible people. Lingy and the other two did not notice this subtle change and joined hands to attack it again. Seeing that the battle was still going on in the sky, thousands of meters away, all the onlookers looked surprised. The Ice Master at Mr. Zero's body is so strong. He resisted the dozens of sword rays of Ju Yan's instant shadow slash, and was able to continue to fight the Demon King like a normal person. I feel that 01 is not as powerful as I thought. The battle almost depends on the Ice Beauty. If I have the Ice Beauty to help me, maybe I can defeat the devil. It's already very good. You have to remember that he is still just a newcomer. Oh, it would be nice if we could take a closer look. The onlookers wanted to get closer, but the aftermath of the battle was too powerful. Although they were fighting thousands of meters away and hundreds of meters high in the air, the aftermath could shatter the land thousands of meters in radius and scratch their faces thousands of meters away. It hurts. Although the distance of several thousand meters is not particularly clear, it is still no problem if you have detective props or skills. At this time, in the distant sky, another huge flaming sword energy waved out. The experienced people quickly flew to the side. The next moment, the flaming sword energy that was hundreds of meters high rushed from the distant sky, passing through the position they were just at, cutting a large endless ravine on the ground. The ravine is about 20 meters wide and nearly 10 meters deep. The soil inside seems to have been cooked by the high temperature. It is red hot and emits a huge amount of steaming heat. Fortunately, there is not much vegetation in the area dominated by the barbarians in the 10th level. Otherwise this area would have been covered in blazing fire. Hey! This sword demon is not ambiguous at all when he releases his sword energy. Obviously they didn't hit 01 even once, and they still use this sword energy. I suspect that the Demon King just wants to kill us. Among the crowd, many players who wanted to hinder 01 sighed one after another. Oh! It's not that we don't want to take action. It's just that we can't get involved. The Peerless Sword Demon and the Ice Master are both so strong. If we go up there, we will die. Just now, someone used a teleportation item to reach the other side of the battlefield, hoping to drip magic water on the Demon King to strengthen it. However, as soon as he passed by him before he could take action, he was frozen and killed by the Ice Master. Actually, we don't need to be too nervous. A young and handsome man with blonde hair and white skin stood up and said, 0E just redeemed the artifact, and there must be no high-grade Night Stones on him now. Even if he really kills the devil, he will only get 60 high-grade Night Stones. Everyone recognized him. He is Ma Jia, the elite squadron of the first guild of the White Eagle Kingdom, the Gods United, and the captain of the Gods Squadron. The incident when he presented the treasure to 01 before the 6th pass on the main road is still vivid in the minds of many people present. Only 60 yuan? You can say that? A strong man from the North Bear country crossed his arms and sneered. I mean, we can definitely catch up with just a few high-grade Night Stones. While several people were talking, they suddenly heard someone shouting, The devil is under arrest! The devil is under arrest! Hearing this, everyone quickly turned their attention back to the field. I saw in the distant sky, the ice thorn in the hand of the Ice Beauty had pierced the black armor on the back of the Peerless Sword Demon at some point. At the same time, a large blue light appeared on the Ice Beauty. Her hands were facing the Peerless Sword Demon, releasing an unknown control technique. Something like a water column suppressed the Sword Demon in the air. Chapter 211, Defeat the Demon King and Redeem the Artifact. The event is over. Time goes back a few seconds. When the Ice King was fighting the Sword Demon, Lingy thought that the Sword Demon couldn't kill him anyway, so he might as well fly closer to get a higher hit rate. He directly blew a large number of wind blades at the Sword Demon's back at such a close range. The effect was unexpectedly good, and he actually hit 2 or 3 blades. It was only then that he suddenly realized that the Sword Demon had no perception and could not see the enemy behind him. Just when he wanted to continue to sneak attack the Sword Demon from behind, the Sword Demon suddenly turned around and attacked him. The results can be imagined. Exposing her back to the Ice King, she directly used the weapon's skill, Meteor Throw, hitting the Sword Demon's back. And when the Sword Demon was stiff, she took the opportunity to activate the skill, Han Jing Tian Lao Yin. This has led to the current situation where the Demon King is under control. Very good! Ling Yi looked overjoyed when he saw this, and raced against time to gather the wind balls. The Demon King's control resistance can only control it for 10 seconds at most in 1 minute. Therefore, Ling Yi did not dare to push too hard. At the 56th second, he rushed towards him with a wind ball that had only been charged for 2 or 3 seconds. Demon King. The Ice King's only 2 control skills can only be used once a day, so Ling Yi didn't dare to be too confident. Once he fails to kill the Demon King within these 10 seconds, there will basically be no chance to kill it again today. The result of this is that the action fails, and the world may laugh at you for not knowing your own capabilities. Thinking of the consequences of a failed action, Ling Yi gritted his teeth and charged faster. And when he pushed the wind ball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters with both hands and approached the Demon King, he still did not forget to use all the accumulated long-term factors to increase the power of the wind ball. Current accumulated longevity factor, 566. Therefore, the power of the wind ball in front of you can be increased by 56.6 times. In an instant, the storm ball suddenly emitted a dazzling white light like a light bulb. The next second, he actually pushed the wind ball onto the body of the Wushuang Sword Demon with both hands. Immediately, in just an instant, the size of the wind ball rapidly shrank. Just like before, the energy inside is rapidly canceling out the Demon King's vitality. Finally, under the delighted gazes of Ling Yi and Ice Emperor, the black-armored body of the Wushuang Sword Demon could no longer bear it, and in an instant, it burst apart. After a slight bang sound, it shattered into countless white light spots that spread in all directions. Finally, they all flew towards the sky. You killed the unparalleled Sword Demon, LV80. Demon King. Experience plus 22,000. Advanced Night Stone plus 60. Double gold coins. Advanced Night Stone plus 60. You have obtained the 8-star skill, Fire Flame Sword Technique. You have obtained the 9-star skill, Streaming Void. You have obtained the 10-star skill, Desolate Flame Instant Shadow Slash. You have obtained the heart and soul of the Peerless Sword Demon. Announcement for the whole area. The devil in this area has been defeated. The level of the map in this area has been upgraded to an advanced map, and levels 11-15 of the main road are open. Tip: the map of this area has been expanded and updated, adding advanced outdoor scenes. Current map level cap, 90. Call. It wasn't until he saw the information in front of him that Ling Yi let out a sigh of relief. The invisible burden that had been weighing on my shoulders during this period disappeared in an instant. The mood is greatly relaxed. I looked up at the current time, 1:13. The total playing time lasted about 50 minutes. Although he knew that he should calm down now and absorb the experience of this battle, the excitement in Ling Yi's heart still spread uncontrollably throughout his body. He clenched his fists hard, took a deep breath, and landed quickly with the Ice King. Lin Shuru on the ground seemed to be even happier than him. As soon as he landed, she flew into his arms, put her hands around his neck, and jumped excitedly and said excitedly, Win! 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 You defeated the level 80 demon. Ling Yi hugged her, feeling the vigorous heartbeat under her hot and delicate body, and couldn't help but smile. Linning on the side released the fusion state and stepped forward together with Xiao Wanqing. The two of them said in unison with smiles on their faces, Congratulations! 2 pairs of crystal clear and moist eyes stared at the man in front of her, with happiness from the bottom of her heart appearing in her eyes. Yes! Ling Yi smiled and nodded to the two of them in turn, and immediately began to return. Once back, Ling Yi immediately opened the event store to exchange for the second artifact, Ultimate Crystal. Although he knew that it was impossible for others to collect 100 high-grade night stones at this time, he was cautious and did not want to take any chances at the last moment. Are you sure you want to exchange 100 high-grade night stones for this item? Sure! Congratulations on getting the artifact, Ultimate Crystal. As soon as he saw this news, Ling Yi's body and mind relaxed. He fell back, letting his body fall freely, and then lay heavily on the soft burgundy sofa. Lin Shuru was making supper in the kitchen, and Xiao Wanqing was helping her. Linger was still floating around in the hall, not knowing what she was doing, while Yunji was sitting on the small sofa next to her with her legs crossed, her pretty and white feet just dangling by the wooden table. Seeing Ling Yi's relaxed expression, she couldn't help but smile. She got up and walked to sit next to him. She stretched out her hand to naturally hold his body, put his head on her lap, and massaged his head. Player announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for successfully redeeming the artifact, Ultimate Crystal. All the limited edition props in this event store have been redeemed. And the special event, Dark Night Falls, has come to a successful conclusion. The massage action paused for a moment, and then started kneading more gently. Ling Yi opened his eyes, and what he saw was Yunji's light purple silk skirt. The silk skirt protruded outward because it wrapped a huge thing, causing most of his face to be in the shadow of the chandelier in the hall. Every time I lie here, I can't see your face. How do you massage so accurately? He was a little curious. Haha, Yunji smiled softly, touched his cheek with her slender fingers, and said, because my body shape is very inconvenient. I specially learned the skills to strengthen my 5 senses. My 5 senses are particularly sharp. Oh, Ling Yi seemed to understand but not understand. Hearing his tone, Yunji smiled sweetly, bent down and whispered in his ear. If you don't believe it, I'll put on the blindfold later. Then just give it a try. Ling Yi smiled. Yunji smiled tenderly and continued to massage him with her long, crystal clear jade fingers. Ling Yi withdrew his mind and turned his attention to this newly acquired artifact. Ultimate Crystal Artifact Mutation Potential Medium System Mutate. This artifact is called a group artifact. It is more helpful to the group than to individuals. He was very curious about how far it could mutate. When the artifact returned to clarity a few seconds later, he opened it gently with anticipation. Ultimate Crystal Artifact Unique increases the holder's power by 1500. An indestructible potential crystal can be placed at a designated location in the world. Everyone can go to it to activate their own potential. All attributes will be increased by 1 to 10 points according to each person's potential. Each Divine Path Crystal and Living Ancient Monument can be super strengthened once. Chapter 212 2 Artifacts and Qianye Shuangxue presented to the Ice Emperor. Okay. Just like the last enhancement of Cosmic Energy Core, there are no new effects. It is just a comprehensive enhancement. It was within Ling Yi's expectation. Cosmic Energy Core has been absorbed into his right hand. This ultimate crystal was naturally placed in his left hand. After absorbing this artifact, now looking at his 5th dimension, it has become Strength 1838, Mana 2220, Agility 430, Endurance 253, and Constitution 2123. TSK, TSK, TSK. I got 2 artifacts in just one day. My combat power has greatly increased twice in a row. Isn't it true that you're up now? Now he not only has the blessing of 2 artifacts, but also copied the Ice Queen's magic power in the form of the Queen's true body. The 3 attributes of strength, mana, and physique have soared to an extremely astonishing level. Hearing what Ling Yi said, Yunji, who was massaging him, frowned subconsciously, and a hint of worry flashed across her delicate golden eyes. It's very strong to defeat the level 80 Demon King. But you must not be arrogant. You must know that you only defeated the Demon King of the intermediate map. And the level 90 Demon King of the advanced map has been defeated by countless players. Although they are also working together. Don't you also mainly rely on the Ice King? What Yunji said about Ling Yi was actually very clear. Without the Ice King, he would never be able to touch the Peerless Sword Demon. And there would be no hope of defeating the Sword Demon. However, he still retorted, but the Ice King is my summoned beast. How can the summoner's combat power not be equal to that of the summoned beast? What you said is correct. But? Yunji pursed her moist red lips. She was afraid that what she said next would make the Ice Emperor unhappy. But for Ling Yi, she still said resolutely, but even the Ice Emperor may not always be able to protect you. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the woman with white hair and blue skirt immediately appear in front of her, her pure white eyes staring at her coldly. As long as I am here, I will be able to protect my master. Then why didn't you catch Ling Yi when he fell from the air? Yunji asked back. Someone was live broadcasting it at the time, and she watched the whole process carefully. The Ice King's breath stagnated, and he lowered his head and fell silent. Seeing this, Yunji caressed Ling Yi's hair and said softly, she can indeed deal with most problems for you. But there are always surprises in everything. Only when you are strong enough can you be truly powerful. Alas. Ling Yi sighed and turned over to sit up. Why has this guy become a mother-in-law recently? Do not worry. He grabbed Yunji's plump jade hand, held it in his hand and kneaded it. I have always known this. So I had the goal of catching up with the Ice Queen. Now I am not far away from catching up with her. As long as he improves his agility and endurance attributes and improves his melee combat skills, he could almost catch up with the Ice King. That's good. Yunji leaned forward and rested her beautiful head on his shoulder. Ling stroked Yunji's black hair while looking at the white-haired girl with bare white jade feet in front of her. After thinking for a moment, he waved to her. The Ice King blinked, then floated to the other side of him and sat down obediently, looking up at him with wide eyes. The A-level treasure I gave you last time was to clear away bad conditions. But now that you have the talent summon divine power, that skill is of no use to you. I will choose a better treasure for you this time. With that said, he opened the S-level treasure selection bag that he got a long time ago and began to select from it. He already has an S-level treasure, so this thing is no longer useful to him, unless the divine path can open a second treasure slot. But even if it is open, this optional package is useless to him, because the S-level treasures in this bag are limited. Not all S-level treasures are included. This can be seen from the fact that there is no Fantasy Star God in it. After a while, he finally found a treasure that was very suitable for the current Ice King. Quality, S. Type, Anklet. Effect, Agility plus 360. Treasure skill, passive. The natural recovery speed of physical strength is doubled, and after entering combat state, it is doubled again. This is an anklet made of blue ice crystals, dotted with white snowflakes, and looks very beautiful. When Ling took it out, the Ice Emperor's pure white eyes showed a rare look of interest. You should take off the original waist chain first. Otherwise it won't be effective. Upon hearing this, the Ice King immediately took off the ice blue dress made of blue ice crystals, causing it to turn into blue light and dissipate. Immediately he began to untie the waist chain. After a while, she handed the untied waist chain to Ling Yi. When the latter took it over, he still felt a trace of warmth still remaining on the waist chain, and could smell a wisp of fragrance in his nose. Putting it into his backpack, he immediately grabbed the Ice Queen's crystal clear white feet onto his thighs, and put them on for her himself. After putting the anklet on her, Ling Yi held her foot and looked left and right to see if it fit properly. But he subconsciously said, "It's very beautiful. It's like a finely carved white jade work of art. It's perfect." The ankles are smooth and delicate, and the insteps are plump and white. Yunji on the side tilted her head, and seeing the Ice Emperor letting Ling Yi play with her and acting like a good girl, the guess in her heart became a little firmer. Half an hour later, after a sumptuous late-night snack, several people went upstairs to soak in the hot spring. Ling Yi was soon the only one left in the hall, and the surrounding area became noticeably quieter. Listening to the chirping of cicadas outside the yard, he could finally calm down and start arranging other harvests. After killing the Demon King, I lost 3 skills, and I just upgraded to 9 levels in a row, and now I still have 10 stars in total. Previously, he had an 8-star, Divinity Star Storm, that he was unable to learn due to insufficient star levels. So now he has quite a few options. Fierce Flame Sword Technique improves melee combat. Flowing Void Shape improves survival. And Flame Instant Shadow Slash and Star Storm improve output. Originally, among the 4, he should have given priority to the only one with a 10-star skill. But because of the Jiuyuan Divine Body, he was not particularly lacking in output, which made him tangled. I pondered for a long time. He finally decided to leave it alone for the time being. Maybe he would be able to get a skill that was more in line with his wishes in a few days. Even if you really need it in the future, it's not too late to learn. With that said, he turned off the lights in the hall, turned around and walked upstairs. And at this time, the news that 01 successfully redeemed the second artifact caused unprecedented tremors all over the world. Ordinary players were wondering where Ling Yi could get so many high-grade night stones. The entire alliance is discussing countermeasures more anxiously, as the major forces around the world were amazed. They also started internal meetings about 01. Only ordinary people in Xinxia were celebrating 01 getting the second artifact. Great! The ultimate crystal has been obtained by 0. And the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument will be enhanced soon. Yes! Even if it's just one more chance to be resurrected, I'll be satisfied. Ha! The potential crystal that comes with the ultimate crystal also belongs to our Xinxia. In the future, our people will have an advantage in the monthly player selection. Maybe I will also hope to become a player next month. While people were rejoicing, some people also noticed the rumors about 01's location on the forum. Surprise! The ice expert next to Mr. Ling seemed to have appeared in Xinxiang City a few hours ago. Several people witnessed it. Fire. This is a piece of news posted by players who are eager to find 01 in this world after 01 redeemed 2 artifacts in succession. They are not sure whether the news is true or false, but any player will come in curiously to check it out. Chapter 213 The Purpose of the Divine Road? Is this news true or false? Who knows? But I think maybe we can go to Qianjiang City to have a look. The first time the mysterious voice appeared, it also appeared here. Huh? So, the owner of the mysterious voice, who is rumored to be able to kill Saint Futian with one blow in one blow. Can't he be Zero? You must know that when he was in the big world, he also defeated the King Kong giant ape with one blow. 40% of the vitality. Damn it! That makes perfect sense. The players seemed to connect all the doubts together. And the more they talked about it, the more excited they became. Many players even think that this is very likely to be true, thinking that the legendary 01 must be in Qianjiang City. The news soon reached the ears of Tang Yuan, the garrison envoy of Qianjiang City. He entered the office and wanted to open the list of new players in Qianjiang City in June. But a pop-up window popped up as soon as he opened it. Please enter password, ______. Password? Why is there a password? Tang Yuan, who was over 50 years old, was suddenly shocked after his initial doubts. Except for me. Only the captain of the headquarters can encrypt our list in Qianjiang City. Is it possible? The abnormal encryption behavior of the headquarters on the list of new players in Qianjiang City in June made Tang Yuan realize that the rumor on the forum that 01 was in Qianjiang City was very likely to be true. And the God League headquarters must have known about it. Maybe the headquarters not only knows that he is here, but also knows who he is. As the governor of Qianjiang City, Tang Yuan did not dare to talk too much, although many friends came to him to make insinuating remarks after leaving the office. He did not dare to discuss this topic for fear of being exploited by some people. At the same time, Nan Dongli, who was still sleeping in his temporarily rented house, suddenly received news from Tong Wei, the director of the Shen League Operations Department. Tong Wei, you told me before that Ling Yi came to you to reveal his identity. In this case, you go visit him tomorrow. Suzaku, huh? What to do? Nan Dongli, who was nestled in bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, still feeling a little sleepy. Tong Wei, on the one hand, discuss with him where to place the potential crystal, and on the other hand, ask about his identity exposure. Suzaku Messenger, what? Potential crystal? Nan Dongli hadn't fully woken up yet, and his mind was dazed for a while. After realizing the meaning of Tong Wei's words, she quickly opened the activity store. Although the event is over, the event store will remain open to players until all the night stones or advanced night stones in a player's hand are consumed. And then, they will disappear from that player's interface. When she saw that the column where the artifacts were originally hung was empty, Nan Dongli was stunned for 2 seconds. When she opened the forum and took a look, she realized that not only had Ling Yi just defeated the level 80 Demon King, but the second artifact, Ultimate Crystal, had also been exchanged by Ling Yi. Where did he get so many high-grade night stones? She still clearly remembered that this guy came to borrow 3 high-grade night stones from her yesterday. In the end, he exchanged both artifacts in a blink of an eye? It's impossible. Even if you defeat the Demon King on Nightmare difficulty, there are only 60 high-grade night stones. Could the rest be conjured out of thin air? Now the whole world is hotly discussing this matter. Everyone does not understand why there are so many high-grade night stones in 01 with the same way to obtain them. But there was no time for her to think too much now. Tong Wei was still waiting for her on the other side, so she quickly replied on the chat interface. Suzaku, no problem. Tong Wei, in addition, we are still having a heated discussion internally about the fact that he holds 2 artifacts at the same time. When you pass tomorrow, you can test his attitude a little bit. Just a simple test. It's best to ask from your personal perspective. Suzaku Messenger, I understand. I will take the blame if something goes wrong anyway. Tong Wei, also. Area 66 has been upgraded to a high-level map. Just now, many foreign experts have entered Area 66 using area transfer cards. Tomorrow you. After a few perfunctory words, Nan Dongli yawned and lay back in the warm quilt. Let's think about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Time flies. It's a big morning when most people around the world are up all night and excitedly discussing it all night long. Ling Yi got up early and ran to the yard to bask in the sun. If nothing big happens in the Divine Path or in this world, then my main enemies in the future will be the opponents in every qualification review and the level 90 Demon King in the advanced map. Both of these are necessary. Only after passing the qualification review can you enter the legendary road of invincibility and embark on true invincibility. Only by playing the main road can you break through the level limit and enter higher fields. Apart from anything else, the main bosses in the final map are all at the invincible level. It is conceivable that the level 100 demon kings in the final map are also at the lowest level in the invincible level. Without embarking on the road to invincibility and rising to a higher level, it is impossible to defeat. Of course, this is still far away from now. At present, Ling Yi's short-term goal is to become an ordinary level high-level figure demon king. Speaking of which, the reason for the emergence of this divine path is still unclear. Maybe we will know it after defeating the ultimate demon king. People have always had a doubt. The meaning of the divine path is the path to becoming a god. But what exactly does it mean to be a god? Is it powerful enough? Is it to step onto the invincible stage and break away from the human category? What kind of god will he become? Until now, Shenlu has still not given any clear information about this. Therefore, in the past 20 years, more and more people believe that current players have not yet touched the true core of Shenlu. After defeating the ultimate map demon, there must be something waiting for players. The mainstream view is that it is a new challenge. But there are also a few pessimistic people who believe that it will be the end of the world, when the divine path will be revealed and the true purpose will be revealed. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Ling Yi shook his head, throwing these far-fetched things out of his mind. Now he is only a player of over 50 levels, and currently he mainly plays the main lane in high-level maps. Let's talk about the rest later. He turned over and laid down on the long wooden bench in the yard, continuing to enjoy his first bath. Cicadas chirp, birds chirp, and the breeze blows gently. The yard is filled with flowers, and you can smell the fragrance. He didn't know how long he had been lying here when two ding-dong sounds woke him up from his nap. He opened his eyes and stood up, and found that he had been covered with a small rice-colored cotton quilt at some point. When he turned his head, he saw Lin Shiru in a white dress watering the flowers by the courtyard door. Seeing the doorbell ringing, she looked outside the courtyard door. When she saw who was coming, she subconsciously looked at Ling Yi, obviously wanting him to make an idea. "Let her in," Ling Yi said without looking back. The winds had already told him the identity of the visitor, who was obviously the Phoenix Sword Master. Lin Shiru put down the kettle for watering the flowers and opened the door politely. Nan Gongli smiled and nodded to Lin Shiru at the door, and was led to the long wooden chair by the ladder. "Sit down and tell me what you have to say." Ling Yi handed the plain cotton rice bag she was wearing to Lin Shiru, and then patted the empty seat beside her to indicate for her to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Nan Gongli said, "I came to see you this time because I want to discuss a few things with you." Chapter 214 Nan Gongli's visit and conversation again. "The first thing is to ask you about your identity. If you don't want to be exposed, we will be happy to help you hide it." "Need not." Ling Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "You need to hide when you are weak, but you don't need to when you are strong." "Well," Nan Gongli pursed her lower lip, not surprised by his reaction. They had guessed this possibility as early as yesterday when he made the Ice Master appear in public. "However, our Divine Alliance still recommends that you hide for a while." Seeing Ling Yi's eyes widening with surprise on his face, Nan Gongli tightened his eyebrows and said seriously, "Think about it. If you reveal your identity now, a large number of people will still come to you in this world. You are strong enough and it will be fine. But other people in Xinjiang City will be more dangerous. The Shinming and the others consider more about social stability. If Ling Yi's identity is revealed now, then there will definitely be all kinds of monsters coming to Xinjiang City. When there are too many people, anything can happen. And it is not a good thing for the ordinary people living here. Anyway, it's okay if you just do what you did before. It will be good for you and everyone else. When one day you are so strong that many people won't dare to mess with you, then exposure will be the best thing. Okay." Ling Yi pondered for a moment and realized that he had indeed lacked consideration before. After thinking about it more carefully, I realized that my previous idea was indeed a little bit stupid. He had just obtained the two artifacts and attracted global attention. If he wanted to make his position clear again, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? "The second thing is about the artifact. Where do you plan to put the potential crystal? Let's put it together with the Eternal Soul Protection Monument. When I go there at noon, I will strengthen the Eternal Soul Protection Monument by the way." "Only at noon? Okay, then I'll make arrangements." After finishing his words, Nan Gongli hesitated for a moment, and then said slightly uneasily, "Well, I have a personal problem. Have you considered the two artifacts?" "I don't care. I want to keep these two for my own use." Oh, that's okay. If it were me, I would keep it myself. Nan only smiled and hurriedly smoothed things over. Seeing that Ling Yi didn't show any obvious resistance, she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this guy has a good temper. But if you hold two artifacts at the same time. Sigh. She suppressed the sadness in her heart and turned to talk about the last thing. Then the next thing is your area. Because you have been promoted to the high-level map. Many powerful people have transferred to your area. Their purpose is obviously the artifact in your body. You have to be careful next. Don't die. Once you die and fail to resurrect in time, the artifact will fall. Just in case, our headquarters has arranged for me to go to your area. She was afraid that Ling Yi would accidentally die, resulting in both artifacts being snatched away by hostile foreign forces. Protect me? Well, it's mainly because I can grab the artifact in time when you die. Nan Gongli told the truth. Ling Yi, _ He raised his eyebrows speechlessly and said helplessly, Don't worry. By the time I die, all of you here should be dead long ago. Nan Gongli smiled lightly and turned to chatting about other trivial matters. After a few minutes, she said goodbye and left. The yard was quiet again in the early morning. Well, Ling Yi once again lay on his side on the wooden chair, resting his head with his hands folded behind his head, looking at the blue sky with long white clouds inside. The Peerless Sword Demon's extreme flame teleportation attack can't kill me in seconds. Why are there always some people? I think it can kill me. 12 o'clock noon. Ling Yi arrived very punctually at the top of the mountain where the Eternal Soul Protector Monument is placed. There used to be only a forest on the top of the mountain, but now the forest has disappeared and been replaced by new buildings. Part of it is for the Shin League combatants to live in. These people are responsible for protecting this spiritual monument. Of course, the spiritual monument itself is protected from attacks by players below level 100. The main function of these people is actually to manually warn and delay the enemy. The other part is a hotel and restaurant where pilgrims can rest and have meals, even after they shed their blood to protect the soul. Many people will come here to look at the monument in their spare time with a pilgrimage mentality. These people are called pilgrims. At this time, hundreds of pilgrims lined up on both sides, sitting quietly on rows of wooden chairs, staring intently at the 10-meter-high Eternal Soul Protector Monument in the center of the hall. An exquisite and gorgeous red carpet was laid all the way from the door to the 3 steps leading to the memorial monument. The 100-meter red carpet road has 10 golden pillars on each side. There is a long red belt between the golden pillars, which separates the red carpet path from the seats. In such a quiet atmosphere, Ling Yi slowly stepped onto the red carpet. Seeing this, Nan Gongli, who was accompanying him, signaled to the assistant on the side, who nodded understandingly and activated the skill, Turbid White Halo. Turbid White Halo, 3 stars, add a halo to the designated target that can blur the outside world's vision and perception. Ling Yi wanted to use his true face to strengthen his soul-protecting monument. After Nan Gongli learned of the situation, he took the initiative to bring the player who could create a blurry halo to support. He walked on the red carpet step by step, and people sitting in the back row spotted him first. They widened their eyes and were about to scold him. But then, they thought that making loud noises here would be disrespectful to the Guardian Monument. So they turned their attention to the Divine Alliance soldiers standing on both sides of the steps. But what surprised them was that these 2 tall and handsome Shimeng warriors not only did not stop them, but opened the steps and railings in a uniform movement. What? Is this possible? The pilgrims in the back row immediately guessed that the person in the halo was most likely the owner of the Eternal Soul Protector Monument. They all did not dare to sit down anymore, and stood up consciously. They watched him move forward step by step, and the excitement in their hearts seemed to follow his steps as he climbed higher and higher. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. The pilgrims in the front row noticed the movement behind them, and when they looked back, they saw rows of people standing up straight, as if some important person was coming. Following their gazes, they saw a man walking on the red carpet. A cloud of white light floated around him, making his face unclear. Is the railing on the steps open for him? Blah blah blah. Blah blah. Soon, hundreds of people sitting in the 2 rows on the left and right all stood up. They straightened their upper bodies and watched eagerly as the person in the halo stepped onto the steps. They held their breath and stared, not wanting to miss a single second. When he walked up the 3rd step and was only 3 meters away from the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument, everyone clearly saw that the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument immediately lit up at this moment. Yes. Yes. He is the owner of the Eternal Soul Protector Monument, the only one who can single-handedly move the world. The legend in the minds of countless players is actually in front of me at this moment. This is a man of God who has left a wonderful page in history. The hall was still so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. But the hearts of these pilgrims were already filled with turmoil. Only when the owner of the ancient steel is close to the ancient steel, the ancient steel will glow. This is something that will not be recorded in the effect of the ancient steel, but actually exists. The Eternal Guardian Monument that illuminates people's faces in front of them is enough to prove that the person who climbed the steps is 01. Chapter 215, Strengthening the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument. And at this time, Lingy, who was being watched by everyone, stretched out his hand and slowly touched the Eternal Soul Protection Monument in front of him that emitted dazzling white light. It is standing in a circular patio, with wisps of green algae crawling on the gray-white steel. The midday sun shines through the transparent glass above the ancient monument, making it look simple and beautiful, like a wonder from ancient times. Fingertips brushed the monument body, and Lingy retracted his right hand, stretching out his left hand. He activated the power of the artifact residing in his left hand. Super enhanced. After a burst of gorgeous golden light flashed through the ancient monument in front of him, it gradually returned to its flashing white light state. Lingy secretly thought that it should have been strengthened, so he activated the Eye of Truth to check. Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument, unique, one of the 3 legendary ancient monuments. It will officially take effect when it is erected on the ground. Any living body can drop its own blood on it and obtain a guardian spirit that lasts a lifetime. During the spirit protection period, when the bleeding person dies abnormally in the present world, he will be reborn in a healthy state at the stone tablet. Soul Guardian rebirth can only take effect once a year on any living body. If the deceased is reborn and dies again in the same year, the soul of the deceased will be included in the monument if he is not permanently resurrected within 7 days. When 0 o'clock arrives on the first day of the next year, the guardian soul's rebirth opportunity of the next year will be automatically consumed to resurrect. The steel cannot be destroyed, and can only be moved by its owner. Lingy was surprised to see the super enhanced effect. He thought that the enhancement of the chance of resurrection from once in a lifetime to once a year was powerful enough. Unexpectedly, even if the annual opportunity for resurrection is used up, after death again, the soul will be stored in the monument, waiting for resurrection the next year. This is equivalent to adding a death time limit to all abnormal deaths. Far better than before. Lingy nodded, and after taking one last look at the Eternal Soul Protector Monument in front of him, he turned around leisurely. He walked towards the outside of the temple amidst the eager eyes of the pilgrims. He also has an insight crystal ball. If he wants to see the ancient monument, he can do so at any time when he goes back. For now, he should set up the potential crystal first. When he walked out of the temple, he used the phaseless mask in his backpack, and his figure blurred again. See this? The players brought by Nangongli on the side canceled the halos attached to the surroundings after the former nodded. Compared to the main hall with limited space, the number of people outside can be described as a sea of people. These people are either pilgrims or traders, who come here to do business because there are so many people here. Seeing the Phoenix Sword Master walking out with a blurry figure, the people around him, who looked at him, were all stunned. Huh? Is that Phoenix Sword Saint the general of the headquarters? Why is she here? The figure of the person in front of her can't be clearly seen. Damn it! That can't be the rumored 01. As soon as someone shouted 01, the people around who were playing on their mobile phones, chatting, and enjoying the shade of the trees all turned their attention to him as if they had heard big news. I saw 3 people walking out of the door of the hall, and the leader was a vague figure. Yes! Yes! That must be Brother Zero. He redeemed the ultimate crystal today. He must have gone inside to strengthen the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument just now. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, even though they knew they couldn't see anything. Meeting him in the real world was enough to make many people brag. Soon, the Divine Alliance had already chosen the best position before Lingy arrived, and stretched out his left hand to activate the power of the artifact. Bundles of light points of various colors flew out from the air in all directions, and gradually gathered in front of him into a larger and larger colorful crystal. After a while, the potential crystal was condensed, and Lingy took the lead in testing it. I saw him standing in front of the crystal and saying softly, "Evaluate my potential." Next moment, a piece of information emerged before him. You have godlike potential. All attributes plus 10. At the same time, 10 pure white light points flew out from the colorful crystal suspended half a meter in the air, circled around him for several times, and slowly integrated into his body. How's it going? Nandongli on the side asked curiously. You should look at the potential based on the number of light spots. Lingy didn't say much and asked Nandongli to test her potential. I found that 10 light points also flew out. And all attributes were plus 10. The assistant she hired next to her followed closely, giving him 7 pills, while the onlookers were surprised. Lingy used the global teleporter to teleport Lin Shuru and the others after their transformed bodies, and asked them to test them one by one. Lin Shuru, 5 capsules. Yunji, 9 capsules. Xiao Wanqing, 9 pills. Strange. What is its potential based on? Seeing that Lin Shuru, who had been fused with Linger, only had 5 pills, Lingy touched his chin in his heart and thought to himself, as long as there are training resources, anyone can become a strong person. Is this potential really useful? After the test was completed, the group did not leave immediately, but stayed in place to let others take the test. They are curious about which range is more normal. 7, 6, 5, 6, 253,455. After hundreds of people evaluated it, we found that most people were between 4 and 6, and those below 4 and above 6 were relatively rare. It seems that below 4, the potential is low. 4 to 6 is the normal range, and above 6 is high. Lingy didn't know what the potential was for, so he didn't pay attention to the evaluation of the potential yet. Speaking of which, what are the 2 remaining legendary monuments? How to get it? After coming back, Lingy suddenly thought of this. Since the Eternal Soul Protector Monument is one of the 3 legendary ancient monuments, there must be 2 other legendary ancient monuments. One legendary ancient monument can bring about such a big change. So if I get the other 2, after the systematic mutation and the super strengthening of the ultimate crystal, the effect will definitely be incredible. After he informed Nandongli, the effect of the strengthened ancient monument had been announced by the Divine Alliance. Now the whole Xinxia is in a state of carnival. In Xianjiang City alone, through Wind God's call, he heard hundreds of thousands of words of thanks in just a few minutes. Of course, it is still the same as before. Ordinary people have no conditions, and people with illegal and criminal records can only shed their blood to protect souls after meeting the various conditions established by the Divine Alliance. Attracting praise from the people can directly affect the rate at which the eternal divine body absorbs the eternal factor. If he gets the other 2 ancient tablets and offers them before the battle, triggering praise from the whole people, wouldn't it be possible to carry out a 100-fold attack in just a few seconds? It is feasible. But unless one of the remaining 2 legendary ancient monuments activates the effect very frequently or requires concentrated activation, it will decrease again after a while. Even though he said this, he immediately took out the prompt and asked how to get other legendary ancient tablets. This time, however, the prompt did not succeed in giving an answer. The flames danced chaotically in front of him, and finally dissipated with a bang. Hey, I don't know the prompt this time either. Lingy frowned and searched the forum, but the result was still the same as before. No one knew how to get the legendary ancient tablet. Forget it. Let nature take its course. With a sigh, he got up and went back to his room. Chapter 216 Mythical Deeds and Super Mutation System Upgrade. June 22nd. Night. This is the first night after the end of the major event Dark Night. Without the appearance of moving monsters, nightlife around the world has quickly resumed. Countless stores that had been closed for more than 10 days resumed operations, and ordinary people who had been hiding for more than 10 nights walked out of their homes with their families in celebration, or went to restaurants for a big meal, or went shopping and watching movies. In some cities, there has even been mass retaliatory consumption. Some have shopping lists that have been accumulated for more than 10 days, while others seem to be making up for what they have not been able to enjoy in the past few days. Naturally, Lingy and his group did not break away from the masses. They also followed the public trend and went out to eat together. Star Plaza. This is a super building that gathers food, clothing and entertainment. It is one of the landmark buildings in Ingwa Town. On the 4th floor, inside a restaurant called Yujian Gourmet, Lingy and others were eating hot pot while listening to the boss chatting with the guests not far away. Well, it's thanks to Mr. Zero this time. If he hadn't suddenly emerged and bought 2 artifacts in 2 hours with a mythical appearance, the event ended early. We wouldn't be able to resume business so early. If we don't resume business, we will hardly be able to pay the rent. The Mediterranean boss, who was about 50 years old, said with some emotion. His face still showed the joy of surviving the disaster. It's okay for you. At least it can be open during the day. I run a food stall. These past 10 days have been living in dire straits. I stay at home every day, and there are more and more conflicts at home. Fortunately, Mr. Zero is awesome and feels so safe. The event that was originally expected to end in half a month was unexpectedly cancelled by him today. It really feels so safe. Opposite the Mediterranean boss was a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face, who spoke loudly and forcefully. The fact that 2 artifacts were exchanged in 1 or 2 hours, leading to the conclusion of a major event far faster than anyone expected, has been regarded as a myth by countless people who rely on night income. Of course, because it is too outrageous. So outrageous that it exceeds the expectations of global players and even countries around the world. Not to mention these people at the bottom. Even the powerful and elites of various countries are willing to call it a myth and a miracle. Listening to the discussion between the two, Lingy twitched the corner of his mouth. Actually, this is not a myth. It's just because I cheated. He thought so. But when he heard others praising him, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Shuru, who was sitting next to him, put a piece of beef into his mouth, seeing that he was paying attention to the comments of the people around him. She couldn't help but smile fondly. There are always issues for discussion in the dining room. And elsewhere in the dining room, many diners are also discussing the series of events that happened today. Table number 7. 3 well-dressed middle-aged people. Let me tell you, after the enhanced effects of the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument were announced, the reaction from foreign countries was very great. They all wanted to change their nationality and join our Xinxia. Ha ha ha! When 01 had not yet risen, everyone wanted to join White Eagle. But now they all have turned the other way. So happy! Table number 11. 4 young men. The potential crystal is so powerful. Not only players can use it, but we can use it too. Someone got 7 points of full attribute blessing after the test. Now he is a little Superman among ordinary people. He will definitely be more promising in the player assessment next month. I heard that the Shiming has begun to organize major universities to ask students to take the test according to classes. 1 class at a time. Table number 15. 2 old men. 01 is the one who really brings benefits to us. Yes. The reason why the Divine Alliance dare not touch him is, I think, in addition to his strength, a large part of it is also because of his prestige. Lin Shuru and the other 3 also heard the conversations of other people around them. Yunji, who was sitting opposite Lingy, teased in a low voice. You have now become a hero that everyone is talking about. How do you feel about it? Without. Lingy smiled slightly. He still maintains his original intention. Becoming stronger just to live freely. Helping others along the way is just incidental. After dinner, they went to the game room to play for a while, and finally watched a movie called Is My Rescue Object Actually the Demon King? Movie! And then turned back at 11:30. A new day. You get 3 hours of Advent time. Early morning on the 23rd. After many days, Lingy once again entered the divine path at 0 hour. This time he won't hit the main road, but will go to the wild map to farm monsters. After returning from watching the movie, several people naturally chatted about the rescue. Everyone knows that Lingy can protect multiple people at the same time, but none of them can protect him due to their level. Therefore, this time when he comes in, his first goal is to gain experience by killing monsters and transferring it to them with ancestor gems. He can also get double the amount. As soon as we entered the camp, a large amount of emotional information immediately appeared in front of us. You absorbed 71 points of Wang Xiaobai's excitement points. You absorbed 99 points of Li Qiao's excitement points. You absorbed 81 points of Zhang Sanyang's curiosity points. Ling Yi subconsciously wanted to hide this information. But unexpectedly, the information in front of him stopped abruptly at this moment. In its place is completely new system information. Tip: your accumulated emotional value has reached the system upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Ling Yi was stunned, and then quickly realized that this was not information from the Divine Path, but information from his super mutation system. System upgrade? The doubt only lasted for a moment. And then, he was occupied by a sudden feeling of joy. And he quickly responded in his heart, upgrade. Upgrade? The system is being upgraded. It is expected to take 10 seconds. Lingy glanced at the other players around him, turned around and ducked out of the camp. And he found a relatively open place to sit down in the cypress forest near the camp. The system really needs to be upgraded. Every time we accumulate so many mutation points, many of them are never used. The more points of variation there are, the more flowers there are. Ling Yi secretly thought in his heart. And at the same time, as time passed by second, the anticipation in his eyes became stronger and stronger. 10 seconds later. The system has been upgraded. 1. The emotional value absorption range is increased. Self-radius 30 meters. Self-radius 50 meters. 2. The upper limit of emotional value accumulation is increased. 1 million to 10 million. 3. New function. Mutation simulation. Mutation simulation. Choose a target that can mutate and simulate the effect after mutation according to your own expectations. Each simulation will consume 10 mutation points. At the same time, by consuming a certain amount of mutation points, the simulated mutations can be realized from the simulation to reality. After manifestation, neither the embodied object nor the simulated object can mutate anymore. Ling Yi didn't care at all about the increase in the emotional value range and the upper limit. Anyway, even the original one is enough. The key is this new feature. Mutation simulation? Ling Yi carefully read this new function twice, and then slowly understood the correct usage of this function. He picked up a fallen leaf on the ground and thought to himself. For example, if I have a leaf and I don't know whether it is better to turn into a water leaf or a fire leaf, I can simulate it first. Secondly, this function is realized. Ling Yi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. It's very good. The biggest advantage is that the original thing can be preserved. Chapter 217 Killing a player for the first time. It seems to be useless, but in fact it is as good as the sky. It is equivalent to using only mutation points to create a better mutant object out of thin air. For example, the previous Holy Angel Fountain. If it had this mutation simulation function before, he would now have a post-mutation Holy Angel Fountain and a pre-mutation Holy Angel Fountain. In addition, this function allows him to borrow other people's things for simulation in the future. Borrow someone's fire skills and see. Well, I have better fire skills. Let's borrow someone else's big sword to see. Well, I have a better sword. And if he has the opportunity to come into contact with other people who hold artifacts in the future, then he can also hope to get other enhanced versions of artifacts. The application scenarios are very broad. Ling Yi was very satisfied with this system upgrade and couldn't help but ask in his mind. System, will you upgrade next time? Will you level up again if I save up to 10 million emotional points? The system did not reply. Despite this, Ling Yi still thought optimistically. The speed of using mutation points should not be as fast as the speed of accumulation. It is possible to accumulate emotion points to 10 million without deliberately saving them. He stood up, patted his pants, and strode towards the camp. Ultimate crystal, in addition to strengthening the ancient monuments in this world, it is also a crystal that can strengthen the divine path. It's unclear exactly what Ling Yi is included here, but the camp crystal is definitely the most classic piece among them. Arriving in front of the 3-meter-high azure crystal, Ling Yi suddenly frowned. Speaking of which, after entering the divine path so many times, I have never seen anything like this. Saying that, he activated the Eye of Truth to check. Camp crystal. Level, high. Effect 1. When a player dies in this area, he will be resurrected next to the crystal after level times level seconds. Effect 2. Will only be damaged by monsters. Effect 3. Hidden after contributing 10 energy to it. You can get an extra 1 point of luck improvement in the next 3 hours. Crystal life, 6 million, after being attacked by a monster. The corresponding damage will be taken according to the monster level. 10 times for elite monsters, 100 times for leader monsters, and 1,000 times for demon kings. Huh? This crystal actually has a hidden effect? At first glance, Ling Yi was pleasantly surprised that there was a hidden effect. But when he read the description of the hidden effects in detail, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. While he was checking the crystal effect, players on the side also discovered him one after another. The blurry figure is probably 01. He's going to use the artifact to strengthen the camp crystal. Everyone guessed his purpose and gathered curiously. Ling Yi looked around after seeing the effect, and without saying much, he directly activated the Ultimate Crystal ability in his left hand. Super enhanced. After a while, when the light dissipated, nearby players with detection skills began to detect the crystal. The resurrection time used to be square, but now it is consistent with my own level. The crystal life has also doubled. Great! It's indeed the right thing to use the player qualification card to enter this area. While the players around him were discussing excitedly, Ling looked at the crystal in front of him and wondered if he could simulate mutation on it. So he activated this ability on it. It's a shame it failed. This unit is an inherent special building and cannot be simulated and mutated. Okay. It's too outrageous to bring the camp crystal back. After the matter was done, Ling didn't wait long and flew out. Current area, Drizzle Grassland. Monster information, Rain Demon Spirit, LV60 LV70. Thunder Elemental, LV65 LV75. Plant Snake, LV70 LV80. Tip: there will be lightning strikes in this area from time to time. Please take lightning protection measures. This is the wild area of Drizzle Grassland. As the name suggests, it is a green grassland where drizzle always falls. Ling originally wanted to go to another area to gain experience. But halfway through, he suddenly received a message from Yunji and rushed here. Now, the two of them were standing on the wet grass. Yunji held a red umbrella to protect them from the rain. Don't you like celestial phenomena skills very much? A rare monster is likely to appear here later. It has excellent celestial phenomena skills, Yunji said to Ling as if she was offering a treasure. After being promoted to the advanced map in Area 66, she immediately switched over. And now she is also an Area 66 player. Well, Ling actually felt that one flame star was enough. But he didn't want to dampen Yunji's mood. So he nodded in cooperation and said, "Tell me more in detail." He planned to pull the flame star here later to spawn monsters. That rare monster is called the Rain Dragon. It can control the celestial phenomena in a certain area, such as rain, snow, thunder, cloudy days, and windy days. While Yunji was talking, Ling was thinking about what kind of mutation potential these would have. It will appear when a blue light appears in the sky, she finally said. Ling didn't wait with her stupidly, but first pulled out a few flame stars and bombed them here. You killed the Rain Demon, LV63. Experience plus 5. You killed the Thunder Element, LV69. Experience plus 11. Dot. You killed the player Tian Chungha, LV69. And you obtained 347 gold coins. A sea-level prop, teleport ring. Double gold coins. Gold coins plus 347, omitted below. You killed the player Aklin, LV75. And you obtained 654 gold coins. You killed the player Majia, LV60. And you obtained 846 gold coins. B-level talisman, Tian Lei talisman. Dot. Ling Yizhen was stunned when he saw a large list of information about killing players in front of him. Damn it! The range of Flame Star is too big. I accidentally killed dozens of people. Just now, in order to wipe out the monsters present, he pulled out 5 tenfold Flame Stars at once. These level 60 and 70 monsters are all dead, and players at level 60 and 70 are naturally unable to bear it. It's okay. It's Shenlu. It's normal to kill people. Yunji lightly pursed her red lips in disapproval. After finishing her words, she added, Besides, the people who can be around here are basically strong foreigners. Most of these people have no good intentions towards you, so you might as well kill them. Ling Yi didn't have any extra thoughts. He just felt the convenience of Invincible Little Bee again. Originally, after killing a player, the player's gold coins and items were randomly dropped on the spot, and other people could only pick them up. And with Invincible Little Bee, this means that even if he is tens of thousands of meters away from other people, he can still get all the dropped items smoothly by killing the other person. Seeing that the monsters in the area in front of him had not been refreshed yet, Ling Yi opened his backpack and took a few glances, and found that they were all things that could often be seen in stores. These things are of no use to me. I'll give them to you. After giving most of the items to Yunji, Ling Yi suddenly saw 2 unused items in his backpack. 1 raffle ticket for rare props and 1 prayer ticket. These 2 were rewarded by the world announcement when the S-level treasure, Dreamstar God, was combined. Correct. Ling Yi suddenly thought, now is the perfect time to try mutation simulation. One of the prayer tickets had mutated before, and now it could no longer mutate. So his target was the lottery ticket. Before that, he first had to check the effect of the original props for comparison. Rare item lottery ticket. After using it, you can randomly get an EA level rare item. Chapter 218, the first simulated mutation. For a small number of very random props, Shenlu will not give a clear grade, like a lottery ticket before your eyes. After seeing the effect, Ling Yi thought in his mind, system, simulate and mutate this lottery ticket. Are you sure to simulate the mutation of the rare prop lottery tickets? 10 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. As he finished speaking, the lottery ticket in the backpack interface in front of him trembled slightly. And immediately, as if using a clone, 2 lottery tickets exactly like it were separated in the air. Although the appearance is the same, the effect is different. Simulation 1. After using it, you can randomly get an A-level rare item. Simulation 2. After using it, you can randomly obtain an ES grade rare item. With probability reversal, he decisively chose the second simulation. Embodiment Simulation 2 will consume 156 mutation points. Are you sure? Looking at the value above, Lingy looked back at the mutation points needed to directly mutate the lottery ticket. 30. Well, if you look at it directly as using 156 mutation points to conjure this prop out of thin air, it would be nothing. But direct mutation only costs 30 points. Can I also understand it as spending 126 mutation points to retain the original? Generally speaking, the higher the level of the embodied item, the more mutation points are consumed. Now that this lottery ticket has no grade, it is difficult for him to judge how many mutation points it will consume to achieve A level, S level, or 10-star skills. He didn't think much about it now and thought to himself, system. I'm sure. The next moment, a flash of light flashed in front of him. And then a long, light yellow coupon suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, falling slowly and swaying. Lingy stretched out his hand and let the long ticket fall into his palm. When he looked at it with his true eyes, what else could it be if it wasn't this lottery ticket that appeared? What is this? Yunji on the side asked. Rare prop raffle ticket. Why did it appear suddenly? My divine power. Yunji smiled, thinking that he had done something again and was rewarded by the divine path. Lingy also smiled. But in his heart, he said to the system, System, can the items that are manifested in the future be directly put into the backpack? The system did not reply. He put the long coupon back into his backpack and immediately used it together with the original one. You have obtained an A-level rare item, Flower Field Reflecting the Moon. You have obtained an S-level rare item, Painful Emperor. Oh! The first prop, Lingy knew, was a scene-type prop that could immediately generate a specific scene in a designated area after use. It can be simply understood as a very beautiful field skill, which is something that female players all over the world like. Shuro likes flowers very much. She must like this prop very much. He decided to give it to Lin Shuru when he went back. He had never heard of the second prop, so he immediately clicked it to check it out. Pain Emperor, S rare, you can increase or decrease the pain in the target's designated area. It will disappear when the distance between yourself and the target exceeds 1,000 meters. The adjustment range is up to 10 times the original value. 10 times the pain? Lingy didn't know the specific power, but he thought it should be powerful enough. What was taken out? Yunji asked. A look of curiosity appeared on her pink and tender face. The flower field reflects the moon. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up and she smiled and said, This is something that female gamers like very much. Before they finished speaking, the two of them suddenly looked at the southwest sky at the same time. I saw a black thundercloud flying from the sky, and there were still a few people standing vaguely above the dark clouds. This thundercloud is in trouble. It's Aslan! Yunji on the side bit her lower lip lightly. A flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful golden eyes. That guy actually came to your area too. Aslan? After seeing Nandong Li's tragic fate last time, he had deliberately learned about this guy. Now that he had changed Nandong Li's fate and saved her from this guy's vicious hands, he didn't expect that this guy would actually come to deal with him. Soon, the thundercloud flew to a position more than 100 meters away, and two people flew down from above. Flying in front was a man with a silver mushroom head, fair skin, average appearance, slender figure and gorgeous clothes, wearing a pair of golden stick earrings. Following behind was a fat man with squinted eyes and a smile. His face looked very oily. The Drizzle Grassland is a grassland where it rains all the time. It was supposed to be an aggressive debut, but under the wash of drizzle, it was impossible to be serious, especially when the fat man wiped the rain off his face. Aslan, who was standing in front, had been frowning since he was caught in the rain. When he walked to a distance of about 20 meters from the two of them, he looked at the red umbrella in Yunji's hand, with a flash of desire in his eyes. But he said to Lingy politely, Hello, I am one of the captains of the White League. Aslan, the first in the 89 interval. Lingy and Yunji looked at each other, and then the former said bluntly, Don't play with those bells and whistles. Just come and fight if you want. Hearing this, Aslan shook his wet hair in the rain and smiled lowly, shaking his head and saying, I think you may have misunderstood. I am not here to trouble you. On the contrary, I am here to invite you to join our White Eagle country. Lingy curled his lips. Before they could take action, a person suddenly stood up in the distance and shouted, Give up. There is no way he will join you. He turned around and found to his surprise that the guy was actually Zhou Ziwen, the Xuanwu envoy. Huh? That guy has also transferred to our area. From what he could sense, there were still many people rushing here because of Yanxing's movement. More and more people were gathering around, all of them relatively unfamiliar faces. Yuanji on the side saw Ling Yi scanning the surroundings and couldn't help but whisper. Advanced maps are the mainstream maps for powerful players nowadays. After your area is promoted to high-level maps, the main personnel of major domestic and foreign forces can basically come in. More people are transferring in than you think. While they were talking, Xuanwu envoy Zhou Ziwen had already walked up to the two of them. This is a handsome-looking middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s, wearing a gray sportswear. He smiled and nodded at the two of them, then turned around and said to Aslan, 01 is the hero of our Xinxia, and there is no way he will join you. Before Zhou Ziwen finished speaking, another golden phoenix flew from the sky in the distance. The golden phoenix fell to the ground and transformed into a tall beauty with blonde hair and red eyes. Who is it if it's not Nagongli? She flashed to the side of the two of them and looked at the situation in front of her with confusion. Obviously, she still didn't know what was going on. And at this moment, seeing the two captains of the League of Gods opposite each other, Aslan could still smile confidently without changing his expression. No, anything is possible. With that said, he took a step forward and said to Ling Yi, You are now the great hero of Xinxia. But have they given you anything? Have you ever given a house? Have you ever given a beautiful woman? Have you ever given a treasure? As long as you come to our White Eagle, we will directly allocate a piece of land for you, send you a large number of servants, and let you enjoy the treatment like a king. We do not limit the number of marriage partners, as long as both parties are willing. It doesn't matter if we marry 1 billion people, as long as you can sincerely help us. You can choose the treasures in the national treasury if you want, and we will do our best to help you grow. Chapter 219 finally surrounded. Aslan opposite said it very well. It's almost too good to be true. However, Zhou Ziwen, who was wearing the truth bell, found that the bell did not ring. What he said was not a lie. The conditions were so good that Zhou Ziwen was afraid that Ling Yi would be tempted. He immediately winked at Nandongli, who was standing aside. The latter was stunned for a moment, thinking that the other party was asking her to reveal the favorable conditions of their divine alliance. So he turned to Ling Yi and said, As for strengthening the ancient monument and donating potential crystals, our divine alliance is already discussing rewards, and we will definitely do it, to your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziwen slapped his forehead and rolled his eyes. He wanted her to give up 01's idea of joining White Eagle, instead of tempting him with greater benefits. He knew in his heart that when it came to rewards, they could not compare to each other. He took a step forward and replied seriously, Although the conditions are true, it's a pity that 01 doesn't want to be restricted by others. So you will definitely ask him to do this or that. No. Aslan shook his head confidently. These are just the basic conditions I mentioned. They will be given to 011 as long as he comes. We will give him full freedom, and will not force him to do anything. When everyone around him heard this, they were amazed. Is this for charity? The conditions are too good. How can charity be so good? Did you ask the god to provide it? 01 is indeed worthy of it. As long as he can grow up smoothly. When the world is invincible in the future, any help can make a country take off. Not to mention anything else. The ancient monument he owns is worth it. It sounds good at first, but in reality it's just like that. The territory is useless. Even if he doesn't join White Eagle, as long as he is willing, thousands of girls will come to him. It's even less likely that Xinxia will cause trouble for him because of this. Treasure. Didn't he create an S-class treasure by himself? The people around him saw it more clearly. The reason why Bai Ying is willing to give 011 so many benefits is not because of his ancient monument. As soon as he leaves, the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument, Pure Realm Monument, Potential Crystal, and the like will naturally follow him. These things alone are worth it. Everyone turned their attention to 01, although they knew that the other party would not accept it. Who could know what the other party was thinking? Unless you have the extremely rare ability to read minds. I'm not going, Ling Yi said concisely. His gaze shifted from Aslan to the distance. At this moment, the monsters he had just killed began to appear one after another. Yeah. Aslan looked around at everyone present, crossed his arms, and shook his head. It's a pity. It's a pity. When he finished speaking, he shouted to the crowd. You must have heard it. If you don't even want the conditions given by our white eagle, then it will be even more impossible for you. Let's come out together and implement the second plan. Let's eliminate these uneasy factors that threaten the stability of the world here. Immediately afterwards, groups of people from the crowd came out in response. Ah, I've already guessed the ending. I told you to give up on your fantasy. A 2-meter-tall man carrying a stone pillar walked out of the crowd. He was surrounded by a group of younger brothers, all of whom looked crooked. Are there only 2 Captains 01 and Shenmeng as enemies? It looks like they can be dealt with. A man lying on the one-horned rhinoceros half opened his eyes and said, I'm going to fight against this super guy who shocked the world. I'm so excited. Some people ran out pretending to be excited, seeing these people scattering in all directions. Surrounding them, Nan Gongli and Zhou Ziwen frowned. The other party came prepared, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. Zhou Ziwen looked left and right cautiously. He was thinking quickly about countermeasures. My control resistance is average. If you get caught later, just leave me alone. Nan Gongli took out the phoenix sword and gritted his teeth and said, already prepared in his heart that he might die once. Facing one person at the same time and facing a group of people at the same time are completely different things. Even if you are an alliance captain level character, your first reaction when facing multiple enemies at the same level is to run away. And at this moment, although Ling Yi, who was at the core of the problem, did feel a sense of crisis, he was not panicked at all. Starfall, he thought in his mind. Next moment, the extremely huge flame star burned out all the clouds in the sky and fell towards this area like a sun. When everyone looked up, other than being surprised again at why the flame star was so big, there was no other feeling of panic. Some of them pulled up the shield. Some hid in the void, and some even ignored it and drove the lightning to strike at a few people. Obviously come prepared. Nan Gongli and Zhou Ziwen immediately faced the enemy. Ling Yi summoned the Ice Emperor, who immediately added an extremely cold shield to him, and Yun Ji that was immune to skill effects. Group silence. Almost in the next second, a mage shouted from behind. The Ice King raised his hand without turning his head, and a large number of ice hammers were generated in the void behind him, shooting towards the mage. The mage quickly pulled out a barrier to resist the attack. Speaking of which, now it is the perfect time to try out the power of the painful emperor. After Yanqing landed just now, he saw that those who came to deal with him were indeed prepared to deal with Yanqing. So Ling Yi stopped releasing Yanqing. But now, with his spitting storm alone, he has already beaten all the enemies around him to the point where they are sweating coldly and dare not move forward. How much magic power does that guy have? It hurts so much to be blown by his wind. Someone frowned. If this guy hadn't mentioned pain, Ling Yi wouldn't have suddenly thought of the Pain Emperor during the battle. Flying in the air, he looked around, and when he saw everyone staring at him, he didn't dare to step forward. So he directly mutated the Pain Emperor in his backpack. As long as there is one of these things, it will be okay. There is no need to simulate it. After a while, he opened the prop effect again to check. Double-sided Emperor, S rare, you can increase or decrease the pain and pleasure in the designated part of the target. It will disappear when the distance between yourself and the target exceeds 1,000 meters. The adjustment range is up to 30 times. It can be adjusted by yourself. The feeling caused will be permanently remembered by the target's body. And when it repeats the same behavior towards the target, the other's body will passively recall it. The effect is easy to understand, but the specific performance is not yet clear. Ling Yi looked around and saw that those outside the storm field were still outside and did not dare to approach. So he turned his attention to Aslan, who was fighting fiercely with Nan Gongli in the distance. Just try it on him. He flew to the outside where the two were fighting, took a look at Aslan during a pause, and activated a prop on his hand to increase the pain in his hand 30 times. The next second, Aslan, who was holding 2 swords in his hands and fighting Nan Gongli again, suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream with an ah sound. The 2 swords in his hands dropped. This scream echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone who heard it feel horrified. Nan Gongli was stunned for a moment by the sudden scream, but she reacted very quickly and took the opportunity to attack. Aslan is an agility assassin player, and his agility is higher than Nan Gongli. At this critical moment, he still managed to dodge. Chapter 220 After the War, and the Side Effects of True Soul. Oh! It seems to be working very well. Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the enemies, who were still hesitating outside the storm circle. He immediately activated his prop ability, and at the same time increased the pain on their skin to the highest level. Then, he tentatively called out the dense rain-like wind towards them. Wind is colorless and invisible, and can only be vaguely sensed through sound and momentum. Almost everyone noticed the wind. Some people avoided it, and others stayed where they were. These people who are still staying in the same place all have their own prides. The force of the storm circle is too terrifying, so they just want to hide. Are you going to drive them here and there with just a gust of wind? However, when the wind hit their faces, these people immediately regretted it. It was like a red-hot iron hitting their faces, or like 1,000 toothpicks piercing their faces. Everyone's faces were distorted in pain, and their facial features were almost deformed. Screams came and went. Ah! Ah! Hiss. Seeing their screams, Ling Yi couldn't help but take a breath. Just seeing their appearance made him frown, and he seemed to vaguely feel their pain. This is much more powerful than I imagined. I thought it was just painful enough to affect movement. Now it seems that it has reached a point where people no longer want to pay attention to anything else. He waved his hand gently, and the huge storm circle, with a diameter of several kilometers, turned towards the group of people. These people who were in extreme pain had no intention of paying attention to the outside world. They were all swept into the air by the strong wind, and were devastated and attacked by the huge storm wind. The pain that exceeded the upper limit of pain even caused many people to pass out in an instant. TSK! 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 Okay! Okay! Seeing this, Ling Yi was very satisfied. Although Two-Faced Emperor cannot increase his damage, the multiple pain can greatly affect the enemy's combat. 30 times has such power. Then even if it is only 10 times more powerful, it can achieve this level. The S-Class is well deserved. It didn't take long. With the help of this Double-Faced Emperor, the surrounding enemies were caught off guard. Half of them escaped with serious injuries, but the other half were killed and returned to the camp. Certainly, even without this item, Ling Yi is sure to achieve similar results. But it will take longer. After the battlefield was cleared, Nandongli and the two came to Ling Yi together. That was just now. The middle-aged Uncle Zhou Ziwen looked a little curious. Oh, a new prop I got. It's amazing. Zhou Ziwen smiled. Nandongli took a step forward and asked, is it a prop related to pain? I see that each of them is in too much pain to fight, and they can't even stand. Yes. Ling Yi nodded. In fact, you can also adjust the pleasure, but I don't know what it is used for. Make the other party excited enough to talk nonsense and dance? Nandongli pursed her thin lips and said seriously, but this time they know about your prop. They will be fully prepared next time, and it won't be so easy to deal with after that. With dual artifacts and endless potential, you will be their target for a long time in the future. Be careful in the future. Contact me anytime if you are in danger. We have friends on the forum. Okay, I won't disturb you now. Let's go first. Goodbye. After the two envoys of the Divine Alliance left, only Ling Yi and 3 others were left. The Ice King floated in the air as if nothing was wrong, staring at the monster in the distance. Yunji covered her mouth and snickered, seeing Ling Yi's suspicious look. She patted his shoulder, isolation layer, with her white jade hand, and said with a smile, I'm here to deal with you. But you are still paddling. Where did I paddle? The Ice Queen has not even entered her second form, and her freezing of time and space is of no use. You are the same. You can summon 8 battle angels. You can use the Phoenix Sword Master to fight with elemental blades in close combat. And you can't, it's all useless. After hearing what Yunji said, Ling Yi also smiled. He shook his head and said seriously, it's not necessary. If you can deal with an enemy with 1 skill, there is no need to use a second skill. Now that those people outside want to deal with me, the first thing they have to do is to understand me and reveal all my trump cards. At this point, he suddenly saw Yunji falling towards him, as if she had a sudden heat stroke. He quickly opened his arms to hold her, frowned and asked, what's wrong? In his gaze, Yunji's face seemed to have changed somewhat. It's a side effect of my true soul. She shook her head slightly, showed a forced smile, and said, it's not a big deal. As he spoke, his face turned a little pale. I'll take you back first. Yunji shook her head, bit her lips that were losing color, and said softly, the rain dragon is coming soon. It was only now that Ling Yi suddenly remembered that the reason why Yunji entered the Divine Road this time was specifically to inform him of the news that the Rain Dragon was about to appear here. She thought she liked the astronomical skills very much. So as soon as she moved to their area, she couldn't wait to bring him here. She just wanted to make herself happy. Let's go back! Ling Yi's tone left no room for doubt. Hearing this, Yunji started her return very obediently. When Yunji entered the Holy Angel Fountain, her original sick state immediately recovered. Ling Yi also took the opportunity to sit next to her and asked why. My true soul is the demonic snake of evil desire, which has the ability to turn into stone. Once the ability is overused, it will be forced into a semi-snake state. Side effect? That's right. The appearance will change, and some snake characteristics will appear, and then you will feel confused in this state. In fact, you will recover as long as you take a little rest. It's just you. All true souls will have side effects if overused. These side effects are diverse. The more common ones are turning into half human and half beast, becoming hungry and sleepy, and weakening the five senses. My half-snake transformation is relatively normal. Ling Yi knew about the true soul, because it will only be open to players after they reach level 80. He didn't know much about it before. That's right. He nodded in understanding. He has also seen snake transformation on the forum, which means turning into a snake with transformation skills. He had never seen this half-snake form before. Yunji raised her eyes and glanced at him. Seeing the man's curious expression, she guessed what he was thinking. You can also enter this semi-snake state on your own initiative. Let me show you. As she spoke, her delicate pink ears became longer and pointed, and her cheeks became slender. The face shape changes into an oval face, and the tall nose makes the facial features more three-dimensional. Her pupils turned into vertical pupils at some point, and matching her original golden color, they had a strange sense of beauty. Ling Yi put his hand into her thick hair, and the latter's dark hair could actually fly, actively wrapping around each of his fingers and sticking tightly. This is half snake. Okay, you can put it away. Chapter 221 Level 1 Growth Black Sky. On the 23rd, it was early 9 in the morning. Ling Yi, who was lying on the sofa, was absently watching the news on TV while thinking about the recent changes in several people. It's true that she has become more beautiful, but Ling Yi glanced at Yunji, who was still sitting beside her with a rosy face, and sighed. Why do I feel more and more? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In short, Yunji also suffered from the same symptoms as Lin Shuru before. Sometimes she would be inexplicably anxious. He wanted to ask, but he felt that the question might be embarrassing. After hesitating for a while, he compromised and asked, Well, just now, were you unhappy? Oh? Yunji blinked and was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, No. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just don't know why I was so anxious all of a sudden. I miss you. Yunji smiled. Ling Yi was not very satisfied with this answer, but when he saw her pink smiling face, he suddenly remembered the double-faced emperor he got yesterday. He tried the pain, which was so powerful that it could make people lose consciousness. He hasn't tried the pleasure yet. Otherwise, at this time, Lin Shuru, who had finished using the toilet, flew into his arms like a butterfly elf, hugged him, and closed her eyes to sleep again. Ling Yi looked down at her small, delicate and alluring jade ears and said, Can I try the effect of the prop on your ears? I already told you that you don't need my permission. Lin Shuru rubbed his chest and said without opening her eyes. Hearing this, Ling Yi smiled lightly and immediately activated the effect of double-faced emperor, doubling the pleasure in her ears. Immediately, he lowered his head and gently pressed her beautiful ears. Suddenly, she trembled in his arms for less than a second. After letting go, he immediately asked, How does it feel? Well, it's a comfortable feeling I've never experienced before. It's like the sensory nerves in my ears have been activated. Knowing that Ling Yi was testing the effect of the prop, Lin Shuru tried her best to explain it in detail. Ling Yi nodded, increased the pleasure level to 5 times, and sipped again. Lin Shuru seemed to be stimulated, and her delicate body swayed obviously for a moment. Along with the trembling of her body, she let out a slight gasp. When Ling Yi asked about how she felt, she replied, It feels like all the nerves have been activated. It's very comfortable. The 3rd time, pull it to 10 times. When he sipped it, Lin Shuru's delicate body trembled wildly, and she couldn't help but open her mouth and gasp awe. There was also a look of extreme enjoyment on his face with his eyes closed. When Ling Yi let go, It took her a while to get out of the lingering feeling. It feels so comfortable that even if you are immersed in it all the time, you will have no regrets even if you die, she said as soon as she opened her eyes. After saying this, she hugged Ling Yi's neck and looked up at him expectantly, obviously wanting him to continue. Ling Yi did not continue, but instead thought about whether this pleasure could be used in other serious ways besides this. But at this moment, the earth shook suddenly for a moment, as if a huge weight was pressing on the earth in the distance. Several people looked at each other and were stunned. And then Ling Yi subconsciously let go of his senses. When his perception spread outward to 50 kilometers away, he suddenly sensed a strange area in the east. Unable to detect the situation in that area, he took out the insight crystal ball and looked at the area 50 kilometers away to the east. It was being shrouded in darkness. Black sky! When several people saw it, they all nodded in understanding. What level is it? Lin Shuru asked subconsciously. Ling Yi moved the crystal ball's vision inward, and soon discovered an elemental monster with blue thunder and lightning all over its body. Thunder element? This is the first level black sky! Yunji stood up immediately, a flash of panic flashing across her beautiful face. It's over! Tiana's city is gone! In the crystal ball, the thunder element erupted into a strong current wave toward the surrounding area, instantly affecting the surrounding buildings within a few hundred meters. Suddenly, the entire area was filled with lightning and thunder, and large numbers of passers-by on the streets were chopped into ashes in just a moment. Even the fish in the pond were not spared. Strong currents broke into every home along the wires, burning out all connected electrical appliances. Street lamps, car windows, and all kinds of glass were all shattered. And there were even thick thunder pillars crashing down from the void, forcibly penetrating 4 to 5-story buildings. The thunder element is just one of the countless monsters that have descended on the world. There are also infinitely powerful earth giants, each of which is 20 or 30 meters tall. Some will grab a moving bus and throw it dozens of meters high or hundreds of meters away. It fell in the distance in a parabolic path, and there was a big explosion with a bang sound. There are also monsters that have the ability to change the ground, transforming the cement floor into lava, and monsters that carry highly toxic substances that add highly toxic substances to the surrounding air. Just what you can see with a crystal ball is a scene of doomsday. Their desire to attack is so strong. Lin Shura frowned. Yes, the higher the level of the monster, the more aggressive it is. This is also the main reason why the higher level black sky is, the more dangerous it is. Yunji quickly replied with a worried look on her face. The Krishna monster is not a moving monster. They can attack buildings and enter buildings to attack people. Low-level monsters don't have much desire to attack. As long as they hide in a building and don't create a light source or make a sound, it's generally safer. This is also the main reason why the actual casualties caused by level 2 and level 3 black sky are often not high. But the first level black sky is all monsters above level 60, corresponding to the advanced map in the divine path. Monsters of this level already have an obvious desire to attack. This black sky is spreading towards us. Ling Yi stood up and was about to rush to the scene when he suddenly sensed such a special situation. At this moment, his mind immediately recalled the demon king who once brought fear to the world. It's a Grow-type Krishna. Several people exclaimed in unison at the same time. Yunji, who knew what this meant, were instantly frightened and lost their blood. Ling Yi could still hold his own, but he still couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Tianhe City is really gone. It's very dangerous here too. Fortunately, the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument was strengthened yesterday, he said with great joy. Next year everyone will still be a good man. As he spoke, Qianjiang City's citywide alarm finally sounded, along with the sirens that sounded across the entire territory. There was also a warning that had already been recorded and was spoken at an anxious pace. The black sky is spreading. Please evacuate the city immediately. The black sky is spreading. Please evacuate the city immediately. At this time, a white light flashed around them, and Xiao Wanqing returned from the Divine Road. As soon as she came back, she anxiously asked a few people, I heard that there is a growing black sky here. Without waiting for anyone else to answer, she knew it just by hearing the alarm ringing in the sky. What should we do? Are we going to run? She looked at Ling Yi. Need not. Ling Yi shook his head and said, Our place is the safest place in the world. Yunji was still a little worried and confirmed. The growing black sky means that the Demon King appeared in the black sky, and the magic crystal was swallowed by the Demon King, causing the Demon King to advance. And the first level Black Sky Demon King is as high as level 90. In other words, it will be a level 90. Invincible Demon King. Can it really be blocked? Lingy nodded heavily and responded. Don't worry. It's absolutely okay. The scary thing about the growing Krishna is not only that the Demon King advances to the invincible level, but the range of Black Sky will continue to expand. And more monsters will appear every minute. What's even more terrifying is that the magic crystal that can end Black Sky is fused with the Demon King. To end Black Sky, the Demon King must be killed. As for the level 90 invincible Demon King, let alone Lingy, he would have to shake his head even if the Divine Pillar of National Protection came. No! The level 90 invincible Demon King cannot be dealt with in a short period of time. We must find a way to lure this Demon King away. There is a big difference between growing Krishna and ordinary Krishna. That's because the magic crystal fuses with the Demon King. As the Demon King moves, the entire Black Sky will also move. Simply put, this Black Sky can be led away. Yuanji slowly recovered from her panic and thought of this, and quickly said, Aeon can be lured away, and the Divine Alliance must be planning this now. Since it's safe here, let's stay. With that said, she pulled Lingy to sit down and said, Don't go there now. Otherwise you will accidentally attract the attention of the devil, and it will only become more troublesome. She was really afraid that Lingy would really go to trouble the Demon King now. I know. Lingy nodded, and he naturally understood this. Chapter 222 The Coming End of the World. The Demon King's actions will be affected by the player. For example, the last time a level 3 Black Sky occurred in Yunhai City, the giant eagle Demon King, who was originally quite Buddhist, became violent after Lu Sheng failed to challenge and escaped, and actively attacked the surrounding areas. In most cases, the Demon King who comes to the world has no target enemy, and no one to fight with it. His initial actions will be more casual. Spraying fire here, discharge electricity there, and even staying in place if he doesn't want to move. Come to your senses. Lingy stood up and walked to the yard, looking towards the eastern sky. The naked eye can already see that the sky far away is shrouded in darkness. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning, and the warm sunshine illuminated the earth brightly. The dark area in the distance seemed incompatible with the bright world outside. The birds in the sky seemed to be able to sense the danger, and they flapped their wings and fled in the direction away from Black Sky. Lin Shuru and the others followed them out, looking at the eastern sky with the same worried expressions. Do not worry. Yunji put away her worried face and comforted several people. The Divine Alliance cannot defeat the Demon King, but it can still draw the Demon King away. We don't have to worry about the devil. The most important thing right now is to protect our little family. She was referring to this yard and another house next to it. House Protection Talisman only protects Lin Shuru's home, although the yard is protected by Light Barrier. Precisely because of the barrier, when it is discovered by monsters, it will attract the firepower of monsters. I have an exorcism gourd that can prevent monsters from coming within 100 meters. I have the aura to lower the flag, which can reduce our presence here, Xiao Wanqing said. I have a black mist generator that can create black mist to block sight, Lin Shu said judo. After finishing speaking, the three of them looked at Ling Yi. Ling Yi smiled slightly. I have everything you have, and it's better than yours. God Cyaxia. Level 1 growth Black Sky. Explosion. The level 90 invincible Demon King appears. Explosion. Is the world about to end? Fire. The Demon King, who is more terrifying than the sea-crossing demon whale, has arrived. Fire. Xinxia Xanadu time. 10 a.m. on the 23rd. It has only been less than an hour since the first level growth Black Sky appeared, but the hot search list on the Xinlu forum is already full of news about this Black Sky. People around the world have to pay attention to this, because it may really threaten everyone's safety. The entire alliance held another emergency meeting, posted by May. The League of Gods has decided to lure the Demon King to the Blue Moon Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Posted by Huffing. If the end really comes, what will you do? Poster, Xuanyu. After taking protective measures for this small family, Ling Yi and the others sat in the dark hall and watched the All-Alliance strategy seminar being broadcast live on TV for a comprehensive analysis of this blackout. In the screen, sitting on the left is a sturdy middle-aged man with blonde hair and white skin. His name is Renfu, and he is the leader of the Alliance strategy meeting group. On the right, a dignified woman of about 30 years old sat elegantly. This woman was wearing a white dress, and her skin was white and delicate. It's eye-catching at first glance, But when they take a closer look at this woman's face, countless viewers will be in a daze. She is the 90-level ultimate figure frontline powerhouse, Lin Xian, who holds the title of Queen and has been dubbed the most beautiful woman in the world by numerous newspapers. Ling Yi turned her head and looked at Lin Xiru, who smiled slightly. We have reconnected and talked a lot. She also plans to visit me in the afternoon. He wasn't quite sure about the relationship between Lin Xiru, Lin Xingyu, and Lin Xian. He had to turn his attention back to the live broadcast in front of him. Moderator. Players on the forum are saying that this time it may be the end of the world. Is it possible that this really will be the end of the world? Renfu shook his head and smiled. It's not that bad. Everyone should still remember the sea-covering demon whale in the second-level growth black sky a few years ago. At that time, there were also rumors that the end of the world might happen. But what will happen in the end? It's not like we got through it safely. Lin Xian frowned and retorted. That time, more than 10 million people were killed and injured around the world. Do you think this is safe? Renfu's expression changed and he said anxiously. Please don't take it out of context. What I said is that our planet has survived safely. Host. But this time it's the level 1 growth black heaven, which is much more powerful than level 2. Renfu smiled. But we are not who we were a few years ago. Compared to a few years ago, the strength of our top players has increased a lot. The level 90 invincible Demon King is strong. But there are 20 invincible level players in the world, and each of them is a master among masters. Together, these people can defeat the Demon King easily. You know, 01 can defeat Demon Kings of the same level alone. And top experts like us are not bad either. Lin Xian. Can you kill the Demon King alone at level 30? Can you defeat the level 80 Demon King at less than level 60? Renfu's face stiffened. The host was also stunned, and finally asked. Many forum players want to ask you a question. That is, how long will it take for the black sky that continues to spread to cover the whole world? Romeo. About a month. Several people started barraging. And when the content of the live broadcast came to this point, barrages appeared one after another. Does that mean that if we can't deal with that Demon King, then the whole world will be shrouded in darkness in a month? Lin Xian is so beautiful. I think the most important thing now is to first find out the type of Demon King and analyze its abilities. This time is a crisis for all mankind, and all major countries must unite. 10 minutes later, the live broadcast ended. When the sound on the TV stopped, several people realized that the surroundings were silent. It was dark outside the window, and nothing could be seen. Although Ling Yi said that the black fog he created was there, it didn't matter if he turned on the light. But the cautious women still insisted on turning off all the lights in the yard and in the room. Now, feeling this inexplicably quiet atmosphere, Lin Xiru and the others were a little scared. Master, let's go back to the house. There are no curtains on the windows in the hall. Linger is so scared. Linger, who was huddled behind Ling Yi, took his hand and said, That's fine. Ling Yi nodded. Seeing this, Lin Xiru and the others did not dare to wait any longer and quickly followed. The Shinming's plan to lure away the Demon King was to start from Tianhe City, go all the way southeast, pass through the 4 cities of Tianyuan, Bailey, Jiomia, and Xiaoyu, and then enter Taijingyang. Then go south to the Nanyu Islands, thousands of kilometers away. Although they had notified residents to evacuate before the operation, individual casualties were still unavoidable during the operation. 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, when the Demon King was successfully lured out of Terazuki City, cheers erupted all over the country. Great! Demon King has been lured away, and Krishna has left. The battlefield will no longer be with us. So the God Pillars can fight with peace of mind. Although I don't know if all countries can eradicate it by joining forces. But this is a good start. Xinjiang, Tianhe, and other cities regain their light. The afternoon sun shines on this beautiful land again. Although everyone knows that this incident has not been resolved at all. Leaving the land of Xinxia is always exciting news. Chapter 223 Yangqi, Yunji and others, who had been paying attention to Heiqian's movements, naturally saw the news. Here we can go out. In Ling Yi's room, Yunji, who was lying on her side, breathed a long sigh of relief and said to Lin Xiru opposite. This incident has passed for the time being. In the next period of time, countries around the world should work hard to deal with that. Head Demon King. Everyone is happy if he can kill. If you can't kill us, we will all die together. Lin Xiru smiled silently, stretched out her delicate jade hand to touch the man's thick chest, and said in a calm tone, Other countries may have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of casualties. But we have the eternal soul-protecting monument. It's just a temporary death for a year. Hearing this, Yunji stared blankly and said speechlessly, "It's not that simple. When the black sky covers the world, a large number of monsters will continue to appear all over the world. When you are resurrected in a year, this will already be a monster planet. All buildings have been destroyed. There are no human footprints on the planet, and the entire human civilization is gone." Yunji doesn't know if there will be more monsters when they take over the world. Anyway, just thinking about it makes her feel quite desperate. Looking at Ling Yi's sleeping face, her pretty face suddenly froze. Etc. Ling Yi. I remember he is on the road to the legendary invincible level. Then just wait until he gets up. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lin Shuru blinked, then sat up in shock and glared. "What's wrong? I forgot that my aunt is coming." 15 years ago, Lin Xian lost her sister because she did not dare to face Lin Shuru's parents. She left behind the words, "You will not come back until you find her." Then she embarked on a journey of searching for her alone. The domestic gradually found the foreign. 5 years ago, a level 3 black sky took away the lives of Lin Shuru's parents and burned down their ancestral home. Lin Shuru therefore moved away from that sad place and came to live alone in Yinghua town. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xian established the world-famous intelligence organization, Tianwen, and could follow her every day, Lin Shuru would have long forgotten that she had such an aunt. But even so, she didn't have much intimacy with her, and there were even some minor conflicts between the two parties. It's around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the lobby on the first floor, Lin Shuru sat on the main seat of the burgundy sofa, and Lin Xian sat on the sofa on the left. The two of them have similar faces. Both have celestial beauty, and are wearing white dresses. They look like a pair of fairy sisters. The former is as bright as a delicate flower, while the latter is like a strange flower that has been fragrant for thousands of years. Every place seems to contain infinite beauty. "You have a man?" Lin Xian looked Lin Shuru up and down, and there was no trace of thought on her face, which was even more beautiful than the latter's. "Oh? I smelled it all the way behind you. The strong smell on your body." Lin Xian showed a very strange look. A touch of red rose to Lin Shuru's cheeks, but quickly dissipated. "Yes." She didn't want to say more about it. Lin Xian sighed inaudibly, and his expression gradually relaxed. The two parties had chatted a lot on the chat interface before, but now that they met again after so many years, they had a lot to say. 2 hours later, the conversation between the two came to an end. "This time I come here, of course I bring a gift." Lin Xian turned it over casually, and a treasure bag woven from red silk appeared in the palm of his hand. The bag was tied with a golden silk rope. Lin Shuru recognized it. It was a more advanced space bag, which was big enough to hold a standard football field. "These are the skills, props and treasures and medicines that I have selected from Tianwen's treasure house that may be useful to you. Take them. Take it. You are my only relative. If it is not good for you, who will be good?" Lin Shuru hesitated for a while before taking it. "Oh, it turns out I'm here to give you a treasure." Ling Yi, who just came downstairs and moved a small chair to sit by the window to look at the scenery of the yard, was actually eavesdropping on the conversation between the two and thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Xian stood up and said goodbye to Lin Shuru. But she didn't leave. Instead, she walked up to Ling Yi, stretched out her white jade hand, and said, "Hello, I am Shu Ro's aunt Lin Xian. Please take good care of her in the future. My name is Ling Yi." Ling Yi reached out and shook her hand. It just feels like holding the delicate silk in the hand, smooth and delicate with a touch of coldness. He thought it was just to say hello. But Lin Xian looked him up and down and said something surprising. "I have seen Shu Ro's face. She is a woman who can absorb yang energy. You two are tired of being together every day. Your spirit can still be so strong?" Look at faces? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment and asked, "How could you tell that we are tired of being together every day?" Lin Xian pointed back at Lin Shuru and hummed with a look of hatred. "Her whole body is filled with your breath. These breaths are long-lasting and can only be left by long-term continuous behavior. It seems that you have been sinking for a long time. Do you sometimes need you urgently?" Originally, Ling Yi was still secretly wondering if this woman was bluffing him, wondering if he should use the eyes of truth and destiny to spy on her. As soon as I heard this, I immediately realized that this woman still had two skills. Yes. He nodded immediately. Yunji also had this symptom in the morning, and he wanted to know what the cause was. That's right. Her body is already craving for you. You're talking like her body is going to eat me. Seeing that he hadn't noticed the seriousness of the matter, Lin Xian couldn't help but cross his arms and smile with gloating. I'm not eating you. I just want to press against you hard. It's just that she has been suppressing it mentally. Speaking of this, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Xian's beautiful face. Is the man in front of me okay now? She carried her jade hand behind her back and walked around him clockwise twice. When she came around to him again, she frowned and said with confusion on her face, Strange. Why is there yang energy leaking out of your body? From the perspective of her divinity eye, tiny sparks floated around Ling Yi from time to time. These sparks are symbols of yang energy. Confused, she held Ling Yi's wrist and closed her eyes to feel it carefully. Ah! Then in just the next second, she suddenly let go of her hand and screamed as if she was electrocuted. The lotus feet wearing crystal high heels, glare, glare, and glare, took 3 steps back. One of them lost his balance and fell to the ground. His white dress spread like a blanket on the ground. Her dark black wavy hair fell down to her slim waist and swayed. She looked at Ling Yi with her dark eyes wide open, her mature and dignified beautiful face full of surprise. The fresh red lips squirmed for a moment, then slowly opened, and said in surprise, You actually have such amazing yang energy in your body. She just felt that the other person seemed to be bathing in endless sunshine at the moment, making her hands and feet nearby tremble uncontrollably and become weak. When Ling Yi approached her step by step, she wanted to step back and away from him, but found that her body was as if filled with lead, so heavy that it was difficult to move. Chapter 224, The Color Film of the Nest God. Ling Yi didn't know what state the other party was in, so he stretched out his hand towards her, trying to pull her up. But at this time, Lin Xian seemed to be still in a state of shock, looking at him blankly as if he had not yet recovered. Are you okay? He asked. Lin Xian didn't speak, lowered her head and struggled to stand up. But her hands and feet seemed a little weak, and she couldn't get up after several attempts. Ling Yi immediately reached out to help and pulled him up. With just this pull, he could feel something on his body flowing down his arm towards the other person's body. It's like letting out the dryness in your body. It's comfortable and relaxing. But at this moment, Lin Xian felt as if she had been shocked by an electric shock. She was shaking all over and her eyes were rolling upwards. Ling Yi quickly handed her over to Lin Shuru, who came to the side and asked the latter to help her sit back on the sofa. After a while, Lin Xian let out a long sigh and said, I just checked the yang energy in your body, which caused them to remember my smell. If we come into contact again in a short period of time, they will swarm into my body. What impact does it have on you? Lin Shuru asked. Lin Xian pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head, obviously not wanting to say more. Not long after she had rested, she formally bid farewell to the two of them and left. Ling Yi touched his chin, grabbed Lin Shuru's wrist and said, Do you feel anything flowing into your body? No. That should be because her detection skills are somewhat special. Seeing Ling Yi's eyes showing contemplation, Lin Shu smiled softly and hugged him, rubbing her tender white face against his cheek affectionately. Don't think so much. Let's continue. That's okay. But if you stay here, aren't you afraid that your aunt will come back suddenly? When Lin Shu heard this, a flush of excitement appeared on her charming face. She pushed him onto the sofa and immediately untied her hair tie, letting her brown hair fall down. Immediately afterwards, she climbed onto the sofa gracefully. Her white legs arched on both sides of Ling Yi's thighs. She stretched out her hands to hold the latter's head and lowered her head to kiss him. Her thick hair hung down naturally, covering their cheeks. Even though the first-level growth black sky is still threatening everyone in this world, many people still have to continue to do what they should do. If the sky falls, countries around the world will still hold up. They little shrimps don't need to worry so much. Lin Shuru and others ran downstairs to watch the entire alliance report on the progress of the battle against the Demon King, while Ling Yi stayed in the bedroom alone, making arrangements for the next stage of growth. The sky was full of stars outside the window, and the night wind blew in slowly, causing the curtains to swing gently. Ling Yi held her chin up and stared at the night in a daze for a while, then slowly recovered. Now my output is 100 times greater. My defense is invincible. My movement is function. And I have control. There is no control yet. And in terms of attributes, agility and endurance are still in 3 digits. The level must wait for the qualification review. And the next qualification review will be held. Having said this, he looked at the calendar and clock hanging on the wall at 2300 hours. Just wait 2 more hours. After passing the qualification review, he will be able to reach level 60 in one fell swoop. Bang bang! Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lingy turned around and saw Xiao Wanqing, wearing a black translucent gauze dress, standing outside the door, pointing downstairs and saying, "Shu Roseanne is here, saying she has something to do with you." Good. He stood up and walked out. When he passed by Xiao Wanqing, he said slightly surprised, "You dare to dress like this when there are outsiders around? It seems that you have changed." In his field of vision, the blocking power of this translucent gauze garment was almost zero, and he could clearly see every part of her snow-white body. Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, pinched his waist, and said coquettishly, "I'm not wearing it just for you to see. I wouldn't dare to wear it like this outside." Under Lin Shuru's instigation, she wore only a gauze dress for the first time, and she felt extremely shy at that time. Later, she saw that Yunji and Lin Shuru were wearing this at home, and she gradually relaxed. It's exactly what they said. It's refreshing and convenient. Lingy smiled and walked towards the stairs without saying any more words. Xiao Wanqing walked into his bedroom, carried the clothes he had changed into the bathroom, and started washing them. When he went downstairs, he immediately saw Lin Xian staring at him with a strange look. After he strode over and sat down at the main seat in the hall, she sat on the small sofa on the left and crossed her arms, saying in a strange tone, "What a blessing! What a blessing! So many people can still have fun together." Obviously, she saw the relationship between several people. Lingy smiled lightly and didn't care, and asked him why he was looking for him. Lin Xian picked up the warm tea in front of him and took a sip. After putting it down, he sighed heavily. "Well, if the world wasn't facing a life and death crisis right now, and I didn't have time to care about the love interests there, I would really want to give you a good explanation. Have a look at the report of the Demon King's first contact just now. It's a mage-type Demon King you've never seen before, named the Nest God." As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the pause picture on the TV screen. The picture shows a dark area, with a large number of small spiders 3 to 4 meters high crawling on the ground and running towards everyone. In the darkness behind, a huge spider more than 100 meters high can be vaguely seen. There is a pair of red eyes in the dark area about 200 meters above the ground. Because it was too high, everyone was unsure whether those were the eyes of a giant spider. An hour ago, the invincible level experts sent out by various countries had already made preliminary tests, and found that there was a foam-like colored film on the body surface of this Nest God. Unless it is broken, it will not be able to cause harm to the devil at all. Finally, I discovered that the colored film can only be harmed by the 3 types of qi contained in the human body: blood, yang, and yin. Hearing this, Lingy guessed. "So you plan to let me go to the scene to break the color film?" Lin Xian nodded and shook his head. Countries around the world are already recruiting people with strong blood. That is, extremely high physical combat power, and will gather together to attack the film. I don't know if they can succeed. Anyway, I have a tool here that can increase yang qi. I think even if they can't succeed, there may be hope in the future if you help them. After all, blood energy is normal damage to that layer of color film, while yang energy and yin energy are equivalent to real damage. With that said, Lin Xian took out the prop she was talking about. Several people looked at it and were all stunned. It was actually a black leather collar with a small golden bell attached to it. "Here, take it." Lin Xian threw it into Ling Yi's arms. The latter activated the Eye of Truth to check it out. I found it to be a B-level prop with unspeakable effects. To put it simply, as long as the other person wears this and has close contact with him, it will help increase his yang energy. The higher the total level of both parties, the higher the pleasure, and the faster the improvement. "Did you give it to me?" Well, Ling Yi thought about it carefully and decided that it would be better to carry out mutation simulation on this thing. Use 2 pieces at the same time to improve faster. But don't count on me. I'm not sure how much improvement there will be. Ling Yi didn't want to live up to others' expectations, so he vaccinated Lin Xian in advance. The latter nodded and said softly, "Actually, I can't improve much in just 1 month. It's just that I won't feel at ease if I don't hand over this prop." Chapter 225, the third legendary proof of invincibility. If Ling Yi really goes to the scene in the future, then she will indirectly contribute to the world. Lin Xian didn't stay long. Not long after handing the necklace to Ling Yi, he stood up and left. Ling Yi completed the mutation simulation of this collar and handed the original one to Lin Shuru and the better one to Yunji. After all, the latter has a higher level and can produce better results. Midnight on the 24th. Ling Yi entered the qualification review in the 50-59 range on time. Together with the Ice King, fight against the level 59 Demon King Skywing. A qualified enemy. A one-horned dragon with azure wings. This dragon is not that big. Only about 10 meters from head to tail. The whole body is covered with scales, like blue crystal, shining in the sun. It flies extremely fast, and is good at releasing space blades from a distance. I don't know if it's because he is also a dragon. Like the original 5-crown dragon. This Demon King is also completely immune to control. The difficulty of killing it is not much lower than that of the previous unparalleled sword demon. When using Wind God's Call to blow all kinds of winds, it is difficult to hit the opponent. Ling Yi decisively used the support skill, Heroic Soul Borrowing. Took out the battle flag. Attached a spiritual blade with dual elemental attributes of light and fire to it, and flew towards the Demon King. Facts have proved that compared to long-range attacks, the hit rate of melee attacks is much higher. Every time he teleports to the side of the Demon King and wields a flame wave composed of the dual elements of light and fire, dazzling sparks can basically be splashed on the shining scales of the wings of the sky. Roar! Ice King's eyes and Ling Yi's flames formed two heavens of ice and fire, causing a deeper level of damage to the wings of the sky. It caused it to scream in pain again and again. At this time, it would open its mouth and spray out a bright white light wave towards the two of them, which was the extinction ray. It not only had high damage, but also had the effect of preventing the enemy from recovering. Ling Yi, who relied on his recovery power to survive, was still afraid of the light. If he can, he will hide. If he really can't, he will immediately block it with his invincible attack. 5 minutes later, under another attack of extremely cold ice cones and flame light waves, the wings of the sky finally could no longer bear it, and turned into countless light spots and dissipated with a bang. Congratulations on passing the qualification review. You have obtained the Legendary Invincibility Certificate ×1. Player announcement. Player 01 has passed the 50-59 level Legendary Difficulty Qualification Review and obtained the Certificate of Legendary Invincibility. Okay, now there are 3. After returning, Ling Yi showed a satisfied smile when he looked at the 3 Legendary Invincibility Certificates lying quietly in his backpack. The proof of invincibility and the proof of legendary invincibility are special props of the Divine Path. Although they exist in the backpack, players cannot perform any operations on them, and they cannot be dropped or stolen by others. You can continue to upgrade now. I don't know if Yun Zijin has upgraded yet. He got to know him last time in the secret realm. The other party was level 44 at the time. Under normal circumstances, the level difference between caregivers cannot exceed 10 levels. But because of the contract of the same heart, every time you level up, the difference in the level of assistance can be increased by 1 level. The level 5 contract of the same mind means that other people can continue to support him as long as their level does not exceed level 15. He is level 59, and Yun Zijin is level 44. Exactly 15 levels short. After thinking for a while, he opened the chat interface with her. 01, you should have a lot of training resources. Right? Why not continue to upgrade? About half a minute later, the other party responded to the message. Nightingale cry. I got a lot of red holy stones in the secret realm of the earth some time ago. And there are indeed a lot of resources for cultivation. It's okay to continue upgrading. Actually, I'm mainly worried that you won't be able to keep up. Ling Yi has also learned about the red holy stone. It is a kind of experience stone. The bigger the stone, the more experience it contains. But enough sunlight is needed to use them. The smaller one only takes a few hours, while the larger one takes several days or even 10 days. 01, don't worry. You can get promoted. He thought the other party had no experience items anymore. But unexpectedly, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up. Nightingale sings, okay. But you came to me just to ask me to upgrade? 01, right. Nightingale sings, are you the 01? At the same time, in a certain villa in Xinxiaomahai City, Yun Zijin, who had just finished her daily fitness exercises, took the face towel handed by the maid and wiped the sweat on her face. She immediately walked to the yard to enjoy the cool air while waiting for the other party's reply. Since the news that Ling Yi was suspected to be in Xinjiang came out, Yun Zijin easily connected Ling Yi with Ling Yi. Ling Yi and 01 are homophonic. They are in the same city. And they also have S-level elemental blades. In fact, she should have guessed that S-level elemental blades are not available to ordinary people. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response. Yun Zijin already made a judgment in her mind. And she immediately added another sentence. Nightingale sings, ha ha ha. Just kidding. Okay. I will notify you later after I upgrade. 01, yeah. Ling Yi's maximum probability is 0 to 1. Yun Zijin took a deep breath of the cool night air, feeling excited and nervous at the same time. At this moment, she felt like she was in the new movie. The person I am protecting is actually the devil? The heroine in The Guardian has the fighting power of a demon king. But she still didn't notice it. The female protagonist in the movie is also a wealthy daughter. And the male protagonist in the movie is also a loner. It's just that the stupid female protagonist in the movie exposed the male protagonist's information, causing the male protagonist to be in crisis. I wouldn't do that. With the lessons learned from this movie, Yun Zijin has a very clear understanding of the identities of both parties at this moment. If that's the case, the biggest help I can give him right now is to upgrade quickly and improve the attributes I gave him through my support. Speaking of this, Yun Zijin suddenly remembered that the two of them had been supporting each other since the beginning, and they had never updated the attributes of the assistants. The nature of the assistance and protection between the two parties has remained the same as the day when the assistance and protection relationship was established. The attribute I shared with him is agility. Well, let's give him a surprise later. While waiting for Yun Zijin to upgrade, Ling Yi, who was soaking in the hot spring, had turned his attention to the remaining two rescue positions. Because the mutated contract of the heart can give him one more support target every 2 levels. So now he still has 2 support slots available. Shuro got a lot of good things from the treasure bag her aunt gave her. And she just passed the qualification review. She can continue to upgrade. So does Wan Qing. With that said, he asked Linger on the side to call the two of them, while he turned around and lay on the rock wall of the spring, looking at the door of the compartment. Soon, Lin Shuru and the two were led in by Linger, who dived into the water again with a pop sound. Lin Shuru and the other two took off their clothes while walking. Ling Yi stopped immediately. No. I called you here to give you experience. The two women looked at each other, stopped what they were doing, and quickly approached at the same time. Seeing Ling Yi take out the ancestral gem, Lin Shuru very consciously put her little hand on Ling Yi's palm, placed the gem between her palms, and interlocked his fingers. After reaching level 59, he still has 300,000 experience points that cannot be transferred. The rest that can be transferred after the accumulation of monster spawning, daily experience beads, and daily roulette. There are only 80,000 left, but he still has 100,000 night stones that can be exchanged for experience. And he also has 24 high-level night stones. It is worth mentioning that as long as he retains at least 1 high-level night stone, the event store will never be closed to him. This means that he who can get high-grade night stones every day can stay in the event store forever. Come to your senses. Ling Yi glanced at the Night Falls activity store again. At this time, there were no limited edition props in it. Only some insignificant gadgets left. He no longer hesitated and exchanged all the night stones for experience. A ratio of 1 to 2. In exchange for more than 200,000 yuan of experience. Immediately afterwards, he transferred 200,000 experience and 80,000 experience to Lin Shuru and Xiao Wanqing in turn. Let both of them reach level 47. Ancestral Gem, you gain 400,000 experience. Ancestral Gem, you gain 160,000 experience. After the transfer, the experience reserve that can only be used by myself has also increased to 860,000. Okay. Now, even if I get to 60 later, the support relationship will not be lost. Let's help. Upon hearing Ling Yi say that he wanted to help, the two women said, "Huh?" In confusion. Lin Shuru looked sad and said, "But my support skills are not that good." Xiao Wanqing lowered her head. "My attributes are not high." Seeing this, Ling Yi smiled and waved his hands casually. "It doesn't matter. You still have a lot of room for growth. The most important thing is that your support is stable enough." Hearing this, the two women no longer hesitated and nodded obediently. Chapter 226 Level 60. Close Combat. After a while, the three of them completed the rescue. Ling Yi got a total of 597 points of agility, B-level support skill, high speed leap forward, and A-level support skill, intuitive premonition. The former accelerates, and the latter can improve the perception of danger, which is barely useful. He gave the two women support, a physical attribute of 2133, and an S-level support skill, heroic soul borrowing. Among players, attributes are artificially divided into two categories. The attributes brought by free attribute points, treasures, passive effects, artifacts, and true souls are counted as normal attributes and are sources of attributes that can be supported to other people. Attributes brought by active effects, temporary states, props, talismans, etc. are considered temporary attributes and cannot be given to others. For example, the 1,870 points of mana he copied using attribute copy are temporary attributes. Otherwise he would have given them the mana attributes. It's a pity that the attributes I improved after Linger possessed me are also counted as temporary attributes. Lin Shiru sighed with great pity. Lingy improved the physique of each of them by more than 2,000 points. And the two of them worked together to increase his agility by 700 points, which made both of them feel a little guilty. Not long after the two left, news about Yun Zijin finally came to him. Nightingale sings, "All right. I used the red holy stone and experience speeds to level up 3 times in a row. And I am now level 47. 01, okay." After closing the chat window, Lingy immediately took out the 36,000 experience required for upgrading from the experience pool. Next moment, "Congratulations. Your experience is enough. You will be automatically upgraded to level 60 now. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 60, and now you can participate in the 7-day challenge." All 5 free attribute points were added to agility. Looking at his 5 dimensions now, he has completely transformed. Strength 1878, Mana 2230, Agility 1042, Endurance 263, and Constitution 2133. In addition to the attributes improved by the support and free attribute points just now, there is also a 10-point all-attribute improvement from the potential crystal. After super strengthening, Shinxia's original ancient monument of strength also provided him with 30 points of strength attributes. The attributes now are more comprehensive. After closing his personal panel, his eyes stayed on the 7-day challenge for a moment, and finally he shook his head. For other players, it's an excellent way to gain experience. But for me, it's quick just to farm monsters and earn experience. So there's no need to participate. Early in the morning, Lingy entered the arena. As usual, challenge the player ranked 1001 first. 01 vs 1 Lon. 1 entry. Lingy saw his opponent in the distance dancing with excitement. "Big Brother Zero. Big Brother Zero. I am your fan. In order to meet you, I have been stuck in this ranking for a long time." The outside world also knows 01's habit of playing in the arena. First playing 1001, then 101, and finally playing first. As a fan, Wang Lan naturally knew this. So in order to see him up close, she specially stayed here to wait for him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be able to reach a higher ranking. When the countdown in the arena ended and the two of them could take action, Wang Lan immediately rushed to Lingy excitedly and asked happily, "Boss, what do you think of the current situation? Do you think He Tian will bring something like this time? The end of the world. Do you think tonight's joint operation can break the color film of the Nest God? Many people around the world are very concerned about what this man, who has always achieved miracles, thinks about this first-level growth. Wang Lan is just one of them." Lingy frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "No comment. Now he is a truly global public figure. On this kind of issue, he must be cautious in everything he says and does." He was not sure what the specific situation was, so it would be best to remain silent. After saying that, he raised his hand to gather the wind ball. Seeing this, Wang Lan on the opposite side immediately raised his hands. "I don't want to fight with an idol. I surrender." The second game was also a fan, and it only took 3 seconds for the opponent to surrender. The last game will come soon. Challenging the top-ranked player. 01 vs Ranfu. Opposite him was a foreign uncle, about 40 years old, with fair skin and green eyes, tall, with a full beard on his chin. As soon as he came in, he shouted loudly, 01, I want to challenge you to a duel." Lingy knew what he meant, telling him not to summon the Ice Emperor. But even if Ranfu didn't say anything, he didn't plan to summon her this time. Yunji had told him about his personal combat power before. But now his strength and agility attributes have exceeded 4 digits. And his melee strength has made a qualitative leap. It's just that he still doesn't know how much better his melee strength is than others. The world's top level 69 player in front of him may be a good touchstone. If you remember correctly, this Ranfu was the melee master of the Northern Bear Country. Nicknamed Crazy Bear Ranfu. He nodded and agreed readily. At the same time, activate the Eye of Truth to view the opponent's panel. Ranfu, LV69. Attributes, Strength 402. Mana 3. Agility 320. Endurance 55. Constitution 152. What a rubbish panel. Seeing his attributes, Lingy sighed inwardly. It seems that it's not easy to judge the gap between other people and me. While he was still thinking this, the other party transformed into a 3-meter brown bear and shouted, I know you have an artifact that increases strength and physique, so I will go all out from the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, this 3-meter brown bear ran towards Lingy at high speed on all fours. Lingy could completely see the opponent's movements, and he didn't even use teleportation. He only dodged the opponent's first attack with a slight jump to the side. During the gap between the giant bear's body turning, Lingy pushed out a palm towards him unhurriedly. In an instant, a violent hurricane was generated out of thin air near his body and spurted forward, pushing the mad bear transformed into Ranfu back more than 1,000 meters away and smashing into the shield of the arena. Lingy! So weak. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bear in the distance stood up as if it was okay, roared to the sky, and slapped its chest hard, making a dull sound of bang bang bang. Immediately, a flash of red light appeared on its surface, and through the eyes of reality, Lingy knew that it had entered explosion mode. On the basis of transformation, burst skills are used. Immediately afterwards, Lamp used Phantom Running to rush towards him, and ran in a circle with him as the center, leaving behind phantoms. Phantom Running, 7 stars, temporarily increases movement speed by 30%, and can leave up to 10 phantoms during the next run. Each phantom can only exist for 5 seconds. While the phantom exists, you can return to the location of one of the phantoms at any time. This skill can be used 5 times an hour, and lasts up to 20 seconds at a time. Oh! That's right. Before he finished speaking, Ranfu, who had turned diagonally behind him, seized the opportunity to speak and rushed towards him. The latter paused, raised the corner of his mouth, raised his fist, and turned around to strike. Bang! The clenched fist hit the big brown bear's belly hard, and the fist sank deeply into it. The next second, the huge body of the big brown bear flew out like a cannonball, and was once again pushed back to the competition shield more than 1,000 meters away. When it fell to the ground and got up, Lingy looked at its vitality again. 81.21%. The first attack uses Wind Palm. It hurts the opponent from the air. The power depends on the mana. The second attack uses a fist, hitting the body directly. The power depends on the strength. Lingy touched his chin and pondered. Then if my wind fist hits the opponent directly, can the power be superimposed? I never thought about this problem before because my strength was not high. Now that his strength and mana have risen to this level, he will inevitably consider more powerful instant attack techniques. Try it! Seeing the big brown bear running towards him again, Lingy did not stand still. Instead, he stepped forward and shot out, rushing in front of the big brown bear like a bullet. And when the opponent barely reacted and was about to defend, he swung out his right fist packed with huge wind power with all his strength. Bang! In an instant, his fist sank deeply into the opponent's belly again, and the shock waves forming air waves spread rapidly from the center of his fist to the surroundings. The 3-meter bear body bent into a C shape and shot out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, it hit the transparent shield of the arena heavily. This was the 3rd time he hit the barrier in half a minute. The Eye of Truth takes another look. 57.23%. Okay. Lingy smiled lightly. The damage is not only superimposed, but the power is slightly increased after superposition. In this way, there is Wind for long range, Elemental Blade for melee, and Wind Fist for bare hands. His combat aspect is already very comprehensive. Chapter 227 Generous Rewards from the Divine Alliance. As expected, Ranfu was beaten to death within a few blows without any beating at all. Congratulations on winning the challenge, and your ranking has risen to 1. Sports points +1. Double gold coins. Competitive points +1. After coming back, Ling Yi's face was filled with smiles. Yunji, who was watching the National Bloody Players Conference on the side, raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Have you not topped the list many times before? Why are you so happy this time?" Hey. Lingy smiled and said, "Because in the past, the battle to reach the top of the list was either with the help of the Ice King, or by myself against the enemy with a little pressure. This time, just relying on me alone, I easily defeated the first one on the original list. My personal combat power has made a huge leap forward. In the past, when he was approached by an enemy, his first reaction was to distance himself and retreat. Now he has no fear, and even expects the enemy to get close." Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell of the courtyard door suddenly rang. Lingy stood up and walked out while complaining, "Why does everyone have to click twice?" When I walked outside and took a look, it turned out to be Nan Gongli. As soon as she saw him, a big smile appeared on the latter's pretty face. She picked up a big red treasure bag and said happily to him, "Here's a reward for you." Lingy immediately opened the door and welcomed him in. After a while, the two sat down in the hall. Nan Gongli handed the treasure bag to Lingy and said, "This is to strengthen ancient monuments such as the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument, place potential crystals, and increase our Xinxia influence during this period, which indirectly helps us gain more in many aspects. Rewards of benefits. Considering that you are not very interested in worldly things, the rewards this time are more of items from the divine path." The words fell. She took out a form and handed him a black water-based pen, saying, "Ahem, because the rewards this time are larger and more expensive. According to the regulations, I need to check with you on the spot, and you confirm what I read. Just tick this form. Okay?" "Okay." Lingy smiled. Nan Gongli took out a cheat sheet with a few lines of Zhuanqiu calligraphy and read from it. 1. 10 billion global coins, 100 million gold coins, and 30,000 experience beads. Wow. Lin Shuru and the others who were watching opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that there was so much money. Ling Yi's expression was calm. To be honest, he is not short of money or experience now. But it's still fun to be happy. After all, no one can have too much. Right. 2. A-level rare energy items, Mirage, and A-level rare energy items, Starry Night Dream. These two rewards are based on the fact that you have artifacts, which can allow you to play a greater role in the artifacts. 3. 10 7-star or above skills and several B-level props. In addition, depending on your needs, there are also A-grade materials such as Tian Yuan Qi and A-grade materials such as Sapphire. While the Divine Alliance was discussing rewards, the Phoenix Sword Master also asked him what he wanted. Ling Yi communicated with the other party for a while, and then he found the reward that he needed and the Divine Alliance could provide, which were the other two ingredients for synthesizing the natural holy medicine. In the previous secret realm of the Forest Temple and the secret realm of the Earth Temple, he had already obtained the holy water of the forest and the spirit of the Earth's core. If he did not gather them all to synthesize the natural holy medicine, these two materials would be in vain. After saying the reward, Nan Gongli picked up the mineral water he brought and took a sip. Soon, after solemnly putting away the form returned by Ling Yi, Nan Gongli looked at him again and said, "Well, I came here this time because I actually have another thing to do. And that is about this first level growth of Haitian. Our boss wants to see if you, a person who can always create miracles, can do anything?" A hint of expectation appeared in Nan Gongli's delicate red pupils. This, Ling Yi did not answer, but instead asked, "To be honest, what is your situation now?" The sun is shining brightly outside, and the cicadas are chirping. As the sun gradually rises, the temperature in the air also slowly rises. Nan Gongli wiped the sweat from her cheeks and sighed. "Well, to be honest, it's not optimistic. Although it is said that the color film cannot be broken and no harm will be caused. It is not because the film protects its body, but it's because of the existence of this membrane that it won't be harmed. Some players talk about silence, penetration, counter-injury, curses, etc. In fact, we have tried it a long time ago, but it is useless. As long as the membrane is still there, it will not take any damage." Hearing this, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Is this skill so awesome?" "This skill is great, but in the final analysis, it is because of the Demon King super high panel and invincibility level. If it were an ordinary player with this skill, it would still be easy to target." After finishing his words, Nan Gongli sighed heavily and said, "If tonight's operation membrane breaking also fails." Ding dong. Ding dong. Ling Yi sensed it for a moment, and saw that it was Lin Xian. He sighed in his heart. Why is this woman here again? Why don't you open the door for her? After thinking about it, Ling Yi opened the door and let her in. What are you here for? I'm giving you a golden bell collar. As she said that, she picked up the collar with the golden bell in her hand and shook it, and said, I thought Shiro was the only one, but I didn't expect there were others. After I went back, I asked an old friend for two. Ling Yi was stunned and his face darkened. Are you poisonous? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, slapped the two collars on his chest, shook his head and sighed. Work hard. After saying that, he turned around and left. As soon as he came back, Nan Dongli asked curiously, Who is it? Oh, Shiro's aunt. Oh. Nan Dongli didn't think much about it, but extended an invitation to him. With a physical artifact, you can be considered a strong man with strong blood. Do you want to go with us tonight? Ling Yi naturally agreed. With a global teleporter, it was just a matter of thought for him to go there and come back. The black sky located in the Pacific Ocean is growing every moment. It is true that it covers the surface of the world in 1 month, but in fact it only takes half a month to reach the territory of most countries. In even less time, it can completely cover nearby countries. People in the surrounding small countries have begun to flee other countries. Even the residents of their southern cities in Xinxia have begun to evacuate to the northern cities. He planned to test it tonight to see how close he was to breaking the opponent's color film. Come to your senses. After returning to the bedroom alone, Ling Yi immediately opened the treasure bag. First took out 2 pieces of A-grade materials, then turned on the treasure medicine synthesis function of Shenlu, and threw away 4 pieces of materials including the holy water in the forest. Enter. Click compose. The colorful halo in front of me slowly changed. After a few seconds, the halo dispersed to both sides, revealing a green grass filled with sunlight and a charming shimmer. Ling Yi stretched out his hand and let it slowly fall on his palm. Chapter 228 Coming to Blue Moon Islands. Congratulations on synthesizing the S-level elixir, natural holy medicine. World announcement. There was a world announcement last time when S-level treasures were combined. As the first person to combine S-level medicines this time, it was natural that there would be announcements as well. Ling Yi had already expected it, so he simply glanced at the reward announcement and then turned his attention back. Open your backpack and check out the treasure you just got. Natural Holy Medicine, S. After swallowing, your endurance will be permanently increased by 250 points, and you will be immune to poisoning. This medicine can only be effective once per person. Oh! Ling Yi's eyes lit up. He currently lacked the endurance attribute. After eating this later, the shortcomings in endurance would not be so obvious. Besides, the nest god is a spider-shaped demon king, and he probably has poison. It would be a good time to be immune to the poison. Precious medicine is a very scarce resource. Ling Yi thought about it, and performed a mutation simulation on it. This time, the super mutation system only gave one simulation result. Simulation 1. Permanently increase one's endurance by 500 points, and become immune to poisoning. This medicine can only be effective once per person. TSK. 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 It's equivalent to eating half of the artifact. Come on. Are you sure you want to manifest the natural elixir? 252 mutation points will be consumed. Okay. Ling Yi nodded. At the same time, he opened the interface of the super mutation system for the first time in a long time and checked the mutation points he had accumulated so far. Current collected emotion value, 5266. Mutation point, 10,308 inch. Ling Yi. Heck! There are so many even though I didn't take the initiative to collect them. Looking at the tens of thousands of mutations, Ling Yi touched his chin, wondering if he should mutate all the furniture at home. Anyway, if the mutation potential is low, the required mutation points are basically single digits. Soon, the manifested, natural holy medicine fell into his hand. The appearance of this grass was exactly the same as the previous one, except that it was larger. Ling Yi stuffed it into his mouth and ate it without any hesitation. The juice overflows when stirred, and it is sweet with a hint of bitterness. You took it. After a while, when I opened the panel again to check, my stamina had changed from the original 263 to 763. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 A-level rare energy props. At night, the stars are shining brightly. After a hearty meal, Ling Yi said goodbye to several people, and one person used the global teleporter to teleport to the Blue Moon Islands in the Pacific Ocean. The Blue Moon Islands consist of more than 150 small islands. Viewed from a high altitude, these more than 150 small islands form a half-moon shape. Just like in the deep blue sea, it is like a blue moon lying quietly. At this time, on an unnamed island in the southern part of the archipelago, in a forest, Ling Yi's figure quietly appeared. The surroundings were extremely dark, with only small lighting towers in the distance serving as light sources. Many high-level monsters can be seen swinging around the tower. These lighting towers seem to have some kind of effect, preventing them from attracting attacks from monsters. Here! Here! Follow me! Nandongli, who had been waiting for him here for a long time, waved to him. Then she turned around, took a few steps, and disappeared in front of him. Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously opened the eyes of reality. The next moment, a huge translucent shield about 100 meters high suddenly appeared in his field of vision. If he guessed correctly, this should be an invisible field. Oh! He quickened his pace and walked in, and his figure disappeared in the woods. After stepping into the field, the light in his eyes suddenly magnified, and his vision suddenly became clear. Lighting towers emitting dazzling white light were set up all around, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. The woods that were originally here have been cleared long ago, and are now a temporary camp with hundreds of large tents. Next to each large tent is the national flag of the country to which the tent belongs, indicating which country the tent is a camp for personnel sent to assist in the war. A large number of players were sitting or standing talking beside tents or on the roadside, and the noise was endless. If the action later fails, there will probably be no hope for the future. Stop being so pessimistic. Let's go and see what beauties there are in the camp. Which of you has ever fought against the nest god? Does it hurt when it hits you? Only the invincible strong men from all over the world have fought against it. Others may not even be able to defeat the little spiders it summons. Huh? Is that 01? He's here too. As soon as the players on the roadside saw an invisible person next to Nangongli, they immediately knew his identity. Among the players who come here, there are also many who wear masks or use disguise techniques. But there are only one person in the world who can't see their figures like this at all. For 01's arrival, many people's eyes lit up, and they felt intense excitement. This is a man who has never been defeated so far. Many demon kings have died at his hands. Ha ha! Interesting. Speaking of which, as long as 01 gets 5 legendary invincibility certificates, wouldn't this demon king be easily defeated by him? If you can break the color film, then you can indeed. Ling Yi's eyes moved around, looking at the emotional messages appearing in front of him, and he couldn't help but smile. You absorbed 77 points of Wang Hua's excitement value. You absorbed 80 points of Rise's curiosity points. Dot! Following Nandongli, he walked to Shinxiao's camp. The latter pointed to the big tent not far away and said, Our 3 divine pillars, as well as the space master Luo Yuan and others who have a good relationship with you are inside now. Do you want to go in? No. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him, Ling Yi walked aside and found a wooden chair to sit down on. Nandongli followed him and sat next to him, pointed to other people not far away and said, These people are the strong and powerful people who signed up today. Each one is above level 80 and has at least 600 physiques. Ling Yi glanced briefly. I found that they were all unfamiliar faces. Only the Xuanwu envoy Zhou Ziwen, who was lying sleeping further away, was the one I had seen before. Nandongli looked at the time and gave Ling Yi a simple itinerary. It's 7:10 now. We'll gather in another 15 minutes. And then we'll go to deal with the Demon King together. The primary purpose is the color film. Yeah. But I'm curious. How to export this life force? Last time that old magician Lin Xian talked about blood energy, Ling Yi thought it was something profound. After calming down and checking it out, I discovered that this thing is simply life force. What everyone outside is talking about is vitality. It's very simple. It's a Hezhong skill that uses life force to consume the enemy. We don't have to do anything. Just provide life force to this skill. Ling Yi! What should he do if he suddenly regrets it? At this moment, he received news from Lin Shiru. Lin Shiro, after my aunt knew that you had passed, she asked me to give this to you. She asked you to try the Yang Qi attack to see how far you are from breaking the devil's membrane. The next second, information emerged. You received a gift from Lin Shiro. Yang Qi turns into a dragon. He quickly opened his backpack and looked. Yang Qi transforms into a dragon, 1-star rare, enters the state of releasing Yang Qi. and the released yang qi will automatically condense into a yang dragon. It can drive the yang dragon to attack the enemy and cause corresponding yang attribute damage to the enemy according to the yang energy content of the yang dragon. Chapter 229 Gather and Move Forward. The so-called using yang qi to harm the enemy is actually just using yang attribute attacks. This type of attack is extremely rare. And because there is almost no way to improve yang qi, no one has ever cared about it. Lingy has been here for more than 20 days. If it hadn't been for the appearance of this star skill, Yang Qi Dragon Transformation, he wouldn't have known there was such an attribute attack. A 1-star skill. It doesn't seem to do any harm at all. It's just a countermeasure. Do you want to learn it? While he was still hesitating, another message came from the other side. Linshiro, by the way, my aunt also said that the characteristic of Yang attribute attacks is that they can ignore the opponent's damage reduction effect. Physical resistance is not included. Oh. As soon as he saw this sentence, Lingy's eyes lit up. In this case, then I will learn it. In the future, it may be even more effective against enemies with high damage reduction. Anyway, it's just a 1-star skill, so it won't hurt you much. With this in mind, he mutated it. Yang energy transforms into a dragon, 1-star rare, mutation potential, medium. System. Mutate. After a few seconds, the skill returned to clarity, and he quickly clicked it. Yang Qi transformed into a dragon, 1-star rare. It can turn the Yang Qi in the human body into numerical values and display them. The original effect remains unchanged, but there is an additional function to check the Yang Qi effect. Lingy learned it immediately. You have learned the 1-star skill, Yang Qi transformation into dragon. The first moment he learned this skill, he immediately lowered his head and activated the skill to check his Yang Qi. Yang Qi, 50-50. Lingy was stunned for a moment, wiped his eyes, and looked again. Yang Qi, 50-50. I'm sorry. Huh? What's wrong? Nandongli asked hurriedly. Oh, nothing. Lingy twitched the corner of his mouth and was speechless. I thought there were at least a few hundred points. But this is the result? Didn't Lin Xian say that I have a very high yang energy? It's only double digits? He looked at Nandongli and checked her Yang Qi. Yang Qi, 5 out of 5. Then he looked at the others. Yang Qi, 4 out of 5. Yang Qi, 5 out of 6. Yang Qi, 3 out of 5. Yang Qi, 5 out of 5. After scanning a circle, Lingy's expression looked like this. He wanted to laugh now. He was really tall compared to the others. Shaking his head, he shook off the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. But after calming down again, Lingy couldn't help but think. Yesterday, someone also used a Yang attribute attack to attack the membrane. That person's Yang energy must be higher than others. He is still far away from breaking the membrane. Then it should be about the same. Just now Lin Xian asked Lin Shiru to give him skills. But in fact, it was just to show him the difference. But I didn't know before that this was a Yang attribute attack. And since it is an attack, then 100 times the strength of my ancient divine body can also be effective against it? While he was pondering, the meeting in the tent ended, and people walked out one after another. Many people saw 01 as soon as they came out, and they all cast surprised glances. Lingy raised his head and looked at them, his eyes sliding over everyone's face. Stranger. Stranger. Luo Yuan. Stranger. Nandong Han. Stranger. Lin Ming. Lining. Stranger. Xingya. At this time, Lining was holding the arm of another woman in a gold skirt and talking to her with a smile. The woman in the gold skirt was about 30 years old, with a proud figure, a white mask on her face, and a smile. The look looks beautiful. Xingya, who was wearing a white dress with a hint of pink and white, was following behind the woman in the gold dress. Lin Ming, one of the protector's divine pillars, saw Lingy as soon as he came out. He smiled happily and walked towards him quickly. As the father of Lin Ying, Lin Ming looks very young, with clean and simple black hair and a very energetic face. He seems to be only 30 years old. Walking up to Ling Yi, he stretched out his big hand and patted his shoulder, lowered his head and whispered, I'm causing you trouble. I ask you to continue hiding your identity. I hope you can understand. It doesn't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ying, who was not far away, also spotted him because of his father's actions. She immediately left her best friend beside her and ran towards him. In an instant, he squeezed out Lin Ming and stood in front of him. Idol boss. You are here too. Seeing the woman in front of him with an excited face and enthusiastic eyes, Ling felt a little weird. Come! Let me introduce you. Ling returned to the woman in the gold skirt, hugged her neck and introduced with a smile. This is my best friend, Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing nodded to Ling as a greeting. It was business to deal with the Demon King, so everyone didn't chat too much. Soon, everyone in the camp began to gather and move forward. Everyone present was a strong man in the world, and all of them were very fast. Ling was secretly glad that he had more support than others, which allowed his agility to rise to 4 digits, allowing him to keep up with the large army. The power of normal skills is 1/10 of the strength or magic power, and the movement speed is naturally the same. Therefore, Ling, who now has an agility combat power of 62,500, can fly an astonishing 12.5 kilometers per second. At full power, it only takes about 53 minutes to circle the blue star. It's already very, very fast. However, even if this speed is achieved, many people are still not satisfied. When they flew from the unknown archipelago in the south to the big island where the nest god was, Ling could still hear someone sighing not far away. Hey! At a speed of 1 to 20 kilometers per second. Is this the upper limit for us Shenlu players? Be content. Although it's not as good as the characters in mythology, it's still pretty good. Ha. If we are to be included in film and television works, we can be regarded as island-destroying powerhouses. It is impossible to reach the mainland level or even the surface level. Maybe there is hope for 01 in the future? Maybe let's not talk about it. We're going to start a war. Ling did not stay with the Xinxia players, but flew alone. After getting Yang Qi transformed into a dragon, Nandong Li, who learned that he had a Yang attribute attack, also suggested that he use a Yang attribute attack because it had a miraculous effect on the color film of the nest god. At this moment, he looked at the huge spider hundreds of meters away in the darkness, and his expression became serious unconsciously. There are so many monsters here, as they accumulate every moment. The sky is filled with dense numbers of magic bats, flaming dragons, ghosts, and lightning birds. There are even more monsters on the ground, such as the flaming skeleton shooter standing on the shoulders of the clay giant, the shadow demon, and the extremely cold snow monster hiding in the shadow of the poisonous earth dragon. All are high-level monsters in the 60-90 range. The players in the crowd who were responsible for attracting the monsters took action. They used some low-level magic attracting props that could attract the monsters, but not the Demon King. They led the monsters far away, leaving a battlefield for everyone. Sieve! 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 Bundles of light bombs and energy balls used for lighting were launched from the crowd and flew into the thick darkness. Bang! 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 One after another exploded in the darkness, bursting out bursts of white light that illuminated the area where the Demon King was. This is a big black spider with a huge dark tree on its back. The spider is about 100 meters high. The tongue tree is about 200 meters high, and the total is about 300 meters. Rattans that are 3 to 400 meters long are floating around the tongue tree. Each root is about 10 meters thick. The whole root is black as if it is made of iron. There are countless sharp spikes on the rattan. Compared with this one, the super bubble monster, the 5-crown dragon, and the unparalleled sword demon that Ling met before can all be regarded as handsome boys and beauties among the devils. This looks a bit scary. In front of it, everyone is as small as ants. A larger ant is counted as 1 centimeter. A taller person is counted as 180 centimeters. 180 times. The 300-meter Demon King in front of him is 180 times taller for a person who is 1.66 meters tall. People look at the ants at their feet as if the devil is looking at them. Seeing that the crowd below had already begun to move, Ling didn't hesitate. Quickly fly to a suitable position and start to cast Yang Qi transformation into dragon. Chapter 230 Broken Membrane. Mutation. Yang energy transforms into a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yang energy all over his body seemed to have gained consciousness, and particles flew out of the body very actively. These golden light spots condensed rapidly around him, and in the blink of an eye they condensed into a 5-clawed golden dragon about 10 meters long. The golden dragon has no entity. From the perspective of others, it is like a projection of the golden dragon appearing next to him. On an unknown island dozens of kilometers away, people from major newspapers were videotaping the battlefield. The players in these newspapers each have their own methods, and it is not difficult to record the situation on the battlefield dozens of kilometers away. Many people noticed the golden dragon that suddenly appeared in the darkness, and quickly moved their cameras. Huh? What a beautiful golden dragon! The person who summoned this golden dragon is 01. Right. 01 is here too? I have received news from the players in the camp a long time ago, but it is useless for him to come. Today's focus is on the invincible powerhouses from various countries. Right. Most people moved their cameras back. And of course a few people placed their cameras on the area where he was. In the field. After gathering the Yangtze golden dragon, seeing that the players below had begun to attack the membrane, Lingy also drove the Yangtze golden dragon to fly forward. But as soon as the golden dragon started, he found that the golden dragon couldn't be too far away from him. He could only move towards the demon king with the golden dragon. Huge jet black vine whips dance wildly in the air, knocking down scores of players with every swing. When the shot reaches the end, a sonic boom of pop and pop will be emitted, which will cause the space to tremble like thunder. The lair god, which is divided into upper and lower parts, uses the huge vines on the upper part to attack enemies in the air, while the spider on the lower part summons small spiders and sprays poisonous mist to attack enemies on the ground. The vine whip was swung so fast that even Lingy could only react and teleport away. Just by teleporting all the way, he finally brought the Yangtze golden dragon close to the main body of the nest god, and drove the golden dragon forward. The golden dragon, composed of yang energy, could not be affected by physical and energy attacks. It quickly impacted the surface of the huge tongue tree and offset each other with the energy of the color film. This reduces the meter-thick color film by about 1 centimeter. Several vine whips were swung towards Lingy in an encircling manner. The latter didn't want to leave yet. Even though he was invincible, the vine whip returned without success, so he had to turn to attack other enemies. Well, does that count as 1% damage? He opened the eye of reality to see the vitality of the color film. But what he saw was the effect of the color film. 3 flavors of color, 10 stars combination, obtain a layer of color film that can only be damaged by vitality. Yang-Chi and In-Chi. After the color film is broken, it cannot be used again within the next day. As long as this membrane exists, you will not be harmed. Your own natural vitality recovery will be transferred to the color film to restore vitality to the color film. While the color film is on, you will be unable to move and will continue to consume your physical strength. Good guy. Ling Yi's face showed a look of surprise. I wonder why this demon king has been staying here. He can't move. But even if there is a price of not being able to move, this is still a very good 10-star skill. This can be seen in the fact that it has messed up the world. And when Ling Yi saw the word combination behind the star rating, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A combination? It seems the bigger one is coming. Some skills can be linked and coordinated with other skills to produce even more amazing effects. These skills are combo skills. Ling Yi didn't have time to think too much. Seeing that the people below were protected by invincible powerhouses from all over the world, they once again launched an attack that consumed a lot of life force. So he stopped delaying at the moment. After canceling the invincibility, he quickly summoned the Yangtze golden dragon again. The first time just now was just a test. This second time, he superimposed the 100-fold effect of eternal divine body on the golden dragon. In the next second, the golden dragon's illusory body quickly solidified. The golden light was restrained, and the holy energy was overwhelming. It seems like a real dragon. Go! Ling Yi quickly drove the dragon towards the demon king. At this moment, the combined attack of life force from below also arrived at the same time. Next moment, everyone saw that the color film of the nest god was rapidly thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, it disappeared without a trace. Very good! Ling Yi was overjoyed when he saw this. And when he saw the cane whip swinging again, he hurriedly dodged away. There is no need for him to stay here anymore. According to the plan, after the color film is broken, they will retreat immediately so that the invincible level experts can let go and fight. Boom! 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 Bang bang! Everyone flew to a small island dozens of kilometers away one after another, where they watched the battle in the distance. By the way, do you, the Divine Alliance, know that the Demon King's color film is a combination skill? Ling Yi asked Nandongli. The latter was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I know. After we went back yesterday, we searched through the recorded skill library, and finally found out this morning that this was a skill that had appeared 17 years ago. The players at that time were based on the performance was recorded, and it is said that it can be compared with. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Look at the sky! The darkness is retreating!" Ling Yi and the two men immediately raised their heads. I saw that the dark elements that filled the sky were rapidly gathering towards the dark area where the nest god was. Everyone present had never seen this scene before, and they all looked at each other in surprise. "What's going on? Who knows? I don't know. I have never seen such a scene in 20 years of being a player." Nandongli looked up at the sky, her pretty face full of surprise. "Etienne is going backwards? How is that possible?" Everyone has only seen Krishna expand and disappear, but they have never seen Krishna retreat. This surprising scene was beyond everyone's expectations. "It looks like the Demon King is absorbing Black Sky's energy." Lining on the side said a sentence that shocked Nandongli and others. Waves of black wind arose out of thin air and blew towards the distant battlefield. Everyone looked at the dark area where they were, and saw that there were still shocking roars coming from inside, and the entire island was shaking violently. The sea water near the island is turbulent, and with the help of the black wind, the waves on the shore have risen to a height of more than 10 meters. Boom! A black lightning suddenly struck from the sky without warning. Everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, black lightning flashed frequently in that area one after another, each one thicker and thicker than the other, and each one more terrifying than the other. The black wind became stronger and stronger, pushing up waves of more than 10 meters in the Tai-Jing-Yang Sea. Everyone on the island was also blown away, and their faces hurt. Just when everyone still didn't know what happened, with the big island in the distance as the center, an extremely dark and huge cover appeared out of thin air from the dark sky and fell rapidly. It crashed heavily onto the sea outside the island with a bang, splashing hundreds of meters of waves and completely covering the island. While many people were still confused, Nandongli had already recognized it and said, "That's a combined skill that matches the color film. The devil wants to trap the people inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Nandongli turned his head and scanned the crowd quickly. Lining saw it and blinked. "When I came out, I seemed to see your father still inside, with Liu Yuan and Zhang Qing." Cut. Nandongli crossed his arms and stopped scanning. It seemed that she was very dissatisfied with her father still being there. Lining grinned, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. There is an eternal spiritual protector monument here. The worst case scenario is that you will die." After finishing speaking, she turned to look at Ling Yi and said with a smile, "My best friend Zhang Qing is the goddess of Qinglian Palace. She is the most powerful assistant in the world." Ling Yi, ? Lining took a step forward and whispered, "Don't look at her being so cold to you. When I went to her room last time, I saw her writing all your information in a notebook. She actually knows you very well. Woolen cloth." "Oh, why did you react like this?" Seeing Ling Yi's expression as usual, Lining curled her lips and said, "On the surface, there is no reaction. But in fact, she is already secretly happy in her heart." Chapter 231. Everyone is trapped in the black mask. After the big black cover like a giant black bowl covered the island, the area gradually returned to calm. Just when everyone was hesitant to go up and check, a white stream of light suddenly shot from the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a snow eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters flying in the sky. "It's Zhou Chen, the third divine pillar of Xinxia. He's here too. Look, there's a blood cloud flying over there. It's the bloody war emperor of the White Eagle Kingdom. They must have received the news that the color film was broken and came to support." These supporting experts first briefly learned about the situation from the Alliance personnel present, and then headed towards the Black Hood. Everyone thought that the black mask could not stop them. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, both of them returned disappointed. "It can't be broken." Facing the inquiry from the Shaman League personnel, Zhou Chen frowned and shook his head. "That is a combination of skills. After entering, there is a Demon King clone with 3 layers of color film." Although he did not continue talking, everyone knew that Zhou Chen had no way to deal with the color film. Hearing this, someone in the crowd immediately suggested, "Then let's all go in together and use the same energy we used to rupture the membrane just now to rupture it again. Yes, yes, there are many of us, and we can defeat the enemy together." This proposal won the approval of most people. Zhou Chen seemed to have something to hide, but after thinking about it for a while, he still smiled bitterly and said, "Then you guys give it a try." Just now, he and Bai Ying's tyrant blood war emperor actually went in together, but he was the only one after entering. So he suspected that everyone would be separated into separate areas after entering. There is no use in large numbers. Sure enough, A few minutes later, everyone returned depressed. When you get in, you'll be on your own. Just give it a try. The guards left here are too buggy. The Demon King must have indeed absorbed Krishna's energy. Otherwise, he would not have become so perverted. After coming out, everyone who was helpless against the Black Mask left one after another. Only a few Alliance personnel were left to continue guarding. Nandongli sent Lingyi home. Standing at the door of the yard, she thanked you. Thank you for your help. Others didn't notice it. But I did. We attacked several times before, but were unable to break it. The reason why we were able to break it at that moment was mainly because of your golden dragon. You have made a great contribution again. A reward will be arranged for you tomorrow. Lingyi waved his hands indifferently and asked, Then what are you going to do next? A gentle breeze blew by, blowing the blonde hair around Nandongli's ears. She stretched out her hand to tuck her blonde hair behind her ears, shook her head and chuckled. We can't get in from outside, so we have to wait. When the battle inside the Black Hood is over, the Black Hood will naturally open. Lingyi nodded. He thought so too. After Nandongli left, he walked on the path among flowers under the moonlight and walked back to the brightly lit room. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Shiru and others came to ask curiously. Lingyi explained it in detail from beginning to end, and finally said, I have also been in the Black Hood. The guards are really difficult to deal with. Several people nodded in understanding. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell was suddenly rang frantically. Very quickly, as if foreshadowing the anxious heart of the person who rang the bell. Lingyi raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes, and was stunned when he noticed the person coming. It's actually her? When Lingyi opened the door, after being discharged from the hospital with a frown, Lin Shiru and others, who were confused and curious, followed closely. However, when they saw the person outside the door, all the girls were surprised. Shang Xingya? The person outside the door is none other than the assistant of the goddess Qinglian Palace. Xingya. Lingyi even looked at it with the eyes of reality and found that it was indeed her. At this moment, she was still wearing a white dress, but her delicate and beautiful face was full of anxiety. As soon as she saw Lingyi, she immediately said, I am Xingya, the assistant of the goddess Qinglian Palace. My sister, the goddess Qing, gave me an address and asked me to come and find the male owner here, saying that the male owner here can save them. Save them? Lingyi opened the door and let her in, while frowning and saying, Aren't they fighting the devil in the Black Hood? What do you mean? It's not easy to talk here. Let's go in first. Soon, a group of people came and sat down in the hall. Amid the puzzled looks of several people, Xingya spoke to them. At that time, after we were covered by the Nest God's cover, we tried to attack but found that it was ineffective at all. The Nest God created a place covered with vines. In that limited space, we had no place to hide, and everyone was caught. It doesn't kill us immediately, but it wants to erase everyone's consciousness and control us. At the last moment, Sister Qin gave me a note, and then asked Lin Shenju, Luo Yuan, and Nandong Sword Master to work together to kill me before losing consciousness, so that I could be resurrected in the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument to pass on the news. Return. With that said, Xingya took out the note given by Zhang Qing. A few people took a look and saw it written above. Number 33. Fenghuang Street. Yinghua Town. Qianjiang City. The man there can save me. These people looked at each other. This note was written in advance, Lingyi said. Yes, because Sister Qing has the ability to predict things. Xingya nodded. Then why was she caught? Lingyi was confused. Xingya pondered for a while and said. She said before that seemingly safe options sometimes lead to bad endings, while seemingly dangerous options can lead to a prosperous path. So she knew there was danger but still went in? Good guy. Lingyi didn't know what to say. Are all people with precognitive abilities so brave? Xingya looked Lingyi up and down, and gradually thought of him, and said in surprise, Are you the Lingyi who discovered the functions of the two statues? Are you the male owner here? Yes. Xingya looked at the people beside her. The moment she saw Xiao Wanqing, an idea flashed in her mind. She turned her gaze to Lingyi again and said cautiously, Are you actually Lingyi? That's right. Lingyi nodded calmly. Seeing this, Xingya nodded suddenly. No wonder. If it's you, there is indeed hope. For the first time, hope appeared in her beautiful eyes, as if she had come to life again. Seeing the other party looking at him expectantly, Lingyi frowned and said, But to be honest, I'm still a little far away from him now. It doesn't matter. Xingyao breathed a sigh of relief slowly and said, as long as you are willing to help. Sister Qing said that it will take at least dozens of days to erase their consciousness and completely control them. They should also regain consciousness briefly after that. It should be clear tomorrow how long they can last. Okay. I still want to bring this news back, so I won't stay any longer. Xingyao stood up and walked out the door. Before leaving the yard, she turned around and stared into Ling Yi's eyes, saying meaningfully, you are someone valued by Sister Qing. If you have any questions, you can come to me, and I will try my best to help you. Yeah. Ling Yi responded lightly. Seeing the perfunctory look on his face, Xingyao sighed in her heart. Without saying any more, she turned around and summoned a white crane, sitting on it and flying into the sky. After Xingyao left, Ling Yi gradually calmed down. Liu Yuan and the others were captured by the Demon King. Thinking of Lin Ying, who was laughing next to him just now, and Nan Gongli, who was worried about his father, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, Ling Yi was not particularly worried. Even if a few people are really controlled by then, he can probably save them by randomly mutating a high-quality control release item. What he has to do now is to continue to improve his own strength. Let's hit the main road later. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the house. Lin Shiru, Yunji and others were waiting for him at the door. When he saw them, Ling Yi suddenly said, by the way, I have to work harder to improve my yang qi. After he entered, the lights in the hall quickly dimmed, and the lights in the bedroom on the second floor followed suit. Chapter 232, The Road to Re-entering the Gods and the Situation Inside the Hood. You killed the Phantom Dragon Spirit, LV 65. Leader. Experience plus 600. You have obtained the 7-star skill, Dragon Spirit Transformation. You have obtained the 6-star skill, Phantom Body. Obtained a 6-star skill, Transformation and Sublimation Passive. Under a big tree at the 11th level of the main road. Yuming Forest. A pair of handsome men and beautiful women were standing. The man is Ling Yi. Now he is looking at the 8 battle angels in the distance killing the Phantom Dragon Spirit. He grins. Okay. I don't even need to take action. These angels alone can defeat this enemy. Close. The woman is Xiao Wanqing. She is wearing a tight-fitting pure black dress that reaches her calf, and a pair of jet black boots on her feet. Her thick hair was tied back by a hairband that looked like a black rose, and the tail of her hair hung straight down her lower back. She stood close to Ling Yi, half a body behind him. There is still a bit of flushing that has not faded on her beautiful face. How's it going? Are there any drop skills? Xiao Wanqing asked eagerly. Yes. The Dragon Spirit Transformation you want is here. Ling Yi nodded and turned around to see that Xiao Wanqing's fair jade face still had a red rime, and her small delicate ears were still pink. He couldn't help but hold her in his arms and stroke her hair, since he discovered that the multiple pleasures of Double-Faced Emperor can indeed accelerate the improvement of Yang Qi. He directly increased it to 20 times. The speed of increasing Yang Qi is increased by 200%. It's not that he doesn't want to push it to the highest level. It's just that 20 times is the maximum multiple that a few people can bear. If it goes higher, their sanity will be overwhelmed. At such a high multiple, different people naturally show different differences. Among them, Xiao Wanqing, the traditional quiet type, tends to suppress herself. Her little white jade hands often pull the sheets hard, making every toe stretch straight. The consequence of this is that her aftertaste is very long, and she needs Ling Yi's comfort. Xiao Wanqing put her hands in front of her chest, rested her beautiful head on his chest, and closed her eyes for a while. Her heartbeat, which was still beating rapidly after the excitement, finally calmed down. Seeing this, Ling Yi opened his backpack and wanted to give her the Dragon Spirit Transformation. But when he saw the skill, he still habitually activated the Eye of Truth to see if there was any hidden synthesis formula. This time I really saw it. Dragon Spirit Transformation plus Fairy Cloud summons Fairy Dragon Transformation. Oh! Skills that can be synthesized are not common. He searched on the forum and found that Immortal Cloud Summoning was also a 7-star skill. Although it was relatively rare, it could be purchased on the trading market. Buy it quickly and throw it into the fusion function together with the Dragon Spirit Transformation to synthesize it. You have obtained the 9-star skill, Fairy Dragon Transformation. Ling Yi took a quick look and found that it was a pretty good transformation skill. He is not interested in the transformation skill, and is now hesitating whether to change it. Wanqing has a special liking for transformation skills. She likes this skill. Although it is good to keep it unchanged now. It only takes less than 100 mutation points to make it. While Lingy was deep in thought, suddenly a bright white stream of light wrapped around a human figure came from a distance and stopped in front of him. Lingy looked up and saw who it was if it wasn't Linning. Is it true? What happened in the Black Hood? Before landing, Linning asked him anxiously. When Xingyao went back yesterday, she said she would tell everyone the news. But when she got up this morning, Lingy found that the outside world was still peaceful, as if she hadn't said anything. But thinking about it, I know it's impossible. Now seeing Lin Ying's eagerness to seek verification, Lingy pondered for a while and said cautiously, well, to be honest, I don't know for sure. After all, I haven't verified it. But it should be true. Hearing this, Linning forced a smile and looked down at the ground, looking slightly lonely. In the distance, the battle angels were still cleaning up the monsters in the 11th level. Lingy looked at the girl in front of him, so embarrassed that he wished he could immediately switch places with the angels. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Although I don't know what kind of control it takes dozens of days to complete. There must be a solution in this world. For example, doesn't the North Bear country have an artifact that can reverse the time of other people's lives? Just use their yesterday's state to cover the bad state in the future. That's it. Linning nodded slightly subconsciously. But after a while she shook her head and said pessimistically, but the number of uses of that artifact is precious. Once it is borrowed, we will have to pay a huge price. I'm just giving an example. Lingy glanced to the side and said helplessly, there must be other ways. Don't be so pessimistic. After listening to his words, Linning thought a lot. However, what surprised her even more was that at this moment, she suddenly received a message from her father. Linning, oh, I'm fine. I was just knocked out by the Demon King's mist last night. Now, except that I can't move. I feel pretty good. She sent many messages to her father yesterday, but she didn't receive a single reply. Now Linning replied to her previous message. Linning, really? Great. Great. Linning grabbed Lingyi's arm and jumped excitedly, saying, my dad has texted me back now that he's awake. Then she received a request for a video call from her father. She picked up quickly. The next second, she saw her father's still energetic face. As the camera moved, she saw that Lin Ning was being entangled in a certain part of the huge tree body of the nest god by a huge vine at this time. He still had a large space for movement, and it seemed that he was about to break away from the shackles of the vine. It doesn't seem difficult. Oh, my dear, you have seen it. I am safe and sound now. Lin Ning in the picture moved his hands and feet for a while, and then moved the camera in other directions, allowing her to see what was going on inside. A shining sphere was seen floating near a few people, illuminating the dark area as brightly as noon. Lu Yuan and Nangon Han were entangled together in another place more than 10 meters away. Both of them seemed to be in good condition. There were other people tied up nearby, and there were many people sitting scattered on the ground covered with vines. Linning even saw the goddess Zhongqing summoning energy light bands and flying among the crowd to heal them. While she was confused, the camera turned back to Lin Ming's face, who whispered, for some unknown reason, the nest god fell into a state similar to dormancy. Just now, we made a tentative attack and found that it would trigger a counterattack. Some weak players have already died. Lin Ning and Lin Ning chatted for a while, and before closing the video, he comforted Lin Ning. Ha! Don't worry about me. I'm going to collect more information about the Demon King here. I don't know when the Demon King will act again. Don't worry if I don't respond. I must have passed out. Without further ado, I want to pass on the Demon King's information to the League of Gods. So I'll hang up now. After the video call ended, Linning breathed a sigh of relief, and her anxiety became much calmer. On the side, Lingyi nodded thoughtfully after watching the whole process. The situation inside doesn't seem to be as critical as I thought. Chapter 233, past the 12th level of the main road and the invisible treasure chest. Are you going to hit the main road? Why didn't you call me? After calming down, Linning looked at the situation in the venue, turned to Lingyi and smiled. Let me help you fight. Wan Qing happens to be here, and I merge with her. Huh? Hearing this, Xiao Wan Qing was stunned for a moment, waved her hands and refused. No need. Why? Linning was puzzled and walked up to her and asked quickly. These past few days, you seem to be deliberately avoiding me and not willing to merge with me. Why? Xiao Wanqing bit her lower lip and held Ling Yi's arm shyly. Lin Ying blinked her eyes and immediately understood what she meant. She had indeed said in the Genius Girls United Garden group before that she only fused with pure virgins. Well, it's okay. After only pondering for a short while, Lin Ying nodded and smiled. There is no one else in my body now. I can accept it. Come on. Come on. Merge with me. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqi no longer hesitated and quickly integrated into her body. Now she is just a small player of over 40 levels. After the 10th level of the main road, she may not even be able to defeat an ordinary monster. Only by integrating with Lin Ying can she play a greater role. Kong! The 12th level of the main road. On the extremely cold ice field, Ling Yi held the burning battle flag and faced off against the level 70 leader, the Ice Field God of War. The Ice War God is a humanoid melee leader with high agility and strength. His weapon is an ice spear. Among the majority of players, Icefield God of War has a very wide reputation, which can even be described as famous. With its comprehensive attribute panel, powerful melee capabilities, and extremely strong control, it has caused countless challengers to fail one after another. The average first-time crusade failure rate across all regional servers even exceeds 80%. However, it is such a famous leader, but at this time, it can only be beaten by a player whose level is lower than it. The opposite side even looks relaxed and carefree. Kong! Ling Yi's burning battle flag once again collided with its ice spear. The powerful force made the latter unable to resist and flew backwards. This time, the former accelerated and teleported to catch up, slashing down the burning battle flag with all its strength. The flame light wave slashed out at close range and struck the ice blue frost armor of the Icefield God of War. With a bang sound, a large hole was cut in the armor, revealing the body made of ice underneath. Its whole body is covered with ice, so the flames can't burn it. The fire element of the elemental blade can ignite the target's body, causing continuous high damage to the opponent. If it cannot be ignited, the damage of the elemental blade will be much less. But even so, Ling Yi continued to slash with the flame light waves. After all, the opponent only had the last trace of life left. When the flame light waves penetrate the armor and directly attack the opponent's body, the damage to the enemy is obviously much higher than before. After a few blows, the last trace of life force of the other party was taken away. You killed the Ice War God, LV70. Leader. Experience plus 1,100. You have obtained the 7-star skill, Ice Armor. You got it. Now I can kill even the level 70 boss easily. The world's #1 player under level 70 was crushed by him, and could not touch him the whole time, and was beaten to death by him with a few hits. He easily killed the level 70 boss monster with just a few minutes of slashing with a light and fire dual-element spirit blade. Looking at the Icefield War God, who turned into light spots and disappeared, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. My current strength should be on par with Xiao Bing's. Looking back to the field behind him, under the cleanup of the Ice King, 8 battle angels, and Lin Ying, almost all the monsters in this level were killed and injured, and there was no need for him to take action again. Ling Yi was stunned when he noticed an invisible treasure box in the ice cave below. Is this an invisible treasure chest that appears randomly everywhere on the Divine Road map? This kind of treasure chest not only has an invisible appearance and is extremely rare, but also often contains rare items. It is recognized as the most valuable treasure chest. Ling Yi saw this thing for the first time, and couldn't help but curiously fell to the treasure chest and reached out to open it. When he opened it, the precious light overflowed and illuminated his face. After the light dissipated, 3 items lay quietly in the treasure chest. Town Gem, see Rare, store it in your backpack to prevent backpack items from being stolen. Pharmaceutical Technique, 9 stars Rare, as long as you gather specific materials, you can hope to create a specific elixir. The higher the quality of the elixir, the lower the success rate. Clean Necklace, D Rare, after wearing it, you can clean yourself all the time. Wow! 3 in a row are all rare. Rare means that these items cannot appear in the Shenlu shop and can only be obtained through adventure. And even if it is a chance encounter, the probability of encountering them is not high. Ling Yi didn't know if opening this treasure box would trigger his probability reversal. Anyway, judging from the results, it was good for him. After thinking for a while, he decided to perform mutation simulations on all 3 items. After spending hundreds of mutation points, he finally got the following 3 results. Suppression Gem, see Rare, makes the items in the backpack protected from theft and prying eyes. Backpack items will not be dropped upon death. Pharmacology, 9 stars rare. There is a small probability that 2 precious medicines can be produced at the same time. Clean necklace, D rare. Clean yourself and your surroundings. After putting these 3 items into his backpack, Ling Yi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. With the town gym, all items in your backpack can now be fully protected. And with the medicine technique, it means that he can make B-level, A-level, or even S-level medicines by himself. With the help of probability reversal, the higher the quality of the medicine, the higher my success rate. Pharmacology was an unexpected surprise that exceeded Ling Yi's expectations. Originally, he came in this time just to play the main role and help Xiao Wanqing get the transformation skill she wanted. Now that he has this, he even feels like he is truly invincible. He no longer hesitated and quickly learned this pharmaceutical technique. You have acquired the skill, medicine. This will be one of the reasons why he will be invincible in the world in the future. After a while, Ice King and Lin Ying, who had cleared the level of monsters, came back. Should we continue to fight? Next are monsters above level 70. Lin Ying, who was wearing a beige dress, asked cautiously. The golden fringed skirt swayed between her legs, and a look of worry appeared on her delicate jade face. Facing increasingly advanced monsters, she was already somewhat powerless. Ling Yi pondered for a moment and said, I want to fight all the way to the 15th level of the main road. Lin Ying gritted her teeth and looked a little lonely, but she still nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you too. After saying this, she secretly made up her mind. I want to level up faster, and then find more people to fuse with. Otherwise, if we continue like this, we won't be able to keep up with the big guys. Both sides flew towards the 13th level together. Chapter 234 New Activity Development Challenge. Current area, Magma Highlands, level 13 on the main road. Monster information, Lava Dragon, LV65 LV75. Balrog LV70 LV80. Fire Giant, LV70 LV80. Lava Dragon King, LV75. Leader. Tip. The temperature in this area is relatively high. Please take measures to avoid the heat. As the name suggests, a magma plateau is a flat area of lava located on high ground. There are dense cracks on the ground, and red lava flows between the cracks. Ling Yi tried throwing a leaf on the ground, and found that even if the leaf did not fall into the magma, it was roasted into black charcoal within a short time, giving off a faint burnt smell. Looking around, he found that there was no one except him and Lin Ying. Strangeness. Ling Yi, who was flying in the air, crossed his arms and asked curiously, I was very confused just now. Why didn't I see anyone else? You mean those high-level players who transferred to our area? Yes. Oh, because most of them can't get in. Lin Yingfei came to his side and explained in detail. Players who transfer in using zone transfer cards will not be able to enter the main road unless the main road in this zone has reached the progress of their original zone. So the people who came to the main road before were all in the original area and their progress was not as fast as ours? Yes. Lin Ying nodded. I see. Last time he met Aslan, Nandongli and others in the wild area of Weiyu grassland. But he didn't see anyone after coming to this main road. Only now do I know this is the reason. No wonder Yunji didn't come with her either. Ling Yi glanced around and saw that the monsters in the distance had discovered them and rushed towards them. So he ordered 8 battle angels to come forward to fight. Seeing that his master had no intention of setting off the flame star, the Ice King flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, he created hundreds or even thousands of huge ice cones, which were shot towards various monsters on the lava ground like a dense rainstorm. Lin Ying didn't hesitate, took out her spear, stepped forward, rushed into the pile of monsters, and started killing them randomly. The sharp spear is like the scythe of death, ruthlessly and quickly harvesting the lives of surrounding monsters. She was powerless against the level 75 boss, but she still had no problem killing some mobs. Ling Yi actually wanted to release Yin Xing. It was just because Lin Ying was present that he didn't let go. Shaking his head, he stood up and flew into the distance, and soon flew over the leader of this level, the Lava Dragon King. This is a dragon monster crawling on the ground. It is about 20 meters long. It is red all over and has thick limbs. Each of its arms has a pair of flaming wings. When Ling Yi lowered his head to look at it, it also raised its dragon head and stared at him with its magma-like eyes. Then the dragon's mouth opened and spewed out a column of blazing flames at him. Ling Yi only dodged slightly, and the pillar of fire rushed past him. But when the local Dragon King turned his head to sweep the pillar of fire towards him, he stepped into the void with his toes, and his figure instantly shot out. During the blast, the battle flag appeared in his hand, and the elemental blade followed closely. When he arrived in front of the Earth Dragon King, the latter raised his head and opened the lava barrier in front of it. But Lingy only teleported for a moment before dodging behind it and waving the burning war flag. Oh! The burning battle flag drew a 2-meter-long blood mark on the rather hard body of the Earth Dragon King. The flames on the battle flag spurted out quickly and rushed towards its body. Although the flames did not cause any harm to the Earth Dragon King, who was bathing in the magma, the light element split out at the same time really made the Earth Dragon King scream in pain. Roar! The Earth Dragon King turned his head and stared at Lingy's figure. His eyes glowed red and fierce, and hundreds of fireballs with a diameter of more than 10 meters were generated in the void. With its control, all the fireballs flew towards Lingy. Lingy waved his hand, and in an instant he brought up endless strong winds, blowing away all the fireballs. Immediately afterwards, he opened his hands. Condensed wind balls in the palms of both hands flew close and slapped the wind balls directly on the dragon head of the Earth Dragon King. Ho! Roar! 10 minutes later, after this hearty battle, Lingy had a deeper understanding of his own 5 dimensions and various abilities. More importantly, he has richer combat experience. Now my highest output is the wind ball that has been charged for tens of seconds, followed by the dual-element spirit blade of light and fire, followed by the wind fist with superimposed power and mana, and then the ordinary wind element attack piece A. He briefly summarized his attack methods, and when he was about to get up and fly to the 14th level with Lining, the information about the Divine Path suddenly appeared. The event, Development Challenge, will officially start in 5 minutes. Players who are willing to participate in the event, please sign up as soon as possible and get ready. While Lingy was still recalling what this Nurture Challenge was, Lining on the side was stunned for only a moment before showing an excited smile and said happily, "The Nurture Challenge is here again! Great! I can catch up with you again soon!" Before she finished speaking, Lingy saw Xiao Wanqing actively separate from her body. "Let's go back first. There is only a 5-minute preparation period for this event. Once the time is over, you will not be able to participate," Xiao Wanqing said to him quickly. "Okay." After bidding farewell to Lining, Lingy and the two returned to the present world together. At early 10 o'clock in the morning, several people sat down in the lobby. At this time, Lingy also remembered the information about this event. After players register, they can establish nurturing relationships with other registered players and set nurturing challenges. When the trainee completes the development challenge, he or she will receive event rewards based on the difficulty of the challenge. The reward for the highest difficulty is the return of all training resources. All the major forces have accumulated resources and are waiting for this event. Do we want to participate? Yunji looked at Lingy. Lingy nodded and said, "To participate, everyone should sign up first." After completing the registration for the event, Yunji asked again, "Then how do we arrange it? I will train Wanqing. You will train Shuru?" "No. Let me do it." "Huh?" Times 3. Lin Shuru and the other 3 opened their mouths in surprise and said in unison, "You want to train the 3 of us at the same time?" Lingy smiled and said, "I remember that in addition to the rewards for completing the challenge, there are additional rewards for the training party." "Right." The 3 of them looked at each other, and then Lin Shuru nodded and said, "Yes. The cultivator can get a certain level of cultivation points every time he cultivates the other party. When the cultivation points reach the requirements, they will get corresponding rewards." "What was the previous record?" Lingy asked. "More than 6,000. Lin Shuru looked at Yunji. The latter checked it and read according to the above value. "The highest point was 3 years ago, with 6,827 development points. What reward did that man get? In addition to returning all development resources, I also received God-level attribute pills, secret realm keys, high-star skills, high-quality treasures and props." Hearing this, Lingy nodded clearly and said with a confident smile, "If you have more training points, you will definitely get more good rewards. I am confident that I can break the previous record." "Aw?" The 3 of them looked at each other with wide eyes. Then Yunji said, "You have misunderstood. Those who have scored several thousand points are all from various forces. And those who have scored 5,000 points are basically the level that can only be achieved by alliances of various countries. It's impossible for us individual players to match it. Chapter 235 Everyone's Development Challenge. Quantity is not enough. But I can win with quality. In short, you just have to believe in me. Ling Yi secretly thought that this event came in time. When he saw that he still had 10,000 mutation points. He once thought about using the extra mutation points to mutate furniture. But after thinking about it carefully, instead of mutating these things, it is better to mutate the skill treasures and improve the strength of Lin Shuru and others. Furthermore, he has now obtained pharmaceutical technique. If he wants to earn development points, I'm afraid no one can do it easier than him. As a few people nodded, the 5 minutes finally arrived. The event, Development Challenge, is officially launched. This event will last for a week. Players are asked to confirm the relationship building with other registered players as soon as possible and set challenge goals. Failure to complete the challenge goal after 1 week will be considered a failure. After the information about the divine path faded away, Lin Shuru and the other three all turned their attention to Ling Yi. Come on. Let's make a relationship. Seeing that he had said this, the three of them walked up to him one after another and completed the confirmation of cultivating the relationship. Nurture Challenge. You and Lin Shuru have formed a nurturing relationship. Please confirm the challenge goal as soon as possible. Development Challenge. You and Yunji. When Xiao Wanqing went back to finish her work, the doorbell in the yard rang again. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. Ling Yi sensed it, then turned to Lin Shuju and said, "It's Auntie Yu. I guess she came to you to establish a nurturing relationship." As expected, when Ling Yi opened the door and ushered her in, the latter quickly sat down next to Lin Shuru and said kindly, "Shiro, have you signed up for the event? Shall I train you?" "Oh, I have already established a nurturing relationship with Ling Yi." Lin Xian was stunned, turned his head and glanced at him, then raised his slender eyebrows and crossed his arms, sighing, "Okay then. It's almost the same if I give him the resources and let him give them to you." No. The treasure bag you gave me before has enough resources in it." Knowing that Lin Shuru had formed an active relationship with Ling Yi, Lin Xian turned around and left without waiting much longer. Looking at her leaving figure, Ling Yi suddenly said, "This woman already knows my true identity." "Nonsense." Yunji rolled her eyes and said, "That night, only one person in the audience used the Yangqi Golden Dragon. She was the only one who didn't know it." Ling Yi. He quickly turned his attention back and began arranging nurturing challenges for several people. The process is a bit complicated. The simple thing is that he submits his willingness to grow, and Shinlu gives him several different training difficulties for him to choose from. Of course, he always chooses the highest difficulty level. A few minutes later, all three people's challenge goals were determined. Cultivation target, Lin Shuru, LV47. Growth requirements, I acquire an auxiliary skill of no less than 7 stars and a water skill. Growth check, 1.5 times the current illusion. Training target, Xiao Wanqing, LV48. Growth requirements, I acquire a transformation skill of no less than 7 stars, and increase the total attributes by at least 200 points. Growth check, 1.5 times the current illusion. Cultivation target, Yunji, LV80. Growth requirements, I level up at least 3 levels. Obtain at least 500,000 gold coins. Growth check, 1.5 times the current illusion. This. Ling Yi looked at these 3 growth requirements and couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. Is this really the most difficult level? This is too damn simple. Seeing Ling Yi's strange expression, Yunji and others asked curiously, "What difficulty did you choose, and what are your requirements? Come and see." Ling Yi then revealed the information in front of him. When several people looked at it, they all showed different expressions. Lin Shuru was overjoyed and said, "Great! In the treasure bag my aunt gave me, there are 7-star auxiliary skills and 8-star water skills. I will give them to you directly, and you will transfer them to me through training channels. In this way our request is fulfilled." "No." Yunji shook her head and said, "You still have to learn. The 2 skills total 15 stars. Do you have enough stars?" Hearing this, Lin Shuru's face froze. Suddenly, she realized that this was the difficulty of her growth requirements. Xiao Wanqing had a mixture of joy and sorrow on her face, and said to Ling Yi, "We just got a dragon spirit transformation. The skills are satisfactory, but this attribute improvement is too difficult to complete within a week." Yunji also sighed and shook her head with melancholy. "Even if the requirements can be met, you will have to challenge a 1.5 times illusion in a week. You can't definitely do it just by completing the requirements." After the others finished speaking, Ling Yi had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. What Shuro lacks is the star level. She just needs to complete the qualification review and then upgrade. What Wanqing lacks is attributes. As long as the extra treasures are found in the future and given to her, it will be fine. Yunji. Ling Yi directly opened the training interface with her and took out 300,000 experience from the experience pool, along with 500,000 gold coins, and transferred it there. Nandongli had previously given him 30,000 experience beads, counting those obtained from clearing 2 levels on the main road and scattered here and there. He now had 450,000 transferable experience and 820,000 non-transferable experience. After giving out these 300,000 experience points, there will only be 150,000 transferable experience left. Huh? Yunji, who was sitting aside, was not too surprised when she saw that she had suddenly been promoted to level 4. The reward Nandongli brought to him previously was enough to fulfill her growth requirements. Now I only need to defeat that 1.5x illusion again. And the 300,000 experience and 500,000 gold coins you just gave me can be returned to me. Yunji said so. Obviously, this is a welfare activity. Ling Yi nodded while looking at the ranking list in front of him. Development points ranking list. 1. Yevli 2962. 2. Tong Wei 2853. 3. Luo Huang 2751. 4. Yas 2547. 7. 01 1500. List finished. Thousands so quickly. Ling Yi suddenly thought of a question. He looked at Yunji and asked, is there a maximum limit on the number of objects a person can train? If he trains 100 at the same time, wouldn't the training points go to heaven? Yes. Up to 3 people. At this point, Yunji was afraid that Ling Yi still didn't understand him well enough. So she added, only experience, learned skills, and permanent attributes will be counted as development points. The rest doesn't count. Ling Yi nodded. He naturally understood this. He can't give Yunji millions of gold coins or hundreds of props and treasures to get hundreds of thousands of development points. Right? Then doesn't this become a comparison of financial resources? On one side of the leaderboard, he saw a long bar of stage rewards, the first few of which were already lit up. Ling Yi clicked one by one. Congratulations on reaching 100 development points. You will receive rewards, experience times 500, gold coins times 5,000. Congratulations on reaching 300 development points. You will receive rewards, experience times 1,000, gold coins times 10,000. 500, random C-level prop X1, random C-level weapon X1. 1,000, random 5/7 star skill times 1. 1,500, random B-level treasure times 1. The higher the reward for developing points, the better. There are even rumors among players that you can receive S-level items if you reach 10,000. Ling Yi didn't have much idea about S-level items. He wanted to see if he could reach the upper limit of this event and get the highest end reward of this event. I have a mutated medicine making technique. Every time I make a medicine, there is a chance that there will be one more. As long as I give the extra medicine to them, the cultivation points will be increased quickly. Even if this event didn't happen, he was still prepared to give them the extra medicine. After the event appeared, he could make more money. By the way, do I want to challenge this 1.5 times illusion now? Yunji suddenly asked. Can you beat it? Not sure. Yunji shook her head. Then don't fight yet. I'm not in a hurry to return those resources. Besides, if you finish fighting, then I won't gain points when I give you experience. It's better to grind more before that. Okay, then I'll fight on the last day. Yunji nodded in agreement. Chapter 236 Hot News. After Yunji's request was settled, Ling Yi turned to look at Xiao Wanqing. After thinking about it, he took out the previously synthesized Fairy Dragon transformation and mutated it. Open it after a few seconds and take a look. Dragon transformation, 9 stars after use. It transforms into a divine dragon. All attributes are increased by 200 and the power of magic skills is doubled. During the transformation, physical energy will continue to be consumed. Compared with before, all attributes have been increased by an additional 100. In addition, although there is no additional skill increase, there is an effect of doubling the power of the magic system. Overall, it has been greatly improved. TSK! 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 Ling Yi smacked his lips. And while calling Xiao Wanqing to his side, he took out the skill crystal from his backpack. He stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Wanqing's little hand, put the orange crystal in her palm, and said, This skill is for you. Don't tell outsiders. Under the curious gazes of Yunji and Lin Shuru, Xiao Wanqing blinked in confusion, then nodded heavily, and put the skill into her backpack for inspection. Wow! As expected by Ling Yi, when Xiao Wanqing saw this skill, she immediately opened her mouth in surprise. What's wrong? What kind of skill is it? Yunji asked hurriedly upon seeing this. Everyone present was her own, so Xiao Wanqing immediately explained the effect of the skill. When the two women heard this, they were both surprised. Oh my god! Even a 10-star skill may not have such a strong effect. Where did you get this skill? Yunji asked Xian Lingyi. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a slight change in the latter's expression. Although Yunji is not as understanding as Lin Shuru, her ability to observe people's emotions is also very outstanding. She quickly changed her words and said, Do you have any other skills that are so awesome? Can you give me one of them? Her golden eyes were fixed on Lingyi, and when she saw the corner of his mouth raised, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the question just now was very confidential. You must not ask it again in the future. Lingyi shook his head and said, Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Besides, you don't have many stars now. Thinking of her only 5-star positions left, Yunji pursed her lips and nodded helplessly. Okay. Then the next step is the question of your attributes. Yunji's request has been met. Lin Shuru's request can be easily fulfilled as long as she passes the 4049 qualification review. Right now, Xiao Wanqing's attributes are a bit troublesome. New on the 25th. The craze brought by the new activity, development challenge, is intertwined with the threat of the living devil. The former celebrates, the latter mourns. This leaves the forum in a very weird atmosphere. The devil absorbs the energy of Krishna, causing Krishna to stop expanding. Explosion. A total of 5 invincible players are trapped inside. Can they kill the Demon King in the hood? Hut. The development challenge is coming, and emerging powerhouses around the world are blowing out. Fire. 3.5 million refugees moved northward in a tidal wave, spreading over 180 kilometers. The world's top 10 financial groups unite for a grand party in a city that never sleeps. Fire. Will Krishna resume expansion again? The average price of items in the trading market has increased by 3.2%. Lingyi sat in the yard, looking at today's forum hot searches, and sighed softly. The Lair God's black mask covered more than 100 people in total, including 5 invincible players, 2 people from Xinxia, 2 people from Beixiong, and 1 person from Beiying. Of the 3 divine pillars present at the time, only Yun Lao Yun divine pillar was not trapped by luck, while the other 2 were trapped inside. Since these people revealed the situation inside the hood to the outside world this morning, the whole world has gradually calmed down. Everyone began to rationally analyze the strategies to defeat the devil, and it was considered that the first stage of breaking the color film had officially entered the second stage of breaking the mask. I heard that the entire league is very confident now. Lingyi turned to look at Yunji. She is always concerned about these global news. Yes, because countries around the world are becoming more and more aware of the Demon King. There was a hammock tied between 2 big trees, and Yunji, dressed in a cool summer dress, was lying on it and swinging. The golden bells hanging on the earrings were also ringing. Ding dong! And ding dong! She licked the lollipop in her hand and continued. It is obvious now that since this devil has a protective ability that is difficult for the whole world to crack, it must have disadvantages in other aspects. The day when the black mask is lifted in the future will probably be its end. Seeing Yunji's confident words, Lingyi could not help but feel a little curious. What will they do? Yunji glanced at him and said with a smile, If the Demon King is really not moving fast, then break the color film first, and then let the strong ones consume its physical energy. When it is almost difficult to evade attacks, it will depend on whether the strong ones use destructive artifacts to kill it, or use thermal weapons to carry out saturation strikes. Thermal weapons. As soon as he came, he was attracted by the various extraordinary powers of the divine path. He had never seen such a thing in the real world, which led him to subconsciously ignore it. But in fact, before the arrival of the divine road, this kind of thing must have been used all over the world. It would be strange if it didn't. Xingya came to me last time and said that the goddess thought I could save them. Lingyi looked down at the grass in the sun and thought in his mind, in this way, the result of taking the initiative to break the shield should be much better than that of the devil himself. I'd better continue to improve my strength and yang energy. Putting this matter aside for the time being and looking at the hot searches on the forum in front of him, Lingyi suddenly smiled and said, By the way, The city never sleeps tonight. The city that never sleeps is the scene when District 66 participated in the resource challenge. After the challenge ended, it was retained as a permanent public map. All players can enter. Since then, it has rapidly developed into a business and entertainment center for global players. Whether they are extraordinary items or daily necessities, they are all sold together here. Various facilities such as libraries, bars, game arcades, and movie theaters can be found everywhere. Lingy and Lin Shura held hands and walked side by side among the bustling crowd, watching the surrounding vendors shouting about their rare treasures. Tearful sale of sea-level treasures. One piece only costs 9,999. One-time summoning cards for more than 100 level 60 experts. First come first served. A little game of trapping. You can take away whatever you trap. Catch goldfish? 1 gold coin at a time. Yunji and Xiao Wanqing also came in. But they did not follow Lingy, but ran to play elsewhere. The two of them were protected by the divine path, which didn't worry him. Lingy and the two walked and gradually arrived at the center of the inner ring of the city that never sleeps. In the center of this city that never sleeps, you can still see the crystal that originally stood here. A circle of 1,000 meters around was surrounded by colorful strips, forming a circular vacuum zone with a radius of 1,000 meters. This vacuum is reserved for you. Lin Shura laughed softly. The city that never sleeps originated from the resource challenge of players in Area 66. And among them, 01's contribution is the most unshakable. Therefore, the players spontaneously left the center area to him. Chapter 237 Party in the City That Never Sleeps. Tens of millions of people gather. Lingy doesn't have much idea about this central area at the moment. He came here tonight with the purpose of obtaining A-level materials, whether it is to improve himself or to earn development points. He needs to combine S-level elixirs. He is now in urgent need of the synthesis formula for S-level elixir. And if he wants to know the formula, the most direct way for him is to use the eyes of reality to look at A-level materials. As long as he gets A-level materials, he can get the synthesis formula. Huishan and Lin Shura left the center and walked towards the huge auction house. Is there anything you want? While walking, Lingy asked the stunningly beautiful woman beside him. At this moment, she was wearing a yellow coat and a white shirt. Her shirt was pushed up high, and anyone could tell she was extraordinary at a glance, wearing a pair of pure black jeans underneath. Her perfect legs were outlined in an exquisite and attractive shape. Under her brown hair, her moist blue eyes were still as bright and charming as before. The snow-white and shiny skin seems to illuminate the surrounding darkness. And the soft and charming white jade face is unforgettable for a long time. Walking along the way, I don't know how many people were stunned when they saw her. Lin Shura smiled softly and shook her head, saying, "No need. I am very satisfied with the moonlight flower field you gave me. I don't need the others. Besides, I haven't digested the ones Maya gave me yet." The two walked hand in hand to the huge auction house and found a place to sit down. After the emergence of development challenge activities, players around the world are in urgent need of various items to complete their challenges. Some people need high-star skills. Some need high-quality treasures. And some need treasures that can improve attributes. Therefore, the Top 10 Consortium seized this opportunity and jointly launched a super huge auction here. They have arranged a total of 10 auction venues in the inner and outer rings of the Evernight City. Among them, this huge auction venue in the inner ring is their home venue. When Lingy glanced around and waited, Lin Shura beside him asked casually, "How many pictures do you plan to take this time?" "Shoot as many as you can." "Oh." Lin Shura opened her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Is the demand so high?" "That's right." After a while, the time reached 7 o'clock in the evening as scheduled, and the auction officially started. This time there were two auctioneers. One is Yuju from the Xianyu Consortium, the woman with the passive skill of charm. There is also the young president of the White Eagle Kingdom Celestial Finance Group, Yan Jino, who is known as the #1 young master in the White Eagle Kingdom. He is also a new player in June and is recognized as the strongest among the new players in June except 01. A small portion of the crowd cheered as soon as the two took the field. "Wow! What a match made in heaven! They match each other so well. Please let them get married where they are as soon as possible." Because he was too deliberate, others could see something fishy at a glance. "Are these the sailors hired by the Celestial God Guild?" It should be true. Love is free in White Eagle Country. So Gino has more than 75 public girlfriends. He often uses this method to make women mistakenly think they have met the right one. TCH. Everyone can see this. How can he be fooled? Wait! How many girlfriends did you just say he has? Listening to the discussions of other people around him, Ling Yi and the people around him also looked at him. The young man who was being watched by everyone saw this and grinned. 75. Actually, the main reason why there are so many is because his aesthetics are opposite to those of the public. Everyone likes good-looking people, but the uglier, darker, and fatter he is, the more he likes them. There must have been an accident this time. If you don't believe me, look at him. Sure enough, just as the young man said, Gino's face on the stage became a little stiff when he heard the sailor said that he and the ugly girl next to him were a match made in heaven. The sailors also realized their mistake, and they all lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Lin Shura came close to Ling Yi's ear, patted his arm, and joked in a low voice. These are the ones lined up behind you. How many do you plan to take? Ling Yi shook his head gently. In fact, because he didn't have the mind to deal with this aspect, he had never actively pursued anyone else until now. 75 is too few. How about 1,000? Lin Shuru asked. Do you think I am the ancient emperor? The 100? I'm not a stallion either. 50? You want me to die? 10 minutes later. Next is Lot 8. Grade A material fragrance of grass and trees. Yuju on the stage smiled and introduced. As we all know, A-level materials are basically synthetic materials of S-level weapons, treasures, and medicines. They are very rare and precious, even if it is not used for synthesis. Each A-grade material itself contains powerful effects. This fragrance of grass and trees has the effect of actively releasing control and gaining 1 minute of freedom from control. After Yuju introduced it, Gino on the side followed closely and said, the starting price is 10,000, and each increase must not be less than 100. Let's start bidding. As soon as they finished speaking, on the big screen behind the two of them, players started bidding one by one. One Bao Material Store, 100,000 PS. I want it to be the treasure of the store. The first auctioneer paid a high price of 100,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to the normal price of an A-grade material. Bao Yu Hui, 101000. Magia, 102000. PS. What the president needs. Please give our God Guild a face. One Bao Material Store, 110000. Mr. Ling, 120000. Bao Yu Hui, 121,000. PS. This is our limit price. Magia, 122000. PS. Thank you, Bao Yu Hui. Mr. Ling, 123000. Ling Yi found that after he finished bidding this time, the originally noisy venue gradually became quiet. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the big screen, and everyone hesitated to speak. Magia, 124000. Mr. Ling, 125000. Magia, 125100. PS. Mr. Ling, please stop. Our Tianshan Guild is bound to win. Seeing this, Ling Yi hesitated for a moment and wrote down a number again. Mr. Ling, 150000. After a long time, no one from the other side added anything. After 3 hammer blows, this A-level material was naturally successfully photographed by Ling Yi. After the previous 2 auctions, Ling Yi specially bought a gold coin storage card in the store this time. Deposit a certain value of gold coins into it. And then when you successfully auction an item, you can simply swipe on the payment prompts given by the auction house to complete the payment. It has extremely high transaction efficiency and extremely strong confidentiality. Others didn't even know who was there to take the photo. You have obtained the A-grade material, fragrance of grass and trees. A look with the eye of truth. Fragrance of vegetation, A material. After use, you can release yourself from control and gain 1 minute of freedom from control. You can use it 5 times a day. Fragrance of vegetation plus green essence times 5 plus ancient atmosphere. Ancient forest energy. There are no weapons or treasures in the materials, so this ancient forest energy must be an S-level treasure. Winning the first battle made Ling Yi feel happy, but now it's only half successful at best. He still needs to find other materials. Otherwise, it will be like natural holy medicine. Even if you know the synthesis formula, you will not be able to make it due to material problems. Good luck. According to the news on the forum, this material is in Baoming's treasure house. After tonight's filming is finished, I will go find Baoming to trade A-grade materials when I get back. There should be a lot of them there. No, not only A-level. I also want other things. Ling Yi suddenly thought that he could also use low-level materials to synthesize low-level medicine. And this market is extremely huge. Treasure medicine is different from treasure. It can provide players with permanent improvement. A cheap, permanent strength +1 elixir. I believe most players will buy it. Thinking of this, Ling Yi realized opening a treasure store is what he should do most now. Not only can you legitimately collect materials on a large scale and obtain a large number of elixirs to improve your attributes, you can also sell the elixirs to obtain massive gold coins. Chapter 238 The Long Lost Voice. Pharmacology is a 9-star skill. It is precisely because Shenlu has not really opened the function of precious medicine synthesis. There are 4 major synthesis systems in Shenlu. They are the Treasure Synthesis System, Skill Fusion System, Weapon Synthesis System, and the last Treasure Medicine Synthesis System. When the Divine Road arrives, the Treasure Synthesis System will be opened first. In the 10th year of Shenlu, the Skill Fusion System is open. In the 20th year of Shenlu, the Weapon Synthesis System is opened. Only the last Treasure Medicine Synthesis has not yet been opened. And until now, each player has only been given one chance to experience it. The last time he combined Natural Holy Medicine, Ling Yi had already used up this opportunity. Therefore, if he does not have pharmaceutical skills now, he will no longer be able to synthesize precious medicine. That's why, today, the world's exploration of the synthesis formula of precious medicines is progressing extremely slowly. Until now, only 5 D-level elixir synthesis formulas and 14 E-level elixir synthesis formulas have been found in the world. Come to your senses. Ling Yi briefly scanned all the treasure stores on the market and couldn't help but laugh happily. There are very few treasure pharmacies on the trading market. With less than 20, the treasure medicines sold in them are only D-grade at best. Once his idea is implemented, he will be able to monopolize the precious medicine market and become the only one in the industry. Gold coins and attributes will all come in droves when the time comes. After establishing his thoughts, Ling Yi also began to compete for the materials that were put out at the auction house. No matter what grade they were. A pack of B-grade materials, 100-year-old dead branches, 10 pieces. 50,000 gold coins to be taken. A pack of grade B material, scale-free clean leaves, was purchased for 58,000 gold coins. 10 copies of the B-grade material, Qianjun heavy water, were taken for 220,000 gold coins. A-grade material, sapling burned by divine fire, bought for 160,000 gold coins. Gradually, everyone present came to know that this mysterious Mr. Ling was not only wealthy, but also specialized in filming materials. Wanbao Material Store, Baoyu Bead Club, and other forces in need of materials have never competed with him time and time again. However, everything is rarely smooth sailing. When the bidding for the 76th lot, the A-grade material, Red Dragon Soul, started, Baoyu Zhui immediately gave a very high price. Baoyu Pearl Club, 300000. Wow! Seeing this price, everyone present exclaimed, "The price is already very high for A-grade materials. Will Baoyu beads suddenly be raised so high? So far they haven't photographed a single piece of material. Are they being pushed into a hurry? I guess it's to raise the price for Mr. Ling to buy it to weaken his funds. It's only 300,000. If you're not stupid, you won't buy it. Right." Ling Yi had actually expected this situation. He took out his long-sighted glasses and put them on himself. After seeing clearly the items on the display stand several hundred meters away, he quickly activated his eyes of truth. Red Dragon Soul A:. Red Dragon Soul plus Fierce Sun Gem plus Cherished Maple Leaf times 33 Burning Dragon Fireworks. Ling Yi went to the forum and started a simple search with the goal of Brilliant Sun Gem. It was soon discovered that this was an A-level treasure. Then this Burning Dragon Firework is a treasure. Treasures can only be synthesized into treasures. And it is impossible to change the type into treasure medicine. Therefore, Ling Yi gave up the idea of taking pictures of this Red Dragon Soul. Only, he scanned the crowd. Although he didn't know where the Baoyu Zhui members were. They must be among the crowd. I just don't need this now. But if I meet one I need later. At this moment, someone behind him tapped him on the shoulder. Looking back, I saw Yunji and Xiao Wanqing. They didn't know when they sat behind him. Yunji gently opened her jacket and showed him the little bell inside. This Baoyu Pearl Society is obviously from our country, but it has been cooperating with the Celestial God Guild and acting as their dog. The price they quoted just now was probably also the Celestial God Guild's intention. And they came to discuss you. Having said this, an excited smile appeared on Yunji's pink face. In order to punish such a disgusting guild, today we will discredit them. As she spoke, she placed the bell on a delicate compass and pressed the bead at the top of the bell to switch its modes. What is this compass? Oh, something that can continuously increase the range of influence of props. Yunji calmly lifted up her top and whispered to Lingyi. Come on! Come on! Activate your wide area flag. The effects of our two props will be superimposed and the range will be larger. Okay. What Lingyi thought was that if the truth bell could expose some scandals about the Value Pearl Society, then the materials they accumulated might flow to the market or be confiscated, and he would have a better chance of getting it. After all, the Divine Alliance knew that the owner of the voice artifact was his, so it was perfectly fine for him to ask for some. And in the field, when the three hammers fell completely without seeing Mr. Ling bidding again, Liao, the president of the Value Pearl Society, subconsciously frowned. Liao thought that he had been cheated. After many days, the appearance of the first heartfelt line of Truth Bell still surprised everyone. This is the first time for most people to see this heartfelt message with their own eyes, and they don't understand what it is at the moment. It wasn't until they heard other people shouting, mysterious voices, that they all responded quickly. Is this the mysterious voice in the rumors? It actually appeared again! This means that the owner of the voice is here! At this moment, Liao, who was chosen as the target by his voice, felt a cold sweat break out down his spine. He has a secret hidden deep in his heart. If it is exposed, it will bring disaster to him. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to wait for half a second. Soared into the sky with the fastest power and flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that everyone present was speechless. TSK! 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 Awesome! Awesome! Running so decisively. I would run if it were me. Who doesn't have a few stains? Lingyi looked at his back and curled her lips speechlessly. TCH. He ran away. What should I do? Do you want to chase him? Yunji asked in a low voice. Before she finished speaking, she saw the message from her heart emerge in time. Liao was afraid that the mysterious voice would reveal that he secretly provided materials for the White Eagle National Treasure Alliance, so his escape speed had increased to the maximum. Seeing this voice, the crowd was in an uproar. Providing materials to other countries' alliance? Isn't this equivalent to providing weapons to other countries? This is collaboration with the enemy. Liao quickly disappeared. But because his mysterious voice had been exposed, he would still be investigated and arrested even if he returned. There's no way to escape. It was only then that everyone became confused. It's strange. There are so many people present. Why would this mysterious voice target him? Perhaps he has offended the owner of the mysterious voice. Could it be that this mysterious Mr. Ling is the owner of the mysterious voice? Possible. Lingyi felt regretful that Liao ran away. However, the auction will continue. Just because of the mysterious voice, the scene fell into a weird atmosphere. Everyone is shrinking their necks, afraid that they will become the next target of their voices. It wasn't until a few minutes later that another piece of grade A material was brought up. Chapter 239 4,000 mutation points. The auction begins. Mr. Ling, 100000. Wabao Materials Store, 101000. Mr. Ling, 102000. Wanbao Materials Store, 150000. The name of the owner of Wanbao Materials Store. As soon as a few lines of the heartfelt message appeared, the owner of Wanbao Materials Store, who had been prepared for it, let out an angry "gone" and quickly crushed the teleportation talisman he had prepared in his hand and sent it away. Everyone. They were sure that this heartfelt message was on Mr. Ling's side. The other people present were from all over the world, and it would be impossible for them to find anyone named Ling among these tens of thousands of people. Not to mention that the name may not be true. After the material was taken away, Gino on the stage winked at the jade beads on the other side, but the latter didn't bother him at all. Seeing this, he could only stand up with a smile, took out the microphone, and said politely to everyone, "Well, Mr. Ling, well, doing this is disturbing the order of the auction. Don't do it." Lingyi didn't want to be a disruptor of order, but when he saw Gino say this on the stage, he couldn't help but wonder about the attributes and fate of this second person in June. Immediately used the eyes of truth and spying on fate to look at each other. The attribute panel is indeed much higher than other players of the same level, and the combat power is indeed pretty good. Next he looked to Destiny. June 25th, After hosting the auction, I received a message from Leo and asked him to meet outside the outer ring gate of the Evernight City. According to the appointment on time, Leo informed him of the location where all the materials of the Value Bead Society were stored, and handed him the key, saying that he would rather give it all to him than let the Divine Alliance get it. June 27th, the plan to secretly collect black information about 01 still made no progress. So I beat my subordinates again. What followed were some insignificant things, and Lingy stopped looking. So. From this fate alone, it can only be seen that the other party intends to deal with him, and his personal moral character is not very good. However, where are all the materials for the Value Bead Club stored? Lingy touched his chin and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Since Leo plans to hand over the materials to foreigners, why not keep them all in his pocket? It just serves as his initial resource for opening a store. He plans to cut off the beard later. While Lingy was thinking, a group of players stood up among the people sitting in the front row. Standing next to them was the Huzhong flag of the Celestial God Guild, as if taking a graduation photo. On the yellow background of the flag, there were 4 rows of blurry black shadows lined up side by side. Obviously, that group of people were members of the first guild of the White Eagle Kingdom. United Gods. The owner of the mysterious voice is here. Let's find him out together. We can't let him do whatever he wants anymore. The group of guild members shouted at the crowd. Everyone looked at the shouters in amazement and wondered secretly. Weren't they afraid that their stains would be exposed? Sure enough, the next moment, mysterious voices exposed all the flaws of several people. Facing everyone's gaze, a few people were blushing, but they still insisted on shouting. How can we catch him without some sacrifices? Only by catching him can we completely solve the problem of the mysterious voice. Otherwise, wouldn't we have to hide every time we show up? After hearing what these people said, there was a commotion among the crowd. That makes sense, but I still don't want to move. You should be the ones who stand out. Come on, find the owner of your voice, and you will benefit the public. There was a commotion for a while, but in the end no one stood up. Upon seeing this, the few people from the Celestial God Guild who stood up to speak were immediately furious. They all exposed their dirt in public. And this group of people just sat and watched? Even look at them like clowns? Several people were extremely unbalanced and cursed the master of their voices in their hearts. Intelligence 10%. On the stage, Gino, who is the young president of the Celestial Gods Union, also defended the grievances of several people. He took the microphone and said, Master of the voice, please don't disrupt the order anymore. Our patience has limits. As soon as these words came out, all the players in the audience were in an uproar. One by one, they looked at the young people on the stage with wide eyes and whispered to each other. What's going on? Are the gods and gods going against the master of the voice? First some guild members stood up, and then the young guild president spoke. Maybe he got instructions from others? There's a good show to watch. Eat what you want. There are currently 20 million players gathered in the 3 rings outside the city that never sleeps. Inside and outside. When District 66 was challenged with resources, 10 million people came in, and the space was more than enough. There is no problem in accommodating 20 to 30 million people. When the news that the mysterious voice appeared in the inner circle spread, people from all over the world came to watch the excitement and didn't mind it. And at this time, looking at the emotional information that appeared one after another in front of him, Lingy fell into deep thought. You absorbed Wang Yun's 77 curiosity points. You absorbed 72 points of Wang Yun's excitement points. You absorbed Li Feng's 66 expectations points. A person could provide him with a variety of emotions. He had known this long ago. What he was thinking now was, should he take the opportunity to do something? The mutation point is far enough for me to use alone. If it is also used on Lin Shiru and others, it should be enough. But if there were more, it would be less painful to use. Then I'd better earn more. Just when he was about to do something, Gino on the stage, under the influence of intellectual aura, took out a scanner and said with a microphone, This is a scanner that can detect which props are in use within the range. As long as I scan it later, your location will be exposed immediately. I advise you to turn off your voice ability as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will use it. You absorbed 92 points of Huang Yuan shock value. You absorbed 96 points of Amir's shock value. Everyone looked at the young and handsome Gino on the stage in surprise. Known as the number 1 person in June under 01. As if they were meeting him for the first time. On stage, Gino suddenly laughed loudly. Intelligence 50%. Ha! When I think that I will be able to find out the owner of this voice soon. I am so excited that I can't contain my excitement. Ha ha ha. Everyone stared at him expectantly, waiting for him to use the props. Intelligence 60%. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at each other. Intelligence 70%. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at him silently and laughed. Gino held the microphone in both hands and laughed heartily on the auction stage. Ha ha ha. Yuzu on the side was stunned and felt that it was too embarrassing to stand on the same stage with him. So she ran away in a hurry. Everyone present was confused. What is he laughing at? I do not know. Gino was so happy that when he thought about the master who could find out the mysterious voice, he could not control his body with excitement. Now he just wants to smile until the end of time. Under the explanation of the mysterious voice, everyone understood the situation. At this time, Ma Jie, who had previously competed with Ling Yi for the A-grade material fragrance of grass and trees, rushed onto the stage, slapped Gino on the face, and shouted, "Wake up!" Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Gino is now affected by some mysterious force. Seeing that Ma Jie raised his hand high and wanted to hit Gino hard, Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the double-faced emperor effect that caused 30 times the pain. Immediately, there was only a pop sound, and an extremely shrill scream echoed through the microphone over the inner ring of the city that never sleeps. Ah! Listening to this scream, everyone seemed to feel it personally, and they all got goosebumps. This Ma Jie is too cruel. This slap hurt so much. I heard that the two of them have always been at odds with each other. It seems that I used all my strength in this palm. Ma Jie on the stage was stunned, seeing Gino fainting from the pain, and looking back at everyone's shocked expressions. He felt like he couldn't even wash himself off after jumping into the Yellow River. I didn't do anything harsh, he shouted to everyone. He just slapped him hard. This is none of my business. Is it none of his business to slap the president's son unconscious? I mean, I didn't intend to knock him out. Ma Jie means that he didn't expect that the dignified young president could be so fragile and could be knocked unconscious with just one slap. I'm furious. Ma Jie on the stage was repeatedly criticized. He bent down to pick up the scanner in Gino's hand and was about to use it. He found that the prop had been bound by Gino, and he could not use it. Ah! He shouted to the sky angrily. Walking on the road to the outer ring of the Evernight City, Ling Yi felt happy. In just that short time, he had accumulated over 400,000 emotional points. After the transformation, there are more than 4,000 mutation points. Although the auction was interrupted again, it doesn't matter. He and Yunji came to the outer ring entrance and looked around, and soon discovered Liao's figure. Hey! This kind of person, who wanted to donate his wealth to foreign countries before he was arrested, had no psychological burden at all when he snatched it away. Chapter 240. Obtaining massive amounts of materials and opening a store. Before taking action, Ling Yi and the others still had to hide their figures. This time he did not open the shadow mask, but casually put on a tiger face mask. There are many mask sellers in the city that never sleeps. When several people moved towards Liao, the latter spotted them and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Liao looked cautious. Ling Yi glanced around and saw no one around. The face under the mask couldn't help but laugh. He didn't answer, but picked up the truth bell and shook it. Jingle bell bell. Hearing the crisp ringtone, Liao felt dazed for a moment. After a while, he realized that he was still the same as before. He couldn't help but take out his weapon and get into a fighting posture, and shouted again, "Who are you?" He knew very well that he would be arrested immediately if he went back. For the time being, it was only safe to stay in the nightless city. But even so, he didn't want to attract too much attention. "Where are the materials of your Baoyu Zhui hidden?" the tiger-faced masked man said. Hearing this, Liao was stunned subconsciously, then laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! You thought I would tell us that the materials of the Baoyu Pearl Society are all hidden at the bottom of Bishuitan in Wensong City. We have arranged an absolutely safe alien space there." After saying this, Liao looked stunned. His mouth actually exposed the information uncontrollably. "Then how do you get into this different space?" the other person asked again. You need something from another dimension." Seeing Liao on the opposite side retreating and covering his mouth with both hands, Ling Yi stepped on his toes and flashed in front of Liao like lightning, throwing a hurricane slap into his face. Snapped. Liao's body was like a top, spinning hundreds of times in the air due to this palm, and landed thousands of meters away. During normal battles, the power and energy will be offset by both sides, and the remaining part that is not offset can easily destroy the surrounding area of 100 meters, or 1,000 meters. Now this non-offsetting palm is the true expression of Ling Yi's combat power of more than 100,000 at this moment. He raised his feet and landed on the ground, but his body teleported directly from the place to Liao's side, and stepped on Liao, who was still rolling. "How do you enter a different space?" he asked again. Just now, he used the effect of Truth Bell on Liao, which forced the other party to tell the truth. Liao, who was still confused, started to move his mouth before he could react. "Take out the key with the key and say the secret word Jade from heaven, and the different space will appear and open. The key is in your backpack?" "Yes." Ling Yi was fully prepared when he came over. He took out the prop, strong hunting glove, from his backpack, put it on his hand, and immediately bent down to hold Liao's chest. Strong hunting gloves, B, after touching the opponent, you can open the opponent's backpack. Select one of the items, and put it into your own backpack. Such a powerful effect is naturally the result of mutation. Before the mutation, it only had the effect of having a chance to steal random items from the opponent when it touched it. Soon, he successfully found the key to the different space, and put it into his backpack. After doing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. The next step is to knock this guy unconscious. Ling Yi raised his eyes, and glanced around. Outside the city, which was more than 10,000 meters away from the Evernight City, was a land with scattered trees. Except for Yunji and the others, there were no other figures around. "Then please take a good rest." Ling Yi smiled, inflicting 30 times the pain on the opponent's head. And then he condensed a ball of wind and hit it immediately. Liao's face instantly twisted, and he fainted from the pain without making a sound. "Hey, hey, hey!" Ling Yi grinned and used strong hunting gloves to sweep away all the useful things in Liao's backpack, then immediately threw him under a tree and left with the women. As soon as he came back, Ling Yi teleported to Song City through the global teleport, and successfully found the materials of the Baoyuzhui at the bottom of the Bishui Pond and took them all away. When he returned home again, he notified the Phoenix Sword Master and ordered her to go to the designated place in the Nightless City to arrest people. Soon, the other party responded to the message. "Suzaku, haha. I caught it successfully. This is a big fish. If you hadn't been exposed, we wouldn't have known that Baoyuzhui was still secretly providing materials to foreign forces." 01. Are they trading through forums? Suzaku, right. This transaction method is the most discreet, and can be completed by both parties staying at their respective homes. There is currently no way around this trading method in the world. By the way, this guy is talking about the man with a tiger head mask. 01. It's me. I took those materials too. Suzaku, oh, that's okay. If you need materials, I will send them to you after we finish searching. 01. Okay. After the conversation ended, Ling Yi laid down on the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. I looked up at the time, 22:17. The starry night outside the window is full of stars, and the evening breeze is blowing. Ling Yi called a few people over and told them the idea of opening a store. "Why do you want to open it?" Lin Shiru asked curiously. "In order to make money and attribute points. If you take so many precious medicines, the accumulated attributes will be very impressive," Ling Yi replied. After seeing a few people thinking it was just a whim, he explained it carefully. "I have a high success rate in making medicine, and I have a high-level synthesis formula for precious medicines." As soon as these words came out, several people suddenly lost their worries. Soon, Ling Yi created a store called the Best Pharmacy in the World on the trading market. Just from the name of the store, Lin Shiru and the other three could deeply feel Ling Yi's confidence. Hint, you successfully created the #1 pharmacy in the world. Category, Potion Shop. Tip, you need to pay 1,000 gold coins every month to keep the store running. 1,000 gold coins per month is neither too much nor too little. This is mainly to prevent other players from opening stores wantonly and affecting the living environment of other normal store owners. At this time, if other players click on the Potion Store column of the exchange again and scroll to the bottom, they will find that there is a World's #1 Pharmacy store at the end. The best pharmacy in the world. Shop owner, 01. Store description, committed to building the world's #1 pharmacy. Product, none. Status, closed. Okay, now that the shops are open, the next step is to make the precious medicine. Ling Yi opened his backpack, looked at the dazzling array of materials, thought about it, and decided to start with making low-level elixirs. Among the elixirs, those with permanently improved attributes generally only take effect once for each player. There are also some with strange effects. For example, the most common effects such as physical strength pills, life pills, poisons, ripening potions, and enlargement and shrinkage potions have almost no limit on the number of times they can take effect. Ling Yi didn't want to get into effective medicines for the time being. He planned to start by refining elixirs that could permanently improve his attributes, because this is the fastest way to earn massive gold coins and store fame. Since other stores only sell D-level attribute pills at the highest level, I will start with C-level attribute pills. After making the decision, Ling Yi started to make medicine. D-level strength pill plus rock fragments times 18 plus fire essence times 6 C-level strength pill. According to this synthesis formula, Ling Yi sorted out these materials and stacked them on the table. Immediately activate pharmaceutical technique.